Chapter 161 Secret House. At this time, in the mechanical maintenance room of the Secret Affairs Bureau in the Cape District, Sandpaper and Falcon were working overtime to assemble the Abyss Leopard. Give me the number 4 wrench. Hold this pressure rod and don't move it. If this switch is closed, it will cut off my hand. Sandpaper assembled the right leg of the Abyss Leopard, and Falcon held a pressure rod very seriously and asked, "Yesterday you said you left a message for Miss Qingkong. Why hasn't she come to us yet? Did she lie to you?" Miss Qingkong is a very kind elf. She is a magic professor at Ulu College, who has saved the city of raging waves many times. And she also brought you to me. I think Miss Qingkong must be very busy helping those in need. We need to be patient. Miss Qingkong will definitely come to us when she sees the message I left for her. Okay, the main body of the machine is assembled. And then the appearance. Do you think it looks better with a bigger breast or a smaller one? Han Shun let go of his hand and looked at the Abyss Leopard on the workbench, which had not yet been assembled with external components. After thinking seriously, he said, "Smaller? It won't affect the balance. You underestimate my craftsmanship and the performance of the Abyss Leopard. As long as it is not particularly large, balance is not a problem. Look at Miss Qingkong. When you fought against her, did she have any balance problems? I think it looks better if it is bigger. Whatever, but I still think it's weird to discuss the gender of an Abyss Leopard. We are children, and we should do what children should do. Whatever." Qingkong, who was standing aside, didn't expect Sandpaper and Falcon to discuss her breasts here. This was originally a place she tried to avoid paying attention to. She always regarded this body as a tool. Children's words are innocent. Qingkong was afraid that the two little girls would say something outrageous again. So she coughed lightly. "Ahem. I saw the message you left for me. Do you have anything to ask me?" Shaji heard Qingkong's voice, turned around happily, and her ponytail flew up. "Miss Qingkong." "Falcon. I said that Miss Qingkong would definitely come to us after seeing the message." Hong Kushan gave Qingkong a standard swordsman salute. "Miss Qingkong. Good evening." "Good evening." "Hello, Miss Qingkong." Sandpaper saluted Qingkong. "We came to you this time to ask about the brain transformation device. Hong Kushan's memory has not been restored. I wonder if Ulu College has any solution." Qingkong replied, "Last time we parted, I asked Dean Willred about the brain transformation device. It's a pity Ulu College has not conducted too in-depth research on this research topic. After all, it requires very cruel human experiments. Of course, if Hong Kushan is willing to cooperate, Ulu College can organize a team to study ways to safely remove the brain transformation device. But this is somewhat dangerous. You have to think carefully." Hearing the danger, Sandpaper said to Falcon, "I think it's good that you can't remember the past. Anyway, you know who I am." Falcon said firmly, "I don't want to be bothered by this matter. I have to make a choice between believing in you and believing in my father. I only need to remember a little bit. I want to see the truth. Miss Clear Sky, please help me." Miss Clear Sky. Sandpaper didn't know what to do. Clear Sky replied, "I have no say in this topic. It's better to let the Ulu mages with relevant expertise see Falcon's situation and make a decision based on their suggestions. If the danger is too great, the mages will not take the risk. Okay, let's let the Ulu mages take a look first." "I listened to Miss Qingkong." Han Shun replied, "I listened to Miss Qingkong too. Shall we go to Ulu College now?" "Well, I could go now, but I have to attend a party." Qingkong thought about his schedule. "You can go with me. It won't take up too much time. Go wash the oil stains on your hands and face first, and change into a set of fitting clothes. I'll wait for you outside." The party was held at Mrs. Michelle's house, a small event named after Qingkong. Qingkong was reluctant to attend such a boring party, but Mrs. Michelle repeatedly requested that she only need to show up casually to satisfy the curiosity of the ladies of Nuteo City about the elf Qingkong. It was originally a plan made by her and Mrs. Michelle to shape Qingkong into the city card of Nuteo City, and it was necessary to appear in some public occasions. Luke also didn't want Qingkong to stay in the role of a thug. Influence and voice are sometimes more useful than fists. When Qingkong drove the steam locomotive carrying Sandpaper and Red Falcon to Mrs. Michelle's house, it was already very lively. The room was full of noble ladies and ladies. It can be seen that Mrs. Michelle has the appeal in this class. She is simply the director of women in Nuteo City. After Michelle learned from the servant that Qingkong had arrived, she immediately went out to greet him. She held Qingkong's arm intimately. and also saw the two little girls who came with her. Miss Qingkong, are these two your students? Qingkong didn't want to waste time explaining, so she simply admitted, they are my students. Sandpaper. Hongku. This is Mrs. Michelle. Sandpaper and Hongku greeted Mrs. Michelle together. When Mrs. Michelle heard their names and compared their appearances, she immediately knew the identities of the two girls. Sandpaper is a mechanical modification engineer in Diagonal Street who is as famous as the boss of the mechanical clan, Wei Ming. Michelle's mechanical laboratory often receives orders from Sandpaper Mechanical Modification Shop. Now she has been recruited by the meteorite detective of the Cape District Secret Affairs Bureau, Red Falcon. She is the adopted daughter of Yomington, the chief of staff of the cabinet. But just as Yomington arrived in the city of Raging Waves, Red Falcon disappeared. If we consider the last commission of the meteorite inspector, it is not difficult to judge that Red Falcon was kidnapped by Qingkong. But Red Falcon does not look like it is restrained. Of course, now is not the time to think about these things. It is time for the protagonist tonight to appear. Two lovely children. You can play here at will. Mrs. Michelle pulled Qingkong inside. Come on, beautiful elf. Today you are the brightest star here. No one can take away a bit of your glory. And they can't even feel jealous. You are really perfect. Thank you. I don't know how to deal with such a scene. Keep smiling. You don't need to deal with anyone. We just walk through the hall and let these women see you. Then we go to the small hall on the second floor, where people of status are there. And there are reporters from the newspaper. Qingkong asked in confusion, did you invite reporters? At this time, the two walked into the hall. And as Michelle said, Qingkong immediately became the focus of the whole scene. Everyone looked over. They were amazed at Qingkong's appearance, and automatically stepped back to make way. The class between women is more distinct than that between men. Although the women in the hall are also considered upper-class ladies, they belong to the lowest level here. Being able to receive the smiles of such noble ladies as Mrs. Michelle was the biggest gain of their participation in the party. Mrs. Michelle walked forward holding Qingkong's arm and whispered, do you still remember the speech made by Counselor Ivel at 102 Organ Street? He said, you and I let people see the release of women's abilities. He believed that in the new era, women should no longer be vassals of men, and we should participate more in the construction and decision-making of this city. This may be what he said casually, but he did not expect that this speech caused a sensation in the ladies' circle of Nuteo City. Many ladies of status told me that they had suffered unfair treatment and hoped to get the same fair treatment as men. In Raging Wave City, the proportion of women receiving education is very high, and many of them have decent jobs. This is a group that has been neglected. Instead of competing for the cake that has been divided up, we should use our advantages to seize this group. Qingkong couldn't help but admire Mrs. Michelle's ability to control opportunities again. She thought of women can hold up half the sky so quickly. This is a blue ocean that has not been deeply cultivated. It has not been developed before. What is lacking is the awakening of women in the old rule system. The prosperous and inclusive Raging Waves City has given the female group in the city a very high education rate and economic autonomy. The siege of the Abyss Temple has attracted great attention to the speech of Counselor Ivel. The participation of Qingkong and Mrs. Michelle has aroused psychological resonance among the women in the city of Raging Waves. The combination of the two has made women who are used to receiving unfair treatment have the idea of breaking the old rules to fight for their rights. The Qingkong secret house jointly established by Qingkong and Mrs. Michelle has become a very good platform. Qingkong understands the real reason why Mrs. Michelle asked him to participate in this party. A high-end force with super popularity is the ballast stone of the politicization of the secret house. We should treat Counselor Ivel to a meal. Mrs. Michelle, who walked up the stairs, was amused by Qingkong's humor. Yes, we should treat him to a meal. Thank you, Counselor Iber. Thank you for this era. I saw the beginning of a magnificent and brilliant era, and we will be the writers of the new era. Qingkong followed Mrs. Michelle to the small hall on the second floor. There were few people inside. Most of them were the top ladies and celebrities in Nuteo City. And there were 3 female reporters from the newspaper who were invited. After Mrs. Michelle introduced everyone, she took Qingkong to sit in 2 side-by-side chairs at the main seat. The expressions of the women sitting there were no longer the playful expressions of the previous gatherings, and each of them had a sense of mission. Mrs. Michelle opened the speech and said, ladies, it's time to get rid of our reputation as vases and let the masters of Nuteo City hear our voices. At this time, The messenger with a letter from Yomington boarded the transport airship to the imperial capital of St. Louis City. The new nobles will soon readjust their strategies in the city of raging waves and even in the court. Viscount Iskelin also boarded the private airship that was about to take off and return to the city of raging waves. Sitting opposite him was Princess Agatha. Your Highness, are you going to the city of raging waves with me? Viscount Iskelin asked Agatha, who was sitting there without saying a word, as he faced the airship. I'm still considering it. Agatha looked out of the window at the airship. The Imperial spies protected the small airship heavily in the middle. You're not in a hurry to go back, are you? Don't worry, Your Highness. You can think slowly. Actually, you can rest assured that Inspector Meteorite is in Raging Wave City. It is precisely because Inspector Meteorite is in Raging Wave City that I am worried. Agatha was 80% sure that this meteorite was not the one she sent to the Cape District through Iskelin's description of the meteorite. I just don't know how this fake inspector successfully impersonated the real inspector. Only I and the real meteorite knew about this appointment. And it was impossible for a third party to accurately intercept the meteorite and impersonate him. If the other party used a forged appointment letter, are all the people in the Cape District Secret Service idiots? Agatha couldn't figure it out. She couldn't figure out what the purpose of this fake inspector was in the city of raging waves. But the only thing that was certain was, he had deceived everyone. No one doubted his identity. And he had gathered a very large force. With him as the core. Lady Michelle, Councillor Eibel, and Viscount Iskelin formed a group in the city of raging waves that was enough to challenge the old system. This was a major breakthrough for the Empire, which had always been troubled by the problems of the city of raging waves. Even His Majesty, who was very cautious about the problems of the city of raging waves, couldn't help but praise the work of the meteor inspector in the city of raging waves. Agatha was also praised for this, and received many rewards. Viscount Iskelin's audience this time made His Majesty determined to reorganize the city of raging waves and bring this huge economy under control. However, if you want to achieve your goal without destroying the stability and international status of the city of raging waves, you need to start from within the city of raging waves itself. Inspector Meteor, who has already established a foothold in the city of raging waves and formed a team, has become the manipulator of this offensive. But Agatha can't say, this Meteor is not my man. Once the identity of Meteor is exposed, not only will the situation in the city of raging waves face collapse, but the eldest princess will also not be able to bear the wrath of the Emperor of the Empire. So when Agatha was sending Viscount Iskelin off, she boarded the boat and sat down. She wanted to go to the Cape to confirm Meteorite's identity and purpose. But she was afraid that she would not be able to end the situation after the two sides met face to face. Agatha was in a state of confusion and thought about the consequences of her choice. This was a problem that the princess, who was always known for her decisiveness, had never encountered before. I dare not meet a fake inspector. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, Viscount Iskelin finally couldn't help but ask Agatha again, Your Highness, are you going to Raging Wave City? Oh. Agatha came back to her senses from thinking, I'm sorry. The importance of Raging Wave City made me too focused. I don't know if Inspector Meteorite can cope with the future changes. I have very high expectations for him. Chapter 162 Wild Horse. Agatha showed an uncharacteristic mood of worrying about gains and losses, which made Viscount Iskelin have a new understanding of Meteorite and the relationship between him and the princess. Meteorite's performance in the City of Wrath is very independent. His confidence in some behaviors means that he is not afraid of messing up and that the princess will tolerate him no matter what he does. If Meteorite was just a senior agent who was capable and valued, he would not dare to act so recklessly. And Agatha boarded her airship, looking like she wanted to go to the City of Wrath to see Inspector Meteorite, but could not leave St. Louis City because of official business. She really looked like a girl in love. The princess is a woman after all. Inspector Meteor worked so hard in Raging Wave City, probably because he wanted to be worthy of the princess. Viscount Iskelin, who thought he saw through the relationship between the two, said, Your Highness can fully trust Inspector Meteor's ability. Now the Cape District is basically controlled by Inspector Meteor. When he gets the project to repair Cape Port, he will control an important import and export port in Raging Wave City. Me, Councillor Eibel and Mrs. Michelle are actively persuading the Imperial Bank to lend to the Yin-Yang Trade Group. With this injection of funds, not only the repair of Cape Port, but also the entire Cape District can be revived. This is an urban area that occupies 30% of the area and 25% of the population of Raging Wave City. Once the Cape District and the central urban area become the dual cores of Raging Wave City, Raging Wave City will be truly controlled by the Empire. Thinking about it now, I really admire your wisdom and courage in making decisions in the city of Raging Waves. Before this, no one would have thought that the Cape District could become the key to breaking the deadlock. Of course, we also need someone as capable and charming as Inspector Meteorite as the manipulator. If someone else were to do it, it would probably be either inaction or accidental death. The higher Viscount Iskelin's evaluation of Meteorite, the more panicked Agatha felt. But now she is in a dilemma. If the identity of this fake inspector is revealed, Iskelin, Ibel, and Michelle, the three important people who have already defected, will all be involved. In the future, the iron plate of the city of Raging Waves will be more solid, and there will be no more pro-Empire political figures. It is a heavy blow to the prestige of the Empire. If it is not revealed, the power of Meteor in Raging Waves City will continue to expand. At that time, will Raging Waves City belong to the Empire? Or Meteor? Where did he come from? Agatha finally made a difficult decision. Yes, Meteor's ability is beyond doubt. Going to Raging Waves City now will only make the situation there tense, and will not help your subsequent plans. I will not go to Raging Waves City. I also hope that you will not tell Meteor about meeting me. I don't want him to be distracted by other things. He needs to focus on dealing with changes and dangers that may occur at any time. Agatha reminded Viscount Iskelin that she did not want to alert Meteor, who guessed that he already knew that he was an imposter. And when Iskelin heard it, the meaning changed again. Please rest assured, Your Highness. I believe that the story between you and Inspector Meteorite will become a legend that will be passed down through the world. Feeling mocked, Agatha was stunned for a moment. Then she thought again that Viscount Iskelin didn't know that Meteorite was a fake inspector. So his words should mean that he and Meteorite were a wise ruler and a capable minister. Yes, if this Meteorite was real, this matter would definitely become a legendary story recorded in history. If the fact that Meteorite was a fake inspector was exposed, it would definitely be a more exciting story. And she would be the most dazzling clown in this story. It's already late. Goodbye, Viscount. I wish you all great achievements for the Empire in Raging Wave City. Viscount Iskelin stood up and saluted Agatha. I wish you good health. Goodbye, Princess Royal. Agatha left the airship and stood on the platform. She watched the small private airship of the Iskelin family slowly rise into the sky and fly towards the direction of Raging Waves City under the moonlight and starlight. She knew that if she did not go to Raging Waves City this time, it would be like untying the reins of the wild horse and letting Meteorite run forward on behalf of the Empire and herself. But she couldn't just let him lead her by the nose. Who is he? His origin? His purpose? Who should be sent to investigate? After thinking about it, sending anyone might expose Meteorite's identity as a fake detective. Tricky. After the airship disappeared from sight, Agatha could only leave helplessly. She couldn't do anything to Meteorite now. She even had to pray that Meteorite could do what he loved and steer the ship in Raging Wave City. Don't fall into my hands. When Viscount Iskelin returned, Qingkong finally ended the difficult party. It was really boring. Even though Mrs. Michelle and her supporters shouted slogans and had preliminary organizational skills and goals, it was obvious that most people treated politics as playing house. And some of the demands they put forward were very naive. There was even some radical female fist. Mrs. Michelle wanted to make Mish her own support group. And there was still a lot to do. Qingkong has no interest in participating directly. Nor does she have the time. Her energy is mainly focused on studying mysticism, magic, ancient civilization history, and the management of the mystic department. At the same time, she has to deal with the next wave of the Abyss Temple. Without the Book of Disaster, those Abyss mages will never give up after suffering a loss. Next time, they will hide deeper and act more secretly. There are also new noble forces. The Cross Foundation, the Blade Brotherhood, the Secret Affairs Bureau. In theory, they are all opponents in the chess game of Raging Wave City. Fighting against the sky is endless fun. Fighting against people is endless fun. Just see who can win in the end. Qingkong took Sandpaper and Falcon to Ulu College. After handing them over to Dean Wilred, he came to his own Department of Mystic Arts. At this time, the class of the Department of Mystic Arts has ended today. The students have left for other classes. Only Bruceban stayed here to continue working. Now Bruceban has been transferred to the Department of Mystic Arts as a full-time assistant. In his spare time, He will put all his energy into the work related to the mystic arts. Seeing Qingkong enter the school district, Bruce Bann immediately reported his work to her. Professor Qingkong, all the mystic books you gave me have been maintained. A total of 4,698 volumes. Now they are all placed in the library of the department, together with the occult books we purchased and collected. Our occult library has a total of 11,532 books. This is a great achievement. But it is not easy to manage so many books. We need a librarian. The occult department has its own library, and most of its bookshelves are now filled with occult books. However, Bruce Bann is far from being able to further organize so many books. Now his daily workload makes him feel that sleeping is a luxury. There are other functional rooms, which also need professional personnel to maintain and manage. Qingkong took out the list that Dean Wilred had given him. It was full of faculty and students who were interested in the mystic arts. In order to get the mystic arts department up and running, it was indeed necessary to add some more people. After selecting a few names, Qingkong said to Bruce Bann, I know about this matter. I will recruit more people for the department as soon as possible. The number of students also needs to be increased. You are now a professor at Ulu College. Do a good job in the future. I am a professor now? Professor Qingkong. Don't joke with me. To be promoted to a professor at Ulu College, you need to go through many rigorous assessments and interviews. I don't seem to have done anything. Should I write a paper first? Recently, I have some insights into the resonance between secret words and have achieved some results. Qingkong does not understand the assessment process of the faculty level of Ulu College, so these processes cannot constrain her. I said that you are qualified to be a professor, and you are a professor of Ulu College. I will talk to the dean and exempt you from the assessment. In the future, when the number of people in our secret department increases, you will be responsible for the teaching and research operations of the entire department when I am not there. The resonance between secret words you mentioned can be used as one of our research topics. After the personnel arrive, you select faculty and students to form a research team. With the promotion and the important task, Bruce Bann worked even more enthusiastically. Thank you, Professor Qingkong. I will never let you down. Bruce Bann saluted Qingkong, then remembered something and said, Professor, the dragon blood you processed last time is still in the storage room. When will you take it away? This thing is too precious. If it is contaminated, it will be a waste. Dragon blood? Qingkong thought for a while and finally remembered. If you didn't remind me, I would have forgotten it. Go get the dragon blood and find me in the pharmacy. I need to make some potions. Bruce Bann didn't expect that the dragon blood that he checked and stored carefully every day for fear of losing or contamination was actually forgotten by Professor Qingkong. What a waste! But remembering that Professor Qingkong killed the red dragon Nirkelin, that cup of dragon blood was really nothing for a whole dragon. Bruce Bann was excited to see the use of dragon blood to make potions, and immediately went to the storage room to get dragon blood. Qingkong, who had nothing to do for the time being, focused his energy on the Department of Mysticism, studying, experimenting, expanding faculty and students, and spent a very fulfilling day. The next day, Luke woke up and went to work, and then got the news that Iskelin had returned to the city of raging waves. Kalina reported, the Viscount invited you to the Palace of Sassis, and he also invited Lady Michelle and Counselor Eibel. Luke was a little surprised by the speed at which Viscount Iskelin came back. It seems that his trip to the Imperial capital this time was very smooth. I wonder what kind of surprises he brought us. Get the car ready. We're going to the Palace of Sassis. Chapter 163 Small Group. When Luke arrived at the Sassis Palace, Mrs. Michelle and Counselor Eibel, who were nearby, had already arrived. They accompanied Viscount Iskelin to watch the opera on the stage. Even though they were very curious about the purpose of the Viscount's sudden trip to the Imperial capital, they still refrained from asking and waited for Luke together. Luke walked into the private room. He handed his hat and cane to Kalina, who came with him. After sitting down, he said to Iskelin bluntly, Viscount, you went to the Imperial capital without saying a word to us. It seems very unsociable. I don't know what Mrs. Michelle and Counselor Eibel think of you. Anyway, I am very unhappy. Do you have anything to explain to us? Mrs. Michelle and Counselor Eibel, who were sitting around a table, looked at Iskelin together. Their small alliance should have united as one in the face of a huge opponent. Iskelin's departure without saying goodbye this time really hurt the mutual trust between the alliances. Iskelin stood up and bowed to the three people to apologize. I'm sorry. I was indeed too rash to do this. I promise that this will never happen again in the future. As for the reason why I suddenly went to the imperial capital, I can explain. This time, the elimination of the Abyss Mage confirmed the relationship between the Abyss Temple and the Celtic Duke. You may not feel as deeply as I do if you are not in the Brotherhood. The Celtic Duke's protection of the Abyss Temple is contrary to the founding purpose of the Blade Brotherhood. Now the Brotherhood has shown signs of division due to many reasons. I went to the imperial capital to meet His Majesty this time, just to know what the Empire's attitude towards the Brotherhood is. Luke asked, "What answer did you get?" "No answer," is exactly the answer. The Empire will not stop for the Brotherhood. And the future of the Brotherhood is in the hands of the Brotherhood. I made my position clear to His Majesty. I hope to bring in the reformists in the Brotherhood and take the Brotherhood on a new path, so that the Blade Brotherhood can continue to bear the responsibilities given to it by its ancestors. After listening to Viscount Iskelin's explanation, Luke said meaningfully, "If the Viscount went to the imperial capital just for your Brotherhood's affairs, we really can't blame you for it. But I think you talked about more than just these when you met His Majesty. I know I can't hide it from you. Because of the relationship with Princess Agatha, Iskelin's attitude towards Luke has changed slightly. Your Majesty asked me about what happened in the City of Raging Waves during this period, and I happened to bring some information about the large-scale smuggling in the City of Raging Waves." At this point, Viscount Iskelin looked at the reactions of the three people, and seeing that they were all listening carefully, he continued, "Although His Majesty knew that the problem of tax evasion in the City of Raging Waves was very serious, he underestimated the appetite of the smuggling group in the City of Raging Waves. His Majesty was very angry when he saw the information I presented, and even wanted to order the Navy of the City of Raging Waves to take over the city and arrest all those involved." As a big smuggler, Councillor Ibel asked worriedly, "What will be the result? How will His Majesty deal with the smugglers in Fury City?" I won't be involved." "Right," Mrs. Michel said. "Obviously His Majesty didn't do that. There are too many people tied up behind the smuggling in Fury City, which will shake the foundation of the Empire." Viscount Iskelin sighed. "Yes. The Empire looks extremely strong now. But there are too many internal problems. The eldest and second princes have their own teams, and His Majesty is already old. When I saw him this time, he looked much older. The new nobles have been clamoring to establish the imperial parliament. Some people in the society admire the republican system in foreign countries. There are also members of the Brotherhood, like the Duke of Celtic, who have established their own territories and have a large number of troops. Although there is no sign of a major war on the border, small-scale battles continue. We can't be impatient in the City of Raging Waves," Viscount Iskelin said as he looked at Luke, who was the helmsman sent by the princess to the City of Raging Waves. "How the City of Raging Waves should move forward depends on the opinion of the Inspector of Meteorite," Luke asked. "Did the Viscount meet the princess during this audience with His Majesty?" Viscount Iskelin sighed. "The Inspector of Meteorite and the princess are indeed deeply in love. The one who missed the Inspector of Meteorite thought about taking his own airship to the City of Raging Waves. The one who faced the heavy trust of His Majesty first thought about asking the princess. My schedule for meeting His Majesty this time was very full. After talking with His Majesty, I rushed back overnight, and did not meet Her Royal Highness the Princess." Viscount Iskelin kept in mind Agatha's instructions to him. Luke didn't know whether Viscount Iskelin lied to him or not, but it was impossible for him not to arouse the suspicion of the princess after all the trouble he had in Nuteo City. It was just that he had already established himself in Nuteo City, when the situation shifted to the interests of the Empire. Even if Agatha knew that he was fake, she didn't dare to take any action against him easily. As long as Agatha didn't say anything, his identity would be strong. As long as what he did in Nuteo City was within her tolerance, she would hold her nose and wipe his ass. "Well, since the Viscount has let His Majesty know about the situation in Nuteo City, I can also explain to you my responsibility as the Princess Royal." Luke began to issue tasks. "In fact, even if I don't say it, you can guess roughly. As the largest foreign port of the Empire, Nuteo City has received the Empire's greatest support in terms of policies, talents and economy. The management of the entire city has even been handed over to the City Council, rather than delegated officials, and the Empire has directly managed it. Nuteo City should have used its tax revenue to repay the trust and investment of the Empire. Although Nuteo City is still the city that pays the most taxes to the Empire, it is obviously far from the amount it should pay. This money, which should have been used to strengthen the country, went into private pockets. Her Royal Highness the Princess wants me to collect this tax. No matter what the reason. You all boarded my ship, and are willing to work for the Princess. Then we will work together to complete the Princess's mission, and let Her Highness take the credit. Although Iskelin, Mrs. Michel, and Counselor Eibel all knew the mission undertaken by Inspector Meteorite, it was still very encouraging to hear him say it in person. Sharing the mission means being accepted, which means they have found the organization and become members of the Princess's family. It is easier to be an official if you have someone in the court. And it is easier to enjoy the shade if you lean on a big tree. The train runs fast, but it still needs a locomotive. Mrs. Michel even asked, Inspector, do you know what Her Royal Highness the Princess thinks about the future direction of the Empire? Does she support the eldest prince to become the Crown Prince? Or the second prince to become the Crown Prince? Or does Her Royal Highness have other ideas? The three of them looked at Luke together. As subjects, of course, they all hope that the lord they serve can make further progress, so that they can rise with the tide. If the princess can become the Crown Prince and then the Emperor of the Empire, they will definitely be the first choice of the cabinet ministers. But Luke didn't know whether Agatha had any ideas about the throne. The Emperor of the Empire had never appointed a Crown Prince, and suddenly passed away after the Civil War broke out. The huge empire suddenly fell apart, and the people on the throne changed frequently. But Agatha always only grasped the Secret Service and did not covet the throne at all. This is her cleverness. Everyone wants to win her over. As for whether Agatha has any idea about the throne, it has always been a topic of debate among players. As for things that have not happened yet, of course Luke can say whatever he wants. Your Majesty has not yet appointed a Crown Prince, which means he is still observing and selecting the most suitable heir to the Empire. Fighting may not necessarily win if you are too active. Doing the right thing may not add points, but doing the wrong thing will definitely lose points. Don't fight. His Majesty also sees it. If you work seriously, points will naturally be added little by little. Luke's answer was equivalent to no answer. But after hearing it, the three people were full of wisdom. If the princess had no intention of the throne, why would she spend so much effort to rectify the taxes of Nuteo City? This is to show His Majesty, to tell His Majesty with practical actions that while your son is using the taxes of Nuteo City to form a clique for personal gain, your daughter is collecting taxes that should belong to the country. Iskelin, Mrs. Michel, and Counselor Ibra all know that if the loophole of tax evasion in Nuteo City can be closed, it will bring a huge and continuous income to the Empire. This achievement is undoubtedly equivalent to expanding the territory of the Empire. The three nodded together, indicating that they understood the detective's metaphor. Iskelin asked, where will the inspector start? Luke didn't know that he had no idea about rectifying the taxes in Raging Wave City before, and he was still thinking about how to expand smuggling. Before talking about my ideas, I want to hear your opinions first. After all, I just arrived in Raging Wave City, and my understanding of many things is very one-sided. Your understanding of Raging Wave City must be more comprehensive and detailed than mine. Giving subordinates room to play is a leader who can be dealt with. Viscount Iskelin, who thought he knew the identity of the meteorite inspector, gradually put himself in the right position. If he wants to make a difference in the Blade Brotherhood, he must have the support of his old rival, the Secret Service. Let me talk about my ideas first, some of which I have discussed with His Majesty. Iskelin first said, in order to maintain the stability of the city of Raging Waves, the investigation of the smuggling case should not be expanded. As we have discussed before, this case ends here with Virgil. Whether to investigate these old cases in the future will depend on the situation in the future. Next, we will find a way to block the smuggling channel of Cape Harbor. Luke said, many people in the Cape District make a living by smuggling. If we block it rashly, there will be a big mess. Iskelin thought Luke was testing him, so he smiled and said, the detective is actually solving it. Repairing Cape Harbor can not only control the port management, but also create a lot of jobs. Controlling the gangs in the Cape District, organizing them to study at Yinong Night School, and then arranging legitimate jobs for them is to divert the bottom-level personnel in the smuggling industry. Abolishing the Cape District Security Bureau will reduce the connection between the smuggling group in Nuteo City and the bottom-level smuggling. As the cost and risk of smuggling increase, the smuggling group will transfer the smuggling channels from the Cape District. Without these people fanning the flames in the Cape District, the gang members will be dismantled. As long as the investment in the Cape District is increased, it will not be difficult to restore the glory of this old city with the manpower and port here. I heard that you, the inspector, visited Diagonal Street alone to recruit the mechanical tribe. And you are preparing to build a large heavy machinery factory in the Cape District. For the sake of minerals. You also led people to rush into the mining area in the north of the city, and killed many people to establish your authority. At that time, I thought the inspector was a bit reckless. But now combined with the responsibilities given to you by the princess, I have to admire the inspector that every step you take has a deep meaning. When outsiders see the whole picture, they can only be amazed. When the Cape District develops, it will not only hit the arrogance of the smuggling group in the city of Raging Waves, but also contribute a large amount of tax revenue to the empire. Luke was shocked. I just want to build my own rabbit nest to monopolize the Cape District. So naturally I have to squeeze out other forces. But I didn't expect it to be explained this way. And it makes sense. After listening to Iskelin's explanation, Mrs. Michelle and Counselor Ivel also suddenly realized it. They all knew that Inspector Meteorite had already controlled the Cape District. But they didn't expect that all the things he did were to block the smuggling channels from the route. Without people working for smuggling, smuggled goods can't come in or go out. Awesome. Awesome. Feeling the admiring eyes of the three people, Luke said calmly, "These things can't be told before they are done. And we were not as close as we are now. But since Viscount Iskelin has seen it, I will confess. Cape Port used to be an important import and export port for smuggled goods. This port can be gradually closed when the money for repairing Cape Port is in place. But Yomington will never easily hand over this project to my Yinong Trading Company. He will definitely find a way to stop it. If he finds another company to take over the project, I can handle it. If he delays, I can only hand it over to you. The issue of repairing Cape Harbor has been passed. But who will get the entire project has not yet been decided. Luke is determined to win this project. But there is a troublemaker named Yomington." At this time, Counselor Ivel said tentatively, "Inspector, if you block all the smuggling channels in Cape Harbor, it may be difficult for the Parliament to pass the resolution to give the project to you. But if you leave me a loophole, I can convince the other two capitalist councillors to vote for you, including me and Mrs. Michelle. You have 4 votes. Councillor Virgil cannot vote. And the Speaker does not attend meetings all year round. Even if Yomington lobbies, he can only get 3 votes." Mrs. Michelle asked, "Can you promise to convince them both?" Ivel replied, "You can try. As long as they know that no one's goods can leave Cape Harbor without your consent, they will consider my suggestion. But this seems to be contrary to the intention of Her Royal Highness the Princess. It's okay to go against the Princess's intention, as long as it is in line with the intention of this inspector. It is impossible to completely eliminate smuggling. Her Royal Highness the Princess did not think of building a tax barrier in the city of Raging Waves, which would cause a certain economic recession in the city of Raging Waves. Our mission is to let His Majesty see the money. The protection fee for smuggling is also money." Chapter 164 Society. Since the beginning of this small group meeting, Counselor Ivel has been very careful, fearing that he would say the wrong thing. After all, as a businessman and politician, he has a large share of the smuggling in the city of Raging Waves. If the princess wants to crack down on smuggling this time, not only will his own interests be damaged, but if he is investigated in the future, even if he can save his life, he will inevitably cut his flesh and spit blood. This time, the meteorite inspector stated that he could open a smuggling loophole for his own people, which was a reassurance for Counselor Ivel. Who is the smuggling protection fee for? It is said to be for His Majesty. But it must first pass through the hands of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Only when the princess takes the money can the people below do their work with confidence. Counselor Ivel, who was used to the power for money trade, found his own adaptation zone. He immediately became very energetic and assured Luke, "Inspector, don't worry. I can persuade the other 2 counselors." Viscount Iskelin said, "It is not certain that the 2 counselors will turn to us just by lobbying. We still need to put some necessary pressure on them. The inspector has recruited a group of Naga pirates and is also planning to build a fleet. He should be preparing to set up a maritime anti-smuggling fleet. This, to be precise, it should be a smuggling fleet. But if you insist on saying it is an anti-smuggling fleet, I can't deny it. Yes, I know I can't hide it from you, Lord Viscount. The anti-smuggling work in Nuteo City was originally under the jurisdiction of the City Security Department. But the original anti-smuggling fleet has been abandoned, and the few broken ships are too slow to go out to sea for fishing. Anti-smuggling at sea must start again, and the original team can no longer be used. I contacted Lady Tasia, the Naga Queen of Fishbone Island, as soon as I arrived in the Cape District. The pirates of Fishbone Island have not committed a major crime that cannot be handled. And the Nada tribe on Fishbone Island is also facing serious survival problems. I have reached a cooperation and development agreement with Lady Tasia to build a fleet in the name of Yinong Trade Group. And currently there are 36 ships of various types. I plan to purchase another 100 to 200 small speedboats. And when the time is right, I will turn this fleet into an anti-smuggling fleet directly under the Secret Intelligence Bureau of the Cape District, specializing in combating maritime smuggling. Mrs. Michelle and Counselor Ivel were shocked again. Colluding with the Naga pirates was the crime that Virgil charged Inspector Meteorite with. When the Cape District Secret Service attacked a mining area in the north of the city, many people saw a large number of Nagas appearing in the Secret Service team. Now after Viscount Iskelin's explanation, they understood. It turned out that Inspector Meteorite recruited pirates in order to establish a maritime anti-smuggling fleet. There are strong ships and powerful guns on the sea. And there are sea tribe Nagas underwater. All those who want to smuggle, before entering and leaving the port, must consider whether their ships can get out of this big net. Mrs. Michelle said, "My husband's mechanical laboratory can design a speedboat for the inspector's anti-smuggling fleet. The speedboat is fully steam-powered. Although it consumes a lot of energy, it does not need to consider the supply problem when used in the near sea." Member said immediately, "Leave the task of shipbuilding to me. For ships under 100 tons, my shipyard can deliver 100 ships in just 3 months. The money for shipbuilding can be recorded in the account first, and the inspector can pay it when he has money, or it can be deducted from future taxes." Luke did not expect that he would get himself 100 fully steam-powered speedboats with just a few words. It's just that this kind of speedboat cannot be used for ocean voyages. And the sideline of his anti-smuggling fleet is anti-smuggling. Smuggling is the main business. Can your shipyard build large all-metal, all-steam-powered ships? Counselor Ibel was stunned for a moment. It was obvious that he did not expect that Inspector Meteorite would want this kind of ship. Inspector, all-metal, all-steam-powered ships are definitely the trend of future ship development. But there are still many technical problems that cannot be solved. Although my shipyard is also researching this type of ship, it cannot be built in the next few years. I heard that the Imperial Royal Shipyard has built a test ship, weighing 5,000 tons. But due to power problems, the speed cannot even reach 7 knots. If it is a large wooden ship with all steam-powered metal dome armor, my shipyard can build it, knowing that all metal warships will appear soon. Luke is not interested in wooden ships. It just so happens that there is a battleship DIY strategy in his mobile phone, which can be used now. The so-called battleship DIY strategy is a strategy for making homemade ships compiled by a group of players who love naval battles in the era. In order to improve this strategy, they went to the shipyards and research and development institutions related to ships in the entire era world, and recorded and integrated the technology and manufacturing capabilities they had in different time periods, gathering the best technology of all maritime countries, and building their own strongest battleships is the fun of this group of naval battle players. For fun, they even designed the first all-metal, all-steam-powered battleship in the era world. Although this DIY warship named Unit 01 has very poor performance in all aspects, it appeared 2 years earlier than the real ironclad warships in the epic world. During these 2 years, Unit 01 was definitely the overlord of the ocean. Unit 01, fully steam-powered all-metal warship, full load displacement, 2,894 tons. Length, 59.99 meters. Width, 12.19 meters. Power, 2 coal-fired horizontal 2-cylinder steam engines produced by the ALS Federation, for circular coal-fired boilers produced by the Kingdom of Nago, and speed change assembly of the EU Emirate. Dual-axis propulsion. Power 2,400 horsepower. Speed 10.5 knots. Armor deck thickness 50 mm. Waterline armor thickness 200 mm. Armament, 1 240 mm front main gun, 2 150 mm secondary guns, 2 57 mm guns produced by the Golden Shield Empire Heavy Industry, for 18-inch torpedo tubes produced by the Kaiti Republic. Luke didn't know whether the real epic world could DIY the Unit 01. But the things to assemble the battleship were all available now. So it all depended on the integration and redesign capabilities of the shipyard in the hands of Counselor Ibel. Our Secret Service is actually also secretly developing ironclad ships. Luke's words aroused everyone's interest, but unlike the Imperial Royal Shipyard's self-developed battleships, we mobilized spies distributed around the world to spy on the research progress of ironclad ships in various maritime countries. Then, there was an assembly list. Now countries do not have strict restrictions on this type of technology and equipment, most of which are produced by private factories or laboratories and can be bought with money. I will give you the equipment purchase list, which contains detailed equipment specifications and performance data. You order according to the list. Build the ship according to the hull design I give you, and then install these equipment. As long as we prove that the performance of this warship meets the requirements, we will purchase a large number of equipment before countries discover and restrict exports. By then, we will have the strongest anti-smuggling fleet in the world. The three people don't know what kind of smuggling ship needs to be dealt with by such a powerful anti-smuggling fleet, but they knew that with such an ironclad ship in hand, they might not be able to do anti-smuggling work. The eldest princess had such a powerful fleet that was unique in the world, so His Majesty had to consider the contribution that his daughter could make to the empire. But is it reliable to buy equipment from everywhere to assemble a warship? These are not toy building blocks. Ibel asked. This is a very large sum of money. Mrs. Michel said, my husband's laboratory can provide assistance, as long as the performance of the equipment is not a problem. Slight assembly deviations can be corrected using alchemy. For such a warship with epic-making significance, the cost is worth trying no matter how high it is. I believe that when this battleship sails on the sea outside the city of raging waves, there will be no more voices against us in this city. Viscount Iskelin also said, I agree with this attempt. Of course, it also depends on the ability of Senator Ibel's shipyard. There is absolutely no problem with the ability of my shipyard. Ibel does not allow any doubts about the quality of his factory. Leave the assembly of this battleship to me. I will personally organize the best engineers and shipwrights, as long as there is no problem with the drawings and equipment. I can build it. Inspector, what is the name of this battleship? Unit 01. Luke continued the player's naming of this DIY battleship, and comforted Ibel, I will pay the full cost of building this battleship. You just build it, no matter what it looks like. I want it. Now you all know what I have done to combat smuggling in raging waves. What can you do for Her Royal Highness the Princess? Luke returned to the topic at the beginning and looked at Viscount Iskelin. You have interpreted everything that this inspector has done, and it is time to reveal some of your own information. Viscount Iskelin replied, I think I can take on the security work. The Iskelin family has some power in raging waves, and I can also win over some members of the Brotherhood, provide protection for you based on the Assassin's Tavern, and also conduct intelligence gathering. As we get closer step by step, our opponents may use any means, with the ability to counterattack. When they consider using assassination and other means to deal with us, they will also be afraid that we have the same means of retaliation. Iskelin's role is indispensable in this group. The ability of the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau is a disgrace to the name of the Secret Intelligence Bureau. The entire Secret Intelligence Bureau can only use Thomas on the intelligence and security front, which is obviously not enough. And the Iskelin family is the local snake in the city of raging waves. His security protection is real security protection, and his security deterrence is also real security deterrence. If the new nobles do not want to fight with their lives, they must abide by the rules of the game of this fight, and don't play assassination tricks at every turn. Viscount Iskelin is the cornerstone of the safety of this small group. Viscount Iskelin is an indispensable member of our group. Luke nodded and looked at Councillor Ibel. Councillor Ibel quickly said, I am a member of the Council of Raging Waves City, the head of the city's finance and taxation department, a famous entrepreneur and philanthropist. I own 4 fleets, 5 factories, and a whole commercial street. Luke stopped him from continuing. Councillor Ibel is an indispensable member of our team. Mrs. Michel said, I am a member of the Council of Raging Waves City. Although I don't have the family background of Viscount Iskelin and the wealth of Councillor Ibel, I believe that my mind can help our group. Moreover, Miss Qingkong and I are very good friends. Miss Qingkong's force and charm can bring us a lot of convenience. I think Inspector Meteorite is very clear about this. Mrs. Michel knew that she had too little to offer compared to Viscount Iskelin and Councillor Ibel, so she could only bring out Qingkong. Yes, it is our luck that Miss Qingkong is on our side. The ability that Mrs. Michel has shown during this period has also made you an indispensable member of our group. Luke finally said, Now I declare the establishment of the Raging Waves City Innovation Society. Kalina, send the founding declaration of our Innovation Society to everyone. Yes, Inspector. Kalina, who was standing behind Luke, took out the documents from her shoulder bag and distributed them to the 3 people. Mrs. Michel and Councillor Ibel had received a notice from Luke, which was to establish a reformist group that was different from the old system of Raging Waves City. This time, he officially named the Reformed Society and took out the program, which meant that he was ready to make this society bigger and stronger. This must be the instruction of Her Royal Highness the Princess, who was secretly cultivating her own team, and her intention to compete for the Crown Prince was obvious. The two looked at the founding declaration of the Reformed Society with joy, thinking that they were one of the elders of the entire political group, one step closer to becoming a cabinet minister. Viscount Escalane had just returned, and it was the first time he heard the name of the Reformed Society. He looked at the document in his hand curiously, and was immediately attracted by the content. At the same time, he asked Luke, "Inspector, what are the criteria for joining our Reformed Society?" Luke said, "Our Reformed Society is open to everyone, not just officials, even the poor, as long as he understands our program and is willing to fight for our common goal. We will accept them. But if you want to truly become a member of the Reformed Society, you must have a higher consciousness. First of all, there must be 2 formal members of the Reformed Society as introducers. And secondly, you must have the spirit of dedication to the society. Be loyal to the Empire. Be loyal to the society. Actively learn and follow the trend of the times. Use new ideas and new technologies to lead the city of Raging Waves along a new development path. Our Innovation Society is not a political society, but a philosophy society, a literary and cultural society, and a technological innovation society. But in the ears of Viscount Escalane, Councillor Ibra and Lady Michelle, this is a political society, and it is a society that is prepared to include all social classes. You must know that the various existing groups in the Empire have their own small circles. The members of the Blade Brotherhood are mainly hereditary nobles. The main body of the Cross Foundation is the New Nobles. The sisterhood founded by Lady Michelle cannot even enter the hall without a little identity. And the Innovation Society actually has such a standard for admission. The princess is playing a big game this time. Chapter 165 Troll. No matter what the 4 people think of the so-called Reformed Society, this group that will soon affect the direction of the Empire's situation was officially established in a private room in the Zixisai Palace in the city of Raging Waves. Inspector Meteor was unanimously elected as the first executive officer of the Reformed Society and the Prime Minister of all affairs of the society. Viscount Escalane is responsible for intelligence and security. Councillor Ibel is responsible for the funding and finance of the society. Mrs. Michelle is responsible for publicity and organization. Then Kylina was developed into a member of the Reformed Society on the spot, and then promoted to a senior backbone and served as the head of the secret arts of the society. Luke gave the Reformed Society the first task: vigorously develop members, face all levels of the city of Raging Waves, and implement carpet-style propaganda bombing without dead ends. Let all the citizens of Nuteo City know the concept of the Innovation Society. Know that the Innovation Society represents the latest trend of thought and is the weather vane of the times. Establish a Writers' Association, a Dancers' Association, a Painters' Association, a Tea Art Association, a Flower Arrangement Association, a Sports Association. Organize all people related to culture and art together. Give them money, and let them drive the overall cultural cultivation of Nuteo City, in order to allow the citizens of Nuteo City to have time to invest in these hobbies. Luke asked Councilman Ibel to take the initiative to reduce the working hours of his hired workers. The working hours per day shall not exceed 10 hours, and workers must be given 1 day of rest per week. At the same time, increase the workers' wages and welfare. When hearing this request, Councillor Ibra was dumbfounded. He did not expect that the first blow after the establishment of the Reformed Society would fall on his head. Inspector, the workers in my factory cannot complete the orders even if they work 14 hours a day. Let them work only 10 hours and have 1 day off a week. How can I run this factory? And why should I pay them more if they work less? Inspector, I am one of us. Luke said to the begging Ibra, tell your workers that as long as they can complete the 14 hours of work in 10 hours with guaranteed quality and quantity, let them leave work early, and they will definitely find a way to finish a day's work in 10 hours. Instead of using time to squeeze the labor of workers, it is better to let them take the initiative to find ways to improve the production process. The same screwing can be more than 10 times faster with the right method and tools. Our Innovation Society needs a large number of people who have extra time to participate in the extracurricular activities organized by us. They also need to have more money to invest in these extracurricular activities. Don't worry about your workers having money. As long as we can lead all the factories in raging waves to reduce working hours and pay workers more, then you will find that this money will go back to your pocket after a round in other places. Really? Counselor Ibber was very skeptical. Luke said, if you pay your workers more money and guide them to spend, they won't put the money away. If you give them time after work and attract them to have hobbies, they will willingly spend money on their hobbies. Congressman, wealth will only accumulate more and more if it circulates. If your workers can't afford the cars you build, the existing market will be saturated in a few years. Congressman Ibber said thoughtfully, what you said makes a lot of sense. But I still don't understand. Then find out through experiments. If you are worried, you can use a factory as a pilot. As long as you learn to squeeze the brainpower of your workers, you will find that it is far more profitable than squeezing their physical strength. Okay. Counselor Ibel felt that the inspector's first blow was on him, and he could only bear it no matter how painful it was. Let's use a factory to test whether the inspector is right, and then let the facts speak for themselves. Luke continued to arrange several major actions of the Reformed Society in the future, and pushed them all regardless of whether the three executors could understand. He had already stepped into this vortex, and whether he was willing or not, he could only lead this new small team to move forward. This time, their fight with the old system of the Angry Wave City seemed to be at the level of money. But no matter how much money they gained, it was only a temporary advantage. Behind the old system of the Angry Wave City is the entire new aristocratic force. And they can lose once, twice, or even more times without damaging their foundation. They only need to win once to take back all the losses they had lost before. The Reformed Society seems to be very strong now. But Viscount Iskelin did not get any substantial royal support when he went to the imperial capital this time. As long as these people can't withstand the attack of the new nobles, the emperor of the empire will definitely turn his face faster than turning a book. At this time, he and the princess have formed a tacit understanding, which is based on the resources in his hands. As long as he has money in one hand and power in the other, the princess will recognize this meteorite detective. Luke founded the Reformed Society and vigorously implemented the policies he formulated, which is to elevate the simple monetary interest dispute to an ideological dispute, to deal with these new nobles who started out in industry and commerce. I have a whole book of Das Kapital. After the first meeting of the Reformed Society, Luke planted seeds one by one according to his own ideas. It will take some time for them to sprout, bloom and bear fruit. The struggle with the new nobles, and even the royal family has just begun. Luke left the palace of Sassis and returned to the Cape District. As soon as he entered the door of the Secret Service, he was told that Mrs. Tasia had found and brought the person he wanted. They are at the commando headquarters. Go to the commando. Luke turned around and got back in the car. The motorcade rushed to the commando headquarters. The commando of the Secret Service in the Cape District, led by Shelley, conducted closed military training. The staff was reduced to 1,000 people, and the equipment was exceptionally good because of sufficient funds and the assistance of Diagon Street. Basically, all members were motorized and equipped with more than 50 war machines and other war equipment. When Luke arrived at the Rangers' headquarters, the former gang members were no longer sloppy. Although the combat effectiveness has not improved much, the military appearance is very serious. The gun of the Black Mamba stuck in his leg is not just for show. Luke met Lady Tasia in the castle, and also met the people she brought. It was the troll, Laconia. Luke asked everyone to go out, and he met the old troll alone in a closed room. Laconia sat on an iron chair fixed on the floor tiles, with his hands and feet tied with steel shackles. His tall body sat on a standard human chair, just like a strong human sitting in a child's chair. His knees were raised high, and his buttocks were below his knees, as if he was squatting there, which was very funny. Luke sat opposite Laconia and observed this legendary troll. His expression was not as irritable as that of ordinary trolls, but quiet with the elegance of scholars. Laconia was an outlier among the trolls. He was originally the heir of a troll tribe. His noble birth allowed him to live a pampered life. He likes things in civilized society very much, and even often expresses his desire to bring civilization into his tribe. But trolls reject change. They are accustomed to the unchanging rules of the tribe, and live a fishing and hunting life in their territory. They work during the day, and sing the songs passed down by their ancestors around the fire at night, drawing strength from the spirit of their ancestors. Later, Laconia lost the battle for the leader of the tribe. He was demoted to a slave, and sold to other troll tribes, and then met a mentor who changed his life. Archibald Darnell is a famous scholar who studies troll history. He discovered the special Laconia when he traveled to the troll settlement. He bought Laconia to be his guide, and later took him in as his apprentice. Later, Archibald Darnell died accidentally from the swamp plague. Laconia took over his mentor's mantle and continued to explore and sort out the history of the trolls. Laconia is the only troll who has obtained a doctorate degree. He has interpreted many ancient texts through studying the history of the trolls, and can even use some of the power of ancient languages, becoming a 6-star strongman. Of course, Luke dared to let Lady Tasia capture Laconia, which means that he has not yet obtained the power he will obtain in the future. Excuse me. Who are you? Where is this place? Laconia could see that Luke was the head of this place, and seeing that he had not spoken for a long time, he took the initiative to ask questions. Luke said, "Hello, Dr. Laconia. I'm sorry to invite you here in this way. This is the Secret Service of the Cape District of the Golden Shield Empire's Raging Wave City, and I am the Inspector of Meteor. I can unlock your shackles, and I hope you won't act impulsively." Laconia didn't know how he had offended the Secret Service of the Golden Shield Empire, and he said, "I guarantee in the name of my mentor Archibald Darnell that I will not do anything dangerous." Luke released the towtie on the back of his hand, and it flew to Laconia and flexibly unlocked the 4 shackles with its dragon claws. Then it flew back to Luke's hand and imprinted on the back of his hand. Laconia moved his wrist. Although he was curious about what the dragon-like creature was, he still held back and didn't ask more questions. "Inspector Meteor, I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. I am just an ordinary scholar, studying the history of trolls, which is also very unpopular. I have not done anything to endanger the safety of the Golden Shield Empire. I have only been to the Empire 3 times. Luke saw Laconia sitting quietly, so he said, "I invited you to the City of Raging Waves this time because I am very interested in the history of trolls, and I myself have acquired some troll blood for some reasons." "You have troll blood?" Laconia looked at Luke and expressed disbelief. He then sniffed the smell and said in surprise, "Swinburne-berry snake. The dragon just now was transformed by Swinburne-berry snake. Your bloodline was obtained through secret techniques? How is this possible?" Luke smiled and said, "Nothing is impossible in the face of secret arts. The Mandelian trolls can obtain the abilities of the Swinburne-berry snake through sacrifices, and I can also obtain the words of secret arts that I can use by changing the sacrifices. After all, the secret arts originated from sacrifices." Laconia could only accept this somewhat ridiculous secret art. "Okay, but what does this have to do with me? Although I know a lot of troll sacrifices, I have never thought of improving them into secret arts that can be used by humans. I just said that I am very interested in the history of trolls, and you are the troll who knows the history of trolls best in this world. I have some questions that I hope you can answer truthfully." Laconia looked at Luke for a while and said, "Okay. You ask? I hope I can be free after this Q&A session. I hope I can get what I want from you. The history of the trolls can be traced back to ancient civilizations, and your ancestors had many intersections with the 5 ancient civilizations. Is there any ancient language in the history of the trolls that has been passed down to the present?" In his professional field, Laconia answered very happily, "This is public information. The trolls had a very magnificent period in the ancient civilization era. It was because they obtained part of the inheritance of the ancient language that a group of trolls comparable to gods were created. However, the ancient civilizations over-pursued the ultimate individual power, and the ancient language was extremely difficult to learn. Therefore, a war caused the ancient civilizations to decline collectively, and the ancient language was lost. The ballads circulated in the troll tribe are the aftertaste of the ancient language. It can bring power to the trolls, but it is far inferior to the real ancient language. Now the 5 ancient civilizations have restored the ancient language by collecting troll ballads and have achieved slight success. If you are interested in the ancient language, it is more effective for you to go to the 5 ancient civilizations to search than to catch me." Luke smiled and said, "I invite you not to listen to these public materials, but to tell me some information that is not public. As a troll scholar, you must have some unique insights into the inheritance of ancient languages in the troll race. Right?" Luke's words made Laconia nervous, and he even showed a little attacking posture. But after seeing the dragon transform from the Swinburne-berry snake jump out of the back of the hand of the meteor inspector and demonstrate to him, he immediately dispelled all violent thoughts. "Inspector, I don't understand what you mean. I am just an ordinary scholar, and have not studied ancient languages. Ancient languages are part of the history of trolls. You said you have not studied ancient languages. Do you think I believe it? Dr. Laconia, don't play tricks in front of me. I know a lot about you. You have no secrets in front of me except the knowledge in your head. Tell me what I want to know, so that this conversation can end happily. How will you treat me? Facing the notorious Golden Shield Empire Secret Service, Dr. Laconia felt very guilty. Luke said, as long as you cooperate, I will not hurt you. And if the information you give me satisfies me, I can share with you some of the things I have about ancient languages. While speaking, Luke used his fingers to fiddle with Tao Tai. Tao Tai was like a spoiled kitten, rubbing his horns and neck against his fingers, and making comfortable purring sounds. Laconia looked at this strange Swinburne-berry snake thoughtfully. Chapter 166 Ancient Language. As a troll scholar, Laconia knew how the sacrifices related to the Swinburne-berry snake would change the snake. No matter what the Swinburne-berry snake turned into, it could not have intelligence, nor would it appear in a physical form. And the dragon that the Swinburne-berry snake turned into before him obviously had a strong spirituality and wisdom, and played with its owner like a pet. This was beyond Laconia's cognition. At the same time, he could see that the ancient language spoken by the meteorite inspector was related to this dragon. I admit that in my research on the history of the trolls, I found many traces of ancient civilizations and excavated some information. Laconia moved her body slightly to make herself more comfortable, and then continued, there are many clues that the 5 ancient civilizations were built on the basis of 5 artifacts. They are the golden compass of the shining gold civilization, the light sculpture of the angel civilization, the fluorescent star cluster of the shadow civilization, the red flame torch of the purgatory civilization, and the rainbow arch of the dragon civilization. Ancient languages are composed of glyphs, pronunciations, and consciousness resonance. Mastering one of the 5 ancient languages can establish a connection with these 5 artifacts. Consciousness resonance connects artifacts, glyphs, and pronunciations. Laconia paused when she said this, and after some hesitation, she said, Inspector, you can obtain the blood of the troll, which means that you have a very high achievement in the secret arts. The secret technique is to release the mysterious energy contained in the mysterious props through the secret language. And the ancient language is a special secret technique with the artifact as the main language, the ancient text as the auxiliary language, and the pronunciation as the secret language. Luke was extremely surprised by Laconia's sudden revelation. He really didn't expect that the magical ancient language was actually a special secret technique. If you think about it carefully after knowing the result, the ancient language is indeed somewhat similar to this secret technique. Doctor, you are surprised to say this, but the 5 existing descendants of ancient civilizations all master certain ancient languages, but they don't seem to have artifacts in their hands. Laconia didn't know what kind of achievements he would have in ancient languages in the future, so after he said it fluently, he didn't hide anything. Compared with these data in my life, of course, my life is more important. The artifact is indestructible, but it was lost in the chaotic space during the war. As long as you can establish a connection with the artifact, even if the artifact is no longer in your hand, you can still release the secrets through the ancient language. However, because the connection with the artifact is weakened, the 5 ancient races now not only have fewer ancient languages, but also the effect is far less than when they had the artifact. What a touching secret. Doctor, what is the extent of your research on ancient languages? Can you interpret ancient texts? Inspector, my major is troll history, and the research on ancient languages is just a supplement to this research project. The ancient troll race was very prosperous, with footprints all over the world. With their excellent physical fitness, they were the labor force that all 5 ancient civilizations liked to use. Some trolls learned the ancient language, but it was also lost. Please answer my question directly. Can you decipher it? Laconia shrugged, a little bit. And it's just cognition and pronunciation, far from the level of spiritual resonance. Luke thought, if you can achieve spiritual resonance, I wouldn't dare to meet you so openly now. Luke took out a pen and paper, wrote a spell on it, and let Tao I hold it in his mouth and give it to Laconia. Try to decipher this ancient text first. Laconia took the paper and was immediately attracted by the words on it. This should be the writing of the ancient Shuajin civilization. Beast can also mean barbaric, rude or similar. There is another word, gold, can also mean rich, wealth, which is a word often used for self-metaphor in the ancient language of Shuajin civilization. I can only understand these 2 words. The sentence structure is a seal format. It should be that the ancient Shuajin people sealed a beast, or a barbaric thing. It is true that everyone has their own expertise. Dean Wilred could only see that this was a seal of the ancient Shuajin civilization. But Laconia could understand 2 words in it. Luke continued, "How do you write these 2 words, and what is their pronunciation?" Laconia looked very expectant. "I need a table, paper and pen. Also, can I know where you got this spell from? I can see that this is just one part of the whole spell. If you can give me the whole text, I should be able to guess more meanings, and perhaps deduce more pronunciations. Meet my requirements first, and then I will consider meeting your requirements." Luke stood up and moved a square table from the corner of the room to Laconia, and then put his chair next to the table. Putting out the paper and pen, he said, "Now teach me these 2 ancient golden characters." Okay. Laconia knew that she had no bargaining power with the Secret Service, and could only hope that her cooperation could get more things related to ancient languages from Luke. Let's start with the word beast. Your starting stroke is wrong. If you want to know ancient characters, you must know how it should be written, and not just writing. Imagine those mysterious props related to beasts, barbarism, and rudeness. Their appearance is very rough, with exaggerated lines. When you think you understand its meaning, write it according to my stroke order. Write with your heart. Ancient characters are like mysterious props. They have certain styles, but feelings are more important. As a scholar, Laconia did not slack off in teaching because of the positions of both parties. He taught Luke to write ancient characters with a very serious attitude, corrected his mistakes over and over again, and guided his imagination with language. Luke found that ancient characters were much more difficult to learn than he thought. After a few hours of study, he couldn't even write a word correctly. No wonder the inheritance of ancient languages is so difficult. At this rate, this word may take him a few days. Laconia was full of patience. He said step by step, every ancient character is a high-level mysterious prop. Imagine the difficulty of making a high-level mysterious item. Learning an ancient text is much more difficult than making a high-level mysterious item. But as long as you learn it, you can write it correctly as you like. Luke smiled bitterly. This is just writing. Isn't it more difficult to pronounce it correctly? Laconia showed a teachable expression. If you can learn troll language, troll songs can help you pronounce it correctly. You have troll blood, so learning troll language should not be difficult. Okay. I have to be prepared to learn ancient languages for a long time. And you should also be prepared to stay in Fury City for a long time. Luke thought about the placement of Laconia. I can sponsor you to set up a Troll History Research Institute in Raging Waves City, and send my people to collect all the information you need for you. In the future, you can also set up a professional expedition team, and you can take them to any place you want to go. Aren't you going to lock me up? As long as you stay in Raging Waves City while I learn ancient languages, you are free. I have no ill will towards you. I just want to learn ancient languages. I hope you can understand. Laconia didn't expect that being kidnapped would turn a bad thing into a good thing. Troll history is a very unpopular subject. In this prosperous era, people are more willing to invest money in research that can bring them huge benefits, because of his profession and his own race. It is difficult for Laconia to get decent funding. Luke is willing to invest in him to set up a Troll History Research Institute, which is really a timely help. Not to mention, he is very interested in the sealing spell written in ancient shining gold in Luke's hand. Don't worry. I won't leave the City of Rage before teaching you the ancient texts I know. After thinking for a while, Laconia said, actually, if you take this spell to the World Bank, the Elder of the Shining Gold Man will definitely tell you more. There is a branch of the World Bank in Nuteo City. No, you can't tell anyone about this spell, especially the Golden People. Do you understand? The ancient Golden Civilization was a very inclusive civilization. As long as the conditions were met, any race could join. The declining Golden Civilization also actively integrated into the subsequent world system. They founded the World Bank with their wealth, and with their absolutely neutral attitude and credit. The gold and silver certificates issued by the World Bank became the international currency of the New World. As an international trading city, Nuteo City naturally has a branch established by the Golden People to provide currency settlement services for international trade. The spell written in the ancient golden script in Luke's hand must not be known to the current Golden People. At least not before he figured out what the egg was. Laconia understood Luke's warning. I understand. You must have stolen something from the Golden People. Luke smiled and said, "Can it be called stealing if the Golden Shield Empire Secret Service takes something? Let's continue. Try to learn an ancient script as quickly as possible." "Okay. Let's continue." Laconia did not delve into this aspect. It was better to know as little as possible about the Secret Service. The study continued. This time Luke seemed to have found some inspiration. Although he still couldn't complete the entire writing, he knew in his mind that he was close to success. Moreover, Taltai took the initiative to go back into the back of his hand without being summoned. Then Luke heard the hallucination from last time. The thing inside the egg whispering again. The illusion of troll sacrifice appeared around him. The trolls beat waist drums and danced, faintly corresponding to the rhythm of the whispering tone. Luke looked up at Laconia. Laconia asked, "Is there any problem?" "No." Luke lowered his head to write again. Obviously, Laconia could not hear the voice he heard, nor could he see the trolls twisting wildly around him. When Luke concentrated on listening to the whispering, he could distinguish a syllable that appeared repeatedly. When this syllable appears, the trolls make the same move. Horns on the head, tails behind. Wild beasts. Barbaric. Rude. In the eyes of the ancient gold people. Does this refer to the dragon clan? After all, they use gold, wealth, and richness to refer to themselves. This may not be the official name of the dragon in the ancient gold language, but it is very likely a derogatory term. And is the thing inside the pill teaching me the ancient language? Luke observed the dance of the trolls. With a direct standard reference, he could use his imagination more accurately. He added the dragon into his understanding of the word, and then used the lines of the word dragon in Chinese calligraphy to integrate it into the writing of the word. He changed a piece of paper and started writing again. His wrist turned and his writing flowed like flowing water. His feeling and his writing were instantly in harmony. His thoughts were wild. As he wrote, waves of dragon roars came from the tip of his pen, as loud as a bell and full of momentum. On Luke's right arm, where he was writing, the belly with the Tao-I tattoo glowed. In Luke's ears, the whispers were loud and clear. When the last stroke of a word was completed, the pen suddenly exploded in Luke's hand. Then he felt as if all the strength in his body was being taken away, and he slumped in his chair. At the same time, a syllable came out of his throat. On the paper, the word he wrote, like a rune, glowed and floated away from the paper. Strong light flashed from it at a high frequency, making the whole small room shake in the flash. Laconia was already frightened and stunned. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the strange scene in front of him. Watching the word float up, the lines of the word flowed, and the momentum was like a beast flying in the air. He had never encountered such anomalies when studying ancient characters. He looked at Luke, thinking in his heart, what happened to him? Luke looked at the flying word, and he also didn't understand what happened. And now, he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. Just when the word rose to about 1 meter above the table, Tao-Tai suddenly jumped out from the back of Luke's hand. It flapped its wings and rushed towards the word, then opened its mouth and swallowed the whole word. The light on its abdomen intensified again, and the shape of the egg could be vaguely seen. In Luke's consciousness, he could see the shape of the egg. The spell covering the eggshell actually started to rotate, slowly but surely. At the same time, the word corresponding to the word swallowed by the Tao-Tai appeared highlighted, and when the word rotated to the back of the egg, a shadow in the middle of the egg could be illuminated. Just like when you point an egg at the sun, you can see the light through, and the shadow looks like an embryo. What is that? Just when Luke wanted to observe it again, all the light went out instantly. The egg returned to its original state, and the light on the Tao-Tai's abdomen dimmed. It flew around Luke, making a happy cry, although it was unknown what it meant. It must have gained a lot of benefits. Chapter 167 Bonot. Laconia looked at the jubilant Tao-Tai flying in the air and asked blankly, "What happened? You not only wrote that word just now, but also read its pronunciation. I didn't teach you how to read it, and it turned into a mysterious prop. It's not an ancient word that replaces the mysterious prop, but it really turned into a mysterious prop. Can you explain it to me?" Luke opened the lapel of his coat and pulled out a tube of physical recovery potion from the inner shoulder strap, and then drank it all in one gulp. The physical recovery potion made of dragon blood is very effective, and it stimulates Luke's own troll blood, and his physical strength recovers quickly. It's just that I still feel very tired mentally. After a long breath, Luke answered Laconia, "As you can see, my Swinburne berry snake has become like this because of the power of some ancient language. I call it Tao-Tai. Luke let Tao Tai cling to the back of his hand and observed its changes. After swallowing the mysterious prop made of ancient characters, Tao Tai's body shape did not change much. It's just that the power emanating from his body is stronger, revealing an invincible domineering aura, with a high and mighty arrogance that overlooks his life. Luke gave Tao Tai an order through his consciousness, and Tao Tai was tamed and imprinted on the back of his hand. Yes, it is no longer a Swinburne-berry snake. Lagania looked at the Tao Tai sinking into the skin on the back of Luke's hand and turning into a tattoo pattern, and said in amazement, "The power of the ancient language is transforming it into a brand new branch of the dragon race. And the power of the ancient language is also affecting you through it. What made you pronounce it without my teaching? I am sure you didn't even know its meaning before this." Luke did not answer. He stood up and said, "When the time is right, I will tell you the truth. Today's teaching ends here. The word that just turned into a mysterious prop has brought me a great burden. I probably need to rest for a few days. You can tell my people what you need, and they will arrange the research institute I promised you. You can do your academic research here without worry, and I will come to you when I plan to learn the next word." After that, Luke left the room and returned to the Secret Service after telling his subordinates about Laconia. It was already late at night outside. Back in the dormitory, Luke took some blood and tissue samples from Tao Tai and asked Qingkong to take them to Ulu College for testing. He sank into consciousness and observed the egg and the changes it caused to Tao Tai. The divine consciousness saw Tao Tai clearly, and the egg in the abdomen seemed to be sleeping quietly, and only the ring formed by the surface spell was still rotating at a very slow speed. Tao Tai was really in a sleeping state. It coiled up in Luke's consciousness space and floated quietly in the void. "Tao Tai!" Luke's call woke up Tao Tai immediately. It flew towards Luke happily, and its body quickly grew from the size of a palm to the size of an elephant. Tao Tai danced around Luke happily, then docilely crawled at Luke's feet, turned over, and exposed its belly upwards. Luke put his hand on Tao Tai's belly, and the egg grew larger as Tao Tai grew larger, indicating that he should not be confused by its size. "What on earth are you?" The divine consciousness touched the eggshell, but did not get any feedback. But Luke knew that there was definitely something with independent consciousness in the egg. It taught him to write an ancient word and pronounced it correctly. Luke wrote the ancient characters he had just learned in his mind, and the characters took shape in the air beside him. After Luke pronounced the words glowed softly as if awakened, and the corresponding characters on the eggshell also glowed brightly in response. A whisper sounded in Luke's ears, still in an incomprehensible tone. "Beast." Luke acted as a teacher, pointing to the ancient characters he had written, and taught the pronunciation of the word things in the egg in the current world language. At first, the other party did not understand what Luke meant, but after Luke repeatedly pointed to the words and pronounced the same tone, the other party soon pronounced the same pronunciation. "Beast. Very good," Luke praised, "although you don't understand. Our communication has had a good start. Today's language is much easier to learn than your ancient language. I believe we will be able to have a normal conversation soon. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Luke." "Luke. Luke. Luke." Luke pointed at himself and repeated until the other party made the same pronunciation. "Luke." Luke gave a thumbs up and gave a positive response, although the pronunciation is not standard. "At least I understand it. Now you know my name. What is your name?" "My name is Luke." "What is your name?" Luke introduced himself and then pointed at the other party to ask questions. "Bonot." "My name is Luke." "Your name is Bonot?" "Bonot." Luke introduced and asked questions repeatedly, and confirmed the name of the thing in the egg. "Very good, Bonot. Now we can officially start language teaching. I am looking forward to the moment when you can introduce yourself." While Luke was teaching Bonot to learn modern languages, Qingkong arrived at Ulu College. Now the Department of Mysticism of Ulu College has expanded to 15 people, including 8 students and 7 faculty members, under the leadership of Bruce Ban. Everyone studied together and sorted out the existing mystic materials of the department, and set up a research group with certain research capabilities. Although everything is still very simple, everyone is interested in the mysticism. Everyone cherishes this opportunity to realize their dreams, based on the data left by the previous Department of Mystic Arts. The research capabilities of Ulu College in the field of mystic arts are recovering rapidly. This is also inseparable from the silent efforts of Dean Wilred. Even if the affairs of the college are busy, he still tries to take time out every day to attend classes, and sometimes guide some work here. After the morning class, The students leave the school district and return to their original departments to continue other classes. The faculty and staff of the Department of Mystic Arts turn to the work of organizing and researching mystic arts data. Qingkong finds Bruce Ban and quietly gives him the blood and tissue samples of Tao Tai. Although Qingkong wanted to do the test herself, she knew her level and professional matters still needed professional personnel. I'll give you a secret mission to conduct the most comprehensive test on these two materials. You have to do the test yourself. But you can't tell anyone. And you can only report the test results to me. Bruce Ban looked at the two test tubes and asked in confusion, Professor Qingkong, what is this? Don't ask. Don't think too much. Do whatever you are told to do. If you dare to talk too much. Qingkong made a gesture of wiping his neck. Frightened, Bruce Ban quickly put the two test tubes into the pocket of his professor's robe, and then looked around to see if there were other people around, and said carefully to Qingkong, please rest assured, Professor Qingkong, I will never talk nonsense. Okay, let's get to work. I'm going to find Dean Wilred, and then go to the library. If you need anything, come find me in the library. Yes, Professor Qingkong. After sending Bruce Ban away, Qingkong chanted a spell and left the Department of Mysticism, appearing in the Wind Sound Hall. At this time, in the Wind Sound Hall, a group of students were learning levitation by manipulating the wind under the guidance of their instructor. Qingkong's sudden appearance frightened several students and caused them to lose their balance and fall from the air. Then several more students lost control of their magic and fell from the air because they were paying attention to the beautiful Professor Qingkong. The female magic professor who was instructing these students complained, Professor Qingkong, can you not choose this time period next time you appear? This time is when the rising air currents in the Wind Sound Hall are the most stable, which is suitable for novices to learn levitation. I'm sorry. I always forget. I won't do it next time. Who would have thought that Qingkong's apology and assurance would cause students to complain? We came to learn levitation just to see Professor Qingkong. A bold student shouted loudly, Professor Qingkong, what subject do you teach in the academy? We want to take your class. Qingkong smiled and said, the subject I teach is confidential for the time being. You continue to train. If I don't leave, your instructor will be really angry. Amid the students' sighs, Qingkong teleported and disappeared in the Fengsheng auditorium. The students turned to discussion in disappointment. There is a secret room here. Only students and faculty members allowed by Professor Qingkong can enter. I saw Hidexiko disappear next to that pillar. I asked him, and he said that was the special classroom for Professor Qingkong in the college. Do you know what subject Professor Qingkong teaches? I don't know. Hidexiko refused to say. I heard that Professor Qingkong has recruited a new batch of students. I really envy them. Professor Qingkong is so beautiful and so powerful. Unlike our mentor, the old witch. Don't say it. The old witch will turn us into rabbits if she hears it. The Department of Mysticism is gradually being presented to the teachers and students of Ulu College, which is what Dean Wilred wants to see. Give everyone an adaptation period. And also give yourself an adaptation period. When the time is right, make it public. Or make it an open secret of the academy. And keep it within a controllable range. When Qingkong came to the dean's office, Wilred was still busy. Teacher, every time I come, I rarely see you free. The officials of Nuteo City don't have the workload like you. Please take a rest. Qingkong rewarded the little monkey who poured tea for him with a candy, and then sat down opposite Dean Wilred. When Wilred saw his disciple coming in, he rubbed his sore eyes. Since I became the dean of Ulu College, I have never dared to slack off for a day. As time went by, everyone got used to asking me, and I got used to working like this every day. This is not a good sign. Qingkong drank tea. Ulu College is too dependent on you, and your body no longer allows you to continue working like this. Most of the affairs should be handled by the departments and vice presidents. You should spend your life drinking tea and growing flowers. Yes, you are right. I should find a successor. However, the Abyss Temple appeared at this time, and they also have the support of the Duke of Celtic. This is not a good thing for Ulu College. Dean Wilred said helplessly, you killed Harriman, which will not scare other Abyss Apostles. They will be here soon, or have already arrived. So I can't relax at all. Maybe it's your fate to work hard for the Ulu College. Let's not talk about this. What's the situation of the little girl named Red Falcon that I brought last time? Talking about Red Falcon, Wilred said, the interference device in her brain was made by the Imperial Alchemy Research Institute. There are students who graduated from the Ulu College in the Institute. I wrote to him and asked him. He said that the Imperial Alchemy Research Institute has no way to remove it safely. They didn't think about removing it when they installed it. It was a cruel experiment. But countries around the world have invested heavily in human body modification technology. After all, it can quickly create powerful soldiers. Can you weaken the suppression of memory by the brain transformation device and let Hong Jian remember some things from the past? What a poor child. Thinking of such a young girl being cruelly put into such a device. Wilred couldn't help but get angry. This completely immoral experiment actually exists openly. The current research on supernatural powers is getting more and more unscrupulous. We found that not only was the device implanted in her brain, but all the bones in her body were replaced with alchemical metals. Simply, this world has become more and more difficult for me to recognize. For Hong Jian, I have found several professors of brain and mental magic. They will set up a treatment team and hope to find a solution. But it is impossible to restore all her memories, because most of them have been completely lost. Poor child. She is also a strong child. Qingkong, who knew Hong Xuan's current situation, said, I'll leave Hong Xuan to you. Master, I will tell Sandpaper about her situation and find a way to rescue the other two girls. You said last time, Hong Xuan was brought by Yomington, the chief of staff of the Empire's prime minister? Yes, Master. Hong Xuan's modified memory is Yomington's adopted daughter. Dean Wilred made an important decision. Ulu College will support you in rescuing the other two girls. You should know what to do. Although Dean Wilred was unwilling to get involved in political struggles, he also knew that there were many crueler experiments in the world. But the situation of Han Kusanagi obviously touched his soft nerves. Save the cold and emotionless beautiful girl killer. Even Dean Wilred, who has lived for more than 100 years, was ignited. I know what to do. Qingkong didn't expect to get such support from Dean Wilred. Ulu College wants people. Even if the Cross Foundation doesn't give them, they will be scared. If it can be used properly, this fight for the control of the raging city will undoubtedly add a heavyweight weight to their side. Today, not only did I learn an ancient character, but I also drew a king. What a lucky guy. Chapter 168 Comeback. After reporting the recent situation of the Department of Mystic Arts to Dean Wilred, Qingkong left the dean's office and went to the library. With the help of the librarian, he found several books related to ancient civilizations. Qingkong thought that since he already knew the name of Bonot, he wondered if he could find its traces in the historical documents of ancient civilizations. Qingkong found a secluded corner in the reading room and sat down. The librarian also brought a cup of coffee. Looking at the faculty and students reading nearby, it seemed that they did not have this treatment. Qingkong smiled and said to the shy librarian, Thank you. The librarian was a young man, a student who stayed on campus and worked part-time. He knew that his attentiveness was a bit too obvious, and his face turned red instantly. He stammered, Professor Qingkong. You're welcome. Please forgive my abruptness. You are really beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. Qingkong was used to the little troubles caused by her appearance. She said kindly, I want to read quietly now. Ah. Sorry. I won't disturb you. Professor Qingkong. The librarian saluted Qingkong and walked away. Qingkong focused on the books he borrowed. Compared with the history of trolls, the history of the 5 ancient civilizations is a very popular subject. After all, the ancient civilization created a glorious era, and many powerful people were as powerful as gods. Some of their deeds are still widely spread myths and legends. Since the shell of the egg is a spell written in ancient golden text, Qingkong specially found some ancient golden civilization history books this time. The golden civilization is a very inclusive ancient civilization. As long as they meet the conditions and pass the selection, any race can be accepted by the golden civilization to become a golden person. The current golden people still continue this tradition. The first condition to become a golden person is to be twins, one male and one female, and have the ability to communicate with each other. The golden people have special personnel to find such twins from all over the world. And after finding them, they will send them to a special school for training. The entire selection process is very strict, and often no pair of candidates in a whole term can become the golden people. The ancient golden civilization was very powerful, and the golden people were also keen to expand their sphere of influence in order to select more people. The aggressive golden people inevitably had conflicts with other ancient civilizations. The shadow civilization of the underworld, the purgatory civilization of hell, And the dragon civilization of Dragon Country had to unite as an alliance in the face of the infiltration and erosion of the Golden Civilization. As for the Angel Civilization, since all angels were born naturally, there were no so-called twins, so they were not remembered by the Golden Civilization. At the same time, angels avoided the world, entertained themselves in their own world, and were not keen on the struggle for secular territory. The powerful Shining Gold Civilization occupies the richest land in the world. The arrogant Shining Gold people regard other ancient civilizations as inferior civilizations. Then one day, the elders of the Shining Gold Elders Council collectively had a brain seizure. They decided to gather the foundations of the 5 civilizations and establish a unified world led by Shining Gold people. So Shining Gold Civilization took the lead in attacking the Angel Civilization. This was simply a shot in the back for the Angel Civilization. At that time, the angels lived in the sky city of the world they opened up, living a self-indulgent and narcissistic life every day. All angels felt that the competition for the secular world by other civilizations had nothing to do with them. Not only did they refuse the requests of the other 3 ancient civilizations to pull them in, they also mocked them, worrying about nothing. As a result, the Angel Civilization was caught off guard by the sudden declaration of war by the Shining Gold Civilization. At that time, the angels had no army at all. The naive angels fought in a panic and were defeated by the Shining Gold Civilization's army. The Sky City only lasted for 7 days before it fell, and the Angel Civilization surrendered to the Shining Gold Civilization. The Shining Gold Civilization obtained 70% of the angels and trained them in arms. The weak angels transformed themselves and formed the Angel Legion that was rampant in the ancient civilization wars. Another 30% of the angels broke through and escaped from the Sky City. They fell into hell and joined the Purgatory Civilization. They called themselves the Fallen Angels and formed the Fallen Angel Legion, vowing to take back the Sky City. The Shining Gold Civilization, which annexed the Angel Civilization, officially opened the curtain of the war to unify the world. And the result was just as recorded in history. The Shining Gold Civilization did not obtain the foundations of all 5 ancient civilizations, but instead defeated the 5 ancient civilizations and quickly declined in the long river of history. In the war, lives were lost and civilization regressed. The data on ancient civilizations that later generations could obtain through archaeology were very few, and the accuracy was greatly reduced due to various myths, especially for what happened in the later period of the war. There was almost no data to verify. In short, Qingkong read the history of the ancient Shining Gold Civilization as if reading a myth, and could not find any records related to Bonot. Moreover, Bonot is the transliteration of modern language. The real name of this guy in history is probably not Bonot. The only thing that can be lamented is, the epic world designed the Angel Civilization like this, which is also a novelty. Now it is the Shuajin Civilization. Of course, there is no such ambition to unify the world as in ancient times. The Shuajin people honestly open banks and do business, adhere to neutrality, and do not interfere in the political affairs of any country or region. Everything is about money. Other ancient civilizations have lost their foundation. That is, they have lost the artifacts of civilization, and either retreated from the world or became a pile of loose sand. The dragons have completely lost their cohesion. They rely on their own powerful strength to monopolize the dragon kingdom, and the individuals guard their caves and treasures and sleep all day long. The contents of the egg seem to have something to do with dragons. Why not look at the history of dragon civilization to find some clues? Qingkong closed the book in her hand. When she was about to get up to return the borrowed book and find some ancient dragon history to read, the young librarian suddenly sat opposite her. "Hello, Miss Qingkong." It was already night, and the people reading in the reading room had left. Only Qingkong forgot the time while reading. She looked up at the young man who had brought her a cup of coffee. This time he seemed to be much more proactive and bold. Staring at her, there was a somewhat stiff smile on his face. "Who are you? Whose name are you asking?" The young man stared at Qingkong. The ceiling above his head flickered at a low frequency, and the atmosphere in the entire reading room was very strange. Qingkong looked very bad. She said to the young man, "You shouldn't have killed him, let alone provoke me like this. I killed Harriman. I killed him as easily as killing a chicken. Now as a prey, you don't think about how to hide deeply, but take the initiative to find the hunter. The people sent by the Abyss Temple are stupider than each other." The eyes of the mock young man turned completely black in an instant, like 2 black holes without any light. He put his hands on the table to support his body and stood up, approaching Qingkong, and issued a vicious threat. Don't compare me with Harriman. He is not strong but pretentious. Sooner or later he will be killed. Give me the Book of Disaster, and I can make your death more pleasant. Faced with the threat, Qingkong took out the Book of Disaster from his space backpack and put it on the table. Okay. The Book of Disaster is here. I'll give it to you. Come and get it. The young man was stunned looking at the Book of Disaster on the table. Is it so easy to hand it over? It must be fake. The young man grabbed the Book of Disaster and quickly flipped through the contents. It's real. It's the real Book of Disaster. I got the Book of Disaster. If you know what's good for you, I can give you 3 days to arrange your own funeral. If you don't kill Harriman, I'm even willing to let you go. Goodbye. The young man took the Book of Disaster and turned to leave, but found that he could not move. He looked down and saw that his legs were frozen in 2 icicles. He knew that Qingkong had played a trick on him, and he shouted angrily, "Let me go before I change my mind." Qingkong picked up the coffee that had long been cold, took another sip and said, "I just said that the Book of Disaster is here. I'll give it to you. You come and take it. You come and take it. Not let a zombie puppet take it. You're playing tricks on me." The young man held the Book of Disaster tightly, and the chandelier above the reading room flickered at a high frequency. "I'm not playing tricks on you. I'm really giving you the Book of Disaster. You should be in the academy. You must know the way to the library, and it won't take long. Don't you think you are better than Harriman? Come and get it." Qingkong's words were full of murderous intent, and his eyes were like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath as he looked at the young man whose body was frozen by the ice layer spreading upwards. "Let me go!" The young man continued to threaten, and black blood flowed from his eyes and nostrils. Ice mist flowers bloomed layer by layer in the reading room, and the freezing cold formed white mist and spread outward. There was thin ice on the walls and ceiling, and Qingkong's eyes turned into ice crystals. "I am here, and the Book of Disaster is here too. If you come, you can kill me to avenge Harriman, and take away the Book of Disaster. You have made such a great contribution. Victor will definitely reward you well. Isn't it?" Portlam. In a secret room in Ulu College, a person hidden in a cloak stood in the middle of a circle of candles, and 4 other people stood in the 4 corners of the room, each holding a skull. On one wall of the room, a magical image projected the clear sky, and the perspective of the image was exactly the librarian who had turned into a zombie puppet. "Lord Portlam," an abyss wizard said in surprise, "how did she know it was you?" Portlam under the cloak said fiercely, "How should I know? This elf named Qingkong is very strange. She can actually kill Harriman. She is very powerful. What should we do now? The zombie puppet has got the Book of Disaster, but he was frozen by Qingkong." The perspective of the image on the wall looked down, and the Book of Disaster was in his hand. For the abyss mages, it was like putting a dried fish in front of the cat's nose. Should we rush over to grab it? The change of the situation was far beyond Portlam's expectations. He came here just to demonstrate. I didn't expect Qingkong to release the Book of Disaster so directly. She was obviously trying to lure him over. Then there must be a fight to decide life and death. The abyss mages who escaped back said that Harriman had completed the abyss altar. I don't know if he opened the abyss secret realm when he died in Qingkong's hands, Portlam said, as if warning his followers and reminding himself not to be impulsive. If Harriman was killed by Qingkong when the abyss secret realm was opened, that's impossible. The followers had more confidence in the abyss secret realm than Portlam. The apostles are omnipotent gods in the abyss secret realm. No one can defeat the apostles in the abyss secret realm. Sir, Qingkong must have succeeded in a sneak attack to kill Harriman. Maybe. Portlam could only comfort himself like this. But this can't be a reason for us to grab the Book of Disaster now. This is Ulu College. Don't act rashly before our support arrives. Yes, sir. What should we do now? In the library reading room, Qingkong created the ice dance garden and waited patiently for Portlam's response. The librarian was frozen from the chest down, and he was still holding the Book of Disaster tightly in his hand. Miss Qingkong, I admit that I am not ready to face you directly. The Book of Disaster will be kept with you for the time being. Portlam changed his tone. It is your honor to have an abyss apostle say such words. Next time we meet, I will take off your head with my own hands. Qingkong laughed sarcastically. If you are afraid of death, just say you are afraid of death. Don't say nonsense to flatter yourself. Dare to come to me directly. I thought Portlam was a powerful character. Now it seems that he is just SOSO. You should go back. Let Victor come to me. Or you Abyss Apostles can come together. To deal with you. Victor is not needed. Good night, Miss Qingkong. I will offer you another corpse tomorrow. And so on every day, until you hand over the Book of Disasters. After Portlam finished speaking, the young man's head drooped weakly, his hand still holding the Book of Disasters. Qingkong stood up and walked to the young man. She took the Book of Disasters from his stiff hands, froze him completely in the ice, and then left the reading room. The Abyss Temple has made a comeback, and as soon as it appears, it kills people to establish its authority. It is really a group of unreasonable lunatics. Now Portlam has sneaked into the Ulu College. If he cannot be found as soon as possible, more people will definitely die in his hands in the future. Qingkong walked out of the library and felt the cool night breeze. The not too bright street lights illuminated the path between the colleges. Not far away, 2 patrolling Abyss Leopards were looking around and walking over. Qingkong stopped the Abyss Leopards and asked them to notify the Ulu Battle Mage on duty. Soon a large number of battle mages arrived. Under Qingkong's command, they sealed off the entire library and conducted a comprehensive search inside. The young man who was turned into a zombie puppet by Portlam's secret technique was carried out. His body was sealed intact, and his autopsy would provide more clues. Chapter 169 Anti-Tracking. The meditation and thought conference room of Ulu College is in full defense mode. The flowing light curtain on the wall can not only defend against external invasion, but also resist external spiritual infiltration. In the middle of the conference room is a circular conference table, where all the senior managers of Ulu College gathered to discuss the countermeasures for the Abyss Temple's invasion again. Dean Ward's expression was extremely serious. After all, an excellent student died. Qingkong, who attended the meeting, recounted the process of his encounter with Portlam. The deceased Houston Carey was still alive when I entered the library. It should be that Portlam discovered me, then killed people randomly, and then used the secret technique to transform him into a zombie puppet to demonstrate to me. Portlam must be lurking somewhere in the academy, and we should find him before he kills more people. Vice Dean of the Academy, Werner Elvis, asked Professor Qingkong. You didn't see the murderer. How did you know that the other party was Portlam? The Abyss Apostle? Although the other party admitted it. It could be someone else pretending to be Portlam to confuse our judgment. Qingkong replied, Vice Dean Elvis. I know the Abyss Apostles very well, but please forgive me for not being able to tell you the specific reason. The Abyss Apostles are scattered all over the world, each with their own missions, and not many apostles can be dispatched here so quickly. Portlam is a guy with a personality very much like a mouse. He likes to hide in the dark and kill people through secret techniques. Who would have thought that Vice Dean Elvis would continue to ask, Professor Qingkong, your origin is very suspicious. Because of Dean Wilred, we cannot investigate your identity. But at this time, please hand over the Book of Disaster to be properly kept by Ulu College. Although the City of Rage explained that Qingkong stole the Book of Disaster, most of the management of Ulu College did not completely believe it. Vice Dean Elvis, the Book of Disaster is absolutely safe with me. What you need to worry about now is the safety of the faculty and students of the college. When Vice Dean Elvis was about to ask Qingkong about the details, Dean Wilred said, the Book of Disaster is now the safest with Professor Qingkong. After all, even I can't take the Book of Disaster back from her. And it is even more impossible for Portlam to do it. But, please believe me, Elvis. Okay. Deputy Dean Elvis had no choice but to say, we believe you, Wilred. But how should we find Portlam? The battle mages are searching for the invaders. But there is no good news yet, Wilred said, as Professor Qingkong said. Portlam is like a mouse. It is difficult to find him once he wants to hide. Professor Qingkong, you know a lot about the Abyss Apostle. Is there any way? Qingkong replied, it depends on the autopsy results of Houston Carey. Portlam must use a medium to control the zombie puppets with secret techniques. If I find the medium, I can determine the secret technique he used. Perhaps we can use the secret technique to find Portlam's hiding place in reverse. Qingkong immediately used the ice layer to seal Houston Carey's body to prevent the medium from being taken back by Portlam. Wilred nodded and gave an order. All Ulu battle mages continue to search for invaders. Each department organizes combatants to protect our students. Activate all Abyss Leopards. Let the college infirmary find the secret medium in Houston Carey's body as soon as possible. Yes, Dean. Some college administrators were sent out. and the rest were waiting for news in the thought meeting room. After about half an hour, someone from the college infirmary brought a glass jar. The secret medium controlling Houston Carey was found. A slender worm, about 10 centimeters long, with a grayish-white body and 12 segments, each with a pair of horns and a pair of eyes. Dean Wilred called out its name at a glance: Holman's wetland spinal cord worm. It can drill into the spines of dead people and animals, and control them to move to find food and water. Holman's wetland spinal cord worm generally does not attack living things. Professor Qingkong, please take a look. Qingkong took the glass jar from Dean Wilred. The Holman's wetland spinal cord worm inside was still alive. It crawled quickly along the inner edge of the jar. Looking panicked? Yes. The Holman wetland spinal cord worm generally does not attack living things. But it is clear that some secret arts can manipulate it. Then it killed Houston Carey by manipulating it. And then manipulated it to control Houston Carey's body. Can you find Portland through the secret arts in reverse? I'll try. Qingkong stood up from his seat. I want to organize my people to release the secret arts. Please allow me to take this Holman wetland spinal cord worm away. Hearing that Qingkong was going to release the secret arts in the academy, Vice Dean Elvis said again, the Ulu Academy does not allow the use of secret arts. Especially since you are holding the Book of Disaster. Wilred, have you forgotten the disaster? We can't risk a new disaster just to find the Apostle of the Abyss. Wilred said, Elvis. Professor Qingkong has a way to safely use the Book of Disaster. And we shouldn't continue to be immersed in the fear of the secret arts. The causes of that disaster are multifaceted. And we can't put all the blame on the secret arts. Qingkong has a way to safely use the Book of Disaster. Everyone in the conference room looked at Qingkong. And some couldn't believe that the Book of Disaster, which almost destroyed the Ulu Academy, was tamed by such a young elf. Wilred, are you telling the truth? It's true. Do you think Professor Qingkong has been affected by the Book of Disaster? Even if the magicians who can sit here have not experienced that disaster, they all know what happened at that time. They also know what a person's appearance will gradually change under the influence of the Book of Disaster. The Qingkong in front of him is a blooming flower, with no signs of withering under the influence of the Abyss energy. Okay. I choose to believe Wilred. Professor Qingkong, please do what you think is right. With Elvis nodding in agreement. Other college administrators also agreed that Qingkong could release the secret technique in the college. After 100 years of silence, the secret technique came to the stage for the first time in Ulu College. Qingkong left the conference room with the Holman wetland spinal cord worm and came to the Department of Mystic Arts. At this time, the faculty and students of the Department of Mystic Arts had arrived. Under the leadership of Bruce Bann, they arranged magic and mystic arts to resist the invaders. Therefore, when Qingkong was teleported in, several beams of light immediately rose around, and the offensive magic and mystic arts were all in a state of waiting to be activated. Stop! Stop! Bruce Bann saw that it was Qingkong who came in, and immediately stopped the attack. Then came to Qingkong and saluted, Professor Qingkong. The students are all safe. What happened in the academy? I heard that someone was killed by the invaders. Houston Carey in the library was attacked and killed by the Abyss Apostle Portland. The college infirmary found this thing in Carey's body. Do you recognize it? After Qingkong took out the glass jar, Bruce Bann also recognized the worm, Holman wetland spinal cord worm. Doesn't this thing attack people? In the secret arts, everything impossible is possible. Qingkong put the glass jar on the table in the middle of the classroom, and then said to everyone, we are going to perform a secret art and use this Holman wetland spinal cord worm to find the casting position in reverse. Clear the middle of the classroom first. I need a casting site without debris. The teachers and students immediately moved the tables and chairs in the classroom, leaving only the table in the middle with the Holman wetland spinal cord worm. At this time, Qingkong had already found the secret words he needed through his mobile phone. Hedesiko. The monitor Hedesiko stood up. Professor Qingkong, I'm here. Take the students to the secret materials room to get the mysterious props I need. 120 grams of weasel bone powder, 34 Bafu sharpening stones, 10 meters of shrouds, morning music, moon crystals. Qingkong set a series of mysterious props and asked the students to prepare them, and then said to Bruce Bann and the teachers, now I will tell you the secret method of Portland killing Kyrie. Under the leadership of Professor Bann, you will design a set of reverse tracking secrets as quickly as possible, and then go to the library to set up the secret words. With our 2 secrets, we can greatly narrow the scope. Bruce Bann replied, yes, Professor Qingkong. Qingkong drew the secret words used by Portlam on the blackboard in the classroom. Then he explained the subject, auxiliary, and array details as quickly as possible. The students were also very fast. They moved the mysterious props that Qingkong wanted to the classroom and waited for the next instruction. Bruce Ban led the faculty to divide into groups. Some people designed the reverse tracking secret here, and the other group went to the library to find the correct location where Kylie was cast. Qingkong took the students to act. She called Lydia to her side first. You go find Hong Kushal, and then ask her to take you to find sandpaper. Just say I have something to ask her to help. And start boiling. Yes, Professor Qingkong. During the time when Hong Jian was undergoing medical examination and treatment at the academy, Qingkong entrusted Lydia, who was of similar age, to take care of him. The two girls had a very good relationship. Lydia left the classroom, and Qingkong began to formally set up the secret language. For students stood in the four directions of the spinal cord worms in the Holman wetland, holding the Bafu whetstones in their hands, with candles inserted on the stones. Under the guidance of Qingkong, Heidixiko and Xiaopeng sprinkled the mold bone powder evenly on the candles. The originally orange-red flames turned pale after coming into contact with the bone powder. The flames rose from the candle core, floating above the heads of the four students holding the Bafu whetstones, like four ghost lights. At this moment, all the lights in the classroom suddenly went out, and the ghost fire illuminated the place in a miserable way, and even a resentful voice was heard. Keep calm. Don't be confused by the illusion. Qingkong reminded the students, who were a little scared, and continued to guide the deployment of the secret technique. Bruce Ban and his team used the fastest speed, relying on the secret technique knowledge they learned, to formulate a secret technique language for reverse tracking the direction of the secret technique. After reading it, Qingkong felt that there was no problem, and asked them to go to the library. The reverse tracking of the library was actually just a backup for the secret technique here. Qingkong didn't know what effect the secret technique he performed this time could achieve. If it could be supplemented in both directions, perhaps it could really achieve accurate positioning. After Bruce Ban and his team went to the library, Qingkong led the students to burn the shroud into ashes, and used the ashes to draw the array diagram in the classroom. The morning music was placed under the glass jar, and the crystals were placed at different nodes of the array. Other auxiliary words were arranged one after another. The classroom became more gloomy and terrifying, and the cold energy manifested many translucent floating ghosts. They wandered around in the classroom without a regular pattern, making miserable sounds. The students all looked very frightened. They had never been exposed to this level of secret arts, as if they were in a ghost land ruled by the dead. Keep calm. What you see and hear are the effects of the energy in the mysterious props being stimulated. Stand still, and they won't hurt you. Qingkong walked to the front of the glass jar, observing the situation of the Holman wetland spinal cord worm inside, and taught the students, you like the secret arts because of its mystery and changes. Therefore, before you get in touch with deeper secret arts, you must have a big heart willing to face any unpredictable phenomena. The Holman wetland spinal cord worm is a creature that feeds mainly on soul energy. After it ingests an overload of soul energy, it can reflect many scenes that the host has seen. And bringing the Holman wetland spinal cord worm here must be constantly fed with soul energy to keep it alive. Look, it's starting to absorb soul energy. Qingkong's teaching made the students forget the strange phenomena around them, and focus on the Holman wetland spinal cord worm in the glass jar. At this time, the Holman wetland spinal cord worm clung to the inner wall of the glass jar, and the ghostly shadows formed by the surrounding soul energy gathered around it, and then turned into wisps of white smoke and floated towards the open mouth of the Holman wetland spinal cord worm. As the soul energy injected increased, the size of the Holman wetland spinal cord worm gradually expanded, from a nematode to a silkworm. At the same time, light shone from its more than 10 pairs of eyes, and some shaking images appeared between the white smoke formed by the soul energy. At this time, Qingkong recited the secret words, the rebirth record of the spinal cord worm. The light that was originally shaking suddenly became stable, and the image suddenly became clear. Professor Qingkong, is that you? Heidixiko pointed at the elf that appeared in the white smoke and shouted. Qingkong also saw himself in the image. This should be the perspective of the librarian Kylie. At that time, he had been parasitized by the spinal cord worm. What he saw was naturally what the spinal cord worm saw. And of course what Portlam saw. It's me. At this time, the spinal cord worm is controlling the host to meet me. We need to wait for a while, and we should be able to see its previous host. Qingkong looked at the 4 ghost lights floating in the air, and said to Hidesiko, "Pay attention to the shape of those flames. If they start to shake, sprinkle some mole bone powder on the candle." "Yes, Professor Qingkong." Hidesiko was a little excited to be able to assist Professor Qingkong in releasing such a powerful secret technique. Chapter 170 Underground Labyrinth. In the dim classroom, for will-o'-the-wisp fires emitted a faint green light. The spinal cord worms absorbed the secret arts to create soul energy, and the light from more than 10 pairs of eyes projected the images seen by the host in the white smoke. Qingkong led the students to watch, because they could not fast forward. They could only patiently watch everything the host had experienced. During the period, due to the consumption of soul energy, the will-o'-the-wisp fires weakened and swayed, and Hidesiko immediately led his classmates to add mole bone powder to the candles. Kylie was not parasitized for a long time. After he was frozen by Qingkong, the image projected by the spinal cord worms became another scene. In a dark room, the host stood in a corner under the control of the spinal cord worm. In the image, it can be seen that Portlam is leading 4 abyss mages to set up secret arts. But it is difficult to judge where they are just by looking at these. Qingkong continued to watch, paying close attention to the details of the room. The stone bricks on the wall were seriously damaged, and it should have not been used for a long time. Perhaps it was a house from the Ulu College period 100 years ago. After the disaster, Ulu College underwent a major reconstruction, and many underground buildings were buried under the new college. It is not easy to identify them. At this time, Dean Willred appeared in the Department of Mysticism. This time he did not make any disguise, which made the students immediately nervous. They all knew that the dean did not like the secret arts, and it was always taboo to touch the secret arts in Ulu College. "Children, keep your positions. I know you are protecting the college." Willred comforted the students. He walked to the side of Qingkong and looked at the projection in the white smoke. "It's a magical secret art. It can make the spinal cord worm project what the host sees. It's really Portlam. Can you find where they are?" In the image, Portlam, who had completed the secret art deployment, came closer, and his face appeared clearly on the image. When he took the spinal cord worm out of the host, the projected image stopped immediately. The spinal cord worm's past life record can only play what the host sees, but not what the spinal cord worm sees. Soon the image appeared again, although it was still a closed room. It was no longer the Ulu College. There were many mysterious props in the room, as well as some corpses and limbs. It should be Portlam's secret laboratory. Qingkong shook his head and said to Dean Willred, "I don't know much about the buildings left over from the college 100 years ago. Can you tell where it was just now?" Willred recalled the not too long scene. The disaster 100 years ago destroyed most of the buildings at the Ulu College. Some were buried underground, and some were stuck in the subspace. Judging from the state of the room, it should be part of the underground. I can't determine their location, but at least we have narrowed the search area. Qingkong said, "I have asked Professor Ban to lead people to the library to use the secret technique to track the direction of the secret technique release. If they have any results, we can narrow the scope again." Just as he was talking, Bruce Ban suddenly rushed in. "Professor Qingkong, we found the dean." Bruce Ban was stunned when he saw Willred standing with Qingkong. Willred said kindly, "Don't be nervous. I know about your reconstruction of the Department of Secret Arts of Ulu College. After such a long time, I have put down this burden. I hope you can restore the former glory of the Department of Mystic Arts of Ulu College. Now tell us, what have you found?" Bruce Ban looked at Qingkong, although he didn't know what happened. It was a good thing that the dean accepted the Department of Mystic Arts. He saluted Dean Willred. "Dean, Professor Qingkong, we found the direction of the other party's spell, near the college's historical archives." College Historical Archives. It is a circular 3-story building located in the northwest corner of the college. The archives itself is not big, but 100 years ago, it was located in a student dormitory. In that disaster, the earthquake caused by the magic confrontation swallowed the entire student dormitory area underground. Many people died inside, and then because of the collision of magic energy, a large number of undead were produced. The earthquake made the internal structure of the student dormitory area buried underground extremely complicated. Although the college has conducted several explorations, the undead could not be completely eliminated. So the college had to choose to seal this underground area, and built the college history archives on it, because students have little interest in the college history archives. For players, The underground of the Ulu College History Archives is a very good exploration map. After the undead inside are killed, they will reorganize within half an hour to an hour, and players will often encounter front and back attacks inside. However, if you bring a girl with you on an adventure, you will generally have a good experience. Qingkong recalled the room he had just seen and said to Dean Wilred, "The room where Portlam and the others set up their secret arts does look like an old-style student dormitory. I will take Professor Ban to search the underground of the college's historical archives. Dean, you will lead the battle mages to surround the archives to prevent Portlam from escaping. Are you two the only ones going into the underground of the historical archives?" Wilred said worriedly, "I will send a few battle mages to go down with you. Portlam is a very difficult guy, especially in the complex environment underground." Qingkong said, "We don't know what kind of secret arts Portlam has set up in the underground dormitory area. If too many people go in, he will easily ambush them. Secret arts should be dealt with by secret arts. Professor Ben can find the location of the spell in such a short time, which shows that he has a very high talent for secret arts. If the two of us go in, even if we can't catch Portlam, it will be easier to get away." Wilred admitted what Qingkong said. The blank period of Ulu College in the study of secret arts is too long. At this time, the only thing that can be used for secret arts confrontation is the newly established Department of Secret Arts. In the Department of Secret Arts, only Qingkong and Bruce Ben have some achievements in secret arts. As a mysterious professor of the Department of Mystic Arts, Wilred knew how high Bruce Ben's talent for mystic arts was. If he was in the Department of Mystic Arts 100 years ago, he would definitely be a leader of the department, who was no less than the first Apostle Victor. Wilred knew that as the dean, he could not take risks. The academy could only send 2 of them at this time. But there are only 2 of you. The number is still too small. There are only 4 abyss mages we saw. At this time, Lydia teleported in, and Sandpaper and Falcon came with her. Clear Sky said to Wilred, "Just have Sandpaper and Falcon come in with us." Sandpaper turned the large wrench with his fingers and said, "I also brought Boiling and Sally." "Miss Qingkong, when are we going to leave?" "I brought all the tools. And I promised to give the guy who upset you a good beating. Now!" No one slept in the Ulu Academy in the early morning. The students gathered in the many safe houses set up by the Academy under the protection of the faculty and combat mages. In a forest northwest of the Academy, a large number of Ulu combat mages stood on the branches, surrounding the Academy's historical archives in the middle. The faculty on duty in the archives had already evacuated, and Qingkong led Bruce Ben, Sandpaper, and Falcon through the gate and walked into the small round building. Following them were the war machine Boiling and the repaired abyss leopard Sally. After the transformation of Sandpaper, the war machine Boiling has a certain external perception ability. He followed Sandpaper step by step with steel steps, like a little brother who can't leave his sister, especially after seeing Qingkong. He followed Sandpaper even more closely. The assembled abyss leopard was named Sally. She was not a mechanical creature, but she had a good intelligence because she had an elemental soul. The group entered the hall of the Academy History Archives. When the staff left, they turned on all the lights, making the whole building very bright. On both sides of the hall are corridors extending to the left and right, with an upward staircase in the middle. There are 2 statues of wizards placed on the wall, and many magic portraits representing honor are hung on the wall. Bruce Ben, who was following Qingkong, was a little nervous. After all, this time he was facing the Abyss Mage and the legendary Abyss Apostle. He looked at the empty hall with caution and asked Qingkong, "Professor Qingkong, I have been to the Academy History Archives many times, and there seems to be no passage leading to the underground here." Qingkong observed the 2 mage statues on the left and right. The mage on the left was holding a magic wand, and the mage on the right was holding a magic book. At the same time, he asked Bruce Ben, "You have been to the History Archives many times? What is there here that can attract you so much?" Bruce Ben knew that he had accidentally exposed some private things. He hesitantly said, I want to use the information here to find out what happened in the Department of Mysticism 100 years ago, and want to see if there is anything related to the mysticism." "What did you find?" Qingkong walked to the wizard statue on the left and stretched out his hand to pull out the magic wand in the statue's hand. "Professor Qingkong." Bruce Ben wanted to stop him. The person in the statue was one of the founders of Ulu College, but he could only shut up when he thought of Qingkong's past behavior. Then he answered, "The former Department of Mysticism has achieved extraordinary achievements. It is not an exaggeration to call them the founders of modern mysticism. It is because of them that I am more determined to learn mysticism. Thank you, Professor Qingkong. If it weren't for you, I might have been an alchemist assistant who had accomplished nothing. You should thank me, but I still want to remind you not to do anything wrong. I will still judge you according to my standards, and be ready to kill you at any time. Qingkong grabbed the magic wand in his hand, and hit the floor heavily with the bottom of the wand. Once, twice, 3 times, and then chanted the spell, flip. The whole hall turned very quickly, and in a flash, a group of people were standing in a dark hall. There was a faint sound of ghosts crying in my ears, and the ghost fires swimming on the walls provided a faint light for this spacious space. At this time, Boiling turned on the searchlights on his shoulders and illuminated the hall. The walls were made of large pieces of solid stone, so even after being buried for more than 100 years, the whole building was still very solid. Under the illumination of the searchlight, you can see that there are many large cracks on the wall, and some root-like vines extend from the cracks and climb along the cracks in the wall. In addition, there are many scattered long chairs and long tables, on which there are dusty and mossy water cups, and many things that have rotted and cannot be seen. The student dormitory hall of Ulu College is also the main activity and social space for students. In their spare time, many students eat, study, and chat here. After observing the hall and finding no danger, Qingkong said, "We are now at the bottom of a student dormitory building of Ulu College 100 years ago. Its area is much larger than the college's historical archives above, and the environment is more complicated due to the ground subsidence. We have to face not only the Abyss Mage, but also the undead that existed 100 years ago. Everyone should be careful." "Yes, Professor, Miss Qingkong. Now we start from the first floor, and then go up layer by layer. Sandpaper is in front to explore the way. Boiling supports Sandpaper. Falcon takes Sally T to support. Professor Ban and I are in the middle. Sandpaper and Falcon guard the corridors on both sides, and the task of searching the room is left to Professor Ban and me." "Understood, Professor, Miss Qingkong. Action. Start from the left corridor, and search clockwise." Sandpaper took the large wrench and turned on the combat mode. Her feet left the ground, and the hair of the twin ponytails turned metallic and floated up. The powerful perception ability spread, and the suspended body floated towards the left corridor. Boiling followed Sandpaper, and after it took a step and made a heavy sound, Bruce Ban immediately took out his magic wand and cast a silent magic for Boiling's feet. Although Boiling's footsteps were still there, they were not as loud as before. At this time, Red Falcon also turned on the combat mode and floated up. She drew her rapier and stood behind Qingkong with Abyss Leopard Sally, occupying a subspace alone. The architectural design of Ulu College is very grand. Even the corridor of the student dormitory is 5 meters wide and 4 meters high, and Boiling does not seem too narrow when walking in the middle. The dark and humid environment, the ubiquitous sound of ghosts crying, and the undead that may appear at any time. This is the underground labyrinth of the historical archives. After walking less than 20 meters forward, Sandpaper suddenly stopped. Boiling, who was able to sense the outside world through Sandpaper, was in tune with Sandpaper, and his searchlight immediately shone to a position in front of him. It was a half-open door, and something behind the door shrank back because of the light. Then large vines spread out from the walls on both sides. Because Sandpaper sensed the danger in time, the team was not surrounded by the dense vines. Realizing the danger, Sandpaper flew back and got into Boiling's cockpit. Boiling's 2 hands retracted into his arms, and then 2 long swords popped out from inside, and the cannon on his back was clamped on his shoulders. Then a 10-meter-long flame gushed out from the muzzle. Under the burning of the fire, the vines screamed miserably and twisted wildly. In the firelight, you can see that the front end of the vines is connected to human arms. The fire quickly burned the vines, and all the burnt arms fell to the ground. However, these arms did not lie down honestly. They used their fingers as claws, and quickly crawled into the half-open door. Sandpaper had never seen such a thing. She stood up from the Boiling cockpit and turned to Qingkong and asked, "Miss Qingkong, what is that?" "Thousand Hands Spirit." Qingkong walked forward and looked at the half-open door in front of him and thought, "In the game, the undead here will regroup within an hour after being killed. The broken hands of the Thousand Hands should be lying there. Why did they run back as soon as they landed?" It seems that the real underground maze of the historical archives is somewhat different from the maze in the game, Qingkong said. According to the plan, Sandpaper and Falcon guard both ends of the corridor. And Professor Ban and I will go in to search. Yes. Sandpaper flew out, walked forward with Boiling, and crossed the door to establish defense at the other end. Falcon and Abyss Leopard Sally guarded behind. Qingkong and Bruce Ban walked to the half-open door. And it can be seen that the wooden door has been rotten very badly. Follow me. Attack first and warn later if you encounter danger. After instructing Bruce, Qingkong stomped the door and rushed into the room. Bruce Ban rushed in with a magic wand and cast a lighting magic to illuminate the room. Nothing. This is a standard student dormitory, with a double bedroom, a bathroom, and a luggage cloakroom. The bed and living furniture are all there. Obviously not the room where the secret technique was released in the video. The room where Portland released the secret technique. All these debris were cleared out. After checking around, the thousand-hand spirit was not found. Run away. Do the undead here know how to fight guerrilla warfare? This is no ordinary undead. Interesting. Qingkong released an ice magic ring. And the strong freezing energy surged in this small room. Those things that had maintained their appearance, but were already decayed shattered in this impact. And then, they were all frozen and frozen. The room returned to calm. And it seemed that the thousand-hand spirit had really escaped. After confirming that there was nothing hidden in the room, Qingkong walked out with Bruce Ban. The thousand-hand spirit has escaped. The undead here may have become intelligent after 100 years of evolution. Everyone should be careful. And we made such a big noise. It is possible that we have been noticed by the Abyss Mage. Qingkong reminded everyone. The sound here is particularly loud in the silent underground space. Since this is not a game, those intelligent undead and the Abyss Mage, who have been hiding here for a long time, will definitely not wait to be found. As a latecomer, the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. So we should always be vigilant and be careful of being ambushed. This is also the reason why Qingkong specially asked Sandpaper and Falcon to help. Both of them have very strong perception, especially when they are in combat. They are simply two human-shaped radars. The team continued to move forward. Sandpaper flew in front. Her hair fluttered and danced, and the boiling water illuminated the way for her. When Qingkong and the others walked past the door of the dormitory, a black thing appeared at the door. Then a sword blade slashed through the air, and the frightened thing shrank back in embarrassment. Falcon, Miss Qingkong. That thing is out again. Don't worry about it. Find the Abyss Mage first. Chapter 171 Living Dead. The underground labyrinth of the historical archives has a total of 5 floors. And the overall building is an oval. Each floor has a circular corridor. And on both sides of the corridor are student dormitories. Due to battles and earthquakes, some places are cut off by protruding rocks, making the terrain inside the entire labyrinth very complicated. The shouts from the bottom floor spread in the corridor, and the closed environment allowed the sound to rush almost intact along the internal space to the 3rd floor of the labyrinth. The door of a room opened, and the faint light projected from the room illuminated a figure. At this time, the rooms on both sides were also opened at the same time, and someone walked out from inside and gathered in the middle. Sir Portlam, did you hear the sound just now? I'm not deaf. Portlam's eyes glowed blood red, and he looked towards the dark corridor on the left. The sound came from that direction. There is a staircase over there. What's downstairs? Sir, is it a ghost? Or a human? It's possible. If it's a human, I have to admire the quick response of the Ulu Academy. They found this place in less than a night. Felton, go and confirm it. The Abyss Mage who was named saluted Portlam. Yes. Sir, the Abyss is with me. The Abyss Mage walked in the direction of the sound, and soon disappeared in the dark corridor. Portlam said to the other Abyss Mages, You go and count the undead we have captured. If they are mages from the Ulu Academy, let these undead clear the miscellaneous soldiers for us first. Yes. Sir, the Abyss is with me. After dispatching all his men, Portlam returned to his room. After closing the door, a lot of dust fell off the rotten wooden door. Portlam released a layer of light seal and performed a magic solidification on the wooden door that could collapse at any time. The room was very empty, and everything that was originally here was moved out. On the wall, green ghost fires flowed along the cracks in the stone bricks. They seemed extremely anxious, and ghost fire shot out from time to time. But as soon as they left the wall, they were immediately swallowed and annihilated by some force. The will-o'-the-wisp was directed at a cage in the middle of the room, where a naked woman was locked. She was crouching in the middle of the cage, Her long black hair spread over her fair skin. Jennifer. Portland walked to the cage and said to the woman in the cage, "You still don't recognize me? I am Professor Portland of the Department of Mysticism. You often ask me questions about mysticism. You are one of the few talented and hard-working students I have ever seen." "Professor Portland?" The woman raised her head slightly, her gray eyes looking at the person outside the cage through her messy hair. Her voice was stiff. "You are not Professor Portland. You are an apostle of the abyss. You are our enemy." Portland patiently explained, "I have told you many times that my appearance has changed a little because of the power of the abyss. But I am indeed Portland." "Jennifer. Why are you here? Why are you sealed in this dark underground with the undead? Did the Ulu Academy abandon you? I am here to save you. Follow me to join the Abyss Temple and embrace the abyss. Your ability is enough to fill the vacancy of the seventh apostle." Faced with Portland's persuasion to surrender, Jennifer lowered her head again. "I am a dead man, and I should be with the undead. Go away. I don't need you to save me. My companions and I live very happily here." "Your companions? Are they them?" Portland looked at the surrounding walls. The ghost fires were still roaming, constantly trying to rescue Jennifer in the cage. Portland threw his hands, and a large piece of black flames rushed to the green ghost fires, swallowing them up in an instant. Portland smiled and said, "They will all become my experimental materials. And you are not dead. At least not really dead." "Why do you say that?" "I am a dead soul. And the dead souls also accept me." At this time, some green ghost fires appeared on the wall. "They still don't give up." "Yes. They were your classmates when they were alive. And many of them were still crazy about you. Even after death, their remaining consciousness as undead still wants to protect you." Portland said with emotion, "Jennifer, as a genius who can join the Ulu battle mage with strength before graduation, you should know that the undead will never have memories of their lives. I don't know what creature you are now, but it is definitely not an undead." "Jennifer. Victor, and I admire you very much." Jennifer said calmly, "Maybe you are right. I am not an undead, but I am definitely not a living being. I clearly remember that Professor Victor took away my heart. When I woke up, I was surrounded by a group of undeads in this underground. I am trapped in this space with them and cannot leave. Nor do I want to leave. I am a living dead. The living will not accept me. And I will not join the Abyss Temple. Go away. Don't disturb the silence here. It seems that I can't convince you. Then, I'll leave you to Victor." At this time, a huge noise came, and the entire underground maze shook. Dust was shaken, and even stones fell from above. Some ghost fires wanted to take the opportunity to rescue Jennifer, but they were swallowed up as soon as they left the wall. "My companions told me that someone came in. They came to find you." Potterlum patted the dust on his clothes and said to Jennifer confidently, "Yes. Someone came in. And they killed Felton. I saw them. The elf Qingkong was in the middle. And she brought me the Book of Disaster." Hearing the Book of Disaster, Jennifer looked up at Portland again. She reached out to grab the bars of the cage, but was repelled by the force. She stared at Portland with gray eyes, full of murderous intent. Qingkong led her team to search all the way from the bottom of the maze, carefully checking every room they passed by. From the first floor to the second floor, there was no gain, and even no undead was encountered. This is very abnormal. In the game, although not every room here is undead, the frequency of these things appearing is still very high. How come this time when we really came in, we didn't see any of them? It wasn't that we didn't meet any of them. There was one following us all the time. The Red Falcon could always sense its presence. It would move when the search team moved, and hide when the search team stopped. It didn't attack, nor did it leave. I don't know what it wanted to do. Qingkong suddenly turned around and chased it several times, but it used the terrain to escape. Cunning and slippery guy. Simply ignore it. Follow it if you want. Anyway, it can't get close in the Red Falcon's perception. After searching most of the second floor, the sandpaper leading the way heard, "There are people nearby." People, not other things. Boiling searchlight was projected over, and a figure was seen flashing into the corner not far ahead. Sandpaper, who found the person, immediately rushed forward to chase, and Boiling also ran. Clear Sky led Bruce Bann and Red Falcon to chase closely, and they all stopped suddenly when they crossed the corner. Sandpaper and Boiling disappeared. There was a dark corridor in front, and no light projected by Boiling could be seen. Bruce Bann cast a lighting magic forward, And there was nothing in the empty corridor. Yes. Space transfer. Clear Sky opened the frost eye, confirmed that it was not an illusion, and made a judgment. There should be a secret technique arranged here in advance. The opponent lured Sandpaper to chase, and then activated the secret language to transfer Sandpaper and Boiling to other places through space. At this time, Hong Jin looked up. Miss Qingkong. Sandpaper is up there. I sensed her, on the 4th floor. Qingkong quickly recalled the map of underground labyrinth of historical archives and found the nearest accessible staircase. Follow me. Don't get separated. Qingkong led the team to support Sandpaper. But Sandpaper didn't know that he was hit by the space transfer spell and continued to chase the fleeing and panicked figure in front of him. The floating Sandpaper was very fast, and it quickly approached the person in front of it in the long straight corridor. I saw it clearly, wearing the robe of the Abyss Mage. It was the person I was looking for, confirming that it was an enemy. Sandpaper threw the large wrench in his hand and hit the back of the person in front of him. At this moment, a shadow rushed out of a room beside Sandpaper and rushed over. Sandpaper dodged slightly and stretched out his mental power to control the wrench to rotate in an arc in the air. Boiling caught up from behind and swung the sword in his hand to cut the shadow into two. The Abyss Mage who was fleeing in front suddenly stopped, and his hands were stretched back at a very strange angle. A magic shield unfolded in his hands, just blocking the large wrench that was smashed. Then he turned his head 180 degrees and showed a ferocious smile to Sandpaper. Little girl, you don't know you are alone yet. Sandpaper moved his perception backwards. As expected, the red falcon was not behind him, but diagonally below him at a distance. However, Sandpaper did not show a scared expression because he was alone. Instead, he smiled and said to the Abyss Mage, "Aren't you alone too?" The large wrench flew back to Sandpaper's hand while spinning in the air. She opened the tool bag, and wrenches, screws, pliers, hammers, all flew out. There were more than 20 pieces of various models. These tools floated around Sandpaper and pointed at the Abyss Mage in front of him. The black shadow that had just been cut into 2 pieces by the boiling returned to the Abyss Mage's feet along the ground, and then condensed into a black human figure behind the Abyss Mage, like a materialized shadow. At the same time, there were hissing sounds in the rooms on both sides of the corridor, and some dry hands stretched out from the door. They clung to the door frame, as if they wanted to get out, but were held back by some force. The Abyss Mage held several mysterious items between his fingers and formed a secret spell with his hand seals. Secret words, live sacrifice, and feeding spirits. Several mysterious items disappeared in a flash of light. The ban was opened, and all the undead sealed in the room rushed out. They ignored the Abyss Mage and rushed towards Sandpaper and Boiling. Sandpaper stared at the Abyss Mage and said to Boiling behind him, "Leave that Abyss Mage to me, and the others to you. Good job. Sister will specially prepare a bottle of motor oil for you to drink." Boiling responded by knocking his 2 swords loudly, and then killed the undead rushing in. Wherever the heavy sword passed, the undead became shattered limbs. The muzzle on the shoulder sprayed flames quickly and accurately, burning the undead that the sword could not reach. As the main force of the crazy Boiling bounty hunter group, the mechanical creature Boiling was rated as a 5-star character. Although most of his strength lies in the powerful cannon, he is also very fierce in close combat. Even though the environment here limits Boiling's performance, he can still deal with these undead who are not too strong. It's just that the undead here are a little different from normal undead. They can't be killed completely. Even if they are cut off or burned, they can still be reassembled in a short time. The fearless undead kept rushing upwards, and the Boiling killed them all. Sandpaper fought against the Abyss Mage under the cover of Boiling. She floated forward and approached, and the tools rotated at high speed around her, sweeping away the approaching undead. At this point, the Abyss Mage finally realized that he had misjudged the strength of this little girl, but he still stayed to fight confidently. He shot fireballs at Sandpaper with both hands, and the black shadow behind him flashed out and quickly approached Sandpaper along the wall. The searchlight on Boiling's shoulder swayed during the battle, and the black shadow sneaked confidently in the chaotic light. He reached the side of Sandpaper, and when the girl flew forward, he suddenly jumped out from behind her. A black long sword formed by shadows took shape in the hand of the black shadow, and the tip of the sword pointed at the back of Sandpaper and stabbed it anxiously. At this time, Sandpaper seemed to be unaware of the approaching threat. Several energy balls flew out from the ends of her hair, intercepting the flying fireballs in the air. And she continued to fly forward. Just when the black long sword was about to pierce Sandpaper, Sandpaper suddenly moved sideways to avoid the fatal blow. Hee, you want to sneak attack me? Sandpaper smiled at the black shadow. Do you really think I don't know that the one in front is just a corpse? You are the real Abyss Mage. The black shadow who stabbed the air with a sword didn't expect that his little trick had been seen through long ago. He wanted to escape into the shadows, but was exposed by the boiling searchlight. Under the light, he could not use the shadow to transform his body. He was pierced by the flying screws and hit hard by the wrench and hammer. When he was beaten dizzy, the shadow felt an iron box stuffed in his arms. What is this? Before the shadow could think of it again, the iron box exploded in his hand. The fire raged with shock waves, and the huge explosion made the entire underground space vibrate violently. In the center of the explosion, large pieces of stone fell, and the nearby undead were all torn to pieces. The Abyss Mage was blown away. Boiling, is the bomb I made too powerful? Sandpaper's voice came out. Boiling turned on the searchlight to illuminate the space again. He stood up and made way for the Sandpaper protecting him. He reached out again to catch a stone brick that fell and almost hit the Sandpaper. Chapter 172, Tomb of the King. Boiling could not speak, but the communication at the consciousness level let Sandpaper know his answer. I don't think it's big either, but it's not suitable for use here. If we blow this place down, we can't go back. Now let's go find Miss Qingkong and Red Falcon. Hey! They're here. So fast. Sandpaper and Red Falcon have a unique sensory connection and can locate each other in this maze. Qingkong walked over on the gravel. She didn't expect Sandpaper to end the battle so quickly. This combination of violent girl and war machine boiling seems to be more suitable for Sandpaper to play. Between the gravel, the torn undead limbs were quickly reassembled. Without the control of the Abyss Mage, the undead gained freedom. They did not attack Qingkong and the others, but hid in the rooms on both sides of the corridor. Qingkong could feel that the undead did not leave. They hid in the shadows, as if waiting for something. Sandpaper, don't act alone next time you encounter an emergency. Fortunately, you met an Abyss Mage this time. If it was the Abyss Apostle Portlam, you and Boiling would definitely suffer. Sandpaper sometimes dared to confront Luke, but she listened to Qingkong very much. Her hair drooped down, and she looked like a puppy who had been taught a lesson. I know, Miss Qingkong. Next time I will never act alone again. Just listen, but you and Boiling did a great job. Killing an Abyss Mage means we have one less enemy to deal with, and we can be sure that Portlam is here. We just need to find him slowly. After receiving Qingkong's praise, Sandpaper's hair stood up again. Fine, Portlam. Let me and Boiling take the lead. Boiling performed very well, and I will reward my sister with specially prepared engine oil when I go back. Boiling raised his hand and waved it, looking very happy. At this time, Hanshun said, Miss Qingkong, the undead who has been following us is coming. Everyone looked in the direction pointed by Hanshun, and the searchlight on Boiling's shoulder shone over. In the middle of the corridor stood a man, wearing the robe of a magic apprentice from the Ulu Academy 100 years ago, and used his hands to block the strong light. A part of the light penetrated through his body, and it could be seen that he was not an entity, but a materialized ghost. The ghost said, I have no ill intentions. The clear sky made the beam of the boiling searchlight move slightly away, and the other party put down his hand and revealed his appearance. A boy of 14 or 15 years old, with beautiful chestnut curly hair. Who are you? What identity should I say? And why have you been following us? My name is Lemondo. A ghost. This may be what I looked like when I was alive. After all, as a ghost, I will not remember things in my life. Lemondo slowly approached. Are you looking for the wizards who invaded here? I can help you. Stop. Qingkong warned the approaching undead. Although I can't kill you here, I can seal you. Do you know where those mages are? Lemondo immediately stopped and replied, they are on the 3rd floor. I can take you there and provide you with help. Qingkong did not relax her vigilance. She asked Lemondo, why do you want to help us? To you, they are invaders. And we are also invaders. Lemondo replied angrily. After they came in, they captured the undead here. Most of the undead were sealed by them, and only a few hid to avoid their search. They also captured Jennifer. We all hope that you can drive away those wizards and restore peace here. As Lemondo said, some of the undead came out of the houses on both sides, and seemed willing to help. Qingkong continued to ask, "Who is Jennifer?" "She is different from us," Lamando said. "She is not a ghost. She is our companion, telling us the story of our life." Bruce Bann was shocked. "There are people alive in the student dormitory that sank underground? This is impossible. A person cannot live here for more than 100 years. Are you sure Jennifer is not a ghost?" "We are sure she is not a ghost. She has memories." After getting the confirmation, Bruce Bann said to Qingkong, "We must save her. My God. Someone has been buried for hundreds of years. It's hard to imagine how she survived here." "Yes. We must save her," Qingkong said to Lamando. "Rescuing Jennifer and other undead does not conflict with the purpose of our visit this time. We can help each other to make things go more smoothly. Lamando, you just lead the way for us, and other undead should not follow. Your combat power will only hinder us." "Yes, powerful elf." Lamando agreed with what Qingkong said. The combat power of the undead here is nothing but rubbish except that they can be resurrected infinitely. Except for Lamando. The other undead retreated into the rooms on both sides, and the corridor suddenly became much quieter. "Let's go, it's almost dawn. We'll try to finish the work before dawn. I've been busy all day and I'm sleepy." Qingkong looked at his battery, which was still 70% left. "Yes, please follow me." Lamando turned around and walked back. Qingkong waved his hand, and Sandpaper and Boiling followed. The others followed the previous formation, ensuring vigilance and moving forward. There was no need to search each room one by one, and the team moved much faster. After walking through a corridor and a staircase, the group reached the 3rd floor. The light of Boiling illuminated the dark corridor, and some green ghost lights appeared on the walls on both sides, as if pointing them in the direction. It was just at about 50 meters ahead. A black curtain blocked the light. There was a black flame dancing on the black curtain, which devoured all other lights, as if there was another world on the other side. "Miss Qingkong." Sandpaper discovered the abnormality in front. "My perception can't penetrate that layer of black curtain. The other party seems to be very powerful." Lamando also said, "The mages are over there." "I know," Qingkong said to the team members. "That is a unique space created by Portlam using secret arts. There should be powerful undead created by secret arts, and very insidious illusions. Don't run around after you follow me in. Especially Professor Ban. You have the lowest mental power, and are most susceptible to illusions." Bruce Bann tightly grasped his magic wand. "Yes, Professor Qingkong. I won't hold you back. Okay. Since Portlam has opened a dungeon for us, I'll take you in and clean it up." Qingkong led the team to the front, and the others followed closely behind her. As the distance got closer, the beam of the boiling searchlight still couldn't penetrate the black curtain. The dancing flames on the black curtain became clearer, like a snarling hand, trying to pull all intruders into the endless abyss. Walking in front of the black curtain, Qingkong took out the ancient rock machete and pushed the level down to 80. Her eyes turned into ice crystal color, and as the Holy Grail appeared above her head and sprinkled blessings, her right arm emitted a white holy light. A layer of half armor began to attach from the arm, and patterns appeared on the cheek. The surging holy energy shone forward, and the black curtains that could not be penetrated by the searchlight beam sank inward, and a passage appeared in front of Qingkong. Qingkong, who entered an extremely calm state, did not say much and stepped into the passage. After watching Qingkong's change of clothes in surprise, the others also walked in one after another, passing through the black curtain. In front of them was no longer the corridor of the dormitory building, but a closed hall. Except Qingkong. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. "This is the secret language, Tomb King's Court." Qingkong reminded everyone who had never seen such a scene before. This palace-shaped tomb is extremely spacious, with 18 sturdy stone pillars supporting the towering dome. The walls of the tomb are carved with exquisite murals, with lifelike figures and animals, and their eyes are inlaid with colorful gems. At the end of the tomb palace is a high platform, on which stands a throne. At this time, Portlam is sitting on the throne, with one hand supporting his chin, a crown on his head, red light in his eyes, and he looks down at the people below with an extremely arrogant attitude. "Miss Qingkong, you surprise me." Portlam's voice came from above, and his momentum brought a strong wind. "You can accurately say this secret technique that I developed specifically for you. I suspect that you used to be an abyss mage. Otherwise, how could you know so many of our secrets?" Portlam's other hand tapped slowly on the armrest of the throne. Dong. 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 It sounded very loud and harsh in the empty tomb hall. At the same time, the gems on the wall that acted as eyes also glowed and flashed with the rhythm. The sound became louder and louder, as if a well-trained army was marching in an orderly manner. You can doubt it now, but you won't have to doubt it when you die. Qingkong quickly took out a cardboard box from his space backpack and said to Bruce Bann, "See the wall behind us? Replace the gems that acted as eyes with the ones I brought. Time is running out. Hurry up." "Yes, Professor Qingkong." Bruce Bann turned around holding the cardboard box. Behind him was not the black curtain they had walked into, but a wall of the tomb hall. There were also many murals and sculptures on this wall, and the eyes of the people and animals were shining gems. Bruce Bann opened the cardboard box, and it was full of obsidian. He used magic to lift a gem on the wall, and then used shaping magic to trim a piece of obsidian into a suitable shape and size, and then embedded it in its original position. As a former assistant teacher of the alchemy department and responsible for the processing of alchemical materials, Bruce Bann was very good at handling this kind of work, and he could see that a large-scale secret language was in progress. What Professor Qingkong asked him to do must be to influence the release of this secret language. It must be quick. We must complete the deployment of the new secret language before the secret language is truly released. Seeing Bruce Bann's actions, Portlam finally couldn't continue to pretend to be calm. He tapped the handrail faster and questioned Qingkong. "You? How could you possibly understand this secret language? Who are you?" "Prepare for battle. A large group of enemies are approaching," Qingkong whispered to Sandpaper and Red Falcon. Then walked forward with a knife. She teleported to the bottom of the platform, stepped onto the steps, and walked towards Portlam on the throne at the end. "I know more than you think." Qingkong stretched out her hand, and the Book of Disaster floated above her palm. Seeing the Book of Disaster, the red light in Portlam's eyes instantly focused. At this moment, the secret words he prepared had to be released. Portlam stopped tapping his hands, turned over his palms, and a shriveled brain floated on his palms. Secret words, the final song of the Dark Night. Secret words, the final song of the Dark Night. Portlam on the throne and Qingkong walking up the stairs said the secret words at the same time. The shriveled brain turned into powder and disappeared in Portlam's hands, while his eyes were still staring at the Book of Disaster. So the Book of Disaster can be used like this. Qingkong smiled and took back the Book of Disaster. "Are you surprised? You want it? Even if you beat me, this book is not yours." At this time, the entire tomb hall made a huge roar, and the four walls cracked and flipped. Behind the walls was the Dark Knight army waiting in battle. After the tomb door was fully opened, the neat Dark Knights marched out. The undead warhorse was covered with black glowing horse armor, and the knight on the seat was also wearing black full body armor, holding a long-handled saber in his hand. Rows of Dark Knights walked out from behind the wall door, neatly as if copied and pasted. Bruce Bann, who was standing by the wall, was forced to retreat again and again by the Dark Knight, who walked out in front of him. Behind him, Sandpaper, Red Falcon, Boiling and Sally took out their weapons at the same time, ready to attack the oncoming Dark Knight. Bruce Bann quickly stopped them. "No. No. No. Don't attack them. They are on our side. Look at their eyes. They are different from the eyes of the Dark Knights in the other three directions." Sandpaper and the others looked at the Dark Knights in the other three directions after being reminded. The eyes of the Dark Knights' helmets were all blood red, and the eyes of the Dark Knights in their direction were also red. But it seemed to be red with a layer of dark lenses. What happened? How did the Dark Knights summoned by these Abyss Apostles become ours? Faced with Sandpaper's question, Bruce Bann also said he didn't know. This is the magic of Professor Qingkong. The secret language she mastered is like the stars in the night sky. If there is enough time, I think Professor Qingkong can turn all the Dark Knights here to our side. When Sandpaper wanted to express some emotion, Hanshan reminded him, "If you have any questions, ask Miss Qingkong after the fight. The battle has begun." After all the Dark Knights came out, the wall door behind them closed, and all the gems representing eyes on the mural disappeared. Then the Dark Knights raised their sabers together and urged their horses to charge faster. The sound of the horses' hooves was like thunder. The ground shook violently, and four black torrents collided with each other, and the collision of steel and steel made a clanging sound. There was no shouting in the battle between the undead, only the cold blades that were swung up and chopped down. On the high platform, Qingkong flickered and appeared again. and he was already in front of Portlam. Chapter 173 Ending Song. The man was in the air, holding the ancient rock machete high, with incandescent holy flames erupting from the blade, like a small sun emitting dazzling light, illuminating the dark tomb hall. When the machete fell, the holy flames erupted more violently, issuing a judgment with the power of judgment, covering Portlam under the scorching blade. However, facing this knife, Portlam sat on the throne motionless, looking at Qingkong with a contemptuous smile on his face. Since this is the tomb royal court, as the king here, how could he be forced to dodge such an attack? The crown on Portlam's head emitted a ripple, and the knife chopped down by Qingkong chopped heavily on a layer of light screen. A loud crash sounded, and the holy flame exploded with all its might against the light screen. But the light screen did not move at all. Surrender. You actually know the Dark Knight's final song. You have successfully aroused my curiosity about you. Through the light screen, Portlam stared at Qingkong. Tell me all your secrets, and I can forgive you for offending me. The afterglow of the holy flame dissipated on the light screen, and Qingkong stared at Portlam with his icy eyes. Unfortunately, I will not forgive you for offending me. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you hide in this turtle shell. Since I know how to release the Dark Knight's final song, I naturally know how to release the Tomb Chamber Royal Court. Do you think you are really safe hiding in there? Qingkong's words made Portlam's expression stiffen. He racked his brains, and couldn't figure out how an elf he had never seen before could see the secret art Tomb King's court at a glance, and accurately modify the Dark Knight's end song. These two are the big moves that he has gradually perfected after decades of research on the secret art. In this world, there is no one else who can do it except himself. Even other Abyss Apostles only know the name, and don't know the details of the secret language. How did she do it? My secret art is impeccable. Since you refuse to surrender, I will catch you. I have countless tortures, and I can ask you everything I want to know. Impeccable? You dare to say such big words at this time. You are really shameless. Under the high platform, two Dark Knights were already fighting. Although the number of Dark Knights transformed by Qingkong was small, the undead were fearless, and it would take a lot of effort to destroy them. The final song of the Dark Knight was cracked and loopholes were found. Does the Tomb King's court really have no weaknesses? Portlam instantly lost confidence. He looked at Qingkong, who was close at hand. The other party's eyes were like looking at a livestock locked in a cage waiting to be slaughtered. I will kill you. With his confidence shaken, Portlam roared to strengthen himself. His hand slammed heavily on the armrests, and three mummies with bird-beak masks appeared around the throne. The mummy was wrapped in a shroud stained with dark red blood, holding a long-handled magic wand in his hand. They chanted the difficult spells, and countless crows flew down from the dome of the tomb. The crows' beaks and claws were metallic and extremely sharp. These crows chirped and gathered into a dark cloud, sweeping towards the clear sky like a black wind. At this time, drizzle fell in this closed tomb. As large pieces of ice mist flowers bloomed, the extremely cold air spread, and the drizzle turned into wind and snow. Two stardust Qingkong scimitars popped out of the scabbards on Qingkong's back waist. They flew around Qingkong, and the knives turned into two large ice wheels, strangling the crows that rushed down. After the crows' feathers were wetted by the rain, they were frozen into ice, so they couldn't fly steadily, let alone avoid the ice wheels. The two ice wheels stirred, and the cut crow limbs mixed with ice and snow fell to the Dark Knights fighting below. Qingkong didn't pay too much attention to the crows. If he wanted to break this secret technique, he needed to get Portlam off the throne. He was invincible when he sat on the throne. According to the normal dungeon process, the player first killed all the summoned Dark Knights, and then killed the 4 guardians. At that time, Portlam would leave the throne, and his defense would be converted into attack power. But no matter how high the attack power is, he will eventually be killed by the player's knife. It's just that the time and place of opening this copy are wrong. In this undead maze, Portlam has more undead that can be transformed into Dark Knights. The number of Dark Knights has increased 5 times more than normal. There are all Dark Knights under the high platform. The war horses can't charge up, and they are all there. The difficulty has increased, and Portlam will not watch his Dark Knights and Guardians die before taking action. Therefore, if you want to kill Portlam quickly, you need to play some operations. Attack the throne first to scare Portlam, and let him summon the Guardian Mummy. The reason why there are only 3 is that they are not undead, but the Abyss Wizards who follow Portlam. One of the Abyss Mages had just been killed by sandpaper. Originally, for mummies jointly released magic, but now only 3. And the power was greatly reduced. So Qingkong felt a lot more relaxed. The ice wheel in the air was still strangling the crows. And the 3 mummies jointly released another magic. 3 fire snakes broke out from the ground in front of them. The bodies of the fire snakes were half a meter thick. They stretched out their heads and spit fireballs at Qingkong. When Qingkong dodged the fireballs, a snake tail would suddenly come out from the ground beside her and whip her. Qingkong used body skills and teleportation to dodge the attacks of the fire snakes, and got rid of 1 fire snake when she had the chance. Throughout the whole process, Qingkong was passively on the defensive. She did not attack Portlam, nor did she attack the 3 mummies. The fight below the platform was very intense, with Dark Knights fighting against Dark Knights. And there was no gap in the entire hall. Sandpaper and the others were also passively involved in the battle. They cleverly retreated to a corner and defended with their backs against 2 walls. Boiling immediately stood in the front with a double-edged horizontal sword in his hand. He stood up taller than the Dark Knight on horseback, and the 2 sharp swords could cut a man and a horse in 2. Sandpaper and Red Falcon floated in the air to guard Boiling on both sides, allowing Boiling to concentrate on dealing with the enemies in front. Bruce Band stood on the innermost side, using magic to provide firepower support for the 3 main attacking forces. Abyss Panther Sally could handle a Dark Knight calmly. She relied on her agility to move quickly and return quickly, not seeking merit, but avoiding mistakes. Even the undead Lamando, who came with him, revealed his true form, with more than 10 vines extending from the wall, and human hands connected to the vines. Although his attack was like an itch for the Dark Knight, it was better than nothing. Qingkong took a chance to glance at her companions, and thought they could hold on for a while. So she focused on her own battle again. She observed the movements of the mummy guardians, and judged what kind of spells they were about to release. She waited for an opportunity. Finally, the familiar action appeared. Waiting for the secret technique to be released, the 3 mummies inserted their staffs into the ground together, and their fingers formed the secret technique mark. Qingkong instantly moved out of Portlam's sight, retracted the machete, and formed the same mark with both hands. Secret technique, sinking into the abyss. A magic pattern spread from the throne to the entire tomb space, and the atmosphere of fear filled the entire space. The Dark Knight seemed to continue fighting without any impact, while Sandpaper and the others were briefly stunned. Sandpaper and Red Falcon saw Professor Grey Farley at the same time. He stood in the middle of the empty hall and looked at themselves. Since Qingkong killed Grey Farley last time, Sandpaper hadn't seen him for a long time. Fear surged in her heart, and Sandpaper instinctively turned her sight away, looking at the clear sky on the platform. Her courage was instantly restored, although Sandpaper still dared not look directly at Grey Farley, and could not see the Dark Knight. Her strong perception allowed her to know the Dark Knight's location. Sandpaper was not affected, and Boiling continued to kill. Falcon was also very affected. Her subconscious fear of Grey Farley made her stop moving. She wanted to hide, but the emergency system of the brain transformation device immediately suppressed her memory. After Boiling helped her resist the attack for a while, Falcon was also freed from the fear illusion. Bruce Bann, who had no special abilities, was truly trapped in this powerful illusion. Bruce Bann stood there and stopped all his movements. His mind locked in the illusion scene. All negative emotions were aroused, and the grievances he suffered in those years reappeared and were constantly magnified. Cowardly Bruce. How can you be so stupid? You will not achieve anything in this field. Give up. A good discussion was ruined by you. You are really annoying. Bruce, stay away from us. Then Bruce Bann felt that he was locked in a dark room, and there were countless mocking words in his ears. This is not real. Trapped in the darkness, Bruce Bann kept warning himself. He knew that he was in an illusion. Professor Qingkong reminded himself that he must be careful of attacks by illusions. Thinking of Qingkong, Professor Qingkong stood in front of him in the dark. Bruce Bann, your heart is evil. I have been observing you and preparing to kill you. Qingkong drew out his scimitar. Now you have thrown yourself into the abyss, and I will take your life. No, Professor Qingkong. I did not throw myself into the abyss. No. No. These are illusions. I was under an illusion. Professor Qingkong, don't kill me, Bruce Bann begged. He didn't know whether this was an illusion or reality. Qingkong walked over step by step. She stretched out her hand, and the Book of Disaster floated in her palm. I know you have always coveted the Book of Disaster, wanting to get it, control it, and create great secrets. Your idea is very dangerous. Only by killing you can we stop the spread of the abyss. Professor Qingkong, please listen to my explanation. I want to get the Book of Disaster, but I have never thought of getting it from you by improper means. I will study the secret arts hard, and I will find a way to safely use the power of the Book of Disaster. I will not throw myself into the abyss. I want to control the abyss. I can prove to you that any power is controllable. Bruce Bann fell into the illusion and revealed his ambition in the secret arts to Qingkong. There is another person in the entire tomb hall who is affected by the illusion. Portlam saw that the dark knights he summoned were killed. And it was Qingkong who did it. Not only did she kill all her dark knights, she also released the Dark Knights finale once again. Now the four walls of the tomb hall flipped again, and countless dark knights controlled by Qingkong rushed up like a tide. The three mummy guardians who were guarding her were also dead. And it was Qingkong who did it. Not only did she kill her own guardians, but she also turned the people she brought into mummies. In the midst of the dark knights and mummy supporters, Qingkong walked to the front of the throne. And the light screen did not play any role. She walked through the light screen to herself, stretched out her hand, and took off the crown on her head. She put the crown on her head, and said to herself like a king descending, I am the king of this tomb court. Seeing Qingkong raise his machete and chop down, Portlam dodged in a hurry. At this moment, the energy of the abyss allowed him to see through the illusion. Although the time between being in the illusion and breaking the illusion was very short, his butt had already left the throne. Just as Portlam sat down quickly again, his throne instantly shattered. He felt someone approaching behind him, and he wanted to dodge, but his body was out of control. It was as if there was a force in time that pressed him to a point in time. That force was very strong. Portlam didn't know what was behind him, but he knew that it was an existence that he could not match. Even when facing Victor, he didn't feel the difference in strength at this time. Who is it? Who is behind me? The destruction of the secret technique and the sudden appearance of a powerful existence made Portlam's heart completely confused. He couldn't gather his strength to resist. Under the huge pressure behind him, he felt like a lamb under the guillotine, just waiting for the knife to fall. In just a few seconds, Portlam felt as if more than 100 years had passed. He recalled his life, making great achievements in the secret arts department of Ulu College, following his companions to create the Abyss Secret House, resisting the Academy's ban on secret arts research, leaving Ulu College with other Abyss missions, and creating the Abyss Temple. His whole life was pursuing stronger power. And at this moment, that power was behind him. Portlam felt that the edge was approaching his neck. He tried his best to look back, wanting to see what the peak he had been striving to climb all his life was like. He saw. It was her. She was so strong. In Portlam's eyes, his sight turned, and he saw who killed him. It was the elf Qingkong. She knew all her secrets, knew how to modify the Dark Knight's finale, and knew how to break the Tomb King's court. She had been playing with him from the beginning, like a cat playing with a mouse. She knew everything. She controlled everything. Was this the power level? Portlam's head rolled down the stairs with a smile on his face. Chapter 174 Jennifer. Portlam's body fell under the throne, turned into powder, and quickly disappeared. His head also turned into powder while rolling, leaving only a bead and the crown rolling under the platform. The secret spell was lifted, and the tomb hall underwent drastic changes. The throne platform collapsed, and the walls on both sides shrank and squeezed towards the middle. After the Dark Knights were deprived of their power, dust particles emanated from their bodies. Their armor disappeared, and their war horses collapsed, revealing their original undead appearance. A magnificent hall returned to the appearance of a corridor in a short time, and the crowded undead fled to the rooms on both sides. In an instant, the corridor became spacious again, and only Qingkong and her team members were left in the middle. There were 3 more bodies that fell to the ground together. After Qingkong killed the 3 Abyss mages, he picked up the bead and the crown left by Portlam from the ground. The bead was called the 5th Apostle, which was the relic of the 5th Apostle Portlam after his death, and one of the important components of the Gate of the Abyss. Qingkong put the bead into his space backpack. The crown was called the Will of the Undead Monarch, which was the subject of the secret art the Tomb Court. However, the mysterious energy into the Will of the Undead Monarch was released, and it was no longer a mysterious prop. To reproduce the Tomb Court requires many props and processes. Qingkong was not interested in this overly cruel secret art, so he just regarded it as a collection. After all, it is made of pure gold and inlaid with many precious gems. After putting away the crown, Qingkong said to the members he brought with him, "Very good. We completely wiped out Portlam and the abyss wizards he brought with him. And we did not suffer any casualties. It's just, Professor Ban, you look very bad. Are you under an illusion?" "No." Bruce Ban wanted to deny it, but he immediately changed his words under Qingkong's gaze. "Yes. I was under an illusion. I saw a lot of terrible things." Qingkong didn't know what Bruce Ban experienced in the illusion, and seeing that his condition was indeed very bad, he didn't continue to ask. Instead, he said, "After the things here are over, I will give you a day off and have a good rest." "Thank you, Professor Qingkong." Bruce Ban secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the time of the illusion was short, it was like a dream. In such a short time, he confessed all his hidden thoughts to Qingkong inside. If Qingkong asked him about the illusion now, he would definitely confess again. "I don't know if the real Qingkong would kill him." "You're welcome. I am surprised that you can complete the modification of the secret technique in such a short time." Now, Qingkong turned to the undead Lamando and said, "The invading wizards are all dead, and the undead they captured are free, including Jennifer. We have fulfilled the agreement, and I will exchange it with you. Goodbye." Seeing that Qingkong was about to leave, Bruce Ban immediately tried to stop him. But the undead Lamando said first, "We found Jennifer, but she was trapped in a cage, which seemed to be an alchemical tool. Please help us rescue Jennifer, and we will give you some gifts as a thank you." Sandpaper asked with great interest, "What gifts?" The undead Lamando replied, "Some things left here 100 years ago. These have no value to the undead here. You can take them all if you need them." Bruce Ban also persuaded Qingkong, "If Jennifer is really a living being trapped here 100 years ago, she must be from Ulu College. We have an obligation to rescue her." Qingkong thought for a moment and said, "Okay. Since I promised to help you, I will help you to the end. Where is Jennifer trapped?" "In the 6th room, on the right over there." The undead Lamando pointed to the other end of the corridor. The searchlight of Boiling immediately shone over there. "Let's go!" Sandpaper and Boiling go ahead. The clever Sandpaper immediately heard Qingkong's hint. This was the alert formation arranged by Miss Qingkong after entering the student dormitory building. Now that Portlam is dead, is there any threat here? "Yes, Miss Qingkong." Sandpaper turned on the combat mode and floated up, leading the way forward with Boiling. In the perception, the rooms on both sides were full of undead. Qingkong led the team to the door of the room and pushed the door open and walked in. In the empty room, there was only an iron cage in the middle, and inside the iron cage was a naked woman curled up in a ball. Seeing the woman, Bruce Ban immediately turned to face the wall. "Sorry." Qingkong looked at the woman in the cage unscrupulously. "Good figure. Good skin. Good looks. The key is that she is not wearing clothes." "Are you Jennifer?" "I am." "Who are you?" Jennifer looked up at the group of strangers who came in. On the walls of the room, many green ghost lights appeared. Qingkong replied, "I am Qingkong, the current head of the Ulu College's Mystic Department." Qingkong means Qingkong. "We are here under the order of Dean Wilred to eliminate a group of abyss mages who threaten the safety of the college. Now that the mission has been completed, we will rescue you. But why don't you wear some clothes?" "The clothes here are too rotten to wear," Jennifer answered, and then asked, "You killed Portlam? He is an abyss apostle." "What about an abyss apostle?" "I specialize in killing abyss apostles." Qingkong saw a blanket hanging on a coat rack by the wall, so he took it down and threw it to Jennifer in the cage. "Whether you are a dead soul or a living soul, you still need some respectability. After all, we have men here. Wrap yourself in this blanket first, and when we take you back to the academy, we will prepare a set of clothes for you." Jennifer took the blanket and wrapped it around herself. "Thank you, it's very warm. Are you really going to take me away?" "But I can't bear to leave my companions here." Bruce Ban was afraid that Qingkong would turn around and leave after hearing this. So he said, "Miss Jennifer, you have been buried here for more than 100 years, and the academy owes you. Please rest assured that Ulu Academy is still a very inclusive academy, and you will not be discriminated against because of your identity. And I think Dean Wilred will definitely want to see you very much." Bruce Ban slowly looked back and saw that Jennifer had wrapped herself in a blanket. So he turned around. Qingkong took out the ancient rock and chopped the iron cage open with a blade. "Come out first. Come with us or stay here. It's up to you." "Thank you." Jennifer thanked again. She came out of the iron cage and her appearance amazed everyone. Jennifer exuded a kind of silent beauty. She stood there wrapped in a blanket, revealing her slender neck and charming clavicle groove. The hem of the blanket could not cover the slender calves and jade feet, as if a layer of mosaic was added in the middle, which made people have more associations. Even Bruce Ben was stunned. He admitted that in terms of appearance, Jennifer was still far behind Qingkong. But Qingkong gave him too much oppression. When facing Qingkong, he didn't dare to look directly at her. And the Jennifer in front of him could arouse people's desire to protect and possessiveness. Portlam is really unromantic. Qingkong suddenly said something irrelevant. It's not his fault. He threw himself into the abyss and gave up a lot of things. Miss Qingkong, I don't understand what you mean. Jennifer walked towards Qingkong. Nothing. I just think that Portlam shouldn't put you in a cage. He should be more gentlemanly. Qingkong asked, have you thought it through? Should you go with us or stay here? Jennifer continued to walk towards Qingkong. Portlam said you have the Book of Disaster in your hand? How could Ulu College still allow it to exist? I am a battle mage of Ulu College. My companions and I died here in battle because of the Book of Disaster. Give it to me, and I will destroy it. Jennifer stretched out her hand to Qingkong. Qingkong stared at Jennifer. Answer first. Do you want to go with us or stay here? Give me the Book of Disaster. Jennifer's momentum suddenly changed, and the walls of the room were covered with ghost fire. And then countless hands stretched out from the ghost fire, followed by heads and bodies. And a large group of undead were walking out through the walls. Sandpaper and the others were startled by this sudden change. Fight again? Looking at the undead Lamando who came with them. He had already disappeared. Sandpaper, Red Falcon, Boiling, Bruce Ben took out their weapons and prepared to fight. Clear Sky stood there unmoved, facing Jennifer, who asked her for the Book of Disaster. She smiled and said, I had no interest in you, but you insisted on leading me here. I wanted to play with you, but you couldn't afford it, and you exposed your true nature so quickly. Is the Book of Disaster so good? Jennifer stared at Clear Sky with her gray eyes, and said with a confident attitude, you were right just now. Portlam is indeed unromantic. He completely ignored my beauty and locked me in a cage. I didn't expect that you would kill him while I was thinking about how to torture him. You are strong. And more importantly, you are beautiful. More beautiful than this skin. I don't want to play tricks on you anymore. I can't wait to take your body and the Book of Disaster. Are you confident that you can beat me? This is my world. But this room was occupied by Portlam. Qingkong glanced around. He is very wary of you, even if you pretend to be weak. Not only did he lock you in a cage with imprisonment, he also prepared some secret techniques to deal with emergencies. Is it because the blanket on you was left by Portlam that you put it on without any doubt when I gave it to you? Jennifer looked at the blanket wrapped around her body and cried out in her heart that something was wrong. However, before she could take the blanket off, Qingkong had already recited the words of the secret technique, the Pharaoh's Burial, as some inconspicuous small objects around the room exploded. The blanket on Jennifer's body instantly decomposed into strips of shrouds. These shrouds were wrapped around Jennifer's body in circles, and no matter how she struggled, she could not stop the progress of this advanced secret technique. The shrouds wrapped around her limbs, bound her body, and wrapped her head tightly. Jennifer, who lost her balance, fell straight to the ground. This secret technique not only restricts her actions, but is actually a sealing secret technique. The shroud wrapped Jennifer into a mummy, sealed all her senses, and dormant her consciousness. The undead that were about to rush out of the wall were pressed back fiercely, and all the ghost lights were extinguished. The incident was so unexpected that Sandpaper and the others were very uncomfortable. A guy who looked very powerful was sealed by Qingkong effortlessly, with a secret technique left by a dead person. If they hadn't seen Qingkong chop off Portlam's head with their own eyes, they would definitely think that Qingkong and the Abyss Mage were in the same group. Miss Qingkong, what happened? Bruce Ben, who was a little confused, looked at the mummy on the ground and asked, what is Jennifer? As a game copy, there is naturally a final boss. Jennifer is the final boss of the underground labyrinth of the historical archives. Unlike those who wait for players to defeat the final boss at the last level of the copy, Jennifer will appear in front of the player as a weak girl. She will accompany the player to explore the maze, and stimulate the player's desire to protect with words and actions. As long as the player does not express his intention to leave the maze, she will continue to play with the player. This is definitely a welfare copy for male players. But as long as the player expresses that he wants to leave, Jennifer will reveal her true face when persuasion fails. A big battle. Full of color, fragrance and passion. Very enjoyable. Qingkong didn't want to come at first. Just didn't want to have any entanglement with Jennifer. After all, this boss is the local snake here. And now this place is a little different from the game. If you can avoid her, just avoid her. Unexpectedly, the little undead she controlled wanted to provoke him. You asked for it. So don't blame me for being rude. Just after coming in, I saw the sealing secret technique that Portlam prepared for Jennifer. So Qingkong took it and threw the subject of Pharaoh's funeral to Jennifer. It is estimated that Jennifer never thought that Portlam left a secret technique for herself here. And Qingkong could actually see it and use it. She took the initiative to wrap the subject of the secret technique, which saved a lot of trouble. Qingkong felt that there was no need to explain these things to Bruce Bann and the others too clearly. So she replied, since Jennifer is between half life and half death, she has memories. But the memories are not hers. Therefore, she is no longer the Jennifer she used to be, but just a body carrying memories. Since she wants to take over my body, it means that she does not cherish this body and does not care about her past. Bruce Bann asked, what should we do? How to deal with her? Qingkong thought about it for a while, and actually searched for some information about Jennifer on his mobile phone. Although Jennifer has never left this maze in the game, players who are obsessed with Jennifer have made many plans to save Jennifer and live with her. Take her away. I want to train her well. Chapter 175 Emergency. Qingkong asked Fading to carry the mummified Jennifer, and then led the group back to the first floor lobby. The undead hiding in the dark swarmed out along the way, and they tried their best to save Jennifer. The whole student dormitory building was like a biochemical crisis, with all kinds of undead appearing one after another. But in front of this team, the undead's kamikaze charge had no effect. Qingkong opened his frozen domain, freezing all the undead, who could be resurrected infinitely as he walked. Even if there were a few powerful small bosses, they were still frozen after being dismembered by sandpaper. Red Falcon and Fading. In this way, the team fought their way back to the first floor, and Qingkong used the same technique to teleport everyone back to the hall of the Academy's historical archives. Qingkong asked Bruce Bann to take everyone back to the Department of Mystic Arts, and he went to find Dean Wilred to report the process of killing Portlam. In the Dean's office, Dean Wilred was very surprised that Qingkong could kill Portlam so quickly. And it was still dark outside. Is it so smooth? Qingkong answered while drinking tea, I only found Portlam and 4 Abyss mages. Apparently they had just arrived in Raging Wave City, and were still setting up their nests. Portlam found that I might be an accident, so he couldn't help but protest to me. He probably didn't expect us to find him so quickly. In short, Portlam is dead. There are 5 of the 7 Abyss Apostles left. They probably won't come one by one next time. Nor will they come easily. The death of Harriman and Portlam, 2 Abyss Apostles, is definitely a huge loss for the Abyss Temple. The remaining Abyss Apostles will not give up the Book of Disaster, but they will never come to Raging Wave City so rashly. This is a short preparation period for Ulu College. The next time the Abyss Temple comes again, it will definitely be a thunderous decisive battle. We should prepare well. And I hope the college can survive this crisis this time. Thank you and your Department of Mystic Arts. If you hadn't eliminated these Abyss mages in time, many people in the Academy would have died in their hands. Qingkong drank the tea in the cup in one gulp. This is what we should do. Let's stop here. I want to go back to sleep. You should also go to bed early. The day will soon be bright, and there is another day's work waiting for you. Goodbye. Qingkong went offline after leaving the dean's office. After charging the battery the next day, he couldn't wait to go online to see his new toy. It was still night, and the Department of Mystic Arts of Ulu College was empty. In a room that was locked to prevent others from accidentally breaking in, a mummy wrapped tightly in a shroud stood in the corner. There was nothing else in the room except the mummy. The door opened. Bruce Bann pushed it open, holding the magic lock in his hand, and said to Qingkong behind him, Professor Qingkong. She is there. No one has touched her. Qingkong walked into the room and stopped Bruce Bann, who was about to follow him in. Thank you for your hard work. Go back and continue to sleep. I can interrogate Jennifer myself. Bruce Bann did not dare to disobey Qingkong. Yes. Professor Qingkong. You be careful. Qingkong closed the door, waved his hand, and a sofa-like ice chair appeared in the middle of the room. She sat down in the chair, stretched out her hand, and snapped her fingers. The shroud wrapped around Jennifer immediately softened, then loosened in circles, and finally turned into a blanket and draped over Jennifer. Jennifer closed her eyes, as quiet as a sleeping beauty. Don't pretend in front of me. Come and have a drink with me. I just don't know if you can taste the wine. Don't take off the blanket. You look better this way. As Qingkong spoke, a sofa-like seat also made of ice rose opposite her. Between the two seats rose an iced coffee table, on which two prismatic ice wine glasses grew. The room was filled with white mist formed by the freezing air, as if it were a fairyland. Qingkong took out a bottle of red wine and poured it into the wine glass, and the cold made the red wine freeze quickly. But after Qingkong dripped 2 drops of dragon blood into the wine glass with a dropper, the red wine thawed quickly and gave off a brighter color. At this time, Jennifer suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at Qingkong for a while, then tightened the blanket around her body and came over to sit down. What do you want to do to me? Jennifer looked at Qingkong vigilantly. Qingkong did not answer immediately. She picked up the wine glass and invited Jennifer, drink this glass of wine, and then we will talk. Jennifer asked again, what's in this glass of wine? Qingkong had already drunk the wine in 1 gulp, and then said, no matter what's in it, you have to drink it. This is not your territory. If you die here, you will really die. This is my territory, and I can do whatever I want to you. Drink first, then I'll tell you what I want to do. Looking at the elf in front of her, Jennifer hesitated for a moment and picked up the wine glass, then took a sip. Very delicious. Qingkong stared at the wine glass in Jennifer's hand and said, drink it. Jennifer had no choice but to drink the wine in 1 gulp. Tell me, what do you want to do? I want to resurrect Jennifer. After hearing Qingkong's words, Jennifer was stunned. I don't understand what you mean. You don't need to understand. You just need to know what I want to do. Come, drink another glass. Qingkong poured the wine and dripped dragon blood into the wine. This is precious dragon blood, and many precious materials are added. It is very nourishing. When players accompany Jennifer to play the maze, they will follow the plot to know what kind of girl the real Jennifer is. Kind, elegant, brave, wise and charming. She can be said to be the perfect woman in men's imagination. And these advantages are just a disguise for Jennifer at this time. She is just a monster with Jennifer's memory and body, which makes players feel very unwilling after finishing this copy, and think that Jennifer should not have such an ending. How to bring the real Jennifer back has become a topic for many players. Although no player has found a way to take Jennifer out of the maze, some players still use their imagination and experiments to develop many feasible plans. First of all, Jennifer's current half-dead and half-alive state is not an exception. Some players gathered their friends to use the Book of Disaster to replicate a battle that originally took place in the student dormitory. After many failures, they finally created a half-dead undead creature similar to Jennifer. The whole process is a bit inhumane, but for XP, players will do it without hesitation no matter how inhumane it is. Jennifer looked at the elf in front of her and had a bad premonition in her heart. I am Jennifer. Qingkong said, to me, you are not completely. Drink. I don't drink. Jennifer refused sternly. She knew that if she wanted to wake up the real Jennifer, she had to kill herself. She reached out to take off the blanket, but part of it turned into a shroud and quickly bound her limbs. Qingkong stretched out her hand to control the secret technique, and as her fingers directed, the cloth strips wrapped around Jennifer like tentacles. Jennifer struggled hard, but at this time, she and Qingkong were fighting with overlapping strength. For this interrogation, Qingkong took a good rest and charged up his battery to the maximum, just to force Jennifer to resist. Qingkong had already pushed his level down to 100. Jennifer was pressed into the chair. Her limbs were tightly tied, and the strong pressure made her unable to move at all. Qingkong controlled Jennifer to stretch out her right arm to take the wine glass on the table, and the cloth strips wrapped around her fingers along her arm. Jennifer, whose consciousness was not sealed, had great resistance. Qingkong increased the energy output of the element reactor to control stability. Jennifer grabbed the wine glass and brought it to her mouth. She turned her head to refuse to drink, but the cloth wrapped around her neck and chin, twisting her head back little by little. No. No. You can't do this to me. Please. I am Jennifer. I am Jennifer. If I say you are not, you are not. Qingkong stretched out his hand to continue controlling. The wine glass was brought to her mouth, and the desire to survive made Jennifer beg hard. The miserable and pitiful appearance made Qingkong feel like a big rebel, molesting an innocent girl, But her movements did not stop at all. The cloth spread upwards and wrapped around. Jennifer's mouth was pried open, and a glass of wine was poured in. Jennifer vomited out, and most of the wine was vomited out by her. The red wine flowed down her cheeks and rolled down her body. Qingkong poured another glass of wine and dripped in the specially mixed dragon blood. No matter how much you vomit, you can always drink some. I have a lot of red wine and enough dragon blood prepared for you. Let's continue with the next glass. I surrender to you. You can do whatever you want to me. Please don't let me drink this stuff. I feel my body is really burning. Please stop. Master, I will serve you forever. I swear. Jennifer's hand continued to grab the wine glass, and she also felt the effect of the dragon blood wine taking effect in her body. Her cold body was heating up quickly, and there was a fire burning in her body. The burning sensation made her feel extremely painful, as if her soul was placed on the grill. Knowing that Qingkong wanted to kill her in this way, Jennifer was even more afraid and terrified. She swore to surrender to Qingkong and regard her as her master. But Qingkong was unmoved. Under Qingkong's control, Jennifer's hand firmly grasped the wine glass and poured it into her mouth. A large amount of wine overflowed and wet Jennifer's body. 1 cup, and then another. Qingkong repeated this monotonous action. Waking up the real Jennifer is not a simple matter, nor can it be done in one go. The whole process is to torture her constantly. Let the hot blood change her body little by little, and let her regain body temperature. The warmth will gradually arouse her emotions and replace the current Jennifer step by step. In this process, she will beg, threaten, and pretend, and even at a certain stage, it is difficult to tell which Jennifer she is. This requires patience and cruelty. When Qingkong tortured Jennifer, the night of Ulu College was the day of Raging Wave City. Luke sat in his office, enjoying the exciting scenes from Qingkong that could be called a short film. It felt like he was back to the time when he was studying. But Kailina knocked on the door and walked in. Inspector, there was news from the City Hall that the renovation project of Cape Harbor was handed over to a company called Saxon Engineering. Hearing this news, Luke no longer had the heart to watch short films, leaving Jennifer completely to Qingkong. Luke asked Kailina, what happened? Didn't Counselor Eibel say that he could convince 2 counselors to vote for our Yan'an group? Luke didn't expect that such a change would suddenly occur in a stable matter. Is Counselor Eber so unreliable? Kailina also showed anxiety. Inspector, Saxon Engineering is a long-established engineering company in the Empire, with a very deep royal background. Is it great to have a royal background? Who else would our secret service be afraid of? Luke said angrily, go. Send someone to tell the people on the dock that there will be a strike today. Let the people from the Government Affairs Office and Saxon Engineering see clearly who has the final say in the Cape District. Kailina said, Inspector, the people from Saxon Engineering have already gone to Cape Harbor for inspection. So fast. Luke was still a little surprised to hear this information. The City Government Affairs Office is not unaware of the current situation in the Cape District, and the people from Saxon Engineering must also know it. The Government Affairs Office just announced that the renovation project of Cape Harbor would be given to Saxon Engineering, and the people from Saxon Engineering went to Cape Harbor for inspection. This is not an inspection. It's clearly a demonstration. Kailina said again, in addition to the relevant officials from the Government Affairs Office, the people accompanying Saxon Engineering are also Yeomington. Got it. Luke calmed down his emotions, and he couldn't be anxious at this time. If he lost his composure, he would fall into Yeomington's trap. You let the convoy prepare. I will go to the dock to meet the people from Saxon Engineering immediately. Kailina asked, Inspector, do we need to make other preparations? Do we need to notify Captain Black Mamba? Luke nodded and said, notify Captain Black Mamba that all the Imperial spies of the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau's Rangers are on combat readiness. Let the 2nd Rangers go to the dock to accept my direct dispatch, and the others block the main intersections of the Cape District, especially the roads in and out of the city. No one is allowed to leave or enter the Cape District before I return to the Secret Intelligence Bureau from the dock. Send someone to notify Viscount Iskelin, Counselor Eber and Mrs. Michelle. Just say I'm very unhappy. If the people from Saxon Engineering and Yeomington really make me angry, I will throw them all into the sea to feed the fish. If you don't want to make the situation in Raging Wave City out of control, bring out their potential. Yes, Inspector. Kailina was extremely worried when she heard that Luke actually issued such an order. If all these people were killed, not to mention Raging Wave City, I'm afraid the entire empire would be shaken. But Kalina still resolutely carried out this order. Chapter 176 Battle of Cape Harbor. When Lambert and his Cape District Secret Service Special Forces Team 2 of 500 people arrived at Cape Harbor, Luke's detective convoy also arrived. The two Imperial secret agent teams joined together and entered the port area aggressively. The gangs on the dock saw that Inspector Meteorite had put up such a formation. Although they didn't know what happened, they also responded actively. A large group of people swarmed in at once, and the sturdy guys stood in front to cheer for Inspector Meteorite. The armed merchant ship docked at the dock occupied the inner waters of Cape Harbor under the command of Mrs. Tasia. The gun ports on the side of the ship were opened, and the black gun muzzles extended from inside, aiming at a fleet in the port. That fleet belongs to Saxon Engineering Company, with a total of 4 ships, all of which are the latest steam-powered warships. Luke, who came to the dock, also saw these 4 most advanced warships. Adonis-class steam warship, displacement 2,745 tons, speed 7 knots, equipped with 20 rear-loading guns developed by Saxon Engineering. Although the main structure of the hull is still made of wood, a steel armor plate with a thickness of 80 mm is added to the outside of the hull. Therefore, when facing the Cape Port armed merchant ships with a superior number, the 4 Adonis-class steam warships were not panicked at all. They left the dock and calmly formed a defensive formation. Come prepared? Luke has already felt the strength of the Saxon Engineering before he even met them. If things go wrong today, there will really be a big fight here. At Pier 9, Luke met one of Yomington's followers. Hello, Inspector Meteorite, the follower of the Saxon Engineering fleet. With his back to the sea, saluted Luke, but his expression was very arrogant. My master and Mr. Edgar of Saxon Engineering are waiting for you on the coral reef. If you want to see them, we have prepared a small boat for you. Luke saw the small boat docked at the pier, with 4 sailors sitting in it with oars. He lit a cigarette for himself first, and then said to Yomington's follower, I will give you an hour to let Yomington and Edgar come to my lucky princess to find me. If I don't see them by the time. Luke took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. The thugs at sea will attack your 4 ships. If something unfortunate happens, all I can do is report the death to the Prime Minister and Saxon Engineering. The attendant didn't expect Luke to threaten so blatantly. He said angrily, Inspector, you are facing 4 of the most advanced warships at sea. The guns on your ships can't penetrate the armor of our warships. Luke blew out a smoke ring and chuckled. How to eliminate you is the business of the thugs at sea. Don't associate me with the thugs. I remind you, every word you say to me here counts. Although the attendant was annoyed, he did not dare to waste any more time. It seemed that 1 hour was enough. But with the round trip by boat and the boarding and disembarking, there was not much time for Yomington and Edgar to consider. The consequences were not something a small attendant like him could bear. The attendant hurriedly boarded the boat and urged the sailors to paddle hard towards the coral reef. Luke boarded the Lucky Princess, which was docked at the pier. In the captain's room of the Lucky Princess, Luke met Lady Tasia and the corps captains of the armed fleet who were formulating an attack plan. After Luke sat down, he asked the backbone of his fleet, the enemy is there, and we need you to have a plan to wipe them out completely. Mrs. Tasia spread out a map of Cape Harbor in front of Luke, and the staff and captains used models to lay out the enemy and our situation map. Inspector, Mrs. Tasia pushed 4 merchant ships from her own fleet forward, and the other ships lined up behind the 4 ships. The defense and firepower of the warships of the Saxon project are very strong, and the artillery on our ships cannot penetrate their protective plates. But fortunately, they are trapped in the inner waters of the port. We can fight them boarding with some casualties. It is no problem to wipe them out completely. The only worry is whether there are other warships of the Saxon project in the open sea, and the reaction of the Imperial Navy stationed in the military port of Raging Wave City. Our fleet does not have the strength to go to war with any of them. Luke was also thinking about fighting. The consequences would be caused. The Navy should not worry about their intervention. The military does not participate in the internal affairs of the city of Raging Waves. As long as the war does not enter several important urban areas of the city of Raging Waves, the army will not move. But for the existing strength of the Cape District, the Saxon Engineering is a behemoth that is difficult to confront. Saxon Engineering is the leading private military-industrial complex in the Golden Shield Empire. Its main business directions are cargo ships, warships, ship-related equipment, and overseas colonization. In order to control overseas colonies, Saxon Engineering established a private fleet with equipment level not inferior to that of the regular navy. The Adonis-class steam battleship is just a coastal frigate for Saxon Engineering. But for the current Yinong armed fleet, it can only use the most primitive tactics to win in this specific environment. If it is put in a regular naval battle at sea, the Yinong armed fleet is estimated to be completely destroyed. At this moment, Luke has never been so eager to have a powerful fleet. At the same time, he also realized that even if he controlled Cape Port, without a fleet to protect him, others could strangle the sea artery at any time. Unit 01 is still purchasing equipment, so don't expect it to come to the rescue now. But no matter what, this step today must not be retreated. Retreating is a dead end. Just fight the war I told you to fight. Luke made up his mind to fight if the negotiation failed. If we have to fight, try to capture these 4 Adonis-class steam battleships intact, which will help us deal with the subsequent retaliation of Saxon Engineering. Yes, Inspector. Luke set the tone, and Mrs. Tasia led the captains to continue to formulate a specific attack plan. In the captain's room of the Coral Reef, Yomington and Edgar, the representative of Saxon Engineering, were also discussing whether Inspector Meteorite dared to initiate an armed conflict. Edgar was a middle-aged strong man with a military demeanor, and he had a strong oppressive power sitting there. After listening to the warning from Meteorite Inspector, relayed by Yomington's entourage, he said to Yomington, "As you said, Meteorite is very unruly. Do you think he will attack us?" Yomington had expected Luke's reaction, but this direct military threat was beyond his expectation. He asked Edgar, "Can your fleet stop the attack of those thugs?" Edgar didn't think too much. In the open sea, my fleet can easily destroy them. But here, as long as they are willing to make certain sacrifices, they can fight a boarding battle with my fleet. And then our firepower and defense will be useless. The other side will win. But the sacrifice will be huge. Then the head office will send more warships to avenge us. Edgar's answer was very rational, and he had no worries about dying here. Yomington asked again, "Do you think the other side is bluffing? Or will they really attack when the time comes?" Edgar smiled and said, "This is for you to judge. The order I received is to follow your arrangements. But I think Inspector Meteorite will never come to the Coral Reef, and will not cherish the lives of the so-called thugs. In this way, it seems that Inspector Meteorite is very likely to fight. But doesn't he know the consequences of fighting? Yomington knows what kind of follow-up effects this battle will cause. No one can bear the military and political chain reactions it will cause. Even if Meteorite is valued by the princess, he will not be punished. Does he dare to fight? Reasonably speaking, he doesn't dare to fight. But Inspector Meteorite is definitely not a person who can judge with reason. Yomington recalled the series of events he had encountered with Meteorite. He was a person who could do anything. While Yomington was still thinking, the attendant whispered to remind him, "Sir, Inspector Meteorite only gives you 1 hour. And the timer was counted before I left the dock." Yomington looked at Edgar, who was a retired naval officer and was only responsible for military operations. He still made his own decisions. "Prepare the boat, Mr. Edgar, and I will go to see Inspector Meteorite." Yomington made a decision. "Yes, sir." The attendant left. Edgar asked Yomington, "Do you also judge that Meteorite will attack us?" "He is a madman." Yomington said helplessly, "I'm sorry. I should have let your fleet deter outside the port. If the Saxon Engineering ship dares not even enter Cape Harbor, what's the point of deterring outside the port? This is also an attempt. At least we know the determination of the opponent. Sir Yomington, let's go. Let's go to see Inspector Meteorite. Please, Mr. Edgar." When Yomington and Edgar boarded the boat to the Lucky Princess, they could see that the armed ships surrounding the outer circle had already formed an attack formation. As Edgar judged, these dual-powered wooden ships did not form a battle line for a conventional naval battle, but all aimed their bows at the enemy like a land battle. As soon as the attack began, the leading ship attracted the attack and covered the approach of other ships. There were also a large group of sailors sitting in small boats on the coast, ready to use swarm tactics to break through and board the 4 warships in the middle, facing the attack of dozens of times the enemy. The fleet of Saxon Engineering had no chance of winning. Luke got what he wanted and met the visiting representative of Yomington and Sax Engineering, Edgar, on the Lucky Princess. A crisis did not break out for the time being, but the tense atmosphere in the entire Cape area and even the city of raging waves did not ease at all. The warning of Inspector Meteor has reached the ears of the main officials in the city. Inspector Meteor's fierce reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. Faced with the Saxon project coming from the imperial capital and the thundering judgment of the city council, Inspector Meteor not only did not accept the facts, but also showed a fierce determination to fight to the death. The Cape District was closed under the control of the Secret Intelligence Bureau. It was difficult for information inside to be transmitted out, and it was also difficult for information outside to be transmitted in. Everyone was waiting anxiously outside, fearing that the powder keg of the Cape District would be detonated and affect the entire Raging Wave City. Councillor Eibel, Lady Michelle, and Viscount Iskelin used all their energy in Raging Wave City to lobby everywhere. If the meteorite inspector really caused unrest in the city of Raging Waves, the three of them would not be able to escape responsibility. At the same time, they also knew, if they could not save the situation and take back the renovation project of Cape Harbor, then they would lose completely. The situation in Cape Harbor was tense. The various parties in Raging Waves City were wrestling. Luke set up a hung-in banquet on the deck of the Lucky Princess. There were 3 chairs on a dining table, and on the grill next to the dining table, a chef with fat exposed grilled large pieces of fish, surrounded by fully armed sailors and imperial spies. Luke was like a gangster, holding a cigarette and tapping his legs, and said casually to Yamington and Edgar who were on board, "Sit down. I heard that you came to Cape Harbor for inspection, and I came to see you without even having breakfast. Let's talk while we eat. I hope that after breakfast, we can reach a satisfactory result." Luke waved his hand, and a sailor came forward to put 2 oak glasses filled with beer for Yomington and Edgar. The grilled fish was also cut into pieces and placed on the table. After Yomington sat down, he asked angrily, "Inspector Meteorite, what do you mean? Do you know what you are doing?" "I know what I am doing. I am afraid that you don't know what you are doing. I paid a lot to obtain the Cape Harbor renovation project. I invested the money, I gathered the people, I ordered the equipment and materials. I am just waiting for this project to be completed, so that it can drive the recovery of the Cape area. You suddenly jumped out and took the meat from my plate. If you were me, what would you do?" Luke brought the whole plate of barbecue to himself, picked up the fork, and put a piece of meat into his mouth, staring at Yomington. Yomington replied, "Inspector Meteorite, business requires fair competition. Saxon Engineering is a 200-year-old engineering company with very strong technical strength, and as a company mainly engaged in shipbuilding. Saxon Engineering knows the direction of future ship discovery, and what kind of ports will be needed in the future. What is the Yinong Trading Company you support? Building a port is a technical project. The City Council of Nuteo City decided to hand it over to a professional company. Is there anything wrong?" What Yomington said was well-founded and hard to refute. Luke did not follow the rhythm he started. "We are not simply repairing the port when we build Cape Harbor. I have a whole set of infrastructure projects in the Cape District ready to be implemented. I am not here to stop Saxon Engineering from taking on this project. If Saxon Engineering is willing to invest in my Cape District recovery plan, Cape Harbor can be built by anyone." Yomington immediately remembered that he bought Virgil from Inspector Meteorite. Did he occupy the Cape Harbor renovation project, or did he want to make money? Yomington was a little confused about the inspector's purpose. "Can you talk about your Cape District recovery plan? If it can make a profit, I think Saxon Engineering may be interested. As long as you invest in the location of Nuteo City, you will make money." Luke ate meat in big mouthfuls and said, "Rebuild all the roads in the Cape District according to the standards of the Central City, and all civil systems such as water conservancy, electricity, and transportation should be benchmarked against the Central City. Build a heavy machinery factory, a smelter, a large shipyard, a textile factory, a chemical plant, a steam engine factory for the Cape District." Luke opened his mouth and asked for a sky-high price. After he finished talking about what he wanted, Yomington asked again if Saxon Engineering is willing to invest in these projects. "What kind of return can it get? Isn't it a return to let you build Cape Port?" Yomington's face darkened instantly. "So you are going to take all these things for free, and you don't even plan to give out some shares in those factories? Are you kidding me, Inspector? You are not sincere." Luke smiled and said, "No, I am sincere. As long as Saxon Engineering takes out the money, I will take people back immediately, and this port will be given to you. Saxon Engineering will definitely not be a sucker." Yomington said seriously, "Meteor, don't continue to make trouble. The City Council of Nuteo City has made a decision that you are subordinate to the Imperial Secret Service and have no right to interfere in city affairs. If you insist on blocking the normal progress of the Cape Port renovation project, Saxon Engineering will sue you in the Supreme Court of the Empire. Luke snorted and laughed at Yomington's threat, and continued to eat without paying attention. Yomington thought Luke was timid, so he took advantage of the situation and said, Inspector Meteorite, accept the facts. Although you have an important mission, you can't pry into the city of raging waves. Wouldn't it be better to be an inspector here for a few years, and then leave safely with a considerable fortune? Other inspectors of the Secret Service do this, and they know that they can't go against the trend of history. Luke didn't say anything. When Yomington was about to continue persuading him, an Imperial spy came to report. Inspector, a professor from the Ulu College, who calls himself Bruce Bann, is here. Luke picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth. Professor from Ulu College? Let him come over. Yes, Inspector. After a while, Bruce Bann boarded the deck of the Lucky Princess. He saluted Luke and said, Hello, Inspector Meteorite. Luke nodded in return. Hello, Professor Bann. What do you want to see me for? Bruce Bann replied, I am here on the orders of Professor Qingkong, the Dean of the Ulu College's Department of Mysticism. A few days ago, our Department of Mysticism found an unidentified girl who called herself Hong Kwang and had lost her memory. When we examined Hong Kwang, we found that her brain had been installed with a transformation device, and her entire body of bones had been replaced with alchemical metals. Dean Wilred was very angry about the inhumane treatment of a poor girl and asked Professor Qingkong to investigate the matter. I came here this time to invite Mr. Yomington to Ulu College. Professor Qingkong has some questions for you. Bruce Bann's last words were said to Yomington, and to Yomington's ears, it undoubtedly revealed too much information. Dean Wilred expressed his attitude, very angry. This is the attitude of Ulu College. But isn't Ulu College extremely cautious in political affairs? Master Ulu only engages in academics, and does not take sides on any position. Yomington explained, Red Falcon is my adopted daughter. When I adopted her, she was already like that. I have been looking for the person who killed her. Bruce Bann interrupted Yomington's explanation. I'm sorry, Mr. Yomington. It's Professor Qingkong who wants to see you. It's useless for you to explain to me. Please follow me. It's night in Ulu College now. Don't keep Professor Qingkong waiting for a long time. Yomington didn't want to go. This is obviously a trap. The whole city of Raging Waves knows that the elf Qingkong and Mrs. Michelle are good friends. And Mrs. Michelle is from Meteorite. Qingkong didn't come to see him earlier or later. But at this time, Yomington would never believe it. She just asked about the Red Falcon. I'm sorry. I don't have time now. I have something very important to talk to the Meteorite Inspector. Luke said, What can I talk to you about? The representative of Saxon Engineering is Mr. Edgar. We can talk here. Lord Yomington, you can go now. Just as Yomington was about to find an excuse to stay, Bruce Bann took out his magic wand. Mr. Yomington, I am not a good talker. Professor Qingkong asked me to take you back, so I must take you back. If force is needed, I will use force. The scene immediately became tense, and Yomington knew he had to go to Ulu College. Without knowing the true attitude of Ulu College, he must not offend this behemoth. Okay, I'll go with you to Ulu College. I want to explain to Dean Wilred in person. Yomington stood up and turned to warn Luke, Inspector Meteor. Don't think your little tricks can do anything to me. I don't believe that Ulu College will interfere in the political affairs of Raging Waves City. You must have deceived Dean Wilred. It is your best choice to end it in time. Luke glanced at Yomington. Goodbye. Yomington, I think Miss Qingkong will definitely treat you well. Don't be happy too early. The style of Ulu College is different from yours. I will be back soon. Yomington followed Bruce Bann away. The only one left was Edgar, who had been silent since boarding the ship. Luke continued to eat, and after finishing a large plate of grilled fish, he pushed the empty plate forward. My appetite is this plate of meat, and no one can take a piece. In the muddy water of Raging Waves City, is Saxon Engineering really going to come in? Can you afford the price of coming in? Edgar picked up the glass, drank the whole glass of beer in one gulp, wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth, and then answered Luke, We are all pawns in the royal game. You have your mission, and I have mine. My mission is to lead my fleet to follow the command of Yomington. Now Yomington has been taken away by the people of Ulu Academy, and I can't make a decision. Luke smiled and asked his men to bring Edgar a plate of grilled fish. I'm afraid you need to make a decision before I get the renovation project of Cape Harbor. Yomington will not appear again. Edgar was shocked by Luke's words. What do you mean? Ulu Academy will detain Lord Yomington. He is the staff officer of the Prime Minister. Luke said meaningfully. I just told you that the water in Raging Wave City is very deep, and you can't control it. Not to mention Yomington. Even if the Prime Minister comes, it's useless. Take your fleet away after eating this meat. It's not safe underwater in Cape Harbor at night. Chapter 177 House Arrest of Yomington. On the plate, the surface of the freshly grilled fish was burnt yellow, with bubbles bubbling with oil. The spices sprinkled on top were stimulated by the high temperature, and the smell made people salivate. Edgar, who had been drifting on the sea for a long time, could see that the temperature of the grilled fish was just right, indicating that the cook who made it was a very good cook. On the ship, the cooks who could make such delicious food were generally very prestigious. The opposite meteorite inspector also grasped the temperature of the negotiation very well. If you can't win the debate, get rid of the debater, and you will naturally win without an opponent. A full glass of beer was placed next to the plate, along with a knife and fork. Edgar knew that it was meaningless for him to stay in Raging Wave City, so he simply started eating and drinking. He asked Luke casually, Inspector, you are very powerful. You invited Yomington to your ship. Ulu College invited him, and he had no choice but to go. But this only means that you won one game. Even if you successfully get the renovation project of Cape Port, you may not be able to start the work smoothly. Even if you can start the work, your ship cannot go out to sea. Next time I come, I will not bring these 4 Adonis-class steam battleships. I will send all your ships to the bottom of the sea. Threatened by Edgar, Luke couldn't help shaking his head. I originally wanted you to go back alive, but you provoke me so much. If I don't respond, it will damage the dignity of the Imperial Secret Service. I'm going to kill you. Luke took out a white glove from his pocket and threw it at Edgar's face. Edgar grabbed the glove that Luke threw over and showed a ferocious smile. Inspector Meteorite, I accept your invitation to duel. This will be a fair duel. Luke looked at Edgar. This is a fair duel. You decide the time. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You decide the location. But I hope that all the city officials of Raging Waves can see this duel. Luke smiled and said, the duel can be held in the square of the city hall. I'll add some difficulty and gimmicks. How about fighting on an airship? Edgar didn't expect Luke to choose such a special duel location, and he realized that this location would definitely be in his favor. But since I have chosen the time for the duel, and the other party has no objection, I can't question the duel location. Moreover, the turbulence of the airship in the air will not be less than that of the ship in the sea. Perhaps this duel location is beneficial to me. No problem. Fight on the airship. You will regret your impulse this time. No. You have no chance to regret it. Edgar did not touch the grilled fish in front of him. He stood up and saluted Luke, then left the lucky princess. Mrs. Tasia came down from the bridge. She just heard the conversation between Luke and Edgar, and said worriedly, Inspector, I know Edgar. He has been a navy and a pirate. He is very strong, and he seems to be able to increase his strength in a short time through some secret technique. I am not his opponent. If you must kill Edgar, we Nanda can attack the coral reef now. Luke asked the cook to serve him another plate of grilled fish and said to Mrs. Tasia, I know Edgar better than you. He likes to duel with people, and has even killed some people who are stronger than him. Since he provoked me, I will do what he wants. Don't worry. I know Edgar's ability. But Edgar doesn't know me. He will die in this duel. The ship he brought, you should be prepared to receive it. The confidence shown by the inspector made Mrs. Tasia say nothing, and he asked her to receive these 4 steam warships, which was still surprising. Inspector, you want to seize the warships of Saxon Engineering. This will give them an excuse to attack us. Do you think that if we don't seize these 4 warships, Saxon Engineering will not attack us? I will deal with Saxon Engineering. After you accept these 4 warships, hurry up to train. When our warships are built, you must be able to form combat power directly. Mrs. Tasia knew that Inspector Meteor had a shipbuilding plan, but she didn't know what kind of ship was being built. But as long as it was a steam warship like the Adonis class, she would be satisfied. Yes, Inspector. Thank you. Inspector, go and prepare. As you command. The blockade of the Cape District was lifted, and the news that Inspector Meteor was going to duel with Edgar, the representative of Saxon Engineering, quickly spread throughout the city. Most city officials knew Edgar's strength. He had experienced various wars and battles, and had a wealth of duel experience. However, Inspector Meteor had not shown much strength, It was a mistake for him to initiate this duel. If Inspector Meteor was killed by Edgar in this duel, the fog over the city of raging waves would be clear. Mrs. Michel, Counselor Eibel and Viscount Iskelin, who were still running around, panicked when they heard the news of the duel between Inspector Meteor and Edgar. They immediately sent people to the Secret Intelligence Bureau of the Cape District to inquire. And the answer they got was, to complete the renovation of Cape Port, and not to worry about other things. The city government square prepared the venue for the duel. A large airship was dispatched, and someone boarded the top of the airship to set up the duel field. This special duel field added some fun to the duel. When people from all walks of life in the City of Wrath had their own expectations for the duel, Yomington seemed to be ignored. Yomington and 2 followers followed Bruce Bann into the subspace, and the bright sky instantly turned into night. Under the night, the Ulu Academy fell asleep. But because of the infiltration of the Abyss Mage, the Academy sent more guards at night. When Yomington entered the Academy, Abyss leopards frequently jumped out to stop him, and he was allowed to pass only after Bruce Bann revealed his identity. I have been to Ulu College many times before, but this is the first time I have seen Abyss leopards. They are really a group of beautiful and smart guys. The college's defense is so tight. Has something happened? Yomington chatted. He wanted to get some information from Bruce Bann. Bruce Bann was not so alert. He replied, yesterday we were invaded by Abyss mages, and a student died. Fortunately, Professor Qingkong found and eliminated these Abyss mages, including an Abyss Apostle. We are not sure if there are other lurking Abyss mages for the time being, so we can only strengthen the college's defense. Miss Qingkong killed another Abyss Apostle? Yes. It's the 5th Abyss Apostle Portlam. Yomington was very curious about Qingkong's strength. It was rumored that she had fought with Dean Wilred, and although the outcome was not decided, she stole the Dean's Ruewa wand. It was just that Qingkong's identity was exposed, and as a professor at Ulu College, the authenticity of the battle with Wilred could not be judged. Destroyed the Thunder Tower. Later, Mrs. Michel explained that it was done by the Abyss Mage. Therefore, the previous assessment of Qingkong's strength should be very watered down. But when she was besieging the Abyss Mage in Oregon Street, she killed an Abyss Apostle. And this time she killed another Abyss Apostle. Abyss Apostles. But they were a group of guys who almost destroyed Ulu College 100 years ago. Which is enough to prove that although Qingkong's strength is not as strong as the legend, it is strong enough. Miss Qingkong is really a powerful and mysterious elf. Has she been a professor at Ulu College before? I have no other meaning. But I think that according to her ability, she should have been famous all over the world long ago. Professor Qingkong doesn't want others to ask her about her affairs. I just follow orders. Bruce suddenly stopped. We are here. Arrived? Yomington was stunned at first, and then found that he was no longer on the road to the college, but in a closed and dark room, and the 2 followers were nowhere to be found. He asked Bruce Bann, where is this place? Where did my people go? Professor Qingkong's order is to bring you here, and your followers are not invited. Yomington realized that this might be a trap, and he sternly said to Bruce, I am an Imperial official. I ask you to take me away from here immediately. I want to see Dean Wilred. Professor Bann, you can go out. Let Lord Yomington's followers go home and wait for news. Qingkong appeared in the room, and the lights in the room turned on to illuminate the space. Yes, Professor Qingkong. Bruce Bann left, and only Qingkong and Yomington were left in the room. Sit down. Qingkong waved his hand, and 2 ice chairs appeared in the room. I hope this invitation does not disturb you. Yomington did not sit down. The scene at this time made him a little uneasy. Miss Qingkong, this is not the style of Ulu College. No matter what questions you want to ask me, you need to be in an open occasion. I want to see Dean Wilred. Otherwise, I will not answer any questions. Qingkong sat down in a chair and said to Yomington indifferently, the commission I received is to let you stay in Ulu College before the city council handed over the renovation project of Cape Port to Yin Group again. So I don't care whether you answer the questions or not. After hearing Qingkong's statement of his purpose, Yomington said angrily, are you faking the order of Dean Wilred? Ulu College has always not interfered in the political affairs of Nuteo City. You detain an Imperial official like this. Do you know what troubles it will bring to Ulu College? Let me go quickly. Otherwise Dean Wilred will punish you severely. I didn't fake the Dean's order. The Dean is indeed very angry about your treatment of Hong Falcon. Now the college has organized professional professors to treat Hong Falcon. Once Hong Falcon recovers some memory, Ulu College will definitely sue all relevant personnel in the Supreme Court of the Empire. Yomington, you still have a chance to reduce your crime. Help us restore Hong Falcon's memory and assist us in rescuing other girls who have been subjected to experiments. I don't know what you were talking about. Hong Kwong is my adopted daughter. She was like this before I adopted her. Give Hong Kwong to me. I will find the best doctor to treat her. Yomington didn't expect that bringing Hong Kwong to Raging Wave City would cause such a big trouble. Once Ulu Academy is determined to investigate this matter, the entire plan must be hidden, and Hong Kwong must be taken out of Ulu Academy before she recovers her memory. But I don't know how to leave here. Qingkong said, if you want to take Hong Kwong away, you can go to Dean Wilred. I want to see Dean Wilred now. It's night in Ulu College now, and the Dean is resting. And you can't go anywhere until the matter in Nuteo City is over. Yomington took out a magic wand from his sleeve and threatened Qingkong. You are illegally detaining an imperial official, which is a serious crime. Let me go now, otherwise you will bear all the consequences. Qingkong's eyes instantly turned into icy color, and a powerful aura pressed towards Yomington. You are turning the detainment of an imperial official into the murder of an imperial official. Yomington, stay here honestly until you can leave, otherwise you will bear all the consequences. Yomington's momentum was instantly crushed. He didn't dare to confront Qingkong stubbornly, so he could only put away his magic wand and sit in the chair. He changed his attitude and said to Qingkong, Miss Qingkong, I don't know who you work for, but since you have accepted other people's commissions, you should also accept my commission. Please name your price. I promise that we can give you much more than what Inspector Meteorite gives you. Qingkong didn't expect Yomington to be a chameleon, and his expression changed quickly. She said, Inspector Meteorite promised to help me become the next dean of Ulu College. Qingkong decided to tease Yomington to see how much more he could offer. This price obviously exceeded Yomington's expectations. Yomington said with a dark face, Miss Qingkong, I think you have been deceived by Meteorite. He is a spy of the Imperial Secret Service, and even the princess cannot interfere with the position of the dean of Ulu College. I can go with you to find Meteorite now, and I want to expose his lies in person. Qingkong also said with a dark face, You said I was deceived. Are you questioning my IQ? Yomington is indeed questioning Qingkong's IQ now, but he must not say it out loud. No. 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 Miss Qingkong, you are the smartest and most beautiful elf I have ever seen. But I really can't figure out how Inspector Meteorite can decide the next dean of Ulu College. I think we should ask Dean Wilred. He may know the reason. How can I ask the dean about this matter in person? It seems that I covet his position and want him to die soon. Whether you can figure it out has nothing to do with me. I just want to hear what price you can offer. There are not many things in this world that can attract me more than the position of the dean of Ulu College. There are not many things in this world that are more precious than the position of the dean of Ulu College. Yomington couldn't figure out how Meteorite made Qingkong believe that he could influence the next dean of Ulu College. But considering the series of amazing operations of Meteorite after arriving in Nuteo City, it seems reasonable for him to do such a ridiculous thing. And what price can I offer to surpass Meteorite's bid for Qingkong? Chapter 178 Chengxiang Level. This, Yomington considered the price he could offer. And this price was not only higher than the dean of Ulu College, but also had to be within his affordability. Soon, he came up with a brilliant idea. Miss Qingkong, I wonder if you are married or have someone you like. Qingkong wanted to see Yomington's embarrassment, but didn't expect him to ask this question. I have a bad feeling. Neither. Qingkong answered truthfully. Yomington was possessed by Cupid at this moment. The eldest prince and the second prince of the empire are also unmarried, and the future emperor of the empire must be chosen from them. Miss Qingkong is so beautiful. If she goes to the imperial capital, she will definitely win the hearts of the two princes. I can assure you that no matter who becomes the emperor of the empire, you can become the empress of the empire. At that time, with your status, it would not be easy to build an academy named after you. Sure enough, in order to get out of trouble, Yomington is really very smart. Qingkong felt a little bit like shooting herself in the foot. She said to Yomington, This price is very tempting. But are you sure the empire will accept an elf queen? According to the lifespan of elves, if I become the empress of the empire, I can definitely send away many emperors of the empire. With my strength, I can also decide who will be the future emperor of the empire. Even, the empire may even welcome a queen. Yomington found that the price he offered was ill-considered. The emperor of the empire can have a lover of a different race. But the queen must be human. But in order to escape, Yomington lied to Qingkong. This era is no longer the same as before. And race should not be the boundary of love. We, the emerging nobles, are most receptive to new things. What a wonderful thing it is to have an elf queen. As for the future, that is a matter for the future. Qingkong smiled and said, don't question my IQ. And don't insult my IQ. I know you are lying to me. I just got the news that Inspector Meteorite and Edgar of Saxon Engineering will have a fair duel at 4 p.m. If Edgar is killed by Inspector Meteorite, and you are not here, the city council may change its mind under pressure. You don't have much time. Think carefully, and make a price I can't refuse. Hearing the information revealed by Qingkong, Yomington was shocked. What? Meteorite wants to duel with Edgar? Why? How do I know? Maybe Inspector Meteorite doesn't like Edgar. Okay. I'm going to read a book. If you haven't considered the price, don't disturb me. Qingkong was afraid that Yomington would make another weird price. So he simply stopped talking. She made an iced coffee table at hand, poured herself a glass of red wine, and then took out a secret book to read. Faced with Qingkong's personal custody, Yomington could only use his brain to think about how to convince Qingkong to let him go. He had to go back before 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He knew Inspector Meteorite very well. Once this duel started, Edgar would definitely die. At this time, Edgar was in a closed room on the fleet flagship Coral Reef, preparing for the duel. He sat cross-legged on the floor with a two-handed sword across his knees. There were some mysterious props used to release secrets around him, and a turtle shell was turned upside down and placed 2 meters in front of him, rotating without external force. The entire secret ritual lasted from morning to afternoon, during which Edgar remained motionless, accepting the power brought to him by the secret. When the turtle shell stopped turning, it collapsed into a pile of sand and disappeared. The two-handed sword on Edgar's knees rippled with water, and then vibrated to make a surging sound of the sea tide. Secret, raging sea. This is a secret that Edgar occasionally obtained when he was adventuring at sea. After completing the secret, he will be blessed with the power of the ocean for a certain period of time. The closer he is to the ocean, the stronger the power of blessing. It is with this secret that Edgar has survived countless battles of all sizes, and survived to this day. Many people who were stronger than him died under his sword. In this duel with the Meteorite Inspector, Edgar took out his treasured mysterious props and maximized the Raging Sea state. After this battle, he will have a place in the city of Raging Seas, and will no longer have to risk his life. After the secret technique was completed, Edgar felt that his condition had never been so good. Although the duel was on land, the city government hall was not far from the ocean, and the effect of Raging Sea was not greatly reduced. After completing the secret technique, Edgar looked at the time. It was time to go to the duel. At this time, Luke was also preparing for the duel. He knew what Edgar's unique skill was. The secret skill Raging Sea could raise Edgar's strength from 4 stars to 5 stars. He would be even stronger at sea. Although Luke placed the duel in the air, there was still a big gap between his strength and Edgar's. Luke's overall strength was only 3 stars, and less than 4 stars. He would definitely not be able to beat Edgar in a normal fight. But Luke didn't plan to fight Edgar normally. Players would use some dirty tricks to fight bosses. The time for the duel was approaching. When Luke came out of his room, many people had gathered outside. Shelley, Pisco, Kalina, Lady Tasia, Mighty, Sandpaper. What was supposed to come has come. Shelley said first, Inspector. Edgar is not worth your personal effort. Let me fight for you. No one will say anything. Kalina also said, Inspector. You are of noble status, and should not take such a big risk. Please let Captain Black Mamba fight for you. She will beat Edgar. In this situation, Luke was very relieved to have such a caring subordinate. He said to everyone, don't act like I'm going to die. When have you ever seen Inspector I risk my life? Don't worry. I know how to beat Edgar. As long as he gets on that airship, he's dead. Madame Tasha? How are your preparations going? Madame Tasha replied, Inspector. The crew is ready. When the news of your killing Edgar reaches the dock, the Naga warriors will forcibly board the ship, and the other ships will board and seize the ship as quickly as possible, leaving no chance for the 4 steam warships to sink. Very good. Edgar lost his life, and the ship this time. Since Saxon Engineering is confronting me head-on, let's confront it head-on. Come on. Accompany the inspector to see Edgar off. Luke drove his men to the central city. The square in front of the city government hall was already crowded with people. And in the middle was an airship ready to take off. A hydrogen airship. The politicians and businessmen of Nuteo City are always thinking about promoting hydrogen airships. They will certainly not miss such a good advertising opportunity, no matter what his position is. Meteorite Inspector is the hottest star in Nuteo City now. He is very popular, and any move he makes can make the headlines of major newspapers. The fact that Meteorite Inspector is going to duel has long shocked the whole city. Looking at the number of people who gathered to watch the duel, it can only be compared with the demonstration in the city a few days ago. It can be imagined that this duel will not only alarm the entire Nuteo City, but also the imperial capital. As a duel venue, if the hydrogen airship of Nuteo City can prove its safety, it will be very helpful for its comprehensive promotion. Qingkong class hydrogen airship. Research and Development Unit, Nuteo City Alchemist Association. Length 224 meters. Diameter 40.7 meters. Volume 200,000 cubic meters. Hydrogen plus stabilizer is used to provide lift for the airship. Sufficient lift allows the Qingkong class hydrogen airship to be equipped with a hard shell to provide better protection for the airship. For this duel, a layer of protective plate was added to the top of this Qingkong class hydrogen airship, which, together with the 28 independent airbags inside the hull, is enough to cope with a high-intensity battle. The Nuteo City Alchemist Association is very confident in the Qingkong class hydrogen airship, hoping that it can take this opportunity to open up the market monopolized by steam airships in one fell swoop. The convoy of the Cape District Secret Service slowly squeezed through the crowd to the Government Hall Square, just in time for the agreed duel. Edgar has arrived. Councillor Ibel, Mrs. Michel, and Viscount Iskelin are also waiting here, with worried expressions on their faces. The airship is ready to take off, and the duel is about to begin. Viscount Iskelin stopped Luke in front of the airship boarding ladder and asked in a low voice, "Are you crazy? Who are you? You actually want to duel with a small character? Do you know what the consequences will be if you have an accident? Think about the princess. She is waiting for you." Viscount Iskelin knew the relationship between Meteorite and the princess, and he hoped that at this last moment, Meteorite would cancel the duel for the princess. "Thank you. I know what I'm doing. Edgar must die today, and no one can stop him." Viscount Iskelin didn't know where Luke got such confidence, but as long as it's a duel, accidents may happen. Yes, sometimes accidents catch people off guard. Luke smiled. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Edgar's death will slow down the arrival of the Saxon engineering fleet." After Luke finished talking to Viscount Iskelin, he walked up the stairs to the airship. Edgar, carrying a big sword, also followed him onto the airship. In the cabin similar to a train compartment, Edgar looked at the surging crowd outside through the window and said to Luke, "Inspector, I see that your friends and subordinates are very worried about you, which increases my confidence in defeating you. I advise you one last time. If you take the initiative to give up the duel, you still have a chance to live. Don't give up your life for anger and face. I am the opposite of you. Everyone doesn't think highly of me, but I think I have a better chance of winning." When Luke and Edgar were arguing with each other, an old man dressed as a captain came over and saluted them. "Inspector Meteor. Mr. Edgar. I am the captain of the fantasy-class airship. Miatu. The airship is about to take off. Please take your seats." Luke said to the captain, "When the airship takes off, you take all the crew off the airship." The captain didn't expect Inspector Meteor to make such a request. He replied, "Inspector, our mission is to ensure the safe operation of the airship." Luke said, "When I duel with Mr. Edgar, I don't want any human influence. We don't trust you. Everyone will get off the boat after takeoff. I will check every corner of the airship later. If I find any extra people, no matter how high the airship is, I will throw them off." Edgar also said, "This is a fair duel. Inspector Meteor has the right to ask you to leave. But we all leave the airship. How do you make it land?" Luke said, "You don't have to think about it. Okay. Listen to you, Inspector." Soon the Qingkong class hydrogen airship began to take off, and the captain jumped down with the crew one by one, allowing the airship to fly uncontrollably to the sky. Luke carefully checked every corner of the airship. After confirming that there were no people hiding, he found Edgar sitting in the cabin waiting. "Let's go. Let's go to the top floor, where it's open and suitable for a duel." After Luke finished speaking, he walked out of the cabin and climbed up the rope ladder to the top floor of the airship. Edgar looked down from the cabin door and frowned. Too high. The airship without any crew members was rising up without any control at this time. And the huge city below was only a silhouette. Edgar felt the power of the ocean on his body, which was much weaker than in front of the government affairs building. You can imagine how far away from the sea surface it is now. Did he do it on purpose? Edgar looked up at the meteorite that was climbing up. It's impossible. No one knows the characteristics of my secret technique. This must be a coincidence. The airship is still rising. I wonder where its maximum altitude is. At this point, Edgar could only climb up the rope ladder. Just after climbing more than 10 meters, he felt that his breathing became difficult. He took a deep breath, but still felt that he was not breathing enough. What's going on? Edgar didn't know. He had taken an airship before, but those airships only reached an altitude of 2,000 meters. And this airship at this time, because it was filled with hydrogen and had no heavy load, had rushed through 10,000 meters without any restrictions, and was still rising. Edgar, who has been at sea for many years, doesn't know what altitude sickness is. He has adapted to the sufficient oxygen and air pressure on the sea surface. When he suddenly came to an airspace of more than 10,000 meters, his body suddenly felt uncomfortable. It must be the meteorite that is doing something wrong. But this airship is provided by the city government office and the City Alchemist Association. It is impossible for the meteorite and his people to do anything on it. Edgar couldn't figure out why his body was in such a serious negative state. After climbing to the top of the airship, Edgar gasped and asked Luke, "What did you do to me?" Luke stood on the airship floating in the extremely high airspace, surrounded by the vast and empty sky. He felt refreshed in his heart, and had a sense of pride that the world was in his hands. Facing Edgar's questioning, Luke smiled and said, "I didn't do anything to you. It was science that did something to you. Edgar, you have been at sea for a long time, and you must know that the deep sea can kill people. Now I will tell you a piece of knowledge. High altitude can also kill people. Are you ready for a duel?" Chapter 179 Duel Field. Luke had just made some adjustments when checking the airship. He adjusted the buoyancy of the airship to the maximum. Theoretically, the upper limit of this type of airship is 20,000 meters. At this altitude, you can see the curvature of the planet when looking down. Even if you can see a larger ocean, Edgar will not be able to get too much blessing from the ocean power. In this way, Edgar is just a slightly stronger 4-star character, perhaps slightly inferior to Shelley. And the high altitude, low temperature, low air pressure, and low oxygen environment will further weaken Edgar. Luke made sufficient preparations for this extreme high altitude duel. In the dormitory secret room, he used the secret technique to bless himself with skin breathing for a period of time to ensure his body's oxygen intake. At the same time, his troll bloodline originally had a higher adaptability to harsh environments than humans. When he was mentally and physically prepared to face the high altitude environment, the adaptation process was much faster than that of Ed, who was unfamiliar with the high altitude environment. Luke looked at Edgar, who was breathing heavily, summoned the greedy red dragon spear, and held it in his hand. After a handsome trick, he poked it into the top protective plate of the airship under his feet. Not only did the tip of the spear go in completely, but the spear shaft was also poked in a large part. At this moment, Edgar still didn't understand what weakening magic the other party had released on him. The temperature around him was freezing cold, and his head was dizzy. But he still took the two-handed sword from his back and held it in his hand, with water entangled on the sword. But the water flow is as thin as a mountain stream, far from the surging tide. The connection with the sea is getting weaker and weaker. Meteor Inspector, you are so mean. Do you think you can easily beat me like this? I have never lost in the duel, and today is no exception. Edgar took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The experience of many life and death duels made him know how to deal with the dilemma. The first thing is to stabilize his mentality. Now his physical condition has declined for some reasons, but it is not impossible to overcome. The fighting spirit for victory must not be relaxed at all. Concentrated, the state is indeed much better. Edgar took a defensive posture. He felt that as long as he gave himself some time, his body would recover. Luke pulled the spear out from the protective plate under his feet, and the gas filled in the airbag sprayed out from the small hole poked by the tip of the spear, making a sharp whistle. Then, a spark shot out from Luke's eyes. When the spark came into contact with the gas ejected from the airbag of the airship, it ignited it in an instant. Luke quickly retreated, and a tongue of fire more than 10 meters long erupted from the airport. Edgar was stunned. Didn't the Alchemist Association of Nuteo City say Qingkong-class hydrogen airships are absolutely safe? After adding stabilizers, hydrogen will never be ignited? What's the situation now? Isn't it ignitable? Besides, why are you igniting the airship for no reason? Inspector, quickly block that hole. If the airship explodes, you won't survive. Luke used the greedy red dragon spear to poke another hole under his feet, and then ignited it. Another tongue of fire erupted on the airship. Luke took a step back, continued to poke, and said to Edgar, I want to make our duel a little more difficult. So I added something to the airbag of the airship. You may not know that the hydrogen stabilizer developed by the Alchemist Association of Fury City is actually not stable in itself. And a little bit of interference can make it completely ineffective. Do you feel very nervous and exciting now? This is the atmosphere that a duel should have. Watching the meteorite inspector poke holes in the airship one after another, and then ignite the hydrogen that spewed out. Edgar finally understood why Yomington said he was a lunatic. He is really a madman. Seeing more and more flames coming out of the hull, Edgar panicked. But he knew. Meteorite did this to lure him into attacking. His body has not recovered yet. And with these fire snakes blocking him, he will have to spend more energy in the battle. He must not be impulsive. He will never dare to detonate the airship. Seeing that he was unmoved, he will definitely stop this kind of destruction that harms others and does not benefit himself. Edgar held his position, continued to take a defensive posture, and adjusted his breathing to let his body recover. Inspector, I won't fall into your trap. Stop it! Luke continued to retreat, poking a hole under his feet and lighting it. Edgar was unmoved. He was sure that the meteorite would stop. He would stop. He would definitely stop. This would not do him any good. If the airship exploded, he would die. He would stop immediately. This must be the last one. He would stop. Why didn't he stop? Edgar watched Luke retreat 100 meters. Every time he retreated, a fire snake was ignited. At this time, nearly 200 fire snakes erupted in a line, which looked very spectacular and thrilling. The airship could turn into a burning fireball at any time. Edgar didn't dare to wait any longer. If the fire was not extinguished as soon as possible, even if he won the duel, he would be buried in the sea of fire. Edgar breathed in and out quickly, and when he felt that he could fight, he rushed towards Luke with the sword. Every time he took a step, layers of water ripples appeared under his feet. As the ripples became denser, a wave rose behind Edgar. The waves helped Edgar to charge faster. As the speed increased, the waves rose higher and higher, forming a huge tide like a mountain and sea, and followed the sword to hit Luke. At this time, Luke had already walked to the bow of the airship, and behind him was the sky. There was no way to retreat. Facing the waves hitting him and Edgar in the middle of the waves, Luke once again stabbed the greedy red dragon spear into the hull under his feet. But this time he didn't pull out the gun, but kicked the gun head with all his strength. The gun head was raised forward, and a huge fire blade cut a hole in the hull. The fire blade cut forward along the hole that Luke stabbed, and the raging fire erupted everywhere it passed. And the fire waves formed swept and wrapped the water waves raised by Edgar. Edgar was really stupid this time. He never thought that the meteorite inspector really set the airship on fire. Was this going to perish together? Encased in the flames, Edgar struggled to support himself. He tried his best to condense water to offset the high temperature brought by the fire. And the water he summoned was simply a drop in the bucket under this kind of fire. The water shield outside his body was getting thinner and thinner, and the whole sky outside seemed to be on fire. Edgar knew that he would definitely die here this time. Even if he was not burned to death, he would still fall to his death without the airship. But it didn't seem to be a loss to have an Imperial Secret Service detective buried with him. Desperate Edgar looked for the figure of Meteor in the fire to see if he would die before him. Then he saw. Meteor summoned a creature that looked like a dragon, but was not as big as a dragon, and rode on it. The creature jumped up from the airship before the fire caught up, and then spread its wings, and flew away. Flying away. It turns out that I am the only clown. Seeing that beautiful creature carrying the meteorite inspector disappear in this fire area, Edgar could only smile bitterly, and shake his head. At this moment, the fire broke through the water shield and swallowed Edgar. The square of the government building in Niteo's city. When the airship rose and disappeared from the range of naked eyes, the audience who came to watch the battle didn't know what they could see. They could only look at the sky blankly and wait for the result of the duel. However, those with status can use telescopes to track and observe the Qingkong-class airship. but they can't see what happened in the duel field on the top of the airship. But they can discuss the excellence of the hydrogen airship. This height definitely exceeds 10,000 meters. This is the advantage of the hydrogen airship. Stronger lift means more load. And the performance of steam airships in the sky is far inferior to that of hydrogen airships. Yes, with this duel to promote our hydrogen airships, those stubborn old men in the capital will definitely replace all those old steam airships with hydrogen airships. Our airships can be sold all over the world. Then we can continue to sell stabilizers and continue to make money for us. My investment in hydrogen airships will finally pay off. How much did you invest in hydrogen airships? It's not convenient to tell you, but it's a lot. I also invested a lot. Hydrogen is the mainstream of future airships. The wealth it brings me can make me and my descendants no longer have to worry about money. Ha ha ha. Just when a group of people were showing off how much money they would make on the hydrogen airship, someone suddenly shouted, "Look!" The airship exploded. It's burning. The officials and businessmen all looked up at the sky with telescopes in horror. In fact, there is no need to use telescopes. The fire can be clearly seen with the naked eye on the ground. The Qingkong-class hydrogen airship used as the duel field caught fire, and it burned in full view of everyone. Everyone pointed in the direction of the fireball in the sky and shouted. And some people fell to the ground on the spot. Isn't it said that hydrogen with stabilizers is very safe? How did it catch fire? And in this situation, such a serious accident happened under the watchful eyes of all the citizens of Nuteo City. It is impossible to hide it. It is conceivable that even if a hydrogen airship with such a serious safety hazard is produced, no one will dare to ride it. The hydrogen airship, which was highly expected by all walks of life in Nuteo City, burned down the hopes of all investors with a fire, and all investments will be lost. Investors thought about their money that was burned to ashes. The audience watched the big fireworks in the sky with great joy. As the protagonists of this incident, the two people on the burning airship were forgotten by most people. Everyone in the Secret Service of Cape District and the backbone of the Reformed Society looked at the fireball in the sky, and it seemed as if they had lost an important part of their hearts. The time that Inspector Meteorite had known them was not too long, but sometimes it felt like they had known each other for a lifetime. He led everyone to open up a new world in the city of raging waves in a short time. No matter what the original intention of meeting Inspector Meteorite was, it could not be denied that they were impressed by his charm and decisiveness. This accident caused Inspector Meteorite to leave, who is still capable of leading this team and continuing on this path. Mrs. Michelle looked at the fireball in the sky and said frustratedly, "He shouldn't have been on that airship. Only after losing him can we realize what he means to us." Counselor Ibel said, "I am heartbroken about the failure of the hydrogen airship investment. But I am even more heartbroken about losing Inspector Meteorite. He has saved me many times, and he is a friend I can fully trust." Viscount Iskelin said in annoyance, "I should have insisted a little longer. I should have stopped him from getting on the airship. I put everything in my family on him. But I didn't expect such an accident to happen. We have to hold an emergency meeting to select someone to replace Inspector Meteorite, and then report what happened here to Her Royal Highness the Princess. We must deal with the aftermath of Inspector Meteorite's departure as soon as possible to reduce our losses. Without Inspector Meteor, we are all doomed." Iskelin was very pessimistic. But at this time, a voice sounded beside them. "What happened? I'm not dead yet. Are you going to choose someone to replace me? Iskelin, you must be coveting my position. It's Inspector Meteor." Several people looked in the direction of the voice excitedly. And it was indeed Inspector Meteor. He had been standing beside several people without knowing when, and heard everything they just said. Viscount Iskelin saw Luke. Without any disappointment, he stepped forward and gave Luke a tight hug regardless of his status. "You always create miracles. I clearly saw you board the airship. But, anyway, it's good that you're alive. Forget what I said. I really want to take your place. But I know I can't. I've never recognized your position like I do now. You are our leader. Forever." After Viscount Iskelin let go of Luke, Lady Michelle also hugged him. Although her emotions were not as excited as Iskelin's, she also looked relieved. "Please don't do such things that scare us in the future. If you want us to feel that you are irreplaceable, I admit that you succeeded. Next time, please tell us your plan. We are a team." Member immediately hugged Luke. "I have always believed that you can definitely create miracles. And this time we have witnessed your magic again. Tell us quickly. What happened? You should be on that burning airship at this moment. How come you are suddenly standing next to us? Luke was finally able to speak. Of course I flew down. I will find a chance to explain the specific situation to you later. Now Edgar is dead. And Yamanton is in Ulu College. The explosion of the Qingkong-class hydrogen airship is a heavy blow to the official and business system of Nuteo City. We will fight back immediately. In Cape Harbor, my people have gone to accept the steam battleship of Saxon Engineering. Here, we must seize all institutions related to the hydrogen airship research project as quickly as possible. The City Alchemy Association is charged with murdering the chief of the Secret Service. Chapter 180 Counterattack Plan. Hearing that the meteorite inspector was going to attack the City Alchemist Association, all three of them showed shocked expressions. Mrs. Michelle even stopped him and said, "No, we can't provoke the City Alchemist Association. The economic status of the City of Raging Waves is not only due to its special geographical environment, but also because there are a large number of official and private research institutions here. There is the Ulu College here, where excellent talents can be obtained nearby, and even technical support from the college. There are complete industries here, which can quickly turn new technologies into entities, and produce them at the lowest cost. This place connects the empire and the world, and can turn technology into wealth in a very short time. Then invest the wealth into the development of new technologies. It is this virtuous cycle that created the current Raging Waves City. The City Alchemist Association of Raging Waves City is a union of these scientific research institutions. Its original purpose was just to coordinate and divide a development project into various scientific research institutions. The association only exists as a technical exchange and integration organization. A pure technical organization. However, as the technology and wealth of the City Alchemist Association of Raging Waves City accumulate, its influence on all aspects of the city is increasing. When the association realized that it could influence the city's policy decisions, it gradually changed its taste. As the City Alchemist Association penetrated into the administrative circle of Raging Waves City, the new aristocratic forces also infiltrated the Alchemist Association and became a community of interests. Now the three technical members of the City Council of Raging Waves are all members of the City Alchemist Association. And Mrs. Michelle is naturally one of them. Viscount Iskalin is also aware of the power of the City Alchemist Association in Raging Waves. He persuaded Luke, although you have turned the passive situation around this time, I also agree to use the accident of the Qingkong-class hydrogen airship to do something. But we must not provoke the City Alchemist Association. In Raging Waves, those who are excluded by the City Alchemist Association will never survive here. Counselor Ibel also said, yes. Many of the technologies and patents used in my factory are in the hands of the City Alchemist Association. If they don't allow me to use these technologies, I will go bankrupt in an instant. Don't be nervous. It's just a lawsuit, Luke said easily, and we are suing the City Alchemist Association in the Fury City Court. The association will not receive any punishment or loss. And we have also made our attitude clear. The City Alchemist Association is not a strict organization. Many research institutes in it rely on selling patents. If the patent authorization is stopped, some of their research will also have no money to maintain. This time our focus is on those research institutions involved in hydrogen airships. Now I have sufficient reason to suspect the so-called hydrogen airship research and development investment is a complete financial fraud. They raised so much money, and they only made this thing? Luke pointed to the sky. At this time, the fireball in the sky had disappeared, and the hydrogen burned very quickly, leaving a white cloud there. After hearing what Luke said, Congressman Iver said angrily, yes, this is definitely a financial fraud. When they were trying to attract investment from me, they swore to me that the hydrogen airship is a cross-era means of transportation. Whoever invests in this project will win the future. Now it seems like a disaster. Someone must be responsible, and someone must pay back my hard-earned money. Iber was so excited. It can be seen that he invested a lot of money in the hydrogen airship project. Originally, he thought that his money would be lost because of the accident of the Qingkong-class airship. Now, after the conviction of the meteorite inspector, maybe he can recover part of his money. With his relationship with the meteorite inspector, it is not impossible to get all of it back. Viscount Iskalin tasted the killer move Luke used this time. Looking around, those who beat their chests and stamped their feet did not notice that the meteorite inspector, who was supposed to be on the airship, unexpectedly appeared here. It is estimated that they have long forgotten the duel in their minds, and their hearts are completely filled with the fire of the Qingkong-class hydrogen airship. The hydrogen airship is a research and development project that the City Alchemist Association of Nuteo City has focused on promoting in recent years. If hydrogen airships can replace steam airships, then Nuteo City will monopolize the manufacturing, consumables and maintenance of hydrogen airships. Nuteo City will also change from a marine city to an air city sitting on an airship, due to the vast financial prospects of hydrogen airships. Some powerful people in Nuteo City want to get a piece of the pie. The Nuteo City Alchemist Association was half-hearted and raised funds extensively in Nuteo City for the research and development and subsequent construction of hydrogen airships. Then someone found that this kind of financing not only raised the funds needed for the research and development of hydrogen airships, but also made a lot of money. They wanted to stop financing. But some people used various relationships to invest money in this project. So the hydrogen airship R&D project was allowed to charge money. Anyway, after the hydrogen airship was promoted, it would be a piece of cake to pay back the money. These days, Nuteo City has been promoting hydrogen airships in various ways. It is believed that the technology of hydrogen airships has matured and can be used for an aerial transformation and monetization. As a result, no one expected that the Qingkong-class hydrogen airship would catch fire, and it would burn vigorously under the gaze of almost all the residents of Nuteo City. The bubble of hydrogen airship development, which had expanded countless times, also burst at this moment. Who should bear the blame for this? Facing the City Alchemist Association, probably everyone can only admit that investment is risky. But if this incident is characterized as financial fraud, it means something else. Inspector Meteor sued the City Alchemist Association for murder. Although the charge was serious, it was not serious. The city court would have ruled the City Alchemist Association not guilty due to insufficient evidence. But it set a precedent for suing the City Alchemist Association for serious crimes. Then, when investigating the hydrogen airship R&D project, it leaked the news that the project was suspected of financial fraud. There was no need to fabricate evidence. The accounts of this project could not withstand investigation. At that time, the lawsuit against the City Alchemist Association for fraud could overwhelm the city court. Viscount Iskalin, who had figured out the whole thing, could not help but admire, "Inspector, you fought a beautiful duel. It seems, you expected that the City Alchemist Association would provide a hydrogen airship as a duel field, and that it would have an accident under the gaze of so many people." Luke said, "I propose to use the airship as a duel field, and the City Alchemist Association would definitely not miss this opportunity to promote the hydrogen airship. As for this accident, it was a real accident." Viscount Iskalin understood and smiled and replied, "Yes. It was an accident that no one wanted to see." The hidden dialogue between Luke and Iskalin also made Mrs. Michelle figure out what was behind the incident. If the City Alchemist Association really fell into the quagmire of financial fraud, it would be a heavy and lasting blow to the officials and businessmen who invested in the hydrogen airship project, as well as the City Alchemist Association. The tacit understanding and rules between them will be seriously damaged, and the new noble forces will fight against each other. The credit and influence of the City Alchemist Association have seriously shrunk, and the city government office and the parliament are no longer able to unite to deal with this new force. Excellent. Very wonderful. This is a very wonderful duel. We will launch a decisive counterattack. Several elders of the Reformed Society decided to add fuel to the flames of the Qingkong-class hydrogen airship accident and launch a major counterattack against the old system of the Raging Waves City. Viscount Iskalin and Lady Michelle understood what they meant and knew what to do. They left quickly without too much guidance. Luke took Councillor Eibel to his car alone and gave him a good plan. Councillor Eibel invested a lot of money in the hydrogen airship project. Almost all the merchants in Futao City invested money in this project. This is a very strong force. Luke asked Councillor Eibel to count all these people. "Don't tell them for the time being. We are going to ask the City Alchemist Association for the money and fines that were cheated. You just need to keep in touch with these merchants and gather everyone when I need them." Councillor Eibel was happy, but also a little unconvinced when he heard that he could not only get his money back, but also get compensation. "Inspector, what should we do if the City Alchemist Association doesn't give money? We can't offend the Alchemist Association. Member, when this matter ferments and explodes, the City Alchemist Association will no longer be the current Alchemist Association. The Alchemist Association should return to its original duties. We are its financial backers, and it should serve us. Of course, as long as the Alchemist Association is willing to compromise with us, we can temporarily not ask for money. and we can even lend it money to help it through the difficulties. Is it possible for the City Alchemist Association to compromise with us? Counselor Ibel, who has always been controlled by the City Alchemist Association, still has some doubts. Luke can see that Counselor Ibel has not yet seen what the City Alchemist Association will face. And he said, if you don't compromise, then give money. Don't worry, they have no choice. No matter how domineering the City Alchemist Association is, it can't owe money without paying it back. Okay, I believe you. I will contact those businessmen who invested in hydrogen airships. Everyone I know has invested money. Also, let your newspaper be ready to cooperate with our actions at any time. I want the headlines. And the headlines must be mine. That's no problem. Counselor Ibel assured, my newspaper headlines are always ready for you. Inspector, as long as it is your order. No matter how big the event is that day. It can't take your place. Very good. Keep it confidential. Counselor Ibel left happily. Kalina, who was walking beside Luke in the car, was finally able to speak to him. Inspector, I just saw the airship explode, and I felt my heart was broken. Thank God. You are safe. Are you not injured? Facing Kalina, who was concerned about him, Luke replied, I'm fine. I left when the airship exploded. But Edgar was unlucky. Let's go back. Inspector, I want to take you to do something big. Drive. The inspector's convoy returned to the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau. Luke had just sat in his office when Mrs. Tasia sent someone to report. 4 Adonis-class steam battleships have been captured. Faced with the sudden attack of the Naga, the crew on the steam battleship did not make a decent defense. After Mrs. Tasia brought the armed ships to board, they all surrendered. The 4 steam warships fell into Luke's hands almost intact. Luke replied to Lady Tasia, commending her for this victory. He officially assigned the 4 steam warships to the anti-smuggling fleet of the Cape District Secret Service and handed them over to Lady Tasia for command. At the same time, all the crew members of Saxon Engineering were released and asked to bring a message to their boss. Luke expressed deep condolences for Edgar's death. He was an excellent warrior, and even in the face of the fire on the airship, he still tried his best to win the duel. However, he was still burned to death. The 4 Adonis-class steam warships were Edgar's duel stakes. Since he lost, the 4 warships belonged to the Cape District Secret Service. As for whether Edgar had the power to use the warships belonging to Saxon Engineering as a duel prize, Luke said he didn't care. Anyway, it was just an excuse to hack 4 steam warships. If Saxon Engineering wanted to ask for it, it would be a protracted verbal battle, and he could afford to play with it. After finishing the matter of Cape Port, Luke immediately invested in the counterattack plan. First, in the capacity of Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau, he sued the City Alchemist Association in the City Court of Nuteo City for suspected murder of the detective of the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau. The Qingkong-class hydrogen airship was a dual field provided by the City Alchemist Association, and the hydrogen inside was filled by the City Alchemist Association. The hydrogen that should have been safe exploded, which was obviously a premeditated murder. In order to make this lawsuit more popular, Luke specially spent a lot of money to hire a team of lawyers known as Pizza Hut of Raging Waves City to have a fair court showdown with the City Alchemist Association. He didn't ask Pizza Hut to win again, but he wanted to make a big splash. With the residual power of the explosion of the Qingkong-class hydrogen airship and the rhythm of the newspapers, this incident continued to stir up, increase its exposure and attention, and continue to rub salt into the wounds of those investors. Let them open their eyes in the morning and go to bed at night, surrounded by information about the failure of the hydrogen airship project. And their hearts are full of burned money. All his hard-earned money. Once they begin to fall into the information cocoon, they can manipulate their consciousness and behavior through information. When the bombs that had been buried were detonated at the last moment, they would no longer be afraid of the City Alchemist Association, and would attack the City Alchemist Association frantically in order to get back their money. At that time, the sky of Raging Waves City would be truly clear. In order to fight the lawsuit, Luke sent out all the people that the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau could send to recover the remains of the Qingkong-class hydrogen airship and look for evidence of murder by the City Alchemist Association. At the same time, the spies also used their expertise to forge some evidence. Play slowly. Chapter 181, Relentless Pursuit. When the accident of the Qingkong-class steam airship stirred up new waves in the city of Raging Waves, the news of Portlam's death reached the Tadega Hills. The Tadega Hills, located in the southwest of the empire, is the fief of the Celtic Duke and also a place where barbarians live. Unlike the ever-changing times in the outside world, the barbarians in the Tadega Hills still continue their old traditional life, and there seems to be no change in 100 years. Slash and burn farming, animal husbandry and hunting. At the same time, military training is carried out. The barbarians are a militarized race. They have to go through strict selection from birth, and only strong babies are allowed to survive. At the age of 3, barbarian children will begin training and be instilled with the idea of loyalty to the Celtic Duke. At the age of 7, a barbarian is a formal soldier and joins the tribal army to receive more rigorous training. Although the number of barbarians in the Tadega Hills has always been small, both men and women, young and old, are very strong warriors. Once the Barbarian Legion was the war hammer of the Golden Shield Empire. No matter how stubborn the enemy was, they could be crushed to pieces by sending the Barbarian Legion. But now, the new nobles are rising, and the old nobles are declining. The power of the royal family has never been as strong as it is now in the history of the empire. And the balance of the empire is tilting. There is no hereditary noble in the current imperial cabinet, which shows how far the emperor of the empire has become alienated from his former allies. The old nobles, with the Brotherhood of Blades as their core, are unwilling to withdraw from the stage of history, and are also worried that the royal family will eventually deal with these countries within countries. Many hereditary nobles with fiefdoms are preparing for a possible civil war. The Duke of Celtic is the leader of this type of old nobles. Howling City is the capital of Tadega Hills, and the spiritual sustenance of the barbarians. The barbarians who advocate offensiveness did not build a wall for their Howling City. They believed that if the enemy attacked here, it would mean that all the barbarians in Tadega Hills had died in battle, and a wall would have no effect at that time. However, the barbarians built the Celtic Duke Castle, a symbol of honor, extremely magnificently, showing the barbarians' rough style to the fullest. The underground area of the Celtic Castle is strictly protected. This is the headquarters of the Abyss Temple, where the Abyss mages can study the secret arts they want to study without restrictions. The Celtic Duke, who learned of Portlam's death, came to the underground on purpose to discuss countermeasures with the first apostle Victor. The Celtic Duke has a stronger physique than ordinary barbarians. He wears a gorgeous old-style noble robe and a duke's crown. His slightly gray beard is very beautifully groomed. Behind the duke followed 2 followers, one of whom was holding a scepter that symbolized power and was also a heavy weapon, and the other was Erguia, who had returned from the city of raging waves. Torches and braziers were lit everywhere in the underground area of the castle, and Abyss mages wearing distinctive robes could be seen everywhere. Some of them were humans, some were barbarians, and some were other races. They were all attracted to the Abyss, and were determined to throw themselves into the Abyss. Along the way, Erguia reported to the Duke of Celtic what he had encountered in the city of raging waves. He talked a lot about the clear sky, the falling stars, and Viscount Iskelin. My Lord Duke, Viscount Iskelin betrayed the Brotherhood, and Herman's death was directly related to him. Now Iskelin and Inspector Meteorite are very close, and Meteorite is an important nail planted by Her Royal Highness the Princess in the city of raging waves. The Duke of Celt said calmly with a kingly demeanor, Iskelin is a very capable young noble, but his family fiefdom has long been integrated with the city of raging waves. His interests are different from ours, and his demands are also different from ours. It is normal that we cannot get along. Many people in the Brotherhood of Blades are in the same situation as him. They have long lost the courage and responsibility left by their ancestors, and think that they can survive by bowing and kneeling. In fact, it is beneficial for us to fight between the royal family and the new nobles in the city of raging waves. I only care about the Book of Disaster, which is related to how powerful my barbarian legion can be. Is the Book of Disaster still in the hands of the elf Qingkong? Erguia followed behind the Duke of Celtic and walked in the underground passage. Yes, Your Excellency. The informant we bribed sent a message that the Book of Disaster has been in the hands of the elf Qingkong since it appeared. Dean Wilred did not intend to ask for it back. He said that the elf Qingkong can use the Book of Disaster safely. Safe use of the Book of Disaster? The Duke of Celtic stopped and asked Erguia, Are you sure? Not sure. No one has seen Qingkong use the Book of Disaster. All this is what Dean Wilred said. He may be lying. The Celtic Duke continued to move forward. The appearance of the Book of Disaster and the death of 2 Abyss Apostles have disrupted our plans. Let's hear what Victor has to say. In a secret laboratory, The Celtic Duke met the first apostle Victor. Even though he had seen them countless times, the Celtic Duke still found it difficult to distinguish these Abyss apostles from their appearance. The influence of the Abyss made them all have shriveled skin and a pair of red eyes. But Victor's temperament is very unique. The strong scholarly demeanor makes it easy for people to ignore his appearance. If you talk to him, you will fall into admiration for his rich knowledge. Mr. Victor. The Celtic Duke saluted Victor politely, which was a respect for the strong. Victor was in a bad mood. He invited the Celtic Duke to sit down, and then said, "I know the purpose of your visit, and I have also received the news of Portland's death. This surprised me and Harriman. We opened the Abyss together and created the Abyss Temple together. For more than 100 years, we sat together countless times to discuss our respective secret research. However, in this short period of time, I completely lost two close friends. The opponent is very powerful." The Celtic Duke said, "I express my deepest condolences for the death of the two Abyss apostles. They are also my close friends and my teachers. Now I want to hear what the next plan of the Abyss Temple is. Will it continue to recover the Book of Disaster? Raging Wave City is more dangerous than we expected. My people are doing their best to investigate Qingkong's background." Victor said, "The Book of Disaster is the subject of the secret art to open the Abyss. We have been trying to make another Book of Disaster for so many years, but we have failed. It is irreplaceable. If you want to have a barbarian army blessed by the power of the Abyss, you must help us get the Book of Disaster. But my relationship with you has been exposed," the Duke of Celtic said worriedly. A member of the Blade Brotherhood in Raging Wave City discovered the relationship between Urguia and Harriman, and told the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau about it. Now His Majesty must have known about our cooperation. He has long been wary of me, and the war is likely to break out ahead of time. I hope that the Abyss Temple will focus on preparing for war for me at this time, rather than consuming it in the city of Raging Waves. The death of two Abyss apostles is a loss that we cannot afford." This time, Duke Celtic came to see Victor to persuade him to temporarily give up taking back the Book of Disaster. Each Abyss apostle is the top combat force on his side, and the Duke Celtic was heartbroken to death when two of them were lost in the city of Raging Waves. Although Victor was thinking about the Book of Disaster, he had to admit that what Duke Celtic said made sense. The city of Howling War is the base camp of the Abyss Temple. It was with the support of Duke Celtic that the Abyss Temple was able to develop. The barbarians' attitude towards life and death makes this place a fertile ground for the Abyss Mage's secret arts research. The Abyss Temple cannot lose this place. If the civil war in the Empire has to be fought, the Abyss Mage must fight for the barbarians. I already know what you mean. The mysterious origin and powerful strength of the elf Qingkong should alert us. The Abyss Temple has turned to the investigation stage of the Book of Disaster. We must first figure out Qingkong's identity, and then make plans. I will summon the Abyss Mage scattered around the world to the Howling City. Even without the Book of Disaster, we can still build a powerful barbarian army for you. Thank you, Mr. Victor. I will also mobilize my power in the city of Raging Waves to investigate the elf Qingkong for you." At this time, Luke didn't know that because of his change of the plot, the Imperial Civil War, which was supposed to be fought 5 years later, had the possibility of breaking out earlier. Now he only thought about how to win a victory in the city of Raging Waves. The secret agents of the Cape District Secret Service were like a mad wild dog, biting the Qingkong-class hydrogen airship accident and not letting go. After all, their detective was on the burning airship at the time, and it was reasonable for the Imperial agents to go crazy. The Cape District Secret Service sued the City Alchemist Association for murder and collected evidence everywhere. In order to compete with the Alchemist Association for the wreckage of the airship, Shelley led the Rangers to put on a posture of not hesitating to go to war, blocked all the areas where the wreckage of the airship might fall, and organized people in the Cape District to conduct a carpet search. In Nuteo City, all the subordinate organizations of the Alchemist Association related to the development of hydrogen airships have been frequently visited by the Empire's secret agents. In particular, the personnel directly related to the arrangement of the Qingkong-class airship as the duel field were forcibly taken away for interrogation. The Cape District Secret Affairs Bureau relied on its status as the victim and unscrupulously exercised its privileges. The City Alchemist Association was inherently at fault. Not only did they have to deal with a difficult lawsuit, but the hydrogen airship accident had already made them anxious. How did the hydrogen with stabilizer burn? How to make up for the losses caused by the incident? How to rebuild the society's trust in the safety of hydrogen airships? A lot of follow-up investigations on the accident are waiting for the City Alchemist Association to do. But not only did the airship wreckage have no clue because of the competition of the Cape District Secret Affairs Bureau, but those who had direct contact with the Qingkong-class hydrogen airship were all arrested. I wanted to check, but I couldn't. Without the truth and data, there was no way to do PR to restore the image of the hydrogen airship. For a whole month, the City Alchemist Association was stuck in this trouble. During this period, the City Council made a major adjustment to the Cape Harbor renovation project. The previous resolution to hand over the project to Saxon Engineering was withdrawn, and the project was handed over to the local engineering company in the Cape District, Yangyang Group. First get a small victory. Luke continued to lead his subordinates to exert all-round pressure and harassment on the City Alchemist Association, not giving the other party any breathing space within the scope of the hydrogen airship. In the major newspapers in Nuteo City, the hydrogen airship flight accident and the murder case of the City Alchemist Association were alternately on the headlines. The meteorite inspector occasionally accepts interviews, telling how he fought a fierce duel with Edgar on the burning airship. For most city residents, these days are a feast for the eyes. For newspapers, as long as there is information about the meteorite inspector, the newspapers of the day are guaranteed to sell out. The meteorite inspector has become a traffic code, and major newspapers rack their brains to get information related to the meteorite inspector. But for those who have invested in hydrogen airships, every day is a torment. They know that their hearts will ache when they see the relevant news, but they can't help but read it. They want to know if there is any way to save the hydrogen airship project. But the City Alchemist Association didn't even fart, and didn't even explain how the airship caught fire. Disappointment turned into despair when he saw the Cape District Secret Service Bureau was so happy to report the City Alchemist Association. He felt a sense of relief. After the City Council gave the Cape Port renovation project back to the Yangyang Group, Yu Mingtun was released by Qingkong, under the background of the whole city being anxious. He became an ignored existence. Yu Mingtun was also very low-key, hiding in his room, not looking for anyone, not seeing anyone. Every day he just read the newspaper and listened to the news collected by his subordinates. He could see that the meteorite inspector was holding back his strength to pursue the City Alchemist Association in the Qingkong-class hydrogen airship accident. Even though the parliament changed the relevant resolution of Cape Harbor under pressure, he still refused to give up. It seemed that he just wanted to vent his anger and take the opportunity to establish his own authority. But Yomington always felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. When Inspector Meteorite did things, appearance was never his purpose. Yomington combined the intelligence collected by various parties and tried to find the real purpose of Inspector Meteorite's trouble this time. But he could not get to the point. He couldn't have known that his actions could only discuss the City Alchemist Association, and it was impossible to really convict the murder. So why is he doing his best to interfere with the City Alchemist Association now? Yomington couldn't see anything in Meteorite, so he turned his attention to his allies. Viscount Iscolin, Councillor Iber, and Lady Michelle not only did not stop Meteorite from doing so, but actively used the resources in their hands to assist. This is not in their interests. Meteorite has little connection with the City Alchemist Association. He can do whatever he wants. But these three people are different. Especially Councillor Iber. Offending the City Alchemist Association is equivalent to destroying his own rice bowl. But Councillor Iber jumped up and down, jumping the most vigorously. Where does he get the confidence? Or, he knows that if Inspector Meteorite does what he wants, he will not have to worry about the revenge of the City Alchemist Association. In other words, Inspector Meteorite wants to abolish the City Alchemist Association. Yomington was scared by his own conclusion. Is this possible? Chapter 182 The Golden Man. Yomington was frightened by his own guess. Although there is no evidence that Meteor and his people are plotting a conspiracy against the City Alchemist Association, he still believes in his intuition. It's just that where is the opponent's attack point? What makes them so confident that they can destroy the position of the City Alchemist Association in one fell swoop? Now the City of Raging Waves has been stirred up by Meteor, and it seems to be waiting for the final explosion. Yomington knew that he couldn't wait any longer, and had to remind the City Alchemist Association. He took all the information he had sorted out during this period, and then hurried out to meet Orlando Grover, the president of the City Alchemist Association. Grover is also the speaker of the City Council. The headquarters of the City Alchemist Association is adjacent to the City Government Building, a 5-story building on the west side of the Government Square. There are both official research departments invested by the city government. and a large number of private research institutes set up offices here. Once a new development project appears, the City Alchemist Association can set up a research team very efficiently. However, the headquarters of the City Alchemist Association has been severely harassed by the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau recently, and many tasks are difficult to carry out. When Yomington arrived, he saw a group of Imperial spies rushing out of the building in a hurry, holding a lot of information in their hands. Yomington immediately lowered his hat brim and hid aside. He didn't want to be noticed by these spies. After entering the headquarters of the City Alchemist Association, according to his identity, he easily met Speaker Grover. Grover is a human with halfling blood and extraordinary transformation. He is only 1.3 meters tall, but has an extremely large head. Red hair, red beard, long hair and beard at the temples are connected to each other. The strong mental power allows Grover to float in the air for a long time. He shook hands with the visiting Yomington, and then floated back to his seat and sat down. With a wave of his hand, a chair placed by the wall moved to the opposite side of his desk. Your visit is later than I expected. I thought you would come to see me immediately after being released by Ulu College. But you chose to come now. Yomington sat down, and the whole room was filled with the spiritual power radiated by Grover, as if surrounded by an oppressive magnetic field. After slightly adapting to this uncomfortable feeling, Yomington replied to Grover, Ulu College's attitude is very subtle. Meteorite exposed our Crusader project to Will Red, and he met Red Falcon again, which affected his attitude towards us. But I can be sure that Meteorite did not get all the support of Ulu College. Grover said with a sigh, Will Red is a very old-fashioned guy. He doesn't like me, and I don't like him either. If it weren't for his high moral standards, the achievements that Ulu Academy could have achieved would be far from the current level. We can only hope that his successor can be more open-minded and bold experiments can continue to be at the forefront of the world. You didn't come here to talk to me about this. Yes. Yomington changed the topic to the purpose of his visit. I think that Meteorite used the Qingkong-class hydrogen airship incident to continuously disrupt the City Alchemist Association because he was preparing a plan to attack the Alchemist Association. If the influence of the City Alchemist Association is greatly damaged, it will greatly affect our control over the city. Grover shook his head helplessly. I didn't expect that you would turn Raging City into this state after I didn't pay attention to the city council for a while. Now the Qingkong-class hydrogen airship incident forced me to interrupt my research to deal with the aftermath of this incident. The explosion of the hydrogen airship was a big blow to the City Alchemist Association. Now we don't even know how it exploded. I asked the person in charge, and he said that he personally added the stabilizer into the airship, so the airship couldn't explode. Yomington asked, I heard that after Meteorite boarded the airship, he drove all the crew off. Did he do something in the airship? We don't know yet. But the manufacturing formula of hydrogen stabilizer is strictly confidential. After all, we plan to make money from it. Theoretically, Meteorite cannot know the formula of stabilizer, and there is no way to destroy hydrogen stabilizer. Yomington asked, is it possible that an insider leaked the information? After all, the Imperial Secret Service is specialized in collecting such confidential information. The confidentiality measures for hydrogen stabilizer include targeting such intelligence theft. And I have asked everyone who has access to the manufacturing process of hydrogen stabilizer, and no one has betrayed. I can be sure of this. It seems that the explosion of Qingkong-class hydrogen airship was really just an accident, and it was a problem with the stabilizer itself. Unfortunately, Meteorite was not killed, but he seized the opportunity to fight back. This is a blessing in disguise. If Meteorite really knows the formula of hydrogen stabilizer, then his intelligence acquisition ability is too terrifying. Which means that there is no secret for him on my side. Mr. Speaker, I think the City Alchemist Association must now make up for the negative impact of the hydrogen airship incident as soon as possible, and can't let Meteorite continue to harass. I know him. He definitely has a big plan for the City Alchemist Association. I agree with your point of view. Grover nodded his big head, although I haven't seen Meteorite. I have to admit that he took away a district in the city of Raging Waves for Her Royal Highness the Princess. And he did a great job. Now Her Royal Highness wants more. And we certainly can't let them succeed. The impact of the hydrogen airship explosion will soon pass. And I have found a very trustworthy partner. Yomington was very curious about what kind of partner could save this mess. I'm afraid that even if the Imperial family came forward, they couldn't eliminate such a big negative impact. Who is it? When Grover was about to answer, an assistant pushed the door open and walked in. Mr. President. Two people who claim to be directors of the World Bank came to visit. They are here. This is the partner I found. You accompany me to meet them. Grover was very happy. He said to his assistants, "Please ask them to go to the reception room." Yomington didn't expect Grover to ask the World Bank to join the hydrogen airship development project. The World Bank's credit is as solid as a star. If the World Bank joins this project, it will surely restore the public's confidence in the hydrogen airship project. However, if the World Bank joins, it also means that they will take away a large part of the benefits. But it is better than losing completely now. And it can also destroy the plan of Meteorite and keep the basic base of Raging Wave City. Yomington followed the floating Grover to the reception room with anticipation and met the visiting World Bank director. A man and a woman. Twins. Shining gold people. Grover shook hands with them enthusiastically and introduced them. Director Pan. Director Ian. This is Mr. Yomington, the staff officer of the Prime Minister of the Empire. The Prime Minister of the Empire, Lord Gabriel, is also very supportive of the development of hydrogen airships. Grover invited Yomington to meet the World Bank people together, and also to show them the Empire's support for this project and give them the confidence to invest. Pan is a very heroic young man with golden hair and a very sunny and cheerful expression. Ian is Pan's twin sister. She is more introverted and a very standard blonde beauty. Although the two are shining gold people, they are not arrogant because they are an ancient race. The glory of the shining gold civilization has long passed, and now they have adapted to their current identities and status. Pan shook hands with Grover and Yomington, and after the host and guest sat down, he said very actively, "The World Bank has always been very interested in the hydrogen airship project of the City Alchemist Association of Nuteo City. Although it had an accident, some new inventions will have some accidents before they are safely used. We have seen the controllable side of hydrogen. As long as the problems found are solved, hydrogen airships are still the best alternative to steam airships now." Pan's attitude represents the attitude of the World Bank. This positive affirmation makes Grover and Yomington very happy, as if things are easier than they thought. Grover said, "This accident is a big blow to the development of hydrogen airships. But in a sense it is also a good thing. It happened in the experimental stage, and we can make targeted compensation to make future hydrogen airships safer. The cause of the accident may be that the hydrogen stabilizer has a weakened inhibitory force in the extremely high altitude environment. I will find the defect as soon as possible and fix it. This is not a difficult task for the scientific research force of Nuteo City." Pan replied, "Since we all have confidence in the hydrogen airship project, there is no obstacle to cooperation. The World Bank is willing to invest in this project and hopes to obtain 40% of the profits of all future hydrogen airship industries as a return on this investment." The World Bank asked for 40% profit, which was simply taking advantage of the situation. But since it was a negotiation, it was a high price and a low price. Grover said the conditions in his mind, which were obviously far from the World Bank's offer. The meeting fell into a debate, and the investment conditions were approaching a balance point that was acceptable to both parties. It was just a meeting, and the deal was not concluded. But Grover and Yomington were very satisfied, and the attitude of the World Bank was enough to save their current decline. After the negotiation, Grover immediately revealed some news to the newspaper, and the headlines dominated by the meteorite detective for days were finally replaced. At this time, Luke didn't know that the variable of the Golden Civilization appeared in the plan he was promoting. The Secret Service had found the accounting problems in the hydrogen airship research project. The whereabouts of a large amount of research funds raised were unknown, and a lot of money went into private pockets without concealment. Through the search in these days, the Secret Service found some fragments of airship wreckage. The metal parts were burned and melted, which was enough to show how high the temperature was at that time. Throwing out these evidences can increase the public's fear of hydrogen airships, and then it will be a formal general attack, mobilizing investors to sue the City Alchemist Association for financial fraud. During this period, Luke did not stop learning ancient characters. He has learned 5 ancient golden characters from the troll scholar Laconia. The number is not large, but learning each character consumes a lot of energy, even with such a slow progress. Laconia is still amazed at Luke's talent in learning ancient characters. Every time he learns an ancient character, the written ancient character will become a mysterious prop. If he can master more characters to form a sentence, he can directly use the power of ancient civilization to activate the secret technique. In order to witness the miracle, Laconia is very attentive to teaching Luke. The fundamental reason why Luke can master the ancient characters so deeply is because of the egg of unknown origin. The thing sealed in the egg. He called himself Bonot. Bonot followed Luke to learn modern language. And his progress was much faster than when he taught Luke the ancient golden characters. Moreover, he was also very careful in teaching ancient characters. He only taught what Laconia taught, and pretended to be deaf and dumb in other things. Even though he could communicate with Luke in a simple way, he never said his identity, and never said anything about ancient civilization. You are immoral to do this. Bored Luke said to the egg in his mind, I taught you so many modern languages, and told you so many things about this era, and you only give me such a little reward? You should keep your privacy. But I rescued you from the hands of the ancient golden people, and brought you here. So you won't give me a little benefit as a reward? Do you think you rescued me from ancient times? Bonot's modern language is enough to communicate with Luke. Why not? As far as I know, the ancient golden characters that the golden people know now are not enough to set such a complicated seal. You must have been captured and sealed by the ancient golden people in the ancient war. And I saved you. Bonot seemed to be in a good mood today, and he said a few more things, but it is also possible that after I was sealed, I was kept by the golden people until now, or in the future, and then transferred to here at this point in time by you. I am very curious about the power you possess. It is beyond my cognition. Even in our time, no one can get things from the future. Luke, who was chatting casually, suddenly became nervous. What do you mean? You said you are not from ancient times? Although I am sealed, my perception of time still exists. According to the current time unit, you transferred me from last week to a month ago. Such a long time span really scared me. And I have to remind you that the golden man who is guarding me now must have discovered that I disappeared. And they will send people to look for me. I don't know if you have left any clues that can be discovered by them. If so, you must have caused big trouble. It seems that the secret technique of rotation of the future and the present is not wrong. This egg is not from ancient times, but was saved by the golden man in the future. Then are there any clues left? Does the 20,000 gold coupons used to buy the egg count? Luke can already imagine the expression of the golden man when he opens the safe where the sealed egg is placed and sees the large amount of gold coupons inside. Chapter 183 tested out. Bennett's words made Luke realize that he was in big trouble. The victim who lost the egg was at the same time as him. And it was the shining gold civilization whose influence spread all over the world. Gold coupons are the universal currency printed by Shining Gold civilization. In order to prevent counterfeiting, Shining Gold people set different identification spells on each gold coupon. Shining Gold people can see its circulation path through the spells on the gold coupons. Although it is impossible to accurately identify the specific location, it is still possible to identify the approximate range. The 20,000 gold coupons that he used to buy eggs came from Nuteo City. Shining Gold people will definitely find this place. Luke said to Bonot, you probably don't want to be found by the Shining Gold man. Right? I can protect you. But I must know who you are? Bennett said, in my current state. Is there any difference between being here with you and being here with the Shining Gold man? At least you can use my ignorance of you to get rid of this seal. I can see that you are actually doing. Your desire for freedom is the basis of our cooperation. Luke's words made Bonot silent for a long time. Luke was a little afraid of Bonot because he didn't know what he was. So he was not sure what he would do after getting rid of the seal. But his study of ancient characters must have made some changes to the seal. And continuing to learn is a process of constantly weakening the seal. Bonot was also deeply afraid of Luke. He knew that some abilities could predict the future, but obtaining items from the future was unheard of. The duration of the skills to control time was mostly calculated in seconds, and his time reversal journey spanned more than 20 days. This was something that even gods could not do. Bonot didn't know how he would be treated after telling Luke his true identity. If he was exiled in time, it would be a more terrible punishment than being sealed. But this was also a chance for him to regain his freedom. I think I'd better keep some secrets. Bonot said cautiously, I can teach you the ancient golden language. The ancient language mastered by the troll scholar is not rich. Is it only the ancient glowing gold language? Luke felt that he could learn more. Angelic language, shadow language, dragon language, purgatory language. As long as you want to learn, I can teach you. But these 4 languages have certain restrictions on race. As a human, even if you can use them, it is difficult to exert their power. The ancient glowing gold language is more versatile. It would be even better if you have a twin sister. The telepathy can increase energy resonance. The power of the secret technique generated is greater than 1 + 1 = 2. The reason why the ancient glowing gold people are so powerful has a lot to do with this characteristic. Luke traveled alone. And there must be no twin sisters in this world. But he didn't know that he and Qingkong did not meet the requirements of the glowing gold people. If we only look at telepathy, then no matter how much training any twins have, they are not as good as me and Qingkong sharing a soul. You can give it a try. I'll follow your advice. Let's learn the ancient golden language first. For the other 4 ancient languages, I only require you to be able to read and write, not to truly master them. Okay. I have nothing else to do except teaching you. Another question. What's the current situation of my Tao Tai? Luke took advantage of Bonot's interest to ask questions, since swallowing the egg that sealed you. It has changed its appearance, and has a real body. I can feel its power increasing day by day. Is it affected by you? Bonot replied, I am also very curious about Tao Tai. It has been devouring the energy I leaked out, and the energy that the golden man put on the seal. And there are no side effects. It is a very magical creature. I even have a feeling that I will be devoured by it. I look forward to it being able to do it. Aren't you worried? Luke was very curious about why Bonot said that. His tone seemed to really expect him to be devoured by Tao Tai. Ha ha ha. Bonot laughed heartily. You should be able to see that I am from the ancient dragon clan. The ancient dragon clan's heritage is different from yours. I can't say more. Let's start today's class. Okay. What are we going to learn today? After Luke finished the course and pulled his consciousness out of the consciousness space, it was already night outside. When Luke was about to go back to the dormitory to rest, Kalina sent him a piece of news that Luke had not expected. The World Bank is interested in investing in the hydrogen airship project of the City Alchemist Association. Now the World Bank has sent 2 directors to the City of Raging Waves and held a very fruitful meeting with Speaker Grover. Inspector, this is the news sent by Counselor Iber. Now all the major newspapers in the city have prepared editorials, which will be published on the headlines tomorrow. Counselor Iber said that he could only prevent his newspaper from publishing this news. And there was no way to influence other newspapers. The World Bank invests in hydrogen airships. If I hadn't had a frank conversation with Bonot today, Luke would have really thought that the City Alchemist Association had asked the World Bank to come to the rescue. Now it seems, the Golden Man sent 2 directors to Niteo City, and it is very likely that he has other intentions. It is necessary to test them. I know about this. Luke thought about the countermeasures and said to Kalina, send someone to find Counselor Ibel and tell him that there is no need to suppress this news. And it can't be suppressed. The City Alchemist Association does not want to sit and wait for death. It is normal to grab straws to save themselves. Doing nothing should make us worry. Now that the other party has moved, we can just respond and adjust our strategy. As long as we can keep stable here. The final question is how much we win. Or how little we win. Yes, Inspector. I will send someone to inform Counselor Ibel now. Please prepare a car for me. I am going to meet the 2 directors sent by the World Bank to Niteo City. You go with me. And don't alarm too many people. Yes, Inspector. The World Bank has a branch in Niteo City. And there are many industries here. The most famous of which is the Shuajin Hotel. It has the best catering and room service, and can conveniently carry out capital turnover and futures trading. As a business director sent by the head office, Pan Hain lives in the luxury suite of Shuajin Hotel. In the living room, Pan and Een, wearing the training clothes of the Golden Man, sat cross-legged on a velvet carpet. With their eyes closed, they communicated with each other through their consciousness. Around them, characters appeared and disappeared, surrounded by a golden halo, forming a compass pattern. Pan and Een were at the south and north poles of the compass respectively. Pan, Een, who was practicing, said, I don't understand. We came to Niteo City to find the lost dragon soul. Why do we have to invest in hydrogen airships? This involves the power struggle within Niteo City, and even the Golden Shield Empire. To participate in it is against the principles of our Golden Man. If the Council of Elders knows, we are likely to be punished. Facing his sister's questioning, Pan said calmly, Een, concentrate on your cultivation. Your mind is in a mess. And it will affect me. Een continued, Pan, I know you want to use this opportunity to prove your ability to the elders. But the decision you made is beyond our authority. And the World Bank will not agree to this investment. Pan opened his eyes. He looked at Een and said in a tepid tone, I know that the World Bank will not agree to this investment. So this investment negotiation will not have any results. As for the internal struggle of the Golden Shield Empire, I just took advantage of it and did not participate. When we find the dragon soul, I can explain to the elders. In this world, 20,000 gold coupons are not something that anyone can easily take out. But in Nuteo City, there are actually quite a few people who can take out 20,000 gold coupons. We can't let everyone know about the loss of the dragon soul. We must find an excuse to widely contact the upper-class people in Nuteo City. The Qingkong-class hydrogen airship accident caused a lot of trouble in Nuteo City. We are involved on behalf of the World Bank, and many dignitaries will come to us. Ian also opened his eyes. Is this what you really think? Pan looked at his sister seriously. No matter what my thoughts are, I do it for us. If you don't like what I do, you can play in Nuteo City during this time, and leave the rest to me. Don't disturb me. Ian lowered her head when Pan stared at her. Yes. Pan. Seeing Yin's fearful look, Pan's expression became relaxed. He wanted to comfort his sister. And at this time someone knocked on the door outside. Director Pan. Director Ian. Inspector Meteorite of the Secret Affairs Bureau of Cape District is here to visit. Pan's expression immediately became excited. Very good. Someone came to visit so soon. And the results of our first day in Nuteo City are very great. Please come in. Inspector Meteorite. Ian stood up and said to Pan, I avoided it. But Pan said, according to the intelligence, Inspector Meteorite is the representative of the Princess of the Golden Shield Empire in Nuteo City. A very powerful person. This time we will meet him together and let him know our identity as the Golden Man. Ian had no choice but to say, yes. Soon, Luke came in with Kylina and the hotel waiter. Pan shook hands with Luke and was about to accept himself when Luke said, I know you. Pan. Ian. The outstanding young generation of Golden Man. Sit down. It's late. Let's finish the talk early and rest early. Pan didn't expect that the meteorite inspector was so straightforward and very familiar. He invited Luke to sit down, if I'm not wrong. The meteorite inspector came to me so late. It should be because of the World Bank's investment in hydrogen airships. Luke replied, based on my understanding of the Shining Gold people, you will not participate in such an investment project that is deeply tied to politics. Neutrality is the cornerstone of Shining Gold civilization's world status. In order to prevent you from not knowing the political disputes behind the hydrogen airship project, I have come to explain it to you clearly, and I will ask about your attitude at the end. Now, as the representative of Her Royal Highness the Princess of the Golden Shield Empire in Nuteo City, the detective of the Nuteo City Cape District branch of the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau, I solemnly inform the World Bank. The Hydrogen Airship Research and Development Project of the Nuteo City Alchemist Association has very serious political and economic disputes. Of course, there is also a criminal dispute over my murder. Investing in hydrogen airships at this time will seriously affect the World Bank's credit and position. Tomorrow morning, the City Alchemist Association will announce cooperation negotiations with the World Bank on the hydrogen airship project. If you have no intention of taking a stand in the political struggle of the Golden Shield Empire, please publicly clarify the wrong remarks of the City Alchemist Association. Luke gave Pan a very direct warning. He knew that the two Shining Gold men came to Nuteo City, most likely not to invest in hydrogen airships, but just to use this as an excuse to investigate the Dragon Egg. This investment intention may not have been authorized by the World Bank headquarters, and it was a trick of the two of them. So Luke decided to trick them first, and see their reaction to know their purpose. As expected, Luke protested so confidently, which was somewhat beyond Pan's expectation. According to the status of the World Bank, even if he had objections, he had to be more tactful. After all, no one wanted to offend the god of wealth. Ian looked at Pan with some worry. Pan smiled calmly and replied, Inspector Meteorite, I think you must have misunderstood. The World Bank has no intention of interfering in the political affairs of the Golden Shield Empire, just because it is optimistic about the future prospects of hydrogen airships. And this investment intention was decided before the accident of the Qingkong-class hydrogen airship. This time we came to have formal discussions with the City Alchemist Association, and it just happened to meet this time. Please understand, in our cooperation with the City Alchemist Association, we will never hold any political stance. It is a pure business cooperation. Pan's explanation may fool others, but it can't fool Luke. In the normal future game plot, there is no trace of the World Bank in the hydrogen airship project of the City Alchemist Association. There has been this investment intention for a long time. It is just made up. Director Pan, I am not so easy to fool. If you don't give me a formal reply, I will apply to Her Royal Highness the Princess and make a formal national inquiry to the World Bank headquarters and the Shining Gold Elders Council on this matter. See how your elders will reply to us. Pan immediately became timid. If the inquiry was conducted at the head of state level, even if there was an explanation, the Council of Elders would not be able to cover up this answer. Is Meteorite capable of promoting national dialogue at this level? And why is Meteorite so confident that the World Bank will not invest in the hydrogen airship project? Inspector Meteorite, investing in the hydrogen airship project is just an intention. It has not been negotiated yet, and I have not reached any agreement with the City Alchemist Association. If this really touches on the sensitive political events of the Golden Shield Empire, I can issue a statement to explain this matter. Luke basically determined the purpose of the two Shining Gold people coming to the Raging Wave City, and he was unyielding. If there is nothing to explain. I need you to issue a formal statement stating that the World Bank has no intention of investing in the hydrogen airship project with major internal problems. Then let's talk about your real purpose of coming to the Raging Wave City. Maybe I can help you. Chapter 184 Backstab. Pan realized that he had been led by the nose by the Meteorite Inspector since he entered the room. It was as if he had seen through every step he took, which was a bad feeling. And, Meteorite Inspector, I don't understand what you mean. Luke smiled and said, you know what I do. Collecting intelligence is the duty of us Imperial spies. The World Bank belongs to the Shining Gold. But not all Shining Gold are in the World Bank. I have information about you and your siblings in my intelligence database. You belong to the Elders Council of the Shining Gold. And Director Pan is even a candidate for Elder. You too should assist the Elders Council. Teach and train young Shining Gold. And study the ancient Shining Gold language. Today, you two suddenly came to Nuteo City as directors of the World Bank. So I concluded that the cooperation you discussed with the City Alchemist Association was just a cover-up. And you have other purposes. Pan finally realized where his strategy went wrong. And at the same time, he couldn't help but sigh at the strength of the Golden Shield Empire's Secret Intelligence Bureau, which is worthy of being an intelligence agency with a long history. But Pan still insisted, Inspector. The intelligence of your Secret Intelligence Bureau is a bit behind. Ian and I did work in the Shining Gold Elders Council before. But not long ago, we were transferred to the World Bank. We came this time to find excellent investment projects in Nuteo City. In addition, we will investigate the circulation of gold certificates to collect first-hand data for the World Bank to provide better financial services in the future. After getting the information he wanted, Luke eased the atmosphere. Maybe my occupational disease makes me too sensitive. I have to judge whether anyone will endanger the security of the Empire. Raging Wave City is an emerging world-centered city. The World Bank's investment here is of great benefit to both of us. When the two of you are interested in a project, it is best to communicate fully with all parties to avoid making everyone unhappy. Thank you for the reminder, Inspector. Luke asked again to confirm. The cooperation between the World Bank and the City Alchemist Association on hydrogen airships must be terminated. If you are really interested in this project, please wait for a while. I guarantee you can get a great bargain, which will be much more rewarding than what you can get now. Luke did not want to offend the God of Wealth too much, so he gave him a stick and a date, so that they could meet again in the future. Pan asked with interest, Inspector, do you think the hydrogen airship research project has not reached the bottom? It is not time to buy it at the bottom? It is far from the bottom. Originally, I wanted to swallow it when the project hit the bottom, but I am afraid that I don't have such a good appetite. If the World Bank is willing to share this cake, I am happy to have a partner with good credit and financial strength. Pan asked, at that time, will the World Bank be involved in the political struggle of the Golden Shield Empire? Luke made an offer that Pan could not refuse. If the World Bank is willing to offer a price that I cannot refuse, I can sell my share to you. The hydrogen airship will become a pure commercial investment, and it has nothing to do with politics. You can make money without worrying about it. Pan did not expect Luke to take the initiative to give up his share, although he did not know why Luke gave up. The hydrogen airship was indeed a project worth investing in, if the project could be obtained at a bargain price. Then, the risks involved would not be unbearable for the World Bank. Now what the World Bank has to do is cooperate with the Meteorite Inspector to stab the City Alchemist Association in the weak spot. Although it is unethical to do so, the World Bank and the City Alchemist Association have not reached a formal cooperation agreement, so they can terminate it if they want. As for what the brothers and sisters came to Fury City to do, they originally wanted to use this method to get to know the celebrities in Fury City and cover up the search for the lost dragon soul. The effect of cooperation and termination of cooperation is the same, and the process is not important. Inspector, I know what to do. Tomorrow I will tell Speaker Grover the attitude of the World Bank and suspend the negotiations on the hydrogen airship project. Luke said, tomorrow, all the major newspapers in Nuteo City will publish the news about your negotiation with Grover for the hydrogen airship project. Then we will have to trouble all the major newspapers in Nuteo City. They need to print an additional World Bank statement. Luke achieved all the purposes of his visit this time, and stood up and said goodbye in a good mood. Director Pan, you are a very smart and visionary person. I think one day in the future, I will call you Elder Pan. Pan's heart was struck again. Although he is a candidate for the elders of the Elders Council, most of the candidates for elders have always been candidates for elders. If there is no vacant position in the Elders Council, there is no need to fill it. If there is a vacant position, all candidates will compete for the position. Meteorite said this because he saw something, or it was just a polite compliment. Penn found that he was still being led by the other party, as if his eyes could see through him. Thank you. But to become an elder, you need not only ability but also qualifications. I am still young and have a lot to learn. The methods of the inspector are what I need to learn seriously. Learn from each other. Make progress together. Luke left the Shining Gold Hotel with satisfaction. Pan was confused and had no intention of continuing to practice. The first day I came to the City of Raging Waves was spent in such a situation. I don't know what I will encounter in the future. Meteorite is a guy I hate. Ian said, Pan, is Yunqing related to the dragon soul we are looking for? He seems to know us very well. I don't know. Anyone in Nuteo City who can produce 20,000 gold coupons is a suspect. But why did the other party steal the dragon soul and leave such an obvious clue? It is very likely that the other party wanted to lead us to Nuteo City. If we want to find him, we need to use the people in Nuteo City. The intelligence ability of the Secret Service is very strong, and maybe it can really help us. You contact Yunqing and see if you can find some useful clues through him. Ian asked puzzledly, I go to contact Yunqing? Use the excuse that I am busy with official duties and have no time to accompany you to play. Ian, whether I can make good use of this opportunity to become an elder is very important to us. If I miss it, I will always be a candidate for elder who does odd jobs. Ian hesitated and had to agree. Okay. Remember, you are a shining gold man. Pan reminded his sister. I understand. Pan. The next morning, the citizens who were selling newspapers to see what big news they could eat yesterday saw hot news as they wished. The World Bank is negotiating with the City Alchemist Association about investing in hydrogen airships. Pan, a director of the World Bank, is very optimistic about the prospects of hydrogen airships, and believes that hydrogen airships replacing steam airships is a major trend in the future. Although the two parties have not signed a formal investment agreement, Speaker Grover and President of the Alchemist Association said, the World Bank's investment has been confirmed, and now it is only the division of responsibilities and benefits between the two parties that is being discussed. This news gave a shot of adrenaline to those hydrogen airship investors. For so many days, they have been used to bad news and have no hope. But they did not expect that the hydrogen airship could be revived like this. What is the World Bank? The money-making machine of the Golden People. The World Bank's investment in the hydrogen airship project means that the Golden People are very optimistic about the feasibility of hydrogen airships. What is the hydrogen airship project lacking now? It is the public's confidence in this new aircraft. The investment of the World Bank is enough to make up for the negative impact caused by the accident of the Qingkong-class hydrogen airship, and turn this project from a cesspool into a feast again. For a time, the happy people rushed to tell each other. Those who regretted investing in hydrogen airships yesterday found ways to invest more money. The Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau, which was noisy before, became quiet early this morning, under the constraints of the meteorite inspector. The Imperial spies stayed in their respective departments honestly, bragging, playing cards, and doing nothing. It seemed that they were suddenly hit by a stick and didn't know what to do. Yomington was very happy to find Speaker Grover again. He was holding today's newspaper in his hand, as if holding a victory report. Since I came to Raging Wave City, I have never felt so comfortable. Red Falcon, Virgil. Edgar. I was plotted against by Meteorite again and again. But he didn't pay any price. You are really powerful. Speaker. Who easily broke Meteorite's offensive and changed the offensive and defensive situation. Now the fact that the World Bank invested in hydrogen airships is known to everyone in Raging Wave City. And all the spies of the Secret Intelligence Bureau in the Cape District have retreated. It seems that Meteorite knows that his plan has failed and is ready to shrink its defense. Saxon Engineering also sent news that they are forming an intervention fleet to block Cape Port. No ship will enter Cape Port in the future. Meteorite taking on the Cape Port repair project is equivalent to taking on a debt that is impossible to repay. The only thing you can do is get out of Raging Wave City. This city is still ours. Grover also showed a proud look. The capable general specially sent by the princess to Raging Wave City first stirred up trouble here, and then was easily driven away by him, proving that he is worthy of the title of speaker. Let Meteorite do this in Raging Wave City. We are also taking care of the face of Her Royal Highness the Princess, and reorganizing our internal personnel by the way. This incident shows that there are still many loopholes in Raging Wave City. We should learn from it, and find out all the unstable factors as soon as possible. The City Council needs to hold a new election. And the Government Affairs Office also needs to replace some people. Yomington said, these are things that need the speaker's attention. After the cooperation agreement with the World Bank is officially signed, I will return to the Imperial Capital to report the victory here to the Prime Minister. Everything that happens here is the radiation of the court struggle. And many people are watching to see who will laugh last. The Prime Minister also has a lot of things to do, and a lot of fruits of victory to pick. Yomington and Grover were bragging about business. At this time, an assistant hurried in. He held a newspaper in his hand, and said in a panic, President, Director Pan of the World Bank has just issued a notice through major newspapers in the city. Said? Grover asked. What? Director Pan said, due to the major hidden dangers in the hydrogen airship project, the World Bank has temporarily suspended negotiations with us on investment cooperation. The room fell into extreme silence. Grover and Yomington seemed to be frozen in place. Their expressions frozen and their faces pale. Backstabbed. They didn't expect the World Bank to backstab them at this time. The City Alchemist Association had just released the news that it would cooperate with the World Bank. Grover even confirmed that this cooperation would be achieved as the speaker. As a result, less than half a day later, the World Bank said it would not cooperate. Not cooperating is fine. But they also said that there are major hidden dangers in the hydrogen airship project. This is like taking people to 20,000 meters in the air and then throwing them down hard. The kind that fell face first. And it was impossible to save him. What happened? Why did the attitude of the World Bank's directors change so dramatically in 2 days? It must be the meteorite that played a role. Grover was the first to come to his senses. We are going to see Director Pan. Grover and Yomington hurriedly took a car to the Golden Hotel. After seeing Pan, they immediately asked, I always thought that the World Bank attached great importance to credit. But what about that notice? I need the World Bank to immediately revoke this approval and explain it to all the citizens of Nuteo City. Pan received the two visitors alone. Facing the angry questioning, he naturally answered, Mr. Speaker, the World Bank does attach great importance to credit. Excuse me, have you and I signed any agreement on the hydrogen airship project? No, but we yesterday. I'm sorry. Without a formal agreement signed in writing, anything we discuss is not recognized by the World Bank. Moreover, without any formal agreement between us, you have arbitrarily publicized the World Bank's position, which has damaged our interests. We reserve the right to prosecute. Grover knew that his tough attitude would be useless at this time. He calmed down and said to Pan, I think you are not satisfied with the profit distribution plan we discussed yesterday. It's not that I can't make a big concession. According to what you want, I need you to withdraw the notice immediately and declare that it was issued by someone pretending to be the World Bank. Pan replied, Last night, I had a guest here. He is an old friend of yours. I can't tell you the specific content of our discussion, but he made me decide to suspend this investment cooperation. I can only apologize to you. Even if I agree to you now, the World Bank headquarters will not allow this cooperation to proceed. It's Meteorite. What did he say to you? This is confidential. The World Bank has no position between you and Meteorite. We only assess the risks. In our opinion, there are indeed very serious hidden dangers in the hydrogen airship project of the City Alchemist Association. What hidden danger? Yomington became nervous. He had been looking for the real attack point of the meteorite, but he had not found it. He could predict that the general attack of the meteorite was about to be launched. Penn spread his hands. I don't know either. I'm just an outsider. If you don't know where you are going to lose now, I am more sure that the decision to suspend cooperation is very correct. Chapter 185 Prosecution. To the citizens of Raging Waves, today was as exciting as a roller coaster ride. In the morning, major newspapers published the news that the World Bank invested in the hydrogen airship project, which eliminated the negative impact of the Qingkong-class hydrogen airship accident and restored the public's confidence in hydrogen airships. However, major newspapers quickly added an urgent edition and published the latest World Bank notice, which dealt the most fatal blow to all investors. This time, the hydrogen airship project was thrown to the ground like a broken bowl by the World Bank. It was really finished, and no one could revive it. When Speaker Grover and Yomington met Pan and wanted to make a last-ditch effort, Luke came to the mansion of Councillor Ibel. At Luke's request, Councillor Ibel invited all the prominent businessmen in Nuteo City to his home, including 2 other capitalist councillors. These businessmen have tasted the sweetness of new technologies and have a more fanatical worship of new technologies than ordinary people. They believe that hydrogen airships are a vent that can blow pigs into the sky. So they have invested a lot of money in the hydrogen airship project of the City Alchemist Association. Now that the project has failed, their money has gone down the drain. According to Councillor Ibel's current political stance, if it were yesterday, he would not have invited so many industrialists and businessmen to his home. And today, at least a quarter of the people came uninvited. The World Bank's attitude changed too suddenly. If nothing major happened in the middle, they would not have had such a polarized change in their attitude towards this investment. In the city of Raging Waves, the only person who could make the World Bank's directors make such a decision was probably the meteorite inspector, who had been creating miracles. At this time, the hydrogen airship project not only involved money, but also concentrated factional conflicts and political struggles. In such a situation, the princess's faction headed by the meteorite inspector had reached the point where the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. No matter what the meteorite inspector wanted to do, it would be revealed today. In the future, the direction of the wind in the city of Raging Waves would affect everyone's industry, and even their lives. Therefore, regardless of their position, they had to attend the meeting held by the meteorite inspector. Councillor Ibel arranged his large living room into a large meeting room. Because the number of people who came exceeded expectations, a lot of small seats were added, and the originally spacious living room was crowded, like an overloaded bus. These big businessmen had never suffered such a hardship on weekdays, but today they were all grateful for having a small bench here. When the time was up, the Imperial spies closed all entrances and exits and stood around the venue to perform security. Councillor Ibel first made a concise opening speech, and then invited the meteorite inspector to speak. Luke walked up and stood behind the podium. I believe everyone knows who I am. I am the detective of the Cape District branch of the Imperial Secret Service in Nuteo City, Meteorite, and I am also the only detective of the Secret Service in Nuteo City. After taking office, I have done a lot of things beyond the scope of the Cape District. As for what additional tasks I have, you should all make your own guesses and judgments. The Empire is very short of money now, and most areas of the Empire don't even have electricity. Okay, let's stop here. When you go back, think about your position carefully. Now let's start the formal content. Luke waved his hand, and Kylina carried a stack of documents and put them on the podium. Luke took these documents and threw them to the audience one by one. The businessmen immediately circulated and read the documents after receiving them. My people investigated the City Alchemist Association. The original purpose was to find clues that they were suspected of murdering me. But they found a lot of things that surprised me. With your business acumen, it should be easy to see the problems in the things I showed you. Some people in the City Alchemist Association used the hydrogen airship project to make money. Most of your money was not invested in the research and development of hydrogen airships, but was misappropriated for smuggling, futures trading, and even usury. Then the profits and principal went into private pockets after several rounds. Some of you are aware of the operation here, some are involved, some benefit, but most of them are victims. And there are more victims in the entire Nuteo City, and even the entire Empire. If this is a normal investment project, the failure of the investment is of course borne by oneself. And if this is a normal investment project, there can't be so many victims. And there can't be such a large loss of funds. After Luke paused, the businessmen in the audience began to discuss. They all knew that the City Alchemist Association had made great efforts to attract investment in hydrogen airships. But due to their own circle and the strength of the Alchemist Association, they didn't know how much money the project had raised. And when they saw the real amount, they were all shocked by the above figures. If this thunder was successfully detonated by the meteorite inspector, the City Alchemist Association would be skinned even if it didn't die. At this time, the merchants all knew the purpose of meteorite inspector calling them together, which was to collectively force the City Alchemist Association to abdicate. It was to force them to take sides. Money was important to the merchants, but choosing the right team was more important to them. Should they side with meteorite inspector? Or should they support the City Alchemist Association? Thinking about what meteorite inspector said at the beginning, the Empire really wanted to take back the City of Raging Waves. But who can win this game? The discussion in the meeting gradually died down, and everyone looked back at Meteorite. Luke knew that it was not so easy to convince these cunning merchants to follow him to attack the City Alchemist Association. If you think I summoned you here to win you over, you are totally wrong. I just need you to be here at this time to let the City Alchemist Association know that you are here. Now the retail investors in Fury City have gone crazy, and the information that the City Alchemist Association is engaged in financial fraud has spread. Angry people are attacking the City Alchemist Association, the City Government Hall, and the City Court. This time is different from the large-scale demonstration caused by the destruction of the Thunder Tower. If it is delayed until night, it will definitely turn into a riot in the whole city. The Fury Navy will take over the city, and the Empire will be able to own Fury City again. At this time, the City Alchemist Association needs your support more than I do. You need to stand up and promise to compensate all investors for the losses of the Alchemist Association. But you are all here with me. More than I expected. Looking at the smile of the meteorite inspector, the businessman felt like a sparrow that had been caught in a trap. Yes. Although they have invested money in the hydrogen airship project, such a small number of people will not be taken seriously by the City Alchemist Association. Although the money invested by those retail investors is not much, the number is extremely large. Once these people are stimulated and lose their reason, they will inevitably cause a citywide riot if they are instigated. Thinking of the citywide parade organized by Meteorite Inspector. Was it a rehearsal for today's situation? If so, Meteorite Inspector is too terrible. The City Alchemist Association is completely finished this time, when it needs the support of the city capital of Fury City the most. The city capital is locked up here. Once a big riot occurs at night, the army will enter the city. Then, when the merchants were panicking, Luke said, the implementation of martial law in Fury City means that the city has become a war zone, which will greatly lose international credit. Your industry and wealth will shrink to decades ago, and some people will go bankrupt directly. This is not my goal, nor is it what the Empire wants for Raging Waves City. According to the current situation faced by the City Alchemist Association, you plaintiffs are not a big deal. Luke waved his hand again, and a group of Imperial spies distributed documents and pens to the merchants. Everyone, this is an indictment against the City Alchemist Association for financial fraud. Sign your names, stamp your seals, and let the City Alchemist Association see who is their breadwinner. I will negotiate with the City Alchemist Association on your behalf and calm this incident down as soon as possible. I promise you that in the new order of Raging Waves City in the future, your business will only get better and better, and no one will be liquidated because of previous events. The indictment was distributed to each merchant, and each merchant stood there holding a pen. Signing the indictment meant signing a letter of allegiance, creating an irreparable rift with the City Alchemist Association. If you don't sign, the old system of Raging Waves City is likely to collapse in the impact of this incident. Do you still insist on taking this ship? Look at the Meteorite Inspector on the podium and think about what he has done since he took office. If you don't know which side to choose, you might as well choose someone who always wins. Some merchants signed their names on the indictment and stamped it with the alchemy seal, seeing that the City Alchemist Association was doomed. Other merchants also signed and stamped. Soon these heavyweight indictments were collected and concentrated in Luke's hands. Very good. Very good. You made the right choice. Now that this meeting is over, you can leave. But I suggest that you stay in Counselor Eibel's mansion until the incident is truly over. You probably don't want to face the people of the City Alchemist Association when you go back. Luke left with the indictment, leaving a room full of merchants with bitter smiles. Counselor Ibel walked up to the podium. Inspector Meteorite performed another miracle for us. To be honest with you, I don't know why he invited you. He only told me that the City Alchemist Association should return to its rightful position. The Alchemist Association has indeed gone too far in recent years. From tomorrow, our status with the Alchemist Association will change. It's time to discuss how to handle the new relationship with them. Speaker Grover and Yomington did not get any desired results from the World Bank, and Pan's words cast a heavy cloud over their hearts. No matter what Inspector Meteorite wants to do, today is the best time. Sitting in the car, Yomington said to Speaker Grover, I don't understand. Meteorite has been targeting the hydrogen airship project. In addition to destroying it and hitting the prestige of the City Alchemist Association, how much benefit can he get? But he made such a big noise, which is obviously a large-scale attack on the City Alchemist Association. Where is his attack point? Speaker Grover looked out the window with melancholy. I have been doing research most of the time in these years. Not only have I hardly attended parliamentary meetings, but I have even neglected the management of the Alchemist Association. Gunther Valentine has always been in charge of the hydrogen airship project. I will have a good talk with him when I get back. Have you noticed that the atmosphere in the city is a little off? Yomington looked out of the car, and there were crowds of people gathered on both sides of the street. Someone was saying something, and soon the crowd became very excited. This was not an isolated phenomenon. As the car drove along, there were people everywhere who were very angry. The atmosphere of uneasiness and irritability was spreading throughout the city. The driver who felt the danger sped up and sent Grover and Yomington to the headquarters of the City Alchemist Association. At this time, some people had gathered in the square, and more people were gathering from all directions, which reminded people of the big parade that occurred after the destruction of the Thunder Tower. Grover realized that the dangerous atmosphere in the city was related to the hydrogen airship project. So he called Gunther Valentine when he returned to his office. Gunther Valentine was one of the 3 technical faction members of the parliament. Member Valentine. Speaker Grover sat behind his desk with only his head exposed. Although it was a little funny, his expression was extremely serious. I hope you can tell me the truth about the hydrogen airship project. I want to hear the truth, not what you told me before. Gunther Valentine was a middle-aged man in a suit, looking like an official rather than a scientific researcher. Under the pressure of Grover's aura, big beads of sweat dripped from Gunther Valentine's head. Mr. Speaker, is the World Bank really not going to invest in my project? Answer my question first. Valentine, the development of hydrogen airships has been going very smoothly. We have tested the effects of stabilizers in various environments and found that they can prevent hydrogen from burning. We have no way to destroy the stabilizer. It cannot fail. Mr. Speaker, please give me some time. I will definitely find the reason. Grover asked. I'm not asking this. Are there any other hidden dangers in this project? Other hidden dangers? Valentine said indifferently. We have raised a lot of money for this project. If this project fails, those poor speculators may cause us some trouble. At this time, shouts were heard in the square outside. The City Alchemist Association is a fraud. Give me back my hard-earned money. The City Alchemist Association is a fraud. Give me back my hard-earned money. The City Alchemist Association is a fraud. Give me back my hard-earned money. The shouts became louder and louder, causing the windows of the office to vibrate. The assistant rushed in. Speaker, the city court sent someone to deliver a letter. They have received a large number of lawsuits against us for financial fraud. Now they have been surrounded by people who invested in hydrogen airships. Several thousand people. And the number is still increasing. The city court requires us to respond immediately. Faced with a lawsuit of this scale, they simply cannot suppress it. Grover floated to the window, and in a short time, the square outside was already crowded with people. They held banners and shouted slogans, accusing the City Alchemist Association of cheating them of their hard-earned money. Is this the little trouble you mentioned? Chapter 186 Jedi. Gunther Valentine rushed to the window, looked at the dark crowd outside, and shouted in horror, how could this happen? Where did these people come from? Just now there were few people in the square. Someone must have organized this demonstration. Just like the day after the collapse of the Thunder Tower. It was done by the Cape District Secret Service. It must be them. Yomington also walked to the window. He heard the slogan shouted by the crowd, and saw the banners held by the crowd. He finally knew where the meteorite would attack. The City Alchemist Association abused its influence and power. And this time it was too much. The momentum of those ordinary citizens who were looked down upon by them gathered together at this time was impacting the City Alchemist Association. Such neat slogans. Such neat banners. There must be someone behind the scenes organizing it. But what can we do now? It's too late. It's too late. Speaker Grover's face was as hard as steel. Member Valentine. We all know that this was organized by the Cape District Secret Service. Since the incident was caused by you and your project. Tell me, do you have any solution? This is not like the last citywide demonstration. If you don't appease the citizens who have been angered by you as soon as possible, it is very likely to turn into a large-scale riot at night. I will never allow this to happen. If necessary, I will send you to the gallows to calm the anger outside. Yomington also said angrily, I'm afraid the death of a member of parliament cannot calm today's incident. That means sending more people to the gallows? Gunther Valentine had never seen Grover so angry. He finally realized the seriousness of the matter, and quickly thought of a solution. We can negotiate with Inspector Meteor. Senator Valentine immediately changed his words after feeling the sharp gaze from Speaker Grover. This is the last resort. We can promise to return the money they invested to them. This group of damned bastards. Since they invested in a risky project, they should understand what risk is. When the hydrogen airship project was good, they desperately wanted to give me the money. Now that the project has a little trouble, they want to take the money away. There is no such good thing in the world. Valentine, who felt greatly wronged, spoke angrily. In his opinion, the demands of the demonstrators were simply unreasonable. Grover's expression eased a little when he heard that Valentine was willing to return the money. The fundamental reason why Meteorite was able to organize such a large-scale demonstration was that it deceived ordinary investors. These people are greedy for small gains. They can make trouble for money, so they can naturally calm down with money. For the City Alchemist Association, the money can be earned from other places after spending it. The important thing is to survive this crisis. Grover comforted Councilman Valentine in a soothing tone. I am very satisfied that you have such a magnanimity. I know that this money is a large number for your project. Don't worry. The City Alchemist Association will help you. Check your account to see how much money you have, and how much you need to refund. The association can bear the shortfall. When the incident is over, I will find a way to get the World Bank to reinvest in hydrogen airships. So you won't lose too much. Speaker, the money you need to pay may be a lot. Gunther Valentine said hesitantly. The bad premonition made Grover's heart rise again. There must be a number. 5 billion Reichsmarks, or 10 billion, or... I need to go back and calculate a number. Grover's face became ferocious again. How much money can you come up with? Feeling the pressure from the speaker, Valentine said hurriedly, Speaker, I used this money to make some investments. And now there is no way to cash it out. And I'm not the only one who does this. I also lent a lot of money to other research institutes. I can now take out 100 million Reichsmarks. If you give me half a year, you only have half a day. Valentine seemed to see himself being sent to the gallows. His brain was turning rapidly. We can borrow money from the rich businessmen in the city. Their factories all use the patents of our Alchemist Association. If we borrow money from them, they will definitely agree. Grover immediately said to his assistant, send people to meet all the rich businessmen who have business relations with us, and ask them to lend the City Alchemist Association a sum of money to the best of their ability. We can give them some discount on future patent licensing. In addition, we will count how much money the association has in its account, and then collect some from our subordinate research institutions. Send someone to tell all demonstrators in the name of the City Alchemist Association that the City Alchemist Association agrees to their refund request, and will start the refund procedure before the evening. The assistant accepted the order and ran out. Grover scolded Valentine again. Go back and prepare for the refund quickly. Don't make trouble for me again. Gunther Valentine said gratefully, please rest assured, Mr. Speaker, all investment receipts have strict anti-counterfeiting marks, and I will not let anyone impersonate to claim the refund. Seeing Gunther Valentine hurriedly leave, Speaker Grover breathed a sigh of relief. The attack by Meteor was indeed beyond our expectations, but he still underestimated the wealth hidden in the City of Rage. Money is the least valuable thing here. We will use the existing Imperial marks to process the refund tonight, and these demonstrators will retreat. When the merchant's loans arrive tomorrow, this crisis will be over. Meteor taught us a lesson, and we also taught him a lesson. Yomington was not as relaxed as Grover. He saw a large number of City Alchemist Association members rushing into the crowd of demonstrators in the square. Soon the shouting of slogans stopped, and the anger quickly dissipated. It looks like it's really solved. I always feel that things won't end like this, Grover said confidently. What else can Meteorite do? Unless he dares to arrest all the wealthy businessmen in Raging Wave City. I actually expect him to do so. Yomington sighed and said, I hope I'm too sensitive. You are too afraid of Meteorite. Don't worry. It's over. At this moment, the assistant rushed in panic. Mr. Speaker, the city court sent someone to deliver a letter. They received lawsuits from almost all the wealthy businessmen in the city. They sued us, fraud. Grover's floating body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Are you sure that the message came from the city court? And not someone pretending to be someone else? I am sure. Mr. Speaker, this is the official document from the city court. The assistant handed the document to Grover. The city court has received more than 20,000 indictments. And the number is still increasing. Under pressure, the city court has initiated judicial proceedings against this case. It is reported that people from the Secret Intelligence Bureau of the Cape District took the printed lawsuits to the streets to get people to sign, and then sent them to the city court together. Grover took the official letter from the city court, which was very harsh in wording. It was obvious that the city court was not going to be partial in this matter after receiving the indictments from the wealthy businessmen. In the city of Raging Waves, money is indeed worthless. But a penny can also stump a hero. If the City Alchemist Association wants to calm down this incident, it has to take out not only the money of retail investors, but also the money of wealthy businessmen. Without the loans from wealthy businessmen, the City Alchemist Association can't even get rid of these people in the square. But they just promised to start processing refunds before the evening. What should I use to process the refund now? Speaker Grover felt a headache. This was a situation he had never encountered in the most complicated experiments. I need to talk to these wealthy businessmen. We have the patents they need, and they will listen to me, Yomington said calmly. I don't think Meteorite will give us this opportunity. Sure enough, those who went to borrow money from the wealthy merchants came back to report. They are all in the mansion of Counselor Eibel at this moment. Grover was unable to continue floating. He sat back in his chair and muttered, How could this happen? How could this happen? They are not afraid that we will stop them from using the patent? Yomington said, Of course they are afraid. But if the City Alchemist Association does not bow to the merchants today, the people in the square will rush in at night if they can't get the money. At this moment, Meteorite used its strength to fight against its own strength, making the entire Raging Wave City stand on the opposite side of the City Alchemist Association. Since the duel, he has been planning for today's situation. No, he has been planning for a long time. And the Rage Tower Parade is a rehearsal for today's scene. If you think about everything he has done, including winning over the city's chief financial officer, Counselor Eibel, it is all for this moment. It's all to prevent us from getting the money at this moment. It's too powerful. We don't complain about losing. Let's prepare to negotiate with Meteor. Grover asked, Is there no other way? In the current situation, without the cooperation of Meteor, no one can stop the riots at night. Give us a little more time. We will have a way to solve this problem. But what we lack is time. Let's negotiate. I will report everything that happened here in detail to Prime Minister Gabriel. And the Prime Minister will be considerate of the allies of the City of Raging Waves. The opponent this time is too cunning, and the responsibility is not entirely on you. Speaker Grover did not expect that his first public appearance would not only fail to turn the tide, but also face such a defeat. What conditions do you think Meteorite will put forward? Yomington thought for a while, and said, My biggest gain from coming to the City of Raging Waves this time is, don't guess what Meteorite is thinking. Guessing too much will only fall into his trap. It is better to consider Meteorite's purpose from the perspective of the princess. The riot in the City of Raging Waves and the implementation of martial law are definitely not the best results that the princess wants. Grover took a deep breath to steady himself. Okay. I will negotiate with Inspector Meteorite on behalf of the City Council of Raging Waves. Go and ask Inspector Meteorite to come to the City Council meeting hall. The assistant replied, Yes, Mr. Speaker. After Luke sent the merchants' lawsuit against the City Alchemist Association to the city court, he returned to the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau to wait for news. All his subordinates were also waiting for news, and the originally bustling office was silent. Now everyone who could go out has gone out. With the experience of the last citywide parade, the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau is familiar with organizing a new demonstration this time. With 200 Reichsmarks per person per day, it is easy to pull tens of thousands of people out of the Cape District. The central city was in chaos, and the central city police department was on holiday, which exacerbated the chaotic situation. Now the entire crowd of demonstrators in the city of Raging Waves was under the control of the imperial spies lurking inside. And the ordinary people who blindly followed were led by the rhythm to execute the attitude that Luke wanted to express to all parties. At this moment, Luke showed all his cards, and the rest was to wait for the response of the City Alchemist Association and the Parliament. Is it a compromise? Or watch a disaster that no one can bear befall the city? Speaker Grover will make the choice. Luke did not wait too long, and someone from the City Alchemist Association delivered a message. Speaker Grover invited Inspector Meteorite to go to the City Council to discuss the crisis that Raging Waves was facing at this time. For a moment, the office hall of the Cape District Secret Service was filled with deafening cheers. Soon, Luke walked out of his office. He was wearing a formal suit and a gentleman's hat, holding a cane in his hand, and said with full energy, "Shelley?" When Shelley heard that the inspector did not call her code name in public, she was stunned for a moment, then jumped up and stood at attention. "Shelley is here. Please give me a lecture. Gather your people. Let's go to the city council to see our speaker." "Yes, Inspector." Luke, escorted by the fierce Secret Service Rangers, entered the central area from the Cape District and then arrived at the city government building. There were 20,000 to 30,000 people gathered in the square. Seeing so many Imperial spies coming to the Cape District Secret Service, they guessed what would happen. When Luke got off the car, a plainclothes spy came forward to report. "Inspector, not long ago, the City Alchemist Association sent someone out to spread the news that the refund could be processed before tonight. What should we do next? Please instruct." Luke snorted. "The cooked duck is still stubborn. The City Alchemist Association can't get so much money from anywhere at this time. If they had money, they wouldn't invite me here. You continue to lie and wait for the result of this negotiation." "Yes, Inspector." The plainclothes spy retreated, and after a circle, he mixed into the crowd in the square again, and then passed the inspector's order to other undercover agents. Luke led a large group of Imperial spies up the steps and walked into the City Hall building. In the council chamber, except for Virgil's vacant seat, all the members of the council sat in their seats. Viscount Iskelin was also invited. He whispered to Luke, "Inspector, the scene you set is really huge. Beyond all my expectations. I feel that we can complete the task assigned to us by Her Royal Highness the Princess in advance. And this time, it is a complete victory." Luke replied, "It is huge, and beyond my expectations. Let's take our seats, and see how much we can take away from here. But first, congratulations to you, Counselor Iskelin." Iskelin looked at the vacant seat of the counselor and smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you, Inspector." Chapter 187 Great Victory. Luke and Viscount Iskelin sat down at the circular conference table. The 8 current parliamentarians in Raging Waves City had different expressions. The 3 parliamentarians of the Capital Party signed the indictment against the City Alchemist Association. The remaining 2 parliamentarians of the Establishment Party had heavy expressions, and were somewhat confused about the future. On the side of the technical parliamentarians, Mrs. Michelle had already joined the Reform Society founded by the Meteorite Inspector. She believed that she was already the eldest princess's person, and after this great victory, her future was bright. Counselor Valentine looked pale, not knowing whether he could survive the night. After seeing the current situation of the Parliament, Speaker Grover said to Luke, "Meteorite Inspector, although you have created the current situation in Raging Wave City, I think Her Royal Highness the Princess definitely does not want to see chaos in Raging Wave City. Stop it in time, for the benefit of all of us, and for the benefit of the Empire." Luke didn't expect that even though he had forced the general to abdicate, Speaker Grover was still thinking about getting away with it. "Mr. Speaker, I have been in Fury City for a while, and this is my first time meeting you. I admire your knowledge very much. Fury City has become a shining pearl in the world under your governance. I only gave a small push to the situation today, but the fundamental problem lies with the City Alchemist Association. If some people were not too greedy and had no end, there would be no dilemma facing the City Alchemist Association now. I think professionals still need professionals to do it. The funds of the City Alchemist Association need a special financial organization to help you manage them. All income and expenditure should be open and transparent, and individual corruption should be eliminated, so that every mark is used where it should be used. The negotiations officially began, and Luke stabbed the City Alchemist Association in the heart. After taking the financial freedom of the Alchemist Association, all scientific research institutions under the association were completely separated. The association only had the functions of coordinating and organizing scientific research, which greatly reduced its influence in the city. Grover certainly would not let others do whatever they wanted. No. Scientific research has a very strong sense of privacy. The association has independent finances to ensure that our research will not be known to outsiders through procurement and other forms. Meteorite detective. Don't set your sights on the City Alchemist Association. I won't back down from this. Luke knew that this blow was a bit ruthless, so he turned to other directions. Let's talk about this issue later. This time, I was appointed by Her Royal Highness the Princess to take up the post in the Cape District of Raging Waves City. I really hope to make a political achievement that will add some color to my resume. It's not too much to double the tax revenue in Raging Waves City, Grover said coldly. Tax collection has nothing to do with your secret service. Maybe His Majesty will transfer me to the Imperial Taxation Department if he is happy? The financial and taxation agencies are lucrative jobs. Unlike me, who have to be on guard against being plotted against every day. Increasing taxes, and doubling them, will definitely affect the interests of many people. But since he was ready to admit defeat, Grover was ready to cut his flesh. Well, if the Empire really needs money now, Raging Wave City will definitely share the worries for His Majesty. In the future, the taxes and fees that Raging Wave City will pay to the Empire will be doubled. Okay, Luke said, the doubling of taxes and fees will start from this year, and the arrears will be paid. Hearing that the taxes will be doubled this year, Grover said angrily, where can I get so much tax for you? That's your problem. I only care about my political achievements. Luke felt that he was cheating people everywhere under the banner of Princess Agatha, and he should also strive for some benefits for her, so that he can continue to make a living in Raging Waves City in the future. Since Grover was ready to cut his losses, he didn't care about cutting a little more. Okay. The taxes owed this year will be paid by the city of Raging Waves. Can the farce outside end now? Luke said, I just got the news that the City Alchemist Association promised to return the money invested in the hydrogen airship to the investors. If the Alchemist Association doesn't pay, I can't get rid of them. Mr. Speaker, do you have money? I have promised to pay more taxes, so don't be greedy anymore. Paying taxes is the obligation of the City of Raging Waves. How can it be that I am greedy? The money is not given to me. This incident was caused by the financial fraud of the City Alchemist Association. I just want to help. Luke took out his pocket watch and looked at it. Mr. Speaker, it is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You don't have much time. The protesters outside have not eaten for a day, and they are very anxious. At night, they found that they were deceived by the City Alchemist Association. No one can prevent the disaster from happening. In the city court, the lawsuits against the City Alchemist Association have piled up. Everything that happens in Fury City is your responsibility. Go to the gallows? Or accept my help? Before Grover answered, Councilman Valentine said, we hope that the inspector can help us. Luke looked at Grover. Grover had no choice but to ask, how are you going to help us? Of course, I will lend you money. Luke smiled and said, I have already negotiated with most of the wealthy businessmen in the city. They are willing to temporarily postpone the pursuit of their investment funds, and are willing to lend money to the City Alchemist Association to tide over this difficult time. Conditions. It's very simple. In the future, the City Alchemist Association's patent usage rights will be negotiated directly between merchants and patent owners. The City Alchemist Association can assist, but cannot make any decisions. Grover refused on the spot without even thinking about it. The City Alchemist Association will not give up this power. We must protect the patent security of our members. Are you trying to protect the patent security of the members of the association? Or are you trying to monopolize the patents and strangle the merchants in the licensing? Luke pointed out Grover's intentions. Raging Waves City is an open and free market. The City Alchemist Association's overbearing terms on patents have always been a cancer in the free market. The merchants I invited now dare not leave the mansion of Councillor Ibel, which shows how much they fear the City Alchemist Association. In this negotiation, the City Alchemist Association must agree to this condition, and there is no room for negotiation. Mrs. Michelle said at this time, Mr. Speaker, my husband has always opposed the City Alchemist Association's monopoly on the patent licensing of its members. But the resources owned by the City Alchemist Association forced him to agree to entrust the patent to the association. Many members of the association have the same idea as my husband. I understand that the original idea of the association was to protect our patent from infringement. But now the association has used this authorization to do many things that make everyone unhappy. I agree with the proposal of the meteorite inspector. The association only plays an auxiliary role in patent authorization and no longer has the decision-making power. The other 3 capitalist members also echoed Mrs. Michel, fearing that he would be hanged to appease the public anger. Councillor Valentine also persuaded, Speaker. This time the merchants helped us. We should return the goodwill. Grover glared at Valentine. If he could solve the problem with Valentine's life, he would rather give up a member than agree to this condition. But the matter has been made clear. If they refuse to agree, not only will the merchants be pushed to meteorite, but there may also be big problems within the Alchemist Association. Okay. I agree. Grover replied helplessly. From today on, the City Alchemist Association will no longer interfere with patent authorization, and the user and owner will negotiate and resolve it on their own. After agreeing to this condition, Grover seemed to have been drained of all his spirit. Although this condition did not directly take away all the power of the City Alchemist Association like taking away the finances, it also hit the backbone of the Alchemist Association. Without patent authorization, the Alchemist Association became equal to the city merchants, and their words would not be so effective in the future, and they lost a big source of money. The 3 capitalist councillors were very excited. Without the City Alchemist Association to interfere, their patent royalties in the future will definitely be reduced, and they will not be threatened by the Alchemist Association. It feels like turning over and becoming the master. Looking at the meteorite inspector again, the 3 people looked at him as if he was the sponsor. Grover agreed to this most important condition, which made Luke feel relieved. He was also afraid that Grover would be stubborn and not give in, and everyone would be finished together. Although it is not yet possible for the city's wealthy businessmen to immediately turn to their side, the intimacy is definitely rising. If they want to expand the trade field in the future, there will definitely be many more ways. When we make money together, we will become a family. Then Luke stated his last condition: appoint Viscount Iskelin as the chief of city security, and replace Councillor Virgil as the new member of the Council of Raging Waves. Grover wanted to make a final struggle. I think the conditions I agreed to are sufficient. Viscount Iskelin is too inexperienced to take on such an important task. Luke laughed and said, Raging Waves does not talk about qualifications, but only about ability. I think Viscount Iskelin's ability is enough to be the chief of city security, and is also enough to enter the city council to serve all citizens of Raging Waves. Of course, this is the government affairs of Raging Waves, and it is not convenient for me to interfere. Now you vote. Those who agree with my appointment, please raise your hands. Luke emphasized that this was his appointment, and looked at the councillors. Viscount Iskelin must get more than half of the councillors' votes to become the city's security chief, and 2/3 of the councillors' votes to become a councillor. Luke gave the choice to the councillors. Under his gaze, Ibel and Mrs. Michel raised their hands first, 2 votes. The 2 capitalist councillors raised their hands next, which was their reward to the meteorite inspector, 2 votes. Luke looked at the 2 establishment councillors. The 2 councillors hesitated again and raised their hands. Today, the power field of the meteorite inspector was too strong, and the City Alchemist Association was defeated. After this negotiation, the meteorite inspector will definitely become an important figure in the City of Raging Waves. The sky of the City of Raging Waves has changed. The meteorite inspector said that he would appoint a councillor, which means that he will decide on this position. What will happen if you don't agree? Councillor Virgil seems to be a good example. Get 2 more votes. Viscount Iskelin got 6 votes in favor of the councillors. Luke smiled with satisfaction and said, Speaker Grover, you see, Viscount Iskelin is the popular choice to become a city councillor. Councillor Iskelin, please take your seat. We must hurry up and discuss how to coordinate all parties to quickly get the protesting citizens home. Viscount Iskelin stood up and saluted Luke, then strode to the seat of the former Councillor Virgil and sat down. All 9 councillors of the Raging Waves City Council were present, which was rare. 3 small triangles formed a large triangle, symbolizing tolerance and stability. Luke got a seat in each of the 3 small triangles, and formed an independent triangle, completing the division of power in the Raging Waves City. The next thing was very easy to handle, as long as the money was in place. The demonstrators could be sent home. The City Alchemist Association first used its own cash to return the investment of retail investors. As long as the money started to be distributed, the emotions of the demonstrators were appeased. The night passed peacefully. The next day, the businessmen's loans arrived one after another. All major newspapers reported the incident, letting the public know that they could rest assured with sufficient funds. The return of investment funds was carried out in an orderly manner. For ordinary citizens, Raging Wave City is still Raging Wave City, and the prosperity seems to have not changed. But for those with a certain status, Raging Wave City is no longer the Raging Wave City of the past. Its original old system seemed unbreakable, but Inspector Meteorite smashed it to pieces in less than half a year after taking office at the Cape District Secret Affairs Bureau. A new order is being established. The Innovation Society, with Inspector Meteorite as the executive officer, has attracted a large number of new members to join after the financial fraud incident of the City Alchemist Association. The people of the old system licked their wounds and gathered around Speaker Grover again. They watched the development of the Reformed Society quietly, thinking about how to regain everything they had lost. The struggle in Raging Wave City is not over. Having completed the mission, Yomington said goodbye to Grover. He no longer had any need to stay in Raging Wave City. Before boarding the return airship, Yomington said to Grover, "This time when I go back, I will report to the Prime Minister everything that Meteorite has done in Raging Wave City. We must reevaluate this opponent. I have a hunch that the princess will definitely transfer Meteorite back to the Imperial capital, and he will be a big trouble for the Prime Minister." Grover, floating in the air, asked, "What should we do? The people of Raging Waves are in a panic now, and many people have joined Meteorite's Reform Society. We have lost too many things. If we can't control Meteorite, we will soon lose the city completely. Wait for the Prime Minister's reply. Don't provoke Meteorite now. In terms of power and intrigue, we are not his opponents. If we do more and make more mistakes, he will easily seize our weaknesses. The fleet of Saxon engineering will block Cape Port. Use our advantages at sea to prevent him from using Cape Port to do more things and focus all his attention on maritime affairs. Delay time first. The princess will not leave such a person in Raging Waves for a long time. His real stage is in the Imperial capital." Chapter 188 Yin's Visit. Yomington left, bringing his experiences in the city of Raging Waves, and returned to the capital to report to the Prime Minister. After a wave of turmoil, things gradually calmed down, but the aftermath continued to make people look at the Meteorite detective of the Cape District Secret Service and wonder where the city will go in the future. Luke didn't think so much. He just wanted to build a safe nest for himself, and everything that happened was just the soil that was blown out of the pit. Now the rabbit nest that Luke had been thinking about has finally taken shape, and the foundation is solid. As for the eldest princess, after accepting this great gift from me, she should continue to acquiesce to the current relationship. Next, he will live his own comfortable life. As for continuing to expand in Raging Waves City, Luke has no such idea. Don't push the new nobles too hard. It's not good for anyone if they are desperate. Of course, the new nobles must recognize the current power division of Raging Waves City and don't cause trouble. But not causing trouble, is it possible? In the following days, Luke sorted out his own industry. The production of black magic potion has begun to take shape. In addition to the powerful violent potion and the aphrodisiac, Luke took out several popular generic potion formulas and handed them over to the potion workshop for production. With the protection of the Cape District Secret Affairs Bureau and the sales channels of the Yin-Yang smuggling group, potion production has become a stable income for Luke. Now that his position in the city of Raging Waves has been improved and consolidated, Luke plans to unify all the black magic potion production in the Cape District and merge those small private black magic potion production workshops. Make this industry bigger and stronger, and create his own international brand of black magic potion. Another thing that Luke is concerned about is the Yin-Yang Night School. He knows that he is just an upstart to the upper-class system of the city of Raging Waves. Those new nobles fear him and listen to him, but they may not accept him. If you want to stabilize the current basic base, you still have to follow the ancestral mass line. In half a year, the Yin-Yang Night School has had 3 graduates. Although the students did not learn the secret killing skills they expected, they all learned a skill. Counselor Ibel is responsible for arranging jobs for the graduates of Yin-Yang Night School. Most gang members like the stable life that Inspector Meteorite gives them. With the employment rate going up, the law and order in Cape District has been significantly improved. Having tasted the sweetness, Luke founded a full-time technical school based on the night school and built several branches to increase the enrollment scale. At the same time, Luke also used his good relationship with businessmen to ensure that students have jobs after graduation. Inspector Meteorite's prestige in Cape District, which was maintained by violence and money at the beginning, is gradually gaining popularity. And what will really make Cape District start to recover is the Cape Port Renovation Project. Luke got a large loan from the Imperial Bank with this project. With the money in hand, the Diagonal Street Mechanical Tribe, which had been prepared for a long time, headed to the port area, and then the ordered equipment and materials were delivered by sea and land. The port area became a large construction site. Luke took advantage of this opportunity to overhaul the infrastructure of the Cape area, and a heavy machinery factory was also started. The comprehensive large-scale project greatly absorbed the excess labor force in the Cape area, and everyone was full of hope for the future. Luke also became the busiest person in the Cape area. With the start of the large-scale infrastructure, he had to review a large number of documents every day, and at the same time, he had to learn ancient languages with Laconia and Bonot. Sometimes he wanted to break himself in half and use, and now I am two halves. Qingkong has to study and teach at Ulu College, and is also busy conducting various esoteric experiments and conducting in-depth research on ancient languages and history. It is not easy to be split into two people. One day, Kalina entered the inspector's office. Inspector, the World Bank's director Ian is visiting. Ian, Luke, who was buried in a pile of documents, raised his head and then remembered the shining gold man. What is she doing here? Did they find out that the 20,000 gold coupons are mine? Let's meet her first. Please let her in. After a while, Ian walked into the office under the guidance of Kalina. At this time, Ian was wearing a gray women's windbreaker and dark red high-waisted leather boots. Her golden hair was tied into a bun, and she wore a decorative gauze lady's hat on her head. She wore white lace gloves and a lady's bag on her arm. If you didn't know her identity, you would really think she was some city socialite. Seeing that Ian's outfit didn't look like she was looking for eggs, Luke kindly invited her to sit down. I didn't expect the Ian Council to come to my place. It's a mess here. Please forgive me. After Ian sat down, Kalina brought her a cup of coffee. Thank you. Ian thanked Kalina politely, and then said, I have something to talk to the detective alone. Kalina looked at Luke, and when she saw him nod, she left reluctantly and closed the door. It seems that Director Ian came to me for something important. Ian sorted out his thoughts and said, First of all, I would like to thank the inspector. If it weren't for your reminder, Pan and I would have done something that made us regret investing in the hydrogen airship project. I didn't expect that there would be such a big hidden danger in the hydrogen airship project. Now that you have eliminated the hidden danger, the negotiations between Pan and the City Alchemist Association have become much easier. The head office is also evaluating this project. If everything goes well, the World Bank's share of this project will far exceed our estimate. Ian took out a check from his bag and put it on the table and pushed it to Luke, saying, This is a gift from the World Bank. Thank you for your help and guidance. Luke took the check and smiled with satisfaction at the string of zeros on it. He put the check into his inner pocket and said to Ian, I am very satisfied with the sincerity of the World Bank. If there is any good business in the future, I will definitely look for you again. Looking forward to cooperating with you again. It's just, Ian asked doubtfully, please allow me to ask a personal question. Why do you want to transfer your interests in the hydrogen airship project to the World Bank? Is it because you are not optimistic about the future use of hydrogen airships? After receiving the money, Luke said frankly, I am a spy. My habit prevents me from entrusting the future to uncertain factors. Steam airships have their advantages, but after the Qingkong-class combustion accident, it will take a long time for the public to accept hydrogen airships. During this time, steam airships may not have technological breakthroughs. The World Bank has the time and resources to carefully polish the hydrogen airship, and I don't want this uncertainty to become my burden. Luke's answer was very honest. The formula for the potion that destroys the hydrogen stabilizer in his hand was developed after the hydrogen airship was launched in the game. Several hydrogen airship explosion accidents caused the reputation of this new aircraft to plummet, and it faded on the stage of history before it rose. Then, there is the breakthrough in steam airship technology, and there is even less room for hydrogen airship to survive. So it is better to exchange your share for money, and wish the World Bank good luck. Inza did not expect Luke to answer like this. For this meeting, she has investigated and learned about this detective from multiple channels. He is a conspirator who plays with everyone in the city of Wrath. He framed the former counselor Virgil and forced him into a madman. He planned the 2 large demonstrations in the city of Wrath behind the scenes. And the recent demonstration almost caused a riot in the whole city. He is full of lies, and is always thinking about hurting people. He is an imperial spy living in a dark and damp ditch, doing the dirtiest things. This is how the upper class of Nuteo City evaluates Inspector Meteorite. In their hearts, Meteorite is a nightmare that scares them awake at night. Ian thought that Inspector Meteorite would give him a very high-sounding reason. But he didn't expect the answer to be so simple. And just because he didn't want to be dragged down by an uncertain factor, he gave up such a promising project. What kind of mind is that? You know, once the hydrogen airship is commercialized, the benefits it can get are many times higher than that check. Isn't that what those who invested in hydrogen airships think? When the World Bank renegotiated with the City Alchemist Association for investment in the hydrogen airship project, many people who took back their investment money regretted it again. They are trying to find a way to reinvest the money. It's ridiculous. Ian asked Luke, is this the only reason? Luke smiled and said, what other reasons can there be? You came to the Cape District, and you should have seen what is happening here along the way. New port, new road, new factory, new urban area. I can get a 100% return on this money if I invest it anywhere in the Cape District. Why should I invest it in an uncertain future? I am a pragmatic person, not a gambler. When Ian entered the Cape District, he was first surprised that there was such a huge slum in the city of raging waves. Then, after a careful experience, he could feel that this place was very different from the slums in other places. The development of a city will inevitably create a slum area, where the atmosphere is desperate. No one will pay attention to this place, and resources will not flow into it. People with some ability will try to leave, which accelerates its decline. But in the Cape District, Ian can feel hope in poverty. Most people here have a passion for life on their faces. As if a fire is burning here. Ian knows why. On the way, she heard people talking about Inspector Meteorite the most. The evaluation of Inspector Meteorite by people here is completely different from that of the upper class in the city. He is wise and courageous. He helped the coolies at the docks get rid of the exploitation of the Cape District Security Bureau. He set up schools to help the unemployed find stable jobs. He asked factory owners to improve the treatment of workers. He cracked down on human trafficking and rescued slave workers. He led the civilians in the Cape District to repel the invasion of the City Security Bureau. He made the Cape District shout, and let the masters in the rich district hear the voice here. The people in the Cape District believe that Inspector Meteorite can lead them to a good life, and make the Cape District prosperous again. He said it and did it. Cape Harbor is being renovated. And the urban area is being renovated. As long as they want to make money, everyone can find a job here, and get a good salary. Ian was a little confused about which one was the real Meteorite. Inspector Meteorite, you are a very special person. I also see that the Cape District is a very good investment point. Maybe I can convince the World Bank to join the reconstruction of the Cape District. Ian's words made Luke very interested. The renovation project of Cape Harbor is not enough to boost the economy of the huge Cape District. It takes a lot of money to make this boiler burn and burst out strong power. Luke began to think that if he first built the infrastructure of Cape Port and the urban area, and then stabilized the public security in the urban area, he could create a good investment environment. In the future, he could slowly persuade businessmen to invest and build factories. And then, he could bring Cape District to a virtuous cycle. If he could persuade the World Bank to invest now, it would be like a mountain of gold falling down. And it would be difficult not to prosper. It would be great if the World Bank was willing to invest in Cape District. I can persuade the city government office and the parliament to get preferential policies for the World Bank. And I will also give you the greatest assistance in Cape District. People and land are not a problem. And Ian showed a meaningful smile, but as far as I know, Cape District is now facing a very big political trouble, which involves the royal struggle of the Golden Shield Empire. According to the World Bank's investment principles, it is necessary to avoid investing in politically controversial projects. Luke did not expect that the strategy he used against the World Bank would be counterattacked so quickly. The fight in Fury City was just a sign of calm. Luke knew very well that it would be impossible for the new nobles to accept such a large chunk of their interests being taken away. Although Luke and the princess knew what was going on in the Cape District, to outsiders, this was the bridgehead for the Empire to reclaim Fury City. The Empire will not stop there. It is obviously impossible to get the World Bank to invest in this political vortex. the political risk is greater than the original investment in the hydrogen airship. But you just said you can convince the World Bank to invest in the Cape. Luke asked Xiangyin. He thought to himself, you know the World Bank will not invest in the Cape. But you still seduce me? Now my interest is aroused. You can't just tease it casually and let it go. Xiangyin smiled and said, the Cape is indeed a big political trouble. But because it is big, there is still a lot of room for maneuver. There are too many politically controversial places in the world. If everything is really in accordance with the principles, the World Bank will not have to invest in anything. These days, my brother is very busy. And I don't know anyone in Niteo City. It's boring to be alone in a hotel. Why don't you take me on a tour of the Cape District? We can talk about which projects are not sensitive and are of interest to the World Bank. Okay. I'll arrange for someone to prepare right away. Luke thought Yin's words made sense. So he went out to investigate and see if there were any investment projects that would be the best of both worlds. But Yin said, just the two of us. Luke immediately realized that this girl had other intentions. At this time, for the Cape District, this inspector had to sacrifice his looks. Chapter 189 Investment Project. Driving on the streets of the Cape District, Luke's first feeling was that it was really good to be rich. The old houses on both sides of the road were demolished and could no longer adapt to the widening of the streets of the new trading city. In the future, there will be trams and steam buses running here, and there will be shops with wide doors and bright lights on both sides. Yin sat beside him, which made Luke think of the changes she would encounter in the future. Before she and her brother Pan were chosen by the Golden Man, they were members of the royal family of a small country. After they were taken away by the Golden Man, a revolution broke out in this small country. The king was overthrown, and most of the royal family members were executed. In this new era, many countries have undergone institutional changes in this way. Yin and Pan left their families at a young age to escape disaster, and they don't have much impression of their former country. Under the guidance of the Shuojin people, they learned how to become a real Shuojin people, and what happened in the past, and their relatives no longer have anything to do with them. But Pan doesn't think so. He investigated his life experience and found that he was the first heir to the throne among the existing royal family members of this country. A plan to restore the country quietly appeared in Pan's mind and grew uncontrollably. As a Shuojin person, Pan wanted to restore the country, so he had to become an elder of the Shuojin Elders Council first. In this way, he could secretly use the power of the Shuojin civilization to form an army to take back his country. Later, Yin's tragic experience made countless players go crazy and attack Pan and his army. From what I know about the Shining Gold civilization, your life is very similar to that of monks in a monastery. The car was driving on a bumpy road. Luke saw that Yin was a little shy, so he broke the silence first. You have the wealth that is the best in the world, but you don't live a life of luxury. You are pure and abstinent, and you don't even allow love between men and women, let alone marriage and having children. Yin is indeed a little uncomfortable with the current situation. She has never been alone with a man other than Pan. Abstinence is the basic requirement of the Shining Gold people. Only by abandoning unnecessary desires can the telepathy between the twins be in the best state. Among many desires, lust is the most poisonous to telepathy. If one of the twins develops lust for the other, the telepathy will disappear. Therefore, the Shuojin people really do not marry or have children like monks in a monastery, and the population is supplemented by external blood transfusions. This is also the reason why the Shuojin people actively integrate with the secular world and maintain a good relationship with all countries and races. Yin stated the education he received after becoming a Shuojin person. The demise of the ancient Shuojin civilization was because our ancestors did not control the power and desire brought by strength. They wanted to unify the world, but ended up ruining the once brilliant civilization. The current Shuojin people examine the mistakes made by their ancestors every moment. The Golden people do not reject desires, but they cannot have desires that they cannot control. Therefore, please do not think too much about me because of some of my actions. Our trip this time is just business. Yes, it's just business. Luke repeated, I also hope you don't think too much about me. If the Golden people commit lustful crimes, they will be sentenced to death. The Golden people are very kind in many ways, but they are really cruel to their own people who break the precepts. Luke is indeed reminding Yin. Looking at Yin's current state, it can be seen that she is not a qualified financial director, and it must not be her intention for her to take the initiative to ask him to go out alone with her. Pen asked her to come. If Ian violated the lust precepts and was executed, he could passively leave the tribe of the Golden People. Although Luke was not sure whether Pan, who had not yet become the Golden Elder, had this idea, he would do so in the future. When he first came out, Luke still wanted to tease this beautiful golden girl. But realizing that he was not in the game now, he dared not do anything wrong. In response to Luke's reminder, Ian smiled and said, "Don't think you are too attractive. Based on my understanding of you during this period, you are not a good person. I invited you out only because of my work. The World Bank wants to expand its business in the city of Raging Waves. The head office is very optimistic about the economic prospects here. I hope so." Luke concentrated on driving and changed the topic to work. "I thought about what you said in the office. The Cape District is so large that we can always find non-sensitive investment projects. Heavy industry is out of the question. I think the World Bank can consider investing in real estate. Look at these old houses. If they can all be turned into buildings, more people can live there. I can also save land here to build factories. The World Bank lends me money. I build and sell buildings, and the transactions are directly transferred to the account. It is difficult for outsiders to check the flow of funds between us. The World Bank does not need to invest in entities. It just sits there and takes the money. And my political opponents can't say anything." Luke had long been optimistic about the real estate in the Cape District. The land in the Cape District is now very cheap. When the Cape Port is repaired and the infrastructure in the city is improved, the real estate here will definitely rise rapidly. If the factory is built and the Cape District gradually recovers its prosperity, the real estate can be pushed to a new peak. Luke, who came from another world, knows very well how profitable this industry is. Yin's thoughts were pulled back to work by Luke. The real purpose of her inviting Luke out was to find clues about the lost dragon soul. But she didn't know where to start. And the topic just now made her a little flustered. Since Luke talked about investment, she just got rid of the awkward conversation just now. Give you a loan directly and let you build a house? Yes. The World Bank can evaluate the future housing prices in the Cape District based on the housing prices in other districts of Nuteo City. As long as I repair the port and roads here, investing in real estate will be a sure-win business. The World Bank does not need to personally participate. It can just collect the money behind the scenes. Even if someone troubles the World Bank on this issue, the house has already been sold, and the money has already been received. Eam listened carefully. She felt that since she came to discuss business, it would be best to bring back the results. And with this excuse, she would be able to come to the meteorite inspector more often in the future. "I think the cooperation plan you proposed is very good. I will discuss this investment with Pan when I go back. In addition, Pan and I are both very interested in the things of the ancient Shuojin civilization. Inspector, you have such a huge influence in Nuteo City. Can you help us find clues about such things?" Luke knew that Yin's visit this time must be related to the egg. Things of the ancient Shuojin civilization? Luke pretended to be ignorant and asked, "There are some in the Nuteo City Museum, but they belong to the Empire and cannot be returned to you." Yin said, "Things of ancient civilization, of course, belong to whoever finds them. If the Shuojin people want them, they will also use legitimate means. Our commission this time was not purposeful. Pan and I were both obsessed with the history of the ancient golden civilization and wanted to see some private collections." Yin didn't know that the dragon soul she was looking for was right next to her. She was sitting in the co-pilot seat on the right side of Luke, and the dragon soul was in the belly of the Tao-I tattoo on Luke's right hand. When Luke was talking to Yin, he also introduced Bonot through his consciousness. "Can you see it? A golden person is sitting next to me. She came to Nuteo City just to find you. But she can't see you right in front of her. I can't see or hear it in the seal. You and I communicate through the Tao's consciousness. But the golden person can't find me at such a close distance. It's hard to imagine how weak the golden person is now." Bonot sighed. "The loss of the artifact is a devastating blow to our civilization that relies on artifacts. So, even if you break through the seal, your strength will be about the same as the current shining gold because of the loss of the artifact. You want to find out my identity again. Focus on dealing with the shining gold around you. No matter how weak the shining gold civilization is now, you can't deal with it. That's not necessarily the case. I will know what you are sooner or later." Luke, who has the clear sky and game information, retorted, and then turned to Yin and said, "Well, this is a piece of cake for me. But you should know that things that have been passed down from the ancient civilization era to the present are very rare. Even if I find a private collection, Others may not be willing to let you see it. I know. Especially because of our identity as the shining gold people. Instead of looking directly, an introduction is fine, shape, color, or some symbols and words. That's no problem. Luke readily agreed. I will mobilize my people to collect information on such items. And I will tell you when I have news. I wonder if the World Bank is interested in investing in the catering industry. I know there is a hot dog restaurant here that makes very delicious food. If it is made into a fast food based on this, it will definitely be quickly accepted by the fast-paced life in Raging Wave City. Luke seized the opportunity to introduce as many investment projects in the Cape District to Ian as possible. He drove Ian to Hilm's house to eat hot dogs, went to the harbor to see the returning fishing boats, went to Diagonal Street to see the mechanical family's transformation shop. After a day of wandering, I sent Ian back to the Shuojin Hotel at night. Ian was very tired after a whole day of sightseeing, but she was in very good spirits. She sat in the car and looked at the city with dim lights, and said to Luke with melancholy, "Since Pan and I became Shuojin people, my memory seems to be only about training and learning, and facing the high walls and imagining the outside world. Later we went to many places, but the outside world was different from what I imagined. The people I met, because I am a Shuojin person, all had various purposes, including you. But this time in the Cape District, I saw the world I imagined. The people there didn't know that I was a Shuojin person, and they all had the most real feelings for me. This feeling is very subtle and intimate. Thank you. They are kind to you because of me. If it weren't for me being by your side, most people in Cape District would wonder what price you can sell for, and then a small number of people would take action." Luke talked about Qingkong's past experience. The security in Cape District has improved a lot, but compared to before, it won't hurt you to be vigilant against outsiders. Let's stop here today, in order to accompany you. The rich man. A lot of my work has been delayed. I don't know when I will have to work overtime tonight. Yin's good mood was completely ruined by Luke's words. After hearing the complaint, she hurriedly apologized to Luke. "I'm sorry for delaying your work. I was having too much fun." "Nothing. If you can implement the investment we discussed, it will be worth my spending a day with you. Get off the car. I see Pan is waiting for you." Inside the gate of the Golden Hotel, Pan stood inside and nodded when he saw Luke seeing him. Luke waved his hand as a greeting. After Luke's reminder, Ian also saw Pan, and she was suddenly shocked, because she didn't know when the spiritual connection between her and Pan was interrupted. Under normal circumstances, she should have noticed his presence immediately when she was so close to Pan. The spiritual connection was restored at this moment. Feeling Pan's caring inquiry, Ian said goodbye to Luke in a panic, and then hurriedly got off the car and ran towards Pan. Luke waved to Pan again and drove away. Ian ran to Pan. She heard the sound of the car leaving, but didn't dare to look in that direction. Pan said to Ian seriously, "What happened?" "The spiritual connection between you and me was briefly interrupted. Your heart is very confused." "Very confused. I'm sorry, Pan." Ian also tried to find the reason. "Maybe I was too tired. And I met a lot of interesting people and things in the Cape District. My emotions fluctuated too much, which affected my connection with you. Now you can sense me." Pan didn't ask too much about this issue, but reminded, "The longest training we receive is to control our emotions. This time you have such a strong emotional change when you travel alone, which means that you need to strengthen your training in this area. In a way, this is also a kind of experience. Don't be afraid of this situation. Take the initiative to face it, and then you will know your shortcomings." How did the talk with Meteorite Inspector go? I think it is a good investment project to lend money to Meteorite Inspector to let him develop real estate in the Cape District. In addition, the fast food restaurant mentioned by Meteorite Inspector is also a very good investment project. The hot dogs made by Old Hilm are really delicious. And the fishery in the Cape District, Pan said to Ian, who was talking about the results of his trip. "I'm not asking about this." "Oh," Ian reacted. "Meteorite Inspector promised to help us find clues related to the ancient Shining Gold civilization. Does he have anything to do with the dragon soul we lost?" Ian recalled her experience with the meteorite detective today, and gradually lost herself in thought. "Ian," Pan asked heavily, "your mind is confused again. Answer my question." "Yes, Pan." Ian hurriedly pulled back her thoughts. "No. The meteorite detective has nothing to do with the dragon soul." Pan looked at Ian and asked, "Are you sure?" I'm sure. When I made this request, The meteorite detective's expression was normal. He really thought we were just interested in the history of the ancient shining gold civilization. Pan observed Ian, and after a while said, "Well, you are really tired. Go back to your room and rest." "Yes." When Ian walked into the hotel, Pan looked at the car that had disappeared in the night, turned around and walked in. Chapter 190 Father-Daughter Dialogue. The turmoil caused by the fraud of the City Alchemist Association of Nuteo City is gradually subsiding as investors get their money back and the World Bank takes over. All parties involved in the fight are unwilling to continue to expand the incident. So after reaching various agreements, they all tacitly suppress public opinion, and the city is once again prosperous. Nuteo City has not suffered too much impact and is still a world-class trading city. And just like throwing a stone into a pond, the water surface in the center is calm, but the ripples spread outward for a long time. The status of Nuteo City in the Golden Shield Empire determines that any incident inside it will affect the situation of the entire country. As more and more information converged from various paths to the imperial capital of St. Louis City, many people could not hold their breath. In a warm room in the palace, the fire in the fireplace was burning very vigorously, and the walls were hung with carpets that were both decorative and warm. Other decorations were also extremely luxurious, showing the prosperity and power of the empire. The Emperor of the Empire, Whitehead Augustine the Great, sat in a recliner, covered with an animal skin blanket. Augustine the Great ascended the throne at the age of 23 and has been in power for 46 years. He witnessed the vigorous development brought about by the new technological revolution and seized the opportunities of the times to keep the empire in step with the development of the world. The monarchies of the surrounding countries were ended one by one, and Augustine the Great's former friends and enemies were exiled or sent to the guillotine. The Golden Shield Empire is still one of the most powerful countries in the world. The power of the Golden Shield royal family has not been weakened at all. On the contrary, because the old nobles cannot keep up with the times, the imperial power has never been stronger. Augustine the Great is described by the outside world as an iron-fisted dictator, but no one denies that he is a wise monarch. However, no matter how wise the monarch is, he cannot stop the passage of time. Augustine the Great, who is nearly 70 years old, is suffering from various diseases and is very old. He is so weak that he can no longer wear the heavy crown and sits there like an ordinary old man. Today, Augustine the Great is in a very good mood. He asked the eunuch to pour him a glass of red wine, listened to the music played on the phonograph, and looked at the documents in his hand. Seeing something happy, he could not help but hum a tune. After a while, the eunuch came to his side and whispered, "Your Majesty, the Princess Royal Highness has arrived and is waiting for your summons outside. Agatha is here." Augustine the Great heard his daughter's name and immediately said, "Let her in." "Yes, Your Majesty." Soon Agatha followed the eunuch into the warm room. Agatha, wearing a palace dress, saluted Augustine, "Father, I wish you good health." Augustine the Great waved his hand to let the eunuch leave, and then let Agatha sit in the chair opposite him. "Being a member of the royal family is so inconvenient," Augustine said with emotion, "as my daughter. It is so troublesome to see me." Augustine's tone was very casual, but Agatha still sat upright, without any presumptuous behavior, because the person opposite was her father. "Father, you are the Emperor of the Empire, and respecting you is respecting the Empire. As your children, we should always maintain your dignity. You are just too serious." Augustine knew his daughter's personality. "She is very similar to me, always keeping a vigilant mind to deal with sudden events at any time. It's a pity, you are a woman. One day you will get married. Your heart will change. You will be soft, and you will not adapt to the need for ruthless political struggles. Then I won't marry." Agatha's answer made Augustine laugh, and then caused a violent cough. Agatha immediately handed the red wine on the table to her father. After Augustine took a sip of red wine to suppress his cough, he said to his daughter, "Agatha, the current empire does not need political marriage. I will not interfere with your life. I believe that you will eventually meet someone you can't help but want to marry. Let's not talk about this. I received news from the city of Raging Waves. The meteorite you sent to the Secret Service of the Cape District did a very good job. The taxes that the city of Raging Waves will pay to the Empire will double in the future. And this year's taxes will also be supplemented according to the amount after the tax increase. Although it is less than the 5 times tax Viscount Iskelin said. This is only the result of meteorite in the 6 months since he came to Raging Wave City. I am looking forward to what kind of surprises he will give me in the future. You have discovered a talent. Meteorite belongs to the Secret Service and also to the Empire. I know it is a bit too much to poach people from you. But I think the stage of Raging Waves City is a bit small for Meteorite. The Empire needs young blood. And the future Emperor of the Empire needs close ministers like Meteorite. When Agatha knew that her father was going to summon her, she had already guessed that it might be related to the incident in Raging Waves City. The series of things and achievements that Meteorite did in Raging Waves City were far beyond Agatha's expectations. It took him only half a year to cut such a big piece of cake from the Nuteo City, which was tightly held by the new nobles. The reputation of the Nuteo City Alchemist Association was greatly reduced after this incident, and the control of the city government office over merchants reached the lowest point. The Innovation Society of the Meteor Organization won 3 important seats in the city council, and controlled the city security department and the city finance and taxation department. The new noble forces entrenched in Nuteo City were defeated by the Meteor Organization, and the staff sent by the cabinet prime minister returned to the imperial capital in embarrassment. Nuteo City promised to double the tax payment. This is a great victory. A very beautiful victory. If it were a real war, this achievement would be comparable to expanding the territory for the empire. No wonder my father is so happy today. If there is no problem with the identity of Inspector Meteor, Agatha will also be very happy. After all, the merits of subordinates are also the merits of superiors. And rewards and awards are indispensable. And it will also leave a very good impression on my father. But who is this Meteor? And my father wants to dig him away from the Secret Service, which makes Agatha very embarrassed. Father. Agatha thought about the words, and then replied, although Meteor has made some achievements in Nuteo City, it is not the time to recall him back to the imperial capital. The Nuteo City recovery plan that Meteor and I have formulated has just begun, and he also needs to stay in Nuteo City to resist the counterattack of the new nobles. Emperor Augustine thought about Agatha's answer, and then asked, is there no one in the Secret Service who can replace Meteor in the situation of Raging Waves? I am very satisfied with the current situation in Raging Waves. Don't touch the interests of the new nobles too much. Imperfection is more conducive to the stability of the empire. In recent years, some people in the Brotherhood of Blades have been very restless. We need the support of the new nobles, and cannot take the risk of fighting on 2 fronts. Letting Meteor come to the imperial capital at this time is a kind of protection for him. I can come forward to let the new nobles put down their hatred for him. Emperor Augustine thought that Agatha wanted to launch another attack on the new noble forces in Raging Waves. So he stopped the next move of the Secret Service. He has been the emperor for more than 40 years. And the biggest gain is to stop his greed in time, and not test the bottom line of any party. Agatha also wants to transfer Meteorite to the imperial capital, tie him up, and ask him where he came from. But she knows that Meteorite will never come to the imperial capital. If Meteorite disobeys orders, then everyone will know that he is a fake. Now Meteorite has completely controlled the Cape District, and won 3 important seats in the Council of Raging Waves. He has established a firm foothold. Even if he turns against him, Agatha doesn't know who Viscount Iskelin, Councillor Ibel, and Lady Michelle will choose to follow. If Meteorite reaches a settlement with the new nobles, she will be left alone to face the wrath of her father. Father, Meteor is a very capable person, and the Secret Service can't find anyone to replace him now. If we change people hastily, I'm afraid the new inspector will find it difficult to suppress Meteor's subordinates. In addition, Viscount Iskelin is a member of the Brotherhood of Blades, and Councillor Ibel and Lady Michelle were both counselors of the new nobles. They all came here because of the personal charm of Inspector Meteor. If we change to someone else, they may alienate us. Agatha's answer made Emperor Augustine fall into deep thought. When the situation in Raging Waves City is not stable, it is indeed inappropriate to transfer Meteor back to the imperial capital. But Augustine wanted to summon Meteor, for reasons he said, and reasons he didn't say. After careful consideration, Emperor Augustine said to Agatha in a fatherly tone, you said Meteor to Raging Waves City to do these things very suddenly. And even I didn't know you were going to launch such a large-scale operation there. I know you did this for the sake of the Empire. And there are too many places that need money due to internal and external troubles. But you should know that what you did in Raging Waves City has brought you many political enemies. There are new nobles, and your brothers. Meteor made them feel the challenge from you. The number of people who came to me to discuss your marriage these days is more than the total number of people in a year. The royal family does not need political marriages. I can only give you this kind of protection. Get out of the whirlpool of Raging Waves City, and tell others you have no desire for the throne. Agatha felt bitter. As the ultimate boss of the Imperial Secret Service, she knew what rumors about herself were circulating in the Empire. The eldest princess joined the battle for the crown prince and stabbed the eldest prince, the second prince, and the Imperial cabinet in Raging Wave City. It can be said that she offended everyone in the Imperial political arena who could not afford to offend. If it were not for her identity as the eldest princess, she would have been imprisoned and disappeared. The best way to eliminate such rumors is to transfer back the meteorite inspector and hand him over to the Emperor. In the city of Raging Waves, the Secret Service gradually withdrew and maintained the current status. Agatha knew that what her father said, and what he said at the beginning of the conversation, meant that he also thought so. The royal family does not need political marriages. It was actually a threat. If necessary, Emperor Augustine would decide her marriage to eliminate the hidden dangers of the throne. Agatha was in a dilemma. Finally, she mustered up the courage to look directly into the eyes of Emperor Augustine and said, "Father, you haven't appointed a crown prince yet. You must be dissatisfied with both the first and second princes." Augustine's face suddenly changed. "This is not what you should say. If it weren't for you being my daughter." "Father," Agatha said stubbornly, "you are too good. In your eyes, none of your children satisfy you. And the so-called revolutions that broke out in the surrounding countries make you afraid. Afraid that the new emperor will destroy the empire." "Agatha, shut up. You are too bold today." "Father, I swear I have no desire for the throne. I just want to do what a royal princess should do. We all know how important Raging Waves City is to the empire. This is why someone jumped out to frame me when I made a move in Raging Waves City. You compromised with those people, and they were afraid of your majesty and dared not do anything. But when the new emperor ascends the throne, they will hold the lifeblood of the empire. Will they still submit to the imperial power? Father, you lead this ancient empire to move forward cautiously in this new era. Your wisdom should be able to see that your daughter does these things for personal gain? Or for this country?" Agatha's words made Augustine the Great sigh. If it were the previous era, he would have appointed a crown prince to stabilize the empire's political arena. But this era does not need a monarch who can maintain the status quo, but needs a monarch who can lead the empire to seize every opportunity of the era like himself. These opportunities are fleeting, and if you fail to seize them, you will be eliminated by the times. This empire is as old and sick as himself. Without a wise ruler to lead it, it will collapse. How much Augustine the Great hoped that one of his sons could take up this heavy responsibility after his death. But they were all manipulated by the new nobles. Augustine was very disappointed. He did not appoint a crown prince just to wait and see them fight. Winning at least means that he has ambition and ability, and is more aware of the ruthless way of being a king. At this time, Augustine looked at his daughter. Agatha showed extraordinary abilities since she was a child. She participated in political affairs at an early age and was canonized as the princess by her ability. Now she is mainly in charge of the Imperial Secret Service, which is also the department she trusts the most and is most comfortable to use. Now the Secret Service has made such a great achievement in the city of Raging Waves, which shows Agatha's ability to identify and employ people, as well as her courage to take action against the new nobles. If she were not a woman, she would be a good candidate for the crown prince. But she would marry and give birth to children for others. Augustine extinguished his sudden idea. "I believe in you. You will loyally assist the future emperor of the empire and let this empire continue to prosper. Do what you think is right. If I can't find a crown prince that I am satisfied with, I can train an excellent princess for the future emperor of the empire. Go back. I'm tired." "Yes, father." Agatha stood up and left, secretly relieved. This time, she barely managed to get through this difficulty. But in the future, Agatha had a premonition that the meteorite would bring her trouble again. "Damn you. Don't let me catch you." Chapter 191 Pan's Visit. Qingkong, who was doing a secret experiment in the laboratory, sneezed. She rubbed her nose and continued to grind the dried bark with a medicine grinder. Beside her, Jennifer carefully added the bark in her hand into the medicine grinder little by little, and asked with concern, "Professor Qingkong, are you sick?" "No." Qingkong did not stop the action in his hand. The materials for making mysterious props must be controlled to the degree of crushing. The smell of this neem tree is too pungent, which makes people want to sneeze. "Can't you smell it?" Jennifer leaned in and smelled the smell of the neem tree bark powder. It is a bit irritating, but I don't feel any discomfort. I'll leave this job to you. Qingkong simply stuffed the tools to Jennifer. Jennifer asked in surprise, Can I do it? Yes. Why not? You are my teaching assistant now. And you used to be an excellent student in the Department of Mystic Arts. I think you are fully capable of handling this simple mystic material. Do it boldly. I will watch from the side. Qingkong encouraged Jennifer, and also observed her. Taking dragon blood wine for a long time made her regain body temperature. And her skin was rosy like a white peach. Qingkong lifted the restrictions on Jennifer, and recruited her into his own Department of Mystic Arts as his teaching assistant. These days, Qingkong has been observing Jennifer to see if she has really found herself again. The difference between living souls and dead souls is that living souls have richer emotions. And the world is colorful in the eyes of living souls. In addition to the eyes, the mind can also feel the richness of all things in the world. In the eyes of dead souls, the world is cold. Dead souls do not have too many desires. Only the obsessions in their lifetime will entangle them forever. Jennifer was affected by the power of the abyss at the moment of death. She died but not completely. In the underground maze, she tended to be with the dead souls. And the obsession entangled her. Dragon blood wine restored her body temperature and pulled her to the side of the living souls. But she may still slide into the dead. Living Jennifer is very quiet. 100 years have left no trace on her. She is like the girl who sat next to her in school. With a little immaturity, Jennifer took over Qingkong's work. She ground the bark carefully, added her magic power in a clockwise direction, and stirred it evenly. Soon a pungent smell rose from the medicine grinder. Qingkong felt it was very unpleasant. But Jennifer did not show any discomfort. The half-undead physique gave her a strong adaptability. Qingkong made an evaluation of Jennifer in his heart. Tonight, Mrs. Michelle is going to hold a charity reception. She invited me to go. But I am not good at dealing with such occasions. I don't know anyone who will be attending the cocktail party. To avoid embarrassment, can you go with me? As Mrs. Michelle's status in Nuteo City has greatly improved, her activities are no longer limited to the city's socialites. Some rumors spread from the imperial capital to Nuteo City. The eldest princess has joined the fight for the crown prince. Many people believe that Inspector Meteorite is the most trusted person of Her Royal Highness the eldest princess. And only the most trusted person dares to make such a big fuss in Nuteo City. According to Meteorite's ability and his age, once the eldest princess becomes the queen, Inspector Meteorite will definitely be a high-ranking official. If Inspector Meteorite becomes the chief minister of the imperial cabinet one day, then the team built by the inspector in Nuteo City will be the ruling team after the queen ascends the throne in the future. As one of the 3 counselors under the Meteorite inspector, many people who want to invest in the future of the empire are trying their best to make friends with this possible cabinet minister in the future. Mrs. Michelle is also very keen on this kind of social interaction. And at the same time, she has not forgotten the city star plan she and Qingkong had formulated. In order to stabilize her position in the reformed society, she must have a capital that can be shown. The elf Qingkong is the backer of Mrs. Michelle. The city star plan is promoted very smoothly. For ordinary citizens, they do not understand the excitement and cruelty of the struggles of the upper class in the city. And gossip news can arouse their interest more. The powerful and beautiful elf Qingkong. Her legendary experiences have become a small story widely circulated in the alleys of the city. Especially, she saved the city of Nuteo many times, and fought against the Abyss Mage, which made the citizens of the whole city like her. At this time, Qingkong was the city star of Nuteo City, with countless loyal fans. If anyone could compete with Qingkong in terms of popularity, it would probably be the Meteorite Inspector, who repeatedly created major events. And if you want to maintain high popularity, you need to increase exposure. Therefore, even if Qingkong is not interested in cocktail parties, she can only attend some more important ones. Pulling Jennifer to go together is just to have a companion and get rid of annoying harassment. When Jennifer heard Qingkong's invitation, she said embarrassedly, "Can I not go? My identity. I'm afraid it will cause you unnecessary trouble." Qingkong stretched out his hand and pinched Jennifer's pink face. "No one can see your undead side now. When I find a suitable heart for you, no one will see anything. Put on your most beautiful clothes tonight, and I will take you to the cocktail party." Is this an order? Not a request? Yes, Professor Qingkong. Jennifer dared not disobey Qingkong. She still remembered the process of forcing herself to drink dragon blood wine. Although that memory and the experience in the maze were like sealed albums, it was still difficult for her to disobey Qingkong. Don't be so reluctant. There are many things in this world that you can't do just because you don't want to. Qingkong stood up. These tasks are left to you. I heard that a batch of new books I ordered have arrived in the library. I want to go and take a look. See you in the evening, Professor Qingkong. I will send these materials to Professor Ban after I process them. See you in the evening. Qingkong said goodbye to Jennifer and left the Department of Mysticism. During this period, Qingkong has been studying the history of ancient civilizations. She has read all the limited relevant materials in the college library. So Qingkong relied on her identity to borrow and purchase ancient civilization materials from other well-known colleges in the name of Ulu College. A batch of materials arrived today. Qingkong came to the library, signed for these documents and books, and then moved them to a corner of the reading room and read them alone. But before she could look at it for too long, a cup of coffee was placed on her table. Seeing the coffee, Qingkong frowned and said, "The person who brought me coffee here last time died opposite me." I said, "Don't disturb me when I'm reading. Miss Qingkong, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Pan, a member of the World Bank. A shining gold man. He came so soon?" Qingkong looked up and saw that it was indeed Pan. The shining gold man has no privileges in Ulu College. If you have something to ask me, you can make an appointment first. Pan did not leave because of a nail. He sat down opposite Qingkong, looked through the information on the table and asked, "All of them are related to ancient civilizations, and they are all borrowed from other colleges. Miss Qingkong is so interested in ancient civilizations? I am a magic professor at Ulu College and the head of the Department of Mystic Arts. Is there anything wrong with reading some academic books?" Qingkong borrowed these books before Pan and Ian came to Nuteo's city. But they were delayed on the road for too long and were only delivered now. It is estimated that Pan noticed that these books are related to ancient civilizations. So he tracked them down and wanted to find clues about the egg. Qingkong is not afraid of what Pan will find. So the answer is very natural. No problem. Pan looked at Qingkong and was amazed at the appearance of the elf in front of him, which was more beautiful than the legend. Miss Qingkong is not only proficient in mystic arts, but also studying the history of ancient civilizations. I admire your erudition very much. As a member of the Shuojin people, I know a lot about the history of ancient civilization. After all, as the descendants of the ancient Shuojin civilization, the modern Shuojin civilization still retains many things from their ancestors. If Miss Qingkong doesn't mind, we can communicate with each other on the history of ancient civilization. Qingkong didn't want to be entangled by Pan. Okay, we'll talk when we have time. This is the library. Don't disturb me reading. Pan refused to leave and asked, "Are Miss Qingkong and Mrs. Michelle very good friends?" "Yes. Everyone in the whole Nuteo city knows that Mrs. Michelle and I are good friends." Qingkong didn't expect Pan to shift the topic to Mrs. Michelle, so he didn't rush to drive him away. He wanted to hear his purpose. Pan said with emotion, "To some extent, Mrs. Michelle and I are related." Qingkong asked curiously, "Aren't you a Shuojin?" "Before becoming a Shuojin, I was a member of the royal family of the Kingdom of Rio. And King Rio XI was my uncle. Mrs. Michelle's mother was from the Elisis family of the Kingdom of Rio. The Kingdom of Rio is a small country, and the nobles are intermarried. So the two families are always related. If I hadn't left the kingdom, I would have to call Mrs. Michelle's sister when I saw her." Qingkong probably understood Pan's real purpose. The Kingdom of Rio disappeared a long time ago, and now it is the First Republic of Rio. Some of the original royal family members were executed, some were imprisoned, and some were exiled overseas. You are lucky to become a shining gold. Yes, my sister and I are lucky. Otherwise, I don't know what fate awaits us. As far as I know, many nobles of the Rio Kingdom fled to the Golden Shield Empire, and some of them had a very bad life. Now I have some ability to help them, but I can't come forward directly. Miss Qingkong, can you introduce me to Mrs. Michelle? Maybe she is willing to help the old people of her mother's family." Qingkong smiled and said, "Yes. It's rare that you become a shining gold and still want to be forced to leave the country. Mrs. Michelle will definitely be very happy when she knows your identity. Tonight, Mrs. Michelle will hold a cocktail party. You can come in a private capacity, and I will introduce you to her." Pan, who got what he wanted, stood up and saluted Qingkong. "Thank you, Miss Qingkong. See you tonight?" Chapter 192 First Meeting. Qingkong told Luke about his encounter with Pan, and Luke was reading the handwritten letter from Princess Agatha. A promotion order was sent from the imperial capital along with the handwritten letter. Hello, Inspector Meteorite. I am extremely surprised by your actions and achievements in Raging Waves City. This greatly exceeded my expectations of you and made me re-examine your abilities. His Majesty also admired you very much and wanted to transfer you back to the imperial capital to entrust you with important tasks. But I refused. The situation in Raging Waves City is still unstable. If we rashly transfer you back, we may lose the current results. The stability of Raging Waves City is related to the governance of the Empire for a long time in the future. I need you to continue to take charge of the overall situation. I hope you can understand my intentions and be prepared to stay in Raging Waves City for a long time. I promise that when you complete the mission and return to the Imperial capital, you will definitely get the reward you deserve. In addition, in view of the special situation in Niteo City, I have opened a special letter channel with you. I will tell you the changes in the Imperial capital's policies towards Niteo City in a timely manner. And you must also tell me everything that happened in Niteo City in detail. It is best to write me a letter every day, and no more than 2 days apart. I have a piece of information to tell you. After the Empire's maritime neighbor, the Kingdom of Leo, was overthrown by rebels, a large number of Leo nobles fled to the Empire to receive political asylum. In view of the friendly relations between the two countries in the past, we gave them treatment that matches their status. These nobles of the fallen country behaved relatively well at first, but in recent years, they have often held secret gatherings. In recent days, many Leo nobles have been gathering in the city of Raging Waves. The Empire has established formal diplomatic relations with the Leo Republic, and the relationship between the two countries has changed from hostility to relative friendliness. However, the Leo Republic has always asked the Empire to extradite these exiled nobles back, which is also a major obstacle to the further development of the relationship between the two countries. The Empire has no intention of compromising with the Leo Republic on this issue, nor does it want these Leo exiled nobles to do anything that affects the relationship between the two countries. This is the job of the Imperial Secret Service. Keep an eye on them. Luke read the letter over and over again, thinking about the information Agatha revealed to him in the letter. First of all, the tone was not that of a superior to a subordinate, which confirmed Luke's guess that Agatha already knew that she was a fake. But she also knew that she had no way to deal with this fake, and could only maintain a tacit understanding that everyone had seen through but did not expose. This relationship made Luke very satisfied, and it was also the state he hoped to maintain. Then the Emperor of the Empire wanted to transfer him back to the Imperial capital. Yes, he made too much trouble in the City of Wrath and almost caused a riot. The Emperor of the Empire was happy to receive the money, but he was probably also quite frightened. Transferring this troublemaker back to the Imperial capital would not only control the situation in the City of Wrath, but also perhaps reap another benefit from the new nobles. It was expected that Agatha would not transfer herself back to the capital. She did not have the courage to solve the mystery yet, so she could only try to persuade the Emperor to let Inspector Meteorite stay in Raging Waves. In short, Agatha cleaned up her mess this time. If anything happened in Raging Waves in the future, she would continue to cover it. The second half of the letter was normal official business. Pan wanted to restore his country, and of course, he could rely on the exiled Rio nobles. In the past, he had been in secret contact with these exiled nobles. This time, he used the excuse of making friends with Mrs. Michelle and asked those exiled nobles to come to Raging Waves. He should want to take this opportunity to come to Raging Waves to give them more substantial help. The Golden Shield Empire did not recognize the legitimacy of the Rio Republic at first, and even sent troops to defeat the newly established Republic, intending to annex this land into the Empire's territory. But this time the Empire stood on the opposite side of history. The Rio Republic received support from many countries. The 7 Years' War did not allow the Empire to conquer the Rio Republic. Instead, the long-term war became a major burden for the Empire. Later, the two countries ceased fighting, and then the two countries established diplomatic relations. The former warring countries became maritime trading partners that each other valued very much. Now the Golden Shield Empire does not want to have an unpleasant relationship with the Rio Republic over the issue of exiled nobles. But it also does not want to extradite these exiled nobles back. The Republic of Rio did not want to make the already relaxed relations between the two countries stiff because of these exiled nobles, who could not cause any big waves. Therefore, although the two countries talked about these exiled nobles every time they met officially, They could not reach any results every time. In the past, these exiled nobles of Rio were relatively well behaved. But this time, they suddenly gathered in the city of raging waves, which made the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau nervous. How to deal with it? Luke had no idea for the time being. The exiled nobles of Rio were a card that the Golden Shield Empire used to deal with the Republic of Rio. They might never be used in the future, but they must be kept. Therefore, they could not be allowed to disappear collectively just because they came to the city of raging waves with improper intentions. This would be a major international credit loss for the Empire. Moreover, Pan is a member of the Shuojin people. If you want to move him, you must have evidence that will convince the Shuojin people. Difficult. At this moment, Luke suddenly realized that he thought of himself as a real Imperial spy and began to think about problems from the perspective of the interests of the Empire. Luke felt that he was asking for trouble. He shook his head in self-mockery and took out the promotion order. The Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau abolished all the Secret Intelligence Bureau branches in Nuteo City except the Cape District. The Nuteo City Secret Intelligence Bureau was established on the basis of the Nuteo City Cape District branch of the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau. Appoint Inspector Meteorite as the Chief Inspector of the Imperial Nuteo City Secret Intelligence Bureau, with full authority to manage the secret work of Nuteo City. Promoted? Although the power given is what he already has. With this appointment, it is legitimate and can be regarded as a reward from the princess to appease him. In addition to promotion, Agatha also gave a lot of substantial things. A batch of weapons. A batch of graduates from the Intelligence Academy. A large bonus to reward the spies who work for the Empire in the city of raging waves. These are what Luke wants. Especially professional Imperial spies, who are much more convenient to use than those temporary spies. Tracking, kidnapping, extortion, silencing. It is still the spies who graduated from professional schools who do it cleanly. After reading Agatha's letter to him and the promotion order, Luke picked up a pen and wrote a reply. Dear Princess, many of the things I did in the city of raging waves were forced. If I didn't do it, I would have died. The current situation is something I didn't expect in advance. It has become like this step by step. I know what happened here has caused you a lot of trouble. But fortunately everything is under my control. And the result is very beneficial to the Empire. Thank you for what you did for me. If there is no special event, I will try my best to keep the status quo of Raging Wave City, and do my best to increase tax revenue for the Empire. This is probably what your Majesty wants to see. Now the Empire needs new nobles. As for the exiled nobles of Rio, I will keep an eye on them. According to the intelligence I have, they do have the intention of restoring their country, and are ready to contact overseas forces through Mrs. Michelle. The Secret Affairs Bureau of Raging Wave City will handle this matter well, and will not let it affect the relationship between the Empire and the Rio Republic. Please rest assured, Your Highness. Next, my main work will be to develop the Cape District. Agatha wrote with sincerity, and Luke's reply was also full of sincerity. First, he stated his position, letting Agatha know that he had to do these things, and he did not deliberately play tricks on her. If Agatha's worries are eliminated, this tacit understanding can be maintained. Then Luke used a lot of words to write about his ideas for the development of the Cape District, letting Agatha know that his only demand was this district. The Empire tacitly agreed that this district belonged to the rule of Meteorite, so he would help the Empire to manage the city of raging waves. Of course, it would be even better if the Empire could invest some money. Luke, who wanted to ask for money, wrote several pages of paper and sealed it in an envelope. Then he gave it to the spy and sent it directly to Agatha in the Imperial capital through a special channel. After sending the letter away, Luke looked at the time. Luke also sent an invitation to the cocktail party hosted by Mrs. Michelle. But Luke was not interested in such social activities, so he did not plan to go. Now Agatha asked the Secret Affairs Bureau of Nuteo City to investigate the case. Luke felt that he had to give the eldest princess this face as a new official. He went to meet Pan and see what he wanted to do specifically. After all, the plot has changed a lot because of him. And now Pan and Ian came to Nuteo City and are not in the game plot. Luke pressed the bell on the table, and Kylina next door quickly pushed the door open. Inspector? No. It's the Chief Inspector. As the Inspector's secretary, Kylina was the first to see the promotion order. Now she has told everyone the news. Everyone is going to find a place to celebrate in the evening to congratulate the Chief Inspector on his promotion. And our Cape District Secret Affairs Bureau branch has been upgraded to the New Teo City Secret Affairs Bureau. Come along. You guys go and have fun. If I go, you won't have a good time. Drink less. Come back early. And don't delay tomorrow's work. Luke packed his luggage. Go. Prepare a car for me. I'm going to the Sparkling Gold Hotel. Hearing that Luke was going to the Golden Hotel, Kalina asked, Chief Inspector, it's so late. Are you going to see the director of music? Yes. Mrs. Michelle invited me to a charity reception tonight. I lack a female companion, so I could only ask the director of music for help. Kalina wanted to say that she could be a female companion, but she held back when she remembered her identity. Yes, Chief Inspector. I will prepare a car for you immediately. Luke knew his female secretary, whose emotions were written on her face. He smiled and said, Don't think too much. The director of music is from the Golden Hotel. I asked the director of music to go to Mrs. Michelle just to get more money from the World Bank. The Cape District needs too much money. Kalina remembered that the people of the Starlight Hotel cannot have lust, and her mood suddenly became cheerful. The chief inspector still needs to work so late. It's really too hard. Luke drove to the Starlight Hotel alone, and Pan went out and left Ian alone in the room. Ian was very surprised by Luke's sudden visit, knowing that the meteorite inspector came this time to invite her to a cocktail party. Ian did not refuse, and quickly changed her clothes and went out with Luke. Getting in the car, Luke asked Ian, I didn't see Director Pan. Is he not here? In a very good mood. Ian replied, Pan said he had something to do and went out just after nightfall. I have discussed with Pan about investing in Cape Harbor, and he also thinks Cape District has very good development prospects, especially under your governance. We have submitted our suggestions to the head office, and I believe we will receive a reply soon. Ian's speed of work was somewhat beyond Luke's expectations. After all, their main job in coming to Raging Wave City this time was to find eggs, and it was completely optional to invest in anything. That's great. I owe you a favor. With the investment of the World Bank, I can realize my dream quickly. If you encounter any trouble in Raging Wave City, feel free to come to me. Thank you. Inspector Meteorite. Meteorite is your code name in the Secret Service. Can you tell me your real name? My real name is only known to Her Royal Highness the Princess. You will be punished if you tell others casually, but when my status is high enough, I can make my name public. At that time, I will definitely tell you the first time. It's a deal. It's a deal. When Luke drove to Mrs. Michelle's house, the cocktail party had already started for a while. Mrs. Michelle knew that Inspector Meteorite was coming, and immediately went out to greet him in person. She happily saluted Luke, Inspector. You can come, which is beyond my expectation. In the past, every invitation letter could not invite you. This is Director Ian. Mrs. Michelle recognized Ian, and seeing her holding Meteorite's arm, she knew that she was the female companion invited by Inspector Meteorite. Ian saluted Mrs. Michelle. Hello, Mrs. Michelle. My brother Pan has to go out on business tonight. I am bored alone in the hotel. It just so happens that Inspector Meteorite invited me to your place to attend a cocktail party. Please forgive me for coming here without permission. Mrs. Michelle smiled and said, It's such a coincidence that your brother Director Pan is here with me. Come in. I'm glad to have two distinguished guests. Pan is here too? Ian was very surprised. Luke also pretended to be surprised and said, It's such a coincidence. Director Pan came with Miss Qingkong. If Director Pan hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that you were once members of the royal family of the Rio Kingdom. Mrs. Michelle brought the two into the cocktail party and said to Luke, Inspector, you probably haven't met Miss Qingkong yet. I've wanted to introduce you to each other for a long time, and this time, I finally have the chance. Miss Qingkong doesn't like this kind of socializing. She's upstairs, and Director Pan is also here. Come upstairs with me. Luke knew the rules of this kind of cocktail party through Qingkong. According to his current status, he didn't need to have too much communication with the guests in the hall. There is a room on the second floor dedicated to entertaining senior guests. If you want to see someone, just send someone to call the people in the hall up. Following Mrs. Michelle up to the second floor, Luke met Qingkong, Jennifer, and Pan in a quiet and elegant room. Pan was surprised to see Ian coming in with Yunqing and said, Ian, why are you here? I invited Director Ian to come here. Luke walked up to Qingkong and extended his hand, as if they were meeting for the first time. Hello, Miss Qingkong. Qingkong stood up and shook hands with Luke. Hello, Inspector Yunqing. Chapter 193 Diplomatic Incident. This was the first time Luke and Qingkong met in public. Because he was afraid of revealing any flaws, Luke asked Qingkong to find an excuse to leave. Instead, Mrs. Michelle was a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Inspector. Miss Qingkong is just like this. She prefers to spend her time in the laboratory. And my husband is the same. Maybe scientific scholars don't like socializing." Of course, Luke wouldn't bother with himself. He pulled out a chair for Ian to sit down, and sat next to Ian. He also adjusted the brightness of a table lamp at hand to make the light in the room darker. Miss Qingkong is a hero of Nuteo's city. In the future, this city will rely on her to protect it. I have only respect for Miss Qingkong. Luke turned to Pan and said, "It's really unexpected for me to meet Director Pan here. I heard from Mrs. Michelle that you and Ian are members of the royal family of the former Rio Kingdom. If I remember correctly, Mrs. Michelle's mother is also from the Rio Kingdom." Ian looked very restrained after coming in. She didn't dare to look directly at Pan, like a child who had made a mistake. Just now, she didn't feel Pan was here, which meant that the telepathy between the siblings was interrupted again. She knew that Pan must have noticed it. Ian didn't know why this happened twice in a row, and both times were when Inspector Meteorite was around. At this time, Ian's heart was very confused. The more confused she was, the harder it was to establish a spiritual connection with Pan, which made her even more at a loss. Pan looked at Ian meaningfully, and then answered Luke as if nothing had happened. "That was a long time ago. And Ian and I are now Shuojin people, and we no longer have any relationship with the Kingdom of Rio. But when I meet people from the Kingdom of Rio, I still feel a sense of familiarity. So I especially asked Miss Qingkong to introduce me to Mrs. Michelle." Michelle said to Luke, "Just now, Director Pan and I were talking about those Rio nobles who fled to the Empire. So much time has passed, and many of them have spent all their savings and live in poverty. Director Pan wants to help them, but because of the identity of Shuojin people, it is not convenient for him to come forward. So he wants to entrust me to give them some financial support." Mrs. Michelle was not so easy to fool. She knew very well what these exiled Rio nobles meant to the Empire. She might not know Pan's true purpose, but she knew that there would be risks in helping Rio nobles. Luke happened to come, so she kicked the ball over. Inspector Meteorite was a confidant of the eldest princess, and his meaning could represent the eldest princess's meaning. Pan was also waiting for Luke's answer. Luke did not answer immediately, but asked Ian beside him, "You are also a member of the Rio Kingdom's royal family. Do you want to help those Rio nobles?" "Ah." Ian, who was confused, did not expect Inspector Meteorite to suddenly ask her such a question. She answered in a panic, Pan and I left the Rio Kingdom when we were very young, and we didn't even have any impression of our parents. The education of the Shining Gold people is to sever ties with their past lives and help the Rio nobles. I listened to Pan." After listening to Yin's answer, Luke knew that Pan had absolute dominance over the twins. He said to Pan in a businesslike manner, "The Rio nobles who have fled to the Empire receive special treatment from the Empire due to their special status. Any changes may cause diplomatic disputes between the Empire and the Rio Republic. It's a good thing that Director Pan wants to help them. I will support you. However, any funding you provide must be carried out under the supervision of the Secret Affairs Bureau of Nuteo's city. If there are any problems, we have the right to unilaterally terminate this rescue plan." Pan said happily, "Okay. This is a simple rescue. Give them some money, help them find a suitable job, and do my best to help people." Luke took the opportunity to say, "Since Director Pan likes to help people so much, I want to build a welfare home in the Cape District. Are you interested?" While Luke and Pan were talking about rescuing the exiled nobles of Rio, Qingkong took Jennifer to the reception venue. She planned to stay here for a while, and then return to Ulu College, which also met Mrs. Michelle's request. As a result, she met an acquaintance. Caesar's injuries, when he was captured by the Abyss Mage, have healed. As the chief of the Central City Public Security Department promoted by Mrs. Michelle, he was also invited to the cocktail party. At this time, Caesar was wearing a proper uniform of the chief of the Public Security Department and a sheriff's hat, which made him look more majestic than before. Caesar, who came to the cocktail party, heard that Miss Qingkong was also here, so he kept looking for her. So when he saw Qingkong, he immediately went to greet her. "Miss Qingkong." "Hello." Caesar's expression was the same as when he saw Qingkong for the first time, as if a simple boy had seen the goddess he had been thinking about day and night. And he didn't look like a senior official of Nuteo City at all. I have always wanted to express my gratitude to you in person. But I can never find a suitable opportunity. Thank you. You saved my life again. For Qingkong. This is the trouble she has always wanted to avoid. Shiza has visited Ulu College to find her many times. But she refused him for various reasons. I didn't expect to be blocked by him here again. Director Shiza. Hello. I didn't save you on purpose. But I led the Ulu battle mages to eliminate the Abyss mages. And you happened to be there. The more Qingkong downplayed it, the deeper Shiza's gratitude was. I know Miss Qingkong doesn't want to put too much pressure on me. When those Abyss mages wanted to kill me, they didn't do it because they heard you were looking for me all over the city. You don't know how happy I was when I heard this information. I just wanted to die quickly to prevent the Abyss mage from using me to set a trap that is unfavorable to you. Looking at Shiza's obsessed look, Qingkong knew that if he didn't solve it well, there would be troubles behind. Shiza, I think you must have some misunderstandings about me. I saved you. Which doesn't mean I have too much affection for you. I just think you are a good person, and it's a pity that you died. I am an elf. And I want to spend my best time studying and researching. And when I think I can stop studying, you may no longer be in this world. You are a human being. And 100 years of life is your limit. Qingkong persuaded Caesar very tactfully. She thought the racial gap could make Caesar sober. But she underestimated the dog liquor. Miss Qingkong, you misunderstood. I admit that I have admiration for you. But I don't have any extravagant thoughts. You are a perfect woman to me. I am very satisfied just to see you and talk to you. I have never thought about getting your favor. Caesar's answer made Qingkong frown. And Jennifer, who was following behind Qingkong, covered her mouth and laughed. Caesar, you make me very embarrassed. Qingkong said helplessly, if possible. I really want to pull the time before I see you. And then leave from another direction. Caesar immediately realized how abrupt his words were. I'm sorry, Miss Qingkong. I made a slip of the tongue. I just said what was in my heart and didn't mean to offend you. Qingkong said, okay. Whatever you want. Can you let us go now? Caesar immediately made way. At this time, a sheriff rushed in from outside and whispered to Caesar, Director. The consulate of the Republic of Rio was attacked. What? Caesar asked hurriedly. Who did it? It's not clear yet. The attacker used a secret technique to pull the entire consulate of Rio into the fog. The sheriffs we supported couldn't get into the fog at all. And we didn't know what danger the people inside were in. Caesar didn't expect to encounter such a difficult case. The relationship between the Empire and the Republic of Rio is very delicate now. The attack on the consulate of the Republic of Rio in Futao City will inevitably lead to a serious dispute between the two countries. How to deal with it? When Caesar was panicking, Qingkong said, I just saw Inspector Meteorite and Mrs. Michelle together. The attack on the consulate of Rio should be under the jurisdiction of the Secret Intelligence Bureau. Inspector Meteorite is here. Great. Caesar saluted Qingkong. Sorry, Miss Qingkong. I will go to deal with this incident first. I am very happy to meet you. Caesar ran to find Meteorite. And Qingkong took Jennifer away from the cocktail party. On the way back, Jennifer asked, Professor Qingkong, do we need help? Qingkong opened the portal to Ulu College on the deserted street. When you need help, someone will come to me. Go back to the college. Something big has happened in Nuteo City again. Qingkong walked into the portal, and Jennifer followed him in. And the door disappeared. Luke and Pan had a very pleasant conversation. In order to support the exiled Leo nobles, Pan agreed to the additional terms very straightforwardly. It seemed like I am a fat sheep, and I can kill it at will. When Luke learned from Qingkong that the Leo consulate in Nuteo City was attacked, he immediately realized that he had been fooled. Caesar, who broke in, officially informed everyone in the room of this information. And the harmonious atmosphere just now turned gloomy in an instant. The Rio consulate in Nuteo City was attacked at this time. Not earlier or later. Luke would never believe that it had nothing to do with Pan. It seems that the matter of rescuing the exiled nobles of Rio that we discussed has to be put on hold for the time being. The attack on the Rio consulate is a serious diplomatic incident. And we cannot provoke the Rio Republic over this matter again. Pan showed a worried and frustrated look. Yes. It's a pity. Don't worry. I won't make it difficult for you, the inspector, on this issue. Go and deal with the attack quickly. I hope no one is injured. Goodbye. Luke had no evidence and could not do anything to Pan, who was a member of the Shining Gold. He stood up and left with Caesar. Ian looked at Luke's departing back and said worriedly, "Will the detective be in danger?" Pat answered meaningfully, "This world is full of dangers." When Luke and Caesar arrived at the Rio consulate in Fury City, the sheriff, who came to support, had already blocked the entire block. The entire consulate area was shrouded in thick gray fog, and no one could see what was going on inside from the outside. Caesar found the captain of the sheriff, who arrived first, and asked him about the attack. The attack took place at 9 o'clock in the evening. The sheriff, who was patrolling nearby, discovered the fog. The sheriff captain looked at the nearby fog and said with lingering fear, "I led people into the fog after I arrived. But no matter how we walked, we couldn't find the Rio consulate. It seemed to disappear in it. And after entering, we felt our physical strength rapidly decline. 2 brothers fell inside, and we couldn't rescue them. We don't know whether they are alive or dead." Caesar said anxiously, "We must rescue the people trapped inside. I will lead people in." Seeing that the director was going to enter the fog in person, the captain of the security immediately stopped him. "Director, this fog is too weird. If you fall to the ground due to exhaustion, no one can pull you up. We must first find a way to crack this fog. Perhaps the City Alchemist Association has a way." Shiza is very clear about his current position. He said, "The City Alchemist Association will not help. We can ask for help from the Ulu College. This kind of secret fog must be a small problem for Miss Qingkong. Send someone to the Ulu College." Without waiting for Shiza to give an order to ask Qingkong, Luke stopped him and said, "If we have to ask the Ulu College for help in everything, what do we need the Public Security Bureau and the Secret Intelligence Bureau for? I know this secret art. Carrying a weight on the wrong path. If people who enter the secret area do not follow the correct path, there is no way to pass through the fog area. They will also fall to the ground due to the rapid loss of physical strength." Shiza asked, "Inspector, can you break this fog?" "It can be broken, but not now." Shiza didn't expect Luke to have a way to break the secret technique, but didn't use it. "Inspector, there are not only our sheriffs in the fog, but also diplomats from the Republic of Rio. If we don't rescue them in time, it will cause a serious diplomatic crisis." Luke looked at the fog in front of him, as if answering or talking to himself. "The sheriff who fell to the ground is just exhausted. He won't die immediately. As for the diplomats from Rio, our strong charge may make them die faster. The other party has the ability to release the heavy crossroads to cover the Rio consulate. And there is an easier way to kill people. Let's wait. Someone will come out to take responsibility for this matter." "Inspector, what if no one claims responsibility for this matter? If we rescue them later, the people inside will be in more danger." Luke saw that Caesar still looked like he wanted to rush in, and said to him, "No one is responsible for this matter, so I will take responsibility for it. I think Viscount Iskalin will arrive soon, as the chief of city security. He will give you orders to wait. After all, the Secret Service and the Public Security Bureau are not the same department. Luke cannot command the sheriffs, but he can command Viscount Iskalin." Hearing Luke move out of Iskalin, Caesar reluctantly gave up the idea of going in to rescue people immediately. Luke turned his attention back to the fog in front of him, thinking about what Pan wanted to do. Soon Viscount Iskalin arrived. At Luke's request, the sheriff surrounded the entire fog area and did not allow anyone to enter. Shelley also brought a large number of Imperial spies to support from the Cape District. Chapter 194 Lookout. Viscount Iskalin's clothes and hair were a little messy. It was obvious that what happened here made him rush here without taking the time to tidy up his appearance. After getting into Luke's car, he asked anxiously, "Inspector, do you know who did it?" Luke replied, "I don't know yet. You just took office and encountered such a big case. What do you think?" Viscount Iskalin was not as relaxed as Luke. He smiled bitterly and said, "If this case is not handled well, I will definitely lose my position. Was it done by the new nobles? They don't seem to be so brave." Viscount Iskalin first suspected his political opponents, but then he thought that they would not create an international incident to launch an attack. If the matter was exposed, the consequences of the backlash would not be something they could bear. Outside the car, the sheriffs were pulling up the cordon, knocking on the doors of the houses near the Rio consulate one by one, and evacuating all the people in the dangerous area. Caesar selected people to organize a rescue team, and as long as Viscount Iskalin gave the order, he would lead the team into the fog. The atmosphere of the scene was extremely tense, and the fog added to the mysterious and weird atmosphere. Luke looked at the scene outside the car and said to Viscount Iskalin, "The new nobles don't have the courage to create such an incident. But they definitely have the courage to use this incident to attack us. It is estimated that the secret letter sent to the imperial capital has already left Nuteo City. If it is not handled properly, you and I will bear the main responsibility for this diplomatic incident. But why don't you let Caesar go in to rescue people now? Viscount Iskelin was also very puzzled by Luke's order. My Lord Viscount, this secret technique is a demonstration against us. The people who created this incident have their demands. If we quickly break the fog, they may be frightened and kill the people inside. If we lose too many people inside, it will encourage their arrogance. Since the incident has already happened, we can't rush into the other party's rhythm. First ensure the safety of the hostages inside, and then formulate a proper rescue plan according to the situation. Russian-style rescue is not suitable for the current situation. Russian-style rescue? Viscount Iskelin obviously had not heard of this rescue technology. This is a term that is circulated in a small range within our secret service. Let's block this place first, and the people inside will contact us. When Viscount Iskelin wanted to ask more about the situation, Shelley opened the car door and sat in the co-pilot's seat. Chief Inspector, our people are here. Viscount Iskelin asked in confusion. Chief Inspector? Shelley explained proudly. Our inspector received a promotion order from the princess today. The Cape District Secret Service Bureau was upgraded to the Fury City Secret Service Bureau. The inspector is naturally our chief inspector. Viscount Iskelin was also very happy. Congratulations, Chief Inspector. Your achievements in Raging Waves City have been recognized by Her Royal Highness the Princess. Thank you. Let's work together to solve this case. Otherwise Her Royal Highness will definitely have a hard time in the Imperial capital. Luke said to Shelley. Send someone to Mrs. Michelle's mysterious shop and ask the people there to prepare the mysterious props I want. Shelley took a list from Luke. Yes, Chief Inspector. I will send someone to prepare it immediately. Is sandpaper with you? Yes. She is with Boiling. Get sandpaper ready. If you need to rush in to save people, you and sandpaper will follow me in. Yes, Chief Inspector. Then Shelley said worriedly, is there a lack of people? In the weight-bearing fork road? More people are useless. And the other side must not have many people either. I understand, Chief Inspector. Shelley pushed open the door and left. Sighs hurried over. My Lord Viscount. Lord Inspector. A carriage came out of the fog. Let's go and take a look. Luke and Viscount Iskelin got off the car quickly and followed Caesar to the edge of the fog. There is a relatively obvious boundary between the fog and the outside world, and the carriage is parked on the inside of the boundary. The group of brown horses pulling the carriage are strong and their hair is very beautiful. The horse pulled a black carriage. The appearance and decoration of the carriage were obviously Rio style, and there was also the Rio Republic logo on the door. But the logo was crossed with a big X with a sharp weapon. A group of sheriffs surrounded the carriage with swords in their hands. The horse stamped its hooves a little uneasy, and snorted from time to time. Luke said to an Imperial spy who was following him, pull the carriage out. Be careful. Yes, Chief Inspector. The spy walked to the front of the carriage, grabbed the reins, and pulled the horse out of the fog. Although the whole process was tense, fortunately no accidents happened. After the carriage completely left the fog, Caesar stepped forward and opened the door. Then exclaimed, Georgier. When Luke and Iskelin walked to the door of the compartment, they saw a sheriff sitting in the compartment with his hands and feet tied. His mouth was blocked, but he seemed to be unharmed. Two sheriffs untied the rope for Georgier and carried him out. Caesar asked, what did you encounter in there? Georgier was one of the sheriffs, who collapsed in the mist due to exhaustion and did not come out. He was a little sluggish, but he still answered Caesar's questions. It also gave Luke a preliminary understanding of the situation inside. Most of the people in the consulate were alive, and only a few guards were killed at the beginning of the attack. Now the hostages, including Consul Leo, were gathered in the lobby of the consulate. They were weak but not in danger of life. The leader of the other party calls himself the Lookout, and asks us to send a decision-maker to negotiate with them. Viscount Iskelin said, the Lookout is a secret army of the former Leo Kingdom. They are directly under the king, and do things similar to the Secret Service. If the other party is really the Lookout, this incident is definitely related to the exiled Leo nobles. These ungrateful guys. We took them in, but they actually did this kind of thing. Luke walked around the carriage and touched several devices in specific locations. This carriage was made into a mysterious prop that can travel through the fog without being affected by the weight. Since the other party wants to talk, I will go and talk to them. Seeing Luke about to get on the carriage, Viscount Iskelin immediately stopped him. No. We don't know what the other party wants to do. It's too dangerous for you to go. Let me go. The Iskelin family has a good relationship with some Rio nobles. Viscount. I roughly know what the other party wants to do. They won't do anything to me. This incident requires someone with decision-making ability to use the decision-making power in time. You are still a little short. Viscount Iskelin let go of the hand that blocked Luke. But he still said, I will go with you. Luke has already sat in the carriage. No. You are needed here. No one is allowed to enter before I come out. So as to ensure my safety? At this time, Sandpaper's special mechanical voice sounded, I will go in with the inspector. Then the petite figure flashed. And Sandpaper sat opposite Luke. She crossed her legs and turned a large wrench in her fingers. I was sleeping soundly. And Sister Shelley pulled me out of bed. Staying up late will not make you taller. Those who affect my sleep should be punished. Iskelin knew that he could give the best support to the meteorite inspector when he was outside. He said, Chief Inspector, tell the other party that if you don't come out at dawn, I will lead people to attack. All Rio people in the Golden Shield Empire will also be implicated. Understood? Viscount Iskelin closed the door for Luke. And Monsieur too pulled the car back into the fog. The shadow of the carriage could not be seen at a distance of only 3 meters. Outside the fog, under the cover of night, the sheriff and the Imperial spies surrounded the entire area. A solemn atmosphere. Luke sat in the car driving on a slightly bumpy road. And he could not see anything outside the window. Sandpaper's hair floated up. And his perception was released outward. Strange. This should not be a simple illusion. The distortion of space makes me unable to feel things too far away. And it consumes a lot of my mental energy. Sandpaper quickly retracted his perception. Then took out a bottle of potion from the toolkit and drank it. Luke said, the weighted crossroads is a secret technique of stretching space. The physical energy consumption of walking 1 meter in it may be the consumption of walking 100 meters in the same time. Your perception consumes mental energy. And the same is true. Sit down and keep your awe of the secret arts. Sandpaper said with emotion, the secret arts are really amazing. I have seen Miss Qingkong doing secret arts experiments in Ulu College. Several mysterious props combined into the words of the secret arts become another thing. If Miss Qingkong were here, it would be very simple to break this secret art. At this time, Sandpaper had a mysterious admiration for Qingkong. It is estimated that if Qingkong asked her to beat Luke, she would do it without hesitation. Luke smiled and asked, I heard that Hong Shun was receiving treatment at Ulu College. Is he getting better? Talking about Hong Shun. Sandpaper became indignant. There is not much change. The brain transformation devices of Ulu mages are very cautious. If it weren't for Hong Kusunagi's insistence, I wouldn't want her to continue this risky treatment. Thinking of this, I want to kill those people, really kill them. I wonder how the other sisters are doing. Sandpaper was lost in her own thoughts. And Luke didn't disturb her. According to the normal route, the road from the edge of the fog to the Dario consulate is not far. And soon the carriage stopped. Luke pushed the door and jumped out of the car. And the main building of the consulate was in front of him. There was no fog in the main building. And the fog layer covered the small building like a bowl. In front of the door of the building stood a man wearing a half mask. He was wearing a beige windbreaker, and his arm was wrapped in bandages. The bandages are woven in a special way, which is both beautiful and allows the arms to exert force more perfectly. 2 swords, one long and one short, are hung on the sides of the waist, and the mask covers the lower half of the face. Typical outfit of the original Rio Kingdom lookout. The off-white color is the exclusive color of the Rio royal family. The gatekeeper asked Luke, who got off the car, please tell me your identity. Meteor. Your position in the City of Raging Waves. Luke sneered, if you don't even know who the meteor in the City of Raging Waves is, I don't think there is any need to talk. The gatekeeper was silent for a while before saying, hello. Inspector Meteor. The message we sent out is, only one person can come. Sandpaper jumped out of the car and looked around curiously. Luke said, she is still a child. The gatekeeper didn't know why Meteorite brought a child with him to negotiate. Maybe he had some special hobby. It was beyond their expectations that they could welcome Meteorite Inspector, a heavyweight in Raging Wave City. In the first negotiation, if Meteorite Inspector left because of a child, who would come in next time? Their action this time was extremely uncertain, and they had to seize any opportunity. The gatekeeper pushed open the door and invited Luke, Inspector, please come in. Our leader is waiting for you inside. Luke strode into the consulate with sandpaper. The consulate's lobby was quite spacious, with about 200 people from the consulate gathered here. They all sat on the ground, looking listless and powerless. However, there were no consular officers or other important diplomats inside, and they should have been detained separately in other places. There were 11 people dressed as lookouts guarding the lobby. Each of them looked very powerful. The gatekeeper followed him in and led the way. Inspector Meteorite, please follow me. Luke followed the gatekeeper through the building, and after entering the consular officer's office, he saw the leader of the lookouts. Although he was wearing the same clothes, he did not hide his appearance. A middle-aged uncle in his 40s or 50s. His face was full of vicissitudes left by time and misfortune. After the introduction, the middleman knew that the person who came was the meteorite inspector, and he also showed a slightly excited look. Hello, meteorite inspector. I heard about the many legends you created here before I came to the city of raging waves. If our cause can get your support, the kingdom of Rio will definitely be able to regain its former glory. Please sit down. After Luke sat down, he asked, who are you? What do you want to do? People of the fallen country do not deserve the honor left by their ancestors. We are the lookouts of the Rio royal family. You can call me the lookout. As for the purpose of doing this, we want to announce to the world and the people of Rio, the war to revive the kingdom of Rio has started from this moment. We will eliminate the rebels and the pseudo-regime and return Rio to the hands of its true owner. Luke lit a cigarette for himself and said in a puzzled tone, your restoration of your country is your business. What does it have to do with our Golden Shield Empire? This is the Golden Shield Empire's raging wave city. If you do this, it will make us embarrassed internationally. This will not bring you any benefits. I suggest that you immediately remove the fog and release all the people here. We can send a ship to send you all to Rio's land, and you can do whatever you want there. The lookout said calmly, Inspector, you know that things will not be resolved so easily. Please ask the Golden Shield Empire to announce the severance of all diplomatic relations with the Rio pseudo-regime and not recognize the pseudo-regime's legitimate rule over Rio. Luke couldn't help laughing. Your request is too much. Even if you arrest me, the Empire will not agree. What do you want to do? Chapter 195 Negotiations with the Kidnappers. Inspector Meteor, I just expressed it very clearly. The lookout said firmly, this is the beginning of the Great War of National Restoration. If we can get the support of the Golden Shield Empire, we will be very happy. Even without the support of the Empire, we will continue to devote ourselves to the Holy War. We chose the city of raging waves because of its unparalleled international status. We want more people who care about the Kingdom of Rio to see it and give them hope. Are you dead soldiers? We are loyal to the Kingdom of Rio. The answer he got was within Luke's expectations, but it was also the one he least wanted to hear. It is difficult to offer conditions that will impress people who are determined to die. You want to use this attack to expand your influence and undermine the relationship between the Empire and the Rio Republic. You want to damage the interests of the Empire and still want our support. Isn't it too unrealistic? The lookout said to Luke, Inspector, although we are the first to come to the city of raging waves, we know that the Empire is the Empire, and the city of raging waves is the city of raging waves. Anyone can support us. Our war needs allies overseas. In return, the revived Kingdom of Rio can agree to many of your conditions. At this moment, Luke already understood the purpose of Pan's launching this incident. This is an extreme terrorist attack, with no material demands, just to show their attitude and position. As a world-class commercial city, such a serious attack in Fudao City can quickly spread to the world. As the lookout said, the restoration of the Kingdom of Rio requires the intervention of overseas forces, whether it is a country or a private individual. If you want to make a venture investment in the future of the Kingdom of Rio, now is the opportunity. Luke sighed and said, it seems that you also know that you have no way to overthrow the Republic of Rio through normal military means. So many years have passed, and the new generation of Rio people have forgotten the former kingdom. Now the rule of the Rio government has given them the life that the kingdom never gave them. You can only use this extreme method to fulfill your wishes. This practice is very sad and shameful. I will give you one last chance. Release everyone and I can guarantee that you can leave safely. Luke's words made the lookout ashamed, but he still insisted on his own philosophy. Your humiliation will not make us change our beliefs. Our purpose has been made clear to you. We have no intention of being an enemy of the Golden Shield Empire. This attack is only aimed at officials of the Rio pseudo-regime. 3 days later, We will execute everyone here. You are also welcome to attack. We can show the outside world our strength. I heard that the Abyss Temple was taught a lesson in the City of Raging Waves. We also hope to have a wonderful battle. Luke put out his cigarette on the table. Your wish will come true. The City of Raging Waves will not let you use our world influence to create an international crisis. The attack you want will be launched soon. However, since your enemy is a Rio official, can the Imperial employees working in the consulate be released? They are innocent. Yes. The lookout agreed readily. The Imperial employees can leave. We do not regard the Empire as an enemy. I also look forward to in-depth cooperation with you. Luke smiled and said, You have no chance. I will use your lives to add a merit to me. But there is still a chance for me and your master to cooperate. The lookout looked at Luke's smile and asked nervously, Do you know who we work for? Yes. I just talked to him about helping the exiled Rio nobles. But he seemed to just want to show his original identity as a member of the Rio royal family to reap the dividends from your attack on the Rio consulate this time. Pan's identity determined that he could not say everywhere, I am a member of the Rio royal family. I want to restore my country. Who of you is willing to support me? Today, he timely revealed his identity as a member of the Rio royal family. And it happened that the Rio consulate in Niteo City was attacked. International crisis. Those who have some ideas about the Kingdom of Rio will naturally find a way to contact him. He passively accepted the surrender and funding, which did not affect his identity as a shining gold man. Hearing Luke mention Pan, the lookout showed a look of admiration. Your Highness has unparalleled wisdom and bravery, and he will become the greatest king of the Kingdom of Rio. Since the inspector has met our Highness, do you have more confidence in our restoration of the country? Confidence? Not much for now. I still need to continue to observe him to see if he is really as good as you say. Let's stop here for this meeting. I'm going to meet the Consul of Rio and listen to the opinions of the Republic of Rio. The lookout stood up and escorted Luke out. Inspector, I am impressed by your charm. I look forward to meeting you next time. Maybe our next meeting will be a life and death battle. I am looking forward to your performance. Goodbye. Luke said goodbye to the lookout like a normal visitor, and then went to see Consul Leo under the guidance of the gatekeeper. Consul Leo and 4 other diplomats were detained in a room on the 3rd floor. They looked exhausted like the people in the hall. Even when talking to Luke, he had to take 3 breaths after saying a word. Don't expect them to help when the rescue operation begins. Luke revealed his identity to Consul Leo and told the lookouts the purpose of kidnapping them. I have met with their leader. You will be executed in 3 days. We will do our best to rescue you. But they are all dead men. It is difficult to guarantee your safety. This is the consulate of Rio in Fury City. In theory, it is the temporary territory of your Rio Republic. All actions of the Empire here need your consent. The Rio consul is a thin old man wearing glasses. He seemed to have exhausted all his remaining strength and said, The extravagant life of the Rio royal family and the hunger of the Rio people are the root causes of the demise of the Rio kingdom. The Rio people have the freedom to choose who is the ruler of the country. We. Luke stopped the consul from continuing. Mr. Consul, this is the Golden Shield Empire. You can say these slogans in your own land, but don't tell an imperial spy. My duty is to prevent anyone from having the freedom to choose who is the ruler of the empire. I just want one answer. Do you want us to save you? Or do you save yourself? Save yourself? How can the consul who has difficulty standing up from a chair save himself? But if the Golden Shield Empire spies rush in to rescue him, his own safety is not guaranteed. Can't you negotiate with these kidnappers? Unless you declare surrender. I can't think of any conditions that will make the lookout let you go. Anyway, the Empire is not going to agree to any request from the lookout. When the consul was considering the consequences of surrender, Luke said, whether you surrender or not, the Empire will never let these people leave this area alive. The Empire's majesty does not allow any blasphemy. And the City of Raging Waves does not allow anyone to damage the city's international image. Then why are you asking me? Inspector Meteorite. I think we can think of a safer way. The consul was afraid of death. If he had the strength now, he would probably kneel on the ground and hold Luke's legs and beg. Luke did not expect the consul to be so cowardly. He took out a pistol and threatened, Mr. Consul, I need your authorization. If you are not in your right mind and cannot make a decision, I will ask the vice consul. Seeing that Inspector Meteor actually took out a gun, the consul immediately took out his seal and said, I authorize you to have Inspector Meteor fully in charge of the rescue operation of the Rio consulate in Fury City. Yes, Consul. Luke took the console seal. The rescue operation will be launched soon. When Luke entered the mist of Consul Leo, Pan appeared on the roof of a nearby building. From his position, he could clearly see the sheriffs and Imperial spies on guard outside the mist. A man dressed as a lookout appeared behind Pan, and he knelt on one knee and said, reporting to the master. Inspector Meteor entered the consulate of the rebel pseudo-regime. He went in. Pan was surprised that Meteorite entered the consulate at risk. He is very brave. Isn't he afraid that the lookout inside will kill him? Master, the sheriff and spies of Raging Wave City have blocked the entire fog range. People outside can't get in, and people inside can't get out. If the master doesn't want Meteorite to die, it will be difficult for us to notify the lookout inside. Pan smiled and said, in this holy war to restore the country, no one cannot die. I admire Meteorite's ability. But he is a spy of the Golden Shield Empire after all. If his fate is to die in my hands, he will accept his fate. I don't know if the lookout inside can hold on for 3 days. The secret technique given to us by the master has been blessed by the ancient shining golden language. The fog of the heavy road cannot be solved by relying on the number of people. The lookouts will surely hold out for 3 days, allowing the whole world to see the start of the holy war for the restoration of the kingdom of Rio. Those who care about the kingdom will surely rush to surrender. Pan looked at the night in the distance. To the east was the ocean, and to the east was Rio. He had no impression of that place in his memory, but the blood flowing in his body told him all the time. You are the new king of Rio. That is the land of your ancestors, and now it is yours. I will lead Rio on the right path. Master is heroic. When Luke came out of the mist in a carriage, a glimmer of dawn had appeared in the east. He came out with dozens of Imperial employees working in the consulate. They clung to the carriage, fearing that they would get lost in the fog. The sheriffs, who were as ferocious as wolves and tigers, arrested all the hired workers and interrogated their identities one by one. Viscount Iskelin opened the door of the carriage and saw that Luke, who was sitting inside, was intact, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Inspector, Chief Inspector, you have been in there for too long. I almost couldn't help but rush in with my men. Luke got out of the car, looked at the noisy scene outside, and said to Iskelin, the lookout inside promised to release the Imperial hired workers. The selection and screening took some time. I talked to their leader. There is no possibility of a peaceful solution to this incident. Prepare to attack. Have you found the blueprints of the Rio consulate? Viscount Iskelin said, I have found it. I have set up a temporary command post nearby. Let's talk there. There is news from the Parliament. Luke said to Caesar, who was waiting on the side, all these employees are detained and released after my order. Any information related to the consulate is not allowed to be leaked. Yes, Chief Inspector. Luke followed Iskelin to the temporary command post. This is a residential house. Judging from the decoration, it seems that the family is living a relatively well-off life. Mrs. Michelle and Counselor Iber are already waiting here. After sitting around a table, Luke first asked Mrs. Michelle, has the sound returned to the hotel? She went back. She went back with Director Pan. Please rest assured, Chief Inspector. Luke asked Counselor Ibel again, what information does the Parliament have? Since Counselor Ibel knew that the Rio consulate was attacked, he has been working hard on this matter. Viscount Iskelin has just taken office as the Chief of City Security. Meteor is the highest level spy in Raging Wave City. With great power comes great responsibility. The Parliament just held an emergency meeting. Speaker Grover asked us to resolve this incident quickly. We must not cause a diplomatic incident that is difficult to resolve, let alone a severe disaster. The City Security Department and the Secret Intelligence Bureau must demonstrate their due capabilities, so that the international community still recognizes the safety of Raging Wave City. Viscount Iskelin brought the architectural drawings of the Rio consulate, spread them on the table and said, the new nobles should not have reacted to this sudden incident. Our people told me that they are holding an internal meeting. After dawn, they will formulate measures to deal with us. We don't have much time. Since the Chief Inspector said that the problem cannot be solved peacefully, we will attack immediately. There is no way to deal with the sacrifice of hostages. Luke looked at the complicated architectural drawings and said after deep thought, if we force the kidnappers to death and cause the hostages to die, there will be no way to end it. Iskelin said anxiously, what should we do? Our opponents want us to be anxious, so I can't be anxious. And I think we can use this crisis to demonstrate the security capabilities of the City of Raging Waves to the world. Demonstrate security capabilities? The three counselors all had question marks on their faces. Luke smiled and said, "The lookout gave us 3 days, and they will not harm the hostages during these 3 days. We can use these 3 days to formulate a complete rescue plan. And the outside world doesn't know that there is a 3-day safe period. We can show the Empire's hired workers, who came out with me to the outside world in batches. Every batch of living people that appear is the result of our negotiations with the kidnappers. The city of Raging Waves wants a sense of security. So we give them a sense of security. What is safer than the scene of people being rescued alive from the kidnappers? What can better demonstrate our capabilities?" Chapter 196 Psychological Warfare. At the Rio Consulate, the Central City Public Security Bureau and the Imperial spies worked together to prepare a rescue plan. When daybreak came, the crisis that Viscount Iskelin had anticipated came. In the previous attacks launched by Luke against the new noble forces, the newspaper played a great role in guiding public opinion. This time, the new nobles followed suit and released the news to the newspaper first. The accusation that the Rio Consulate was attacked was entirely the fault of the City Security Department. It was the new director of the Central City Public Security Bureau, Caesar, who placed his cronies and excluded dissidents, which led to serious omissions in the public security forces of the Central City. Then, with Caesar as the breakthrough point, a large amount of concentrated firepower was used to human flesh Caesar's resume in the Zeta district, saying that his qualifications and abilities were completely unqualified for the position of the director of the Central City Public Security Bureau. The reason he was able to occupy an important position was entirely because someone in the parliament abused his power. As various rumors spread, Caesar, who had not slept all night and had been on the front line, was extremely distressed. He came to the temporary command post and did not see Viscount Iskelin. So he asked Luke, who was guarding here, "Inspector, where is Senator Iskelin?" Luke was drinking coffee and reading a newspaper. He asked Caesar to sit down first, and then said, "Speaker Grover called Iskelin to ask about the situation here. You don't look very good. Do you want to take a rest? This incident cannot be resolved in 1 or 2 days." Caesar believed that he had been loyal to his duties since he took office, and was often busy until late at night. Even if he was seriously injured, he never delayed his work. He knew that his qualifications were not enough for such an important position, so he put in twice the effort to get recognition. The content of today's newspaper was a great blow to him. "Chief Inspector, the attack on the Rio Consulate was my fault. Last night, I went to the cocktail party hosted by Mrs. Michel and neglected to arrange the patrol team at night. I want to resign to Viscount Iskelin. Maybe the West Tower district is suitable for me." Luke knew very well what kind of attack power this kind of public opinion violence would have when it was directed at an individual. He put down the newspaper and said to Caesar, "Do you think that the editorials published by major newspapers today are really directed at you? Don't take yourself so seriously, and put yourself in the right position. Your resignation due to the pressure is exactly what our opponents want to see, which means that you admit your incompetence. They will take advantage of the situation to attack Mrs. Michel, Viscount Iskelin, and then me. Mrs. Michel put you in this position with the approval of all of us. This position is very important, and will be the center of our competition with our opponents in the future. You need to have a very strong ability to withstand pressure. If you question yourself just because of a few pieces of nonsense in the newspaper, it will be a great disappointment to our expectations of you." "Chief Inspector, I understand what you said, but I feel too tired. I am afraid of doing something wrong every day." "Shiza, you are afraid of doing something wrong because you are an upright person, which is one of the reasons why we chose you. Another reason is because of Miss Qingkong." Hearing Qingkong, Shiza instantly became energetic. "I know that I can become the chief of the Central City Police Department because of Miss Qingkong's recommendation, although Miss Qingkong has never admitted it. Then do a good job in this position and don't let Miss Qingkong down." Sure enough, it is better to bring out Qingkong directly than to reason with Shiza, although Luke is not willing to do this. In order to stabilize Shiza and not do stupid things, he can only use Qingkong. Encouraged Shiza is full of energy, as if his whole body is full of strength. "Please rest assured, Chief Inspector, for Miss Qingkong, nothing can knock me down. Very energetic. Go out and do your work, and read less newspapers. These days, our confrontation with the opponent is mainly focused on newspapers. Reading too much will cause high blood pressure." Shiza strode out of the command post, and Luke continued to pick up the newspaper to read. The new nobles have a strong learning ability, and found their own weakness with one strike. If Shize can't bear the pressure, his side will become very passive. Now Shize is stable. But he can't let the new nobles manipulate public opinion like this. After a while, Viscount Iskelin arrived. His face was not good. It seems that he has heard a lot of unpleasant words from Speaker Grover. The ambassador of the Real Republic will arrive in Fury City from the Empire early tomorrow morning. Speaker Grover asked us to solve the attack on the consulate before the ambassador arrives. Otherwise, we will bear all the diplomatic consequences. Luke heard that Ambassador Leo was coming to Raging Wave City, and said to Iskelin, "Do you think the diplomatic consequences of the death of a consul are more serious? Or the diplomatic consequences of the death of an ambassador are more serious?" Viscount Iskelin realized the seriousness of the matter. "Chief Inspector, you mean, the lookout will assassinate Ambassador Leo?" Luke thought about Pan's plan. Whether he expected Ambassador Leo to come to Raging Wave City or not, he would definitely take action after knowing this news. You immediately take people to intercept Ambassador Leo's airship. If it can be done secretly, it should be possible to pretend to be Ambassador Leo and set a trap for the lookout. As long as we let Ambassador Leo know that we saved him. No matter how bad the situation is, it is still within our tolerance. Viscount Iskelin knew how important it was to save Ambassador Leo. And he had to go there himself. "Yes. I will go back and summon the thorns now. And I will do this well. Time is urgent. And it is not easy to intercept an airship from the air halfway." Viscount Iskelin went out immediately. Luke contacted Senator Ibel, and he wanted to hold a press conference for the newspaper, where he would give a detailed introduction to the progress of the attack on the Leo consulate. The time was set at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sheriff and the Imperial spies continued to tightly surround the entire foggy area, not allowing anyone to approach. All parties in the city wanted to know what happened in the Rio consulate, but they could not get any accurate information. They could only wait for the newspaper press conference that Chief Detective Meteorite was going to hold. The wait was long for everyone, including the people of the new noble forces, who also did not know what happened in the Rio consulate. Luke's information concealment tactics were very successful. Without knowing the specific situation, the new noble forces did not dare to make radical moves. Until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all parties were waiting quietly. When the time came, Luke appeared on the steps in front of the city government building. The Imperial spies had already blocked this place and arranged the audio equipment. Newspaper reporters gathered at the bottom of the steps, and people from all parties who wanted to get information stood around. Luke carefully scanned the people in the audience, judging their respective identities and the forces they represented. He believed that Pan's people must be among them. This newspaper press conference was also held for Pan. Luke stood in front of the microphone, and Shelley stood behind him with his hand on the handle of the gun, looking at the people around him vigilantly. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the chief detective of the newly established Futao City Secret Intelligence Bureau of the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau. Meteor. The attack on the consulate of the Republic of Rio in Futao City will be handled by the Futao City Secret Intelligence Bureau. In order to eliminate unnecessary tension, I will inform the public of the details of the attack. I have met the attackers and negotiated with them several times. The other party claimed to be the lookout of the Kingdom of Rio, and the attack on the consulate of the Republic of Rio was a war to overthrow the current regime of Rio. After my negotiation, the kidnappers promised not to escalate the incident as much as possible. So please do not panic, but do not approach the blockade area. Currently, the kidnapped people are safe. I have met them and the consul of Rio, and I have obtained the authorization of the consul." Luke took out the seal of the consulate to show it to prove the credibility of his words. A newspaper reporter asked, "Mr. Chief Inspector, when are you going to rescue the trapped people in the consulate of Rio? If it cannot be resolved in time, or the consul of Rio is killed, it will cause a diplomatic storm between the Empire and the Republic of Rio." Luke replied, "Rescuing hostages by force is not our first choice. We will try to resolve this incident through negotiation to minimize casualties. And our negotiations have yielded results. The kidnappers have released 8 hostages. An Imperial spy came up with 8 people, and Luke introduced their names and their work in the Rio consulate. Everyone was very excited to see someone successfully rescued, although there were only 8 people. This was a good start, proving that the approach of Chief Inspector of Meteorite was effective. A newspaper reporter asked, "Mr. Chief Inspector, when will the other hostages be rescued?" Luke asked the spies to take the 8 people away. "According to my contact with the kidnappers, They are a group of poor people who have been deceived. Someone made them believe that the kingdom of Rio could be revived, and then let them come to Fury City to die. As long as the relationship between the Empire and the Republic of Rio does not deteriorate due to this incident, then the attack they organized has no meaning. I think if they can recognize the reality and the deception of the mastermind, they will lay down their weapons and surrender. This is the best result. Of course, we also have a plan to rescue the hostages by force, which will be implemented after negotiations fail. Luke's crisis public relations, while engaging in a public opinion confrontation with the new noble forces, also revealed to Pan that the lookout in the Rio consulate may surrender. The release of 8 hostages may not shake Pan's confidence in these assassins. But at night, Luke announced that after another negotiation, the kidnappers in the Rio consulate released 10 people. The chief detective of Meteorite rescued 18 people in one day through negotiation. And tomorrow's newspapers will definitely write about it. According to this trend, it seems that the kidnappers will definitely surrender. Pan was still very confident in these assassins at the beginning. But seeing that they actually released people twice in a row, he couldn't help but start to doubt the loyalty of his subordinates. If they really surrender, the so-called Holy War for the restoration of the Rio Kingdom will become an international joke. This situation must not be allowed to happen. What exactly do the lookouts in the Rio consulate want to do? The lookouts guarding the Rio consulate at this time are also very puzzled. After the chief inspector of Meteorite left, they prepared to fight against the sheriff of Raging Wave City and the Imperial spies who rushed in. They must kill the enemy to death to announce to the world the start of the Holy War for national restoration. After 3 days of fighting, there must be a river of blood here. But after waiting for a whole day, there was no movement outside. The sheriff and the Imperial spies surrounded the fog area tightly, but they only stayed outside the fog and did not step into it. The lookouts in the fog did not dare to rush out. They were completely enclosed in this not-so-large area, with no outside news coming in and no information being sent out. After another night of waiting, there was still no attack as expected. The lookouts did not dare to slack off, as this might be the fatigue tactics of the chief detective of Meteorite. When you relax, the attack will be launched at any time. Knowing that this tactic was extremely exhausting, the lookouts still endured the double fatigue of mind and body, and stood ready in the fog. After the day was completely bright, Luke announced it again. After a long talk with the kidnappers all night, the kidnappers released 15 hostages this time. Long talk all night. There is something that needs to be talked all night. The release of 15 hostages showed that Chief Inspector Meteor had a fruitful discussion with the kidnappers. Pan was getting impatient. Hostages were released continuously, and more people were released each time. What did those lookouts want to do? What did Meteor talk to them about? Pan wanted to know the information inside the Rio consulate, but the additional sheriffs and Imperial spies expanded the blockade area, and his people had no way to get close to the fog. But he couldn't risk his identity being exposed and go in to ask in person. Meteor. Pan realized how powerful Meteor was after fighting with him. He didn't even know who the mastermind behind the lookout was, and he was already making random guesses here. Ian asked with concern at this time, Pan, you are very confused. And, did you just say Meteor? Pan put down the newspaper in his hand and readjusted his mentality. I just saw in the newspaper that Inspector Meteor persuaded the lookout in the Rio consulate to release 15 people. Inspector Meteor always does something unexpected. Ian smiled and said, if Inspector Meteor doesn't do something unexpected, it will be unexpected. These 2 days, the whole city has been talking about the Rio consulate incident. Everyone believes that Inspector Meteor can persuade the kidnappers to surrender and create a miracle again. Yin's confidence in Meteor made Pan look very ugly. He asked Ian, have you met Meteor these 2 days? No. The inspector must be very busy dealing with such a big case. I'd better not disturb him. I suggest you go meet Meteorite. The lookout is from Rio, and we used to be members of Rio's royal family. If Inspector Meteorite wants to persuade the lookout to surrender, maybe we can help? Can we? Ian was very happy, but asked worriedly, we are the Shining Gold people, and we have no relationship with the Rio royal family. You can try. I hope Inspector Meteorite can solve this problem as soon as possible. Chapter 197, Walking into a Trap. When Ian arrived at the temporary command post outside the Rio consulate, Luke and his subordinates were discussing the plan to rescue the hostages around the architectural drawings of the consulate. When he heard Ian coming, Luke was overjoyed. Finally, Pan's patience was much lower than Luke thought. He thought he had to release 2 more groups of hostages before Pan couldn't help but send someone to test him. As a result, he couldn't help but release 3 groups. Luke immediately asked people to put away the architectural drawings of the consulate and hide the models on the table. He lit a cigarette and smoked his eyes. And his eyes immediately turned red, looking like he hadn't slept all night. Then let Kalina pour a cup of strong coffee for herself. Everyone go out. Please let Director Ian come in. Ian followed an Imperial spy into the room. She was dressed elegantly and had a lunch box on her arm. Seeing Luke's haggard face, Ian hurriedly put the lunch box on the table, then opened Luke's eyes, observed and asked with concern, "Are you sick? You look very bad." As she said that, Ian released a healing magic for Luke, and then released a mental recovery magic. Luke pretended to feel better, and then said to Ian, "Thank you. I haven't had much rest since the attack on the Leo consulate. I talked with the kidnappers all night yesterday, and fortunately they released another group of hostages, which means my hard work paid off." After checking Luke, Ian was relieved to confirm that there was no major problem with his physical condition. She opened the lunch box, took out a thermos bucket from it, opened the lid of the thermos bucket, and a fragrant aroma immediately emanated. "This is the medicine soup that the shining gold, use to restore our physical strength and energy. Although it is not as fast as the magic potion, it is very beneficial to the body. Drink this, and then have a good sleep. And soon you will be able to become an energetic and sharp-minded magical detective again." Ian scooped out a bowl of medicine soup and handed it to Luke. Luke took the medicine soup, and the aroma was very appetizing. He drank the whole bowl of medicine soup without taking a breath, and wiped the soup from the corner of his mouth. "It tastes great. It must be made by Director Ian himself. Just call me Ian." Ian took the empty bowl back from Luke and poured out all the remaining medicine soup in the bucket. "Pan doesn't like the pharmacy of the Shuajin people, but I like it. This medicine soup uses a lot of my precious medicinal materials. You have to drink it all." Luke had to drink another bowl. "I feel a warm current gathering in my abdomen. It's very comfortable. It's worthy of being a medicine of the Shuajin people. It must be a formula passed down from the ancient Shuajin civilization." Ian looked at Luke's eyes again, and seeing the red bloodshot fade away, she said happily, "The warmth in the abdomen means that the medicine has taken effect. Your body has a strong ability to recover. But no matter how good your body is, you must rest." Seeing Ian so worried about him, Luke felt a little guilty for deceiving Ian. Just a little guilty. "I also want to rest. But the attack on the Rio consulate has reached a critical moment. If I relax, it is likely that changes that no one wants to see will occur." Ian remembered what Pan had told him. "Are the kidnappers willing to surrender? Pan and I were once members of the royal family of Rio. If we can help, we are willing to help you solve this crisis." Luke thought for a moment and replied, "These kidnappers who claim to be lookouts are actually deceived by some people. They were sent to the Rio consulate to die in order to promote the so-called Holy War for national restoration. But even if they want to restore their country, there is no reason to start a war in other countries. Besides, the Rio kingdom has been destroyed for 20 years. The young people in Rio now don't know what the monarch is. So how can they work for them? I have met with them several times. If there are no other changes, it should not be a problem to persuade them to surrender. Of course, if there are former members of the Rio royal family to accompany me to talk to them, you can tell them from your own experience, and they will definitely recognize the current situation." Luke showed confidence that he could persuade the kidnappers to surrender. Ian considered the feasibility of him and Pan accompanying the meteorite inspector to negotiate with the kidnappers. After all, he and Pan are now the Golden People. Can they meet the kidnappers as members of the Leo royal family? I need to discuss this with Pan. Ian didn't dare to make the decision on her own. Luke smiled and said, "Actually, you don't have to be embarrassed. It's a matter of time to persuade the kidnappers to surrender. I estimate that there will be a result tomorrow. Of course, with your help, it can be solved today, and I can also have a good sleep early." Ian stood up. She put away the lunchbox, and then said to Luke, "I will ask Pan now. I will try my best to persuade him to accompany you to meet the kidnappers as a member of the Leo royal family. Let this incident end quickly. Let the hostages regain their freedom quickly. And let you, the inspector, rest in peace. I'm leaving." Luke personally sent Ian out, and immediately summoned his subordinates when he came back. "The situation has changed in our favor, and the plan to attack the Rio consulate needs to be adjusted." Luke spread the architectural drawings of the consulate on the table again, and then used models to place the arrangements of the enemy and us on the drawings. The attack time is changed to tonight. Ian returned to the Shuajin Hotel from the temporary command post. Pan did not go out. He pretended to practice. But in fact, he was waiting for the news that Ian would bring back. The success of the meteorite inspector, in addition to his own ability, also has extraordinary efforts. Ian praised Luke. He has not rested since the attack on the Leo consulate. Not only does he have to deal with pressure from all sides, but he also has to lead the rescue of the hostages. He talked with the kidnappers all night yesterday. When I first saw him, he was so haggard that I could hardly recognize him. Pan closed his eyes and asked in a gentle tone, "What is the result? Will the lookouts in the Leo consulate really surrender to the meteorite?" Ian recalled the conversation with Luke and answered confidently, "They will definitely surrender. The Leo kingdom has been lost for so long, and the young people in Leo are used to a country without a king. And those poor kidnappers were really tricked into dying. If they figured out that dying like this was meaningless, the problem would be solved. I believe that Inspector Meteorite can do it. He can always do things that seem impossible to others." Yin's answer made Pan frown. If someone else handled this incident, he might not be so impatient. But this time it was Meteorite. As long as you know Meteorite's experience in Raging Wave City, you will be amazed at how he fought alone in Raging Wave City to get to this point. Never underestimate him. Never underestimate him. If they can't contact the lookout in the consulate and let Meteorite talk to them like this, they might really surrender to Meteorite. A declaration of restoration of the real kingdom that could shock the world. If it ends in this way, restoration will never be possible. "Have you told Meteorite that we are willing to help?" I said. The inspector said that if we are willing to go with him to meet the kidnappers as members of the real royal family, it should speed up their surrender. I did not agree immediately. Pan, I know that as a shining gold person, I should no longer be involved with my past life. But if we accompany the inspector to meet the kidnappers, we can save many people. You also said that our identity as the real royal family can help the inspector. Ian didn't know to what extent Pan was helping, so she looked at her brother with a pleading look. "Go directly to the lookouts in the consulate, and you can ask about their situation and strengthen their determination." This is very tempting for Pan, but Pan also considers the risks. Can Yunqing see my identity in the middle? After careful consideration, Pan feels that the possibility of his identity being exposed is extremely small, because he is a shining gold man. As long as he has this identity, even if he wants to become the king of Rio, the shining gold man will not agree. Besides, he is also a candidate for the elder of the Elders' Council of the Shining Gold Man. In the eyes of most people, the status of the elder of the Shining Gold Man is much more noble than that of a king. Pan feels that Yunqing will not associate himself with those real lookouts even if he tries his best. He should be really anxious to solve the consulate attack case as soon as possible, because the new nobles put too much pressure on him. Look at the newspapers these 2 days. It is really a wonderful war. Pan, who was practicing, opened his eyes. He looked at Ian, who was expecting, and said with a smile, "I don't care about the identity of the real royal family. So if I use this identity to do something, I don't have any psychological burden. On the contrary, you are so entangled with the identity of the real royal family, and your character needs to be cultivated. I like the person of Meteorite Inspector. If he is in Raging Wave City, the World Bank will not have to face those bureaucrats who only recognize money alone. Let's help Meteorite Inspector to solve this matter as soon as possible and restore peace to Raging Wave City as soon as possible. We still need to find the Dragon Soul." If Pan hadn't said it, Ian would have forgotten about the Dragon Soul. She quickly covered it up and said, "Yes, we still need to find the Dragon Soul through Detective Meteorite. If he is always distracted by this matter, he will not be able to help us find clues. I will send someone to find Meteorite and make an appointment with him to meet the lookouts." After receiving Pan's inquiry, Luke made an appointment for the evening, saying that he was in a bad state and needed a little sleep. Then he urged his men to hurry up and make arrangements, and all preparations must be completed before nightfall. When it was night, Pan and Ian came to the temporary command post outside the consulate as scheduled. Luke, dressed neatly and in high spirits, shook hands with Pan and said happily, "It's really good to have your help. I think I can announce the good news that all the hostages have been rescued tomorrow." "Thank you, Director Pan." "Thank you, Ian," Pan said gracefully. Providing partners, with the best possible help has always been our principle of doing things. Besides, we can save so many lives. Ian and I feel that we have done a good thing. When do we enter the consulate? Now. Before Luke finished speaking, an Imperial spy ran in. Chief Inspector, Viscount Iskelin sent a message. He disguised himself as Ambassador Leo and launched a counter-ambush on the sneak attack of the lookouts, wiping out all the assassins. Now Viscount Iskelin is protecting Ambassador Leo in the Sassis Palace. Please rest assured. Chief Inspector? Great. The timely news made Luke excited and said, the lookouts want to cause trouble in the city of raging waves, which is simply a pebble hitting a rock. With this victory, the morale of the lookouts in the consulate can be greatly hit, making them despair and lose confidence in their so-called holy war. With the persuasion of the two of you and me, we can definitely make them surrender. Hearing that the assassination attempt on Ambassador Leo had failed, Pan's face changed slightly. There can't be any more mistakes here. Pan was somewhat glad that he came. If he let Meteorite take this victory to negotiate with the lookout in the consulate, he really didn't know what the consequences would be. Inspector Meteorite even expected that the lookout would take the opportunity to assassinate Ambassador Leo? Luke replied, the lookout in the consulate gave me 3 days to make the matter as big as possible. It would be strange if they didn't want to assassinate Ambassador Leo when he came to Fury City at this time. Let's go. The carriage is ready. Let's go to meet them together. Luke took Pan and Ian out of the temporary command post, and they were tightly surrounded by sheriffs and Imperial spies outside the fog. Arriving at the edge of the fog, a spy had already parked the carriage. The carriage was the same one that Luke rode last time, and it could freely enter and exit the fog. Sandpaper stood beside the carriage, and when he saw Luke and the others coming, he opened the door and jumped in. Sandpaper, you should be polite. Luke accused Sandpaper of being rude, then took Ian's hand and helped her into the carriage like a gentleman. Sandpaper said unhappily, you woke me up at night again. Is there anything that can't be done during the day? If I accompany you to meet the kidnappers every night, I will definitely grow several centimeters less. Luke got into the carriage and said to Sandpaper, sleeping a few nights less will not affect your growth. This is Pan. This is Ian. They are the shining gold. While Luke was introducing them, the carriage started moving and slowly drove into the fog. After moving forward a few meters, no one outside the fog could be seen. After moving forward more than 10 meters, Luke had just finished introducing the Sandpaper when the carriage suddenly stopped, and then the sound of someone approaching could be heard. Ian nervously formed seals with her hands, and a ball of golden light lit up between her hands. Someone outside the car asked, who is inside? What is the purpose of entering the fog? Luke said, I am the chief detective of the Secret Affairs Bureau of Nuteo City. Yinching. You can open the door. We are here to continue the last negotiation. The car door was opened, and 2 lookouts stood outside. They saw Meteorite and Sandpaper, who they had seen last time, and then saw Pan and Ian. The lookouts immediately recognized the prince they were loyal to. They didn't know why Prince Pan went into the mist with Meteorite, and they didn't dare to greet him. Explain your purpose, Inspector. The lookouts tried not to look at Pan. Pan didn't look at them either. Luke said, I brought an old friend of the lookout to discuss your surrender. Let your people go to the hall and wait. We will resolve this disagreement peacefully. Chapter 198 Information Gap. Luke deliberately used the word old friend, and the other 2 parties had no problem with it. From Pan's perspective, he and Ian were assisting in the negotiations as members of the Rio royal family, and the lookouts were a special army dedicated to protecting the Rio royal family. It was correct to call him old friend. From the lookout's perspective, Pan was the monarch he was loyal to. It was okay for the Meteorite Inspector to use old friend when the Golden Shield Empire had not yet recognized Pan's identity. As for surrender, the lookouts were a little puzzled. These death warriors were doing things according to the plan. If the Imperial spies and sheriffs did not attack again after tomorrow, they would execute all the people here and then rush out to fight for their lives. Show the courage of the lookouts to the world, and let the trumpet of the holy war for national restoration resound through the sky. The subjects have not surrendered yet. Why do you want to surrender, Your Highness? Without knowing what happened, the lookouts dared not communicate with Pan. Seeing Pan's silence, it was considered as tacit agreement with the words of Chief Meteorite. Could it be that there have been major changes outside in the past 2 days? Let's gather people first. Okay, Chief Meteorite. We will gather in the hall immediately. The leader will look forward to the news you bring us. The lookout closed the door respectfully, and the carriage started moving again. Pan listened to the conversation between Meteorite and the lookouts. They actually obeyed Meteorite's orders and asked everyone to gather in the hall. The progress of Meteorite in persuading them to surrender was obviously far beyond his expectations. I am afraid that even if I don't come, Meteorite can make them surrender in another night. It's because the kingdom of Rio has been destroyed for too long. These lookouts, who claim to be loyal to the Rio royal family, have long lost their respect for the royal family. I actually believe the oath they read, and thought they would really devote themselves to the revival of the country. Pan said to Luke, "These lookouts seem to respect you very much." There was no flaw in the meeting with the lookouts, and Luke was more confident about tonight's action. He was to create an information gap between Pan and the lookouts, so that the lookouts thought that their master was here to arrange their surrender, while Pan would think that the cooperation of the lookouts was the result of his own negotiations. The lookouts guarding the fog gathered in the consulate hall, and the attacking team prepared outside could enter the fog to arrange the secret technique to crack it. Luke replied to Pan, "The lookouts still want to restore the country, but they can't let go of their obsessions, and have no pursuit for the future. There is a very special course in the Imperial Intelligence Academy called Psychic Revelation, which uses language to induce thoughts. I learned this course quite well." Psychic Revelation? Is it a mental attack spell similar to charm? Luke said nonsense seriously. No. This is not magic. Nor is it a mental attack. Once those who are treated are aware of it, they will only make things worse. You can think of it as a negotiation skill, letting the other party follow your thinking and accept the ideas you instill in him. Such a powerful and secret skill makes Pan more wary of Meteorite. I wonder if Inspector Meteorite has used Psychic Revelation on me and Ian. Ian also looked at Luke with great curiosity, waiting for his answer. Luke laughed and said, "I'm kidding you. How can there be a way in this world that can change a person's mind by simply talking? The Imperial Intelligence Academy does have psychology, but there is no psychic revelation. The surrender intention of the lookout is the result of my negotiations with them day and night. We are here. Let's get off." Pan looked at Luke, and was more convinced that he must have used psychic revelation on the lookout. Pan got off the car with Luke and said, "Inspector Meteorite has a really good mentality. In such a dangerous place, he can still joke with us." Ian walked down. "This should be the place where Inspector Meteorite is superior to ordinary people. I also think that this time we can easily make the lookout surrender." Sandpaper jumped out of the car with a yawn. "I just want to go back to bed early." Luke took out his pocket watch to check the time, and then walked to the consulate in front. "Let's go. The lookout should be waiting for us." The fog trapped the main building of the consulate in the center, and nothing could be seen in the fog. After calculation, the thickness of the fog was only 100 meters, and 100 meters away was the blockade established by the sheriff and the Imperial spies. Shelley stood on the outer edge of the fog. Since the carriage carrying the inspector entered, she had been staring at the watch in her hand. The second hand jumped one by one, and the minute moved slowly in other directions of the outer edge of the fog. Many sheriffs and Imperial spies also stared at the watches in their hands. At the agreed time, the first batch of secret preparation personnel walked into the fog with mysterious props. In the middle of the fog, Luke walked into the hall of Consul Leo with Pan, Ian, and Sandpaper. The hostages who were originally crowded here are gone. The lookouts who attacked the consulate are all gathered here. More than Luke saw when he first came. 34 people in total. Even if there are other lookouts scattered in the building, the number will not be too many. Luke strode forward and greeted the leader, who called himself the lookout, and said, "I first want to confirm whether the hostages are safe." The leader saluted Luke and Pan, who was walking behind. "I said to execute them in 3 days. As long as you haven't attacked yet, they are absolutely safe. The hostages are gathered in other places. Inspector, please explain your purpose. And these two, who are they?" The hostages were not in the hall, which was inconsistent with the previous investigation. But Luke also had a plan for the lookout to transfer the hostages to other places. He turned his head and looked at Sandpaper beside him. Sandpaper's hair slowly floated up. After letting Sandpaper sense the hostages' location, Luke introduced them to the leader of the lookout. "This is Pan. This is Ian. They are the Shining Gold." Before they were taken away by the Shining Gold, they were members of the Leo royal family. When they knew that you were still fighting for the Leo kingdom, they took the initiative to ask me to persuade you to surrender. I think this is a good thing. And this crisis can be resolved without war. If you don't believe it, you can confirm their identities. when the leader knew that His Highness Pan and Inspector Meteorite came to persuade them to surrender. He was puzzled. This was inconsistent with the plan. Did something big happen outside that forced His Highness Pan to change the plan? And Inspector Meteorite hinted last time that he knew who was the owner of the lookout. Could it be that His Highness Pan and Meteorite had reached some consensus in the past 2 days? No wonder the sheriff and the Imperial spies outside had not attacked. His Highness and Meteorite came together, and it is possible that they really agreed on something. Various factors made the leader let down his guard, and he followed Meteorite's words and gathered all the lookouts here. The leader, who thought he had understood, saluted Pan Hain again. No need to confirm. His Highness Pan and His Highness Hain were taken away by the Shining Gold people, which was a big deal for the Rio Kingdom at that time. Although His Highness Pan and His Highness Hain are already members of the Shining Gold, we have been keeping an eye on the news about the two. The lookout greets the two. The other lookouts saluted Pan and Hain together. Pan took a step forward and said to the lookouts, "Hain and I have been Shining Gold since we left the Kingdom of Rio, and our previous identities have nothing to do with each other. But the Kingdom of Rio is the place where we were born after all, and we still have deep feelings for Rio and its people. This time, Hain and I came as members of the Rio royal family to resolve this crisis." Pan turned his back to Luke and secretly made a gesture to the leader of the lookouts. After understanding, the leader of the lookouts said, "I don't trust foreigners, but I trust His Highness Pan. I want to talk to His Highness Pan alone and listen to your views on the Kingdom of Rio." Pan said to Luke, "This leader wants to talk to me alone. I wonder if Inspector Meteorite will allow it." "Of course." Luke made a gesture of invitation. "You Rio people can talk about your Rio affairs. I just want to resolve the crisis as soon as possible." "Thank you, Inspector Meteorite." The leader of the lookout thanked Luke, and then said to Pan, "Your Highness Pan, please follow me." Pan told him not to run around, and then followed the leader of the lookout. Sandpaper walked close to Luke, tiptoed and said in Luke's ear, "We found them. They are all safe." Luke whispered, "We'll take action soon. Try to hold back the people here and prevent them from harming the hostages. There are a lot of people." Sandpaper looked at the lookouts in the hall. "The opportunity is fleeting. Do your best." "Yes, Chief Inspector." Hain heard Luke and Sandpaper whispering and asked curiously, "What happened?" "You'll know soon." Luke took a step forward and ordered all the lookouts in the hall, "In the name of the Chief Inspector of the Secret Service Bureau of the Golden Shield Empire's Nuteo City, I order you to surrender immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill you on the spot." In another room in the consulate, the leader of the lookouts closed the door, turned around and knelt on one knee in front of Pan. The lookout greets His Highness. Pan accepted the salute from the leader of the lookouts, and then asked him sternly, "Are you so afraid of death?" Pan's rebuke stunned the leader of the lookouts for a moment, and he asked in confusion, "Your Highness, I don't know what you mean by this. The lookouts here are loyal to you and are ready to sacrifice their lives for you at any time." "Loyal to me? Loyal to me? Why are you negotiating with Meteorite continuously? Why are you ready to surrender to Meteorite?" Pan's words made the leader of the lookouts even more confused. "Your Highness, I just met with Meteorite once according to the plan, and spread the news of the start of the Holy War for the restoration of the Kingdom of Rio to the outside world. And then, I never met with Meteorite again. And we have never thought of surrendering to Meteorite. Didn't you come here to persuade us to surrender?" Hearing the answer from the leader of the lookout, Pan's face turned pale instantly, and his hands began to tremble. "What did you say? Are you lying to me? You clearly released hostages 3 times in a row. How dare you say that you only met Meteorite once?" The leader of the lookout was confused at this moment. "Your Highness, I really only met Meteorite once. At that time, he said that the hostages from the Golden Shield Empire had nothing to do with our restoration of the country, and asked me to release them. So I released them all at once. Not 3 times. Then why?" At this moment, Pan instantly figured it out. It was Meteorite who released the hostages he rescued at one time in 3 batches, creating the illusion that his continuous negotiations with the lookouts were fruitful. Why did he do this? Why did he let the outside world think that he could persuade the kidnappers in the consulate to surrender? No. 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 He did this not for the outside world to see. He did all this for me to see. He made me impatient and set Hain to test. And then he asked Hain to tell me that he was sure to make the kidnappers surrender. I believed it, and offered to help persuade them to surrender. Finally, he used me to make the lookouts here think that things outside had changed, and I was really here to persuade them to surrender. In this way, the scattered lookouts followed his orders and concentrated, and relaxed their vigilance against the outside world. All this was in his calculations. But how did he know it was me, the master behind the lookout? When Pan couldn't figure out how his identity was exposed, the leader of the lookout looked at Pan in horror, pointing out the window and saying in disbelief, "Your Highness, the fog has dissipated, and the secret technique you set up has been lifted." Pan turned around and saw that the fog covering the outside had dissipated completely, and he could clearly see the encirclement formed by the sheriff and the Imperial spies 100 meters away. Searchlights erected on the surrounding tall buildings shone in, and there was also the rumbling sound of war machinery running. The people outside the encirclement had already launched an attack, and without the obstruction of the fog, such a short distance was reached in an instant. Strong light shone in from the window. Pan said to the leader of the lookouts, "We were all deceived by the meteorite. No matter how he knew my identity, he had no way to prove it. The premise is, you all have to die." The sudden change made the leader of the lookouts very depressed. He didn't expect that it would end like this. "Your Highness, is our death meaningless?" "No. Your death is meaningful. Let the traitors see the courage of the lookouts to die generously, and your blood will scare the traitors who occupy the royal court. Facing the lookouts who are not afraid of death, they will be afraid, and they will retreat." Pan's words re-energized the leader of the lookouts. He knelt at Pan's feet and stretched out his head. Pan made a hand seal, and golden light shone between his hands. After reciting a passage of ancient golden language, he pulled out a golden sword from the golden light. He cut off the head of the lookout with one sword. Then Pan looked out the window, and a tide of sheriffs and Imperial spies had rushed in. The sword turned into golden light in his hand and dissipated. "The war has begun, and all the blood will not be shed in vain. The lookouts who are loyal to me, your hatred and the humiliation I have suffered here, one day I will let meteorite pay back." Some Imperial spies climbed in from the window, pointed their weapons at Pan, and asked sternly, "Tell me your identity." Pan raised his hands and said in a calm tone, "My name is Pan, the Golden Man, and the director of the World Bank's branch in Fury City. I am here to assist Inspector Meteorite in handling the attack on the Rio consulate. The body under my feet is the leader of the kidnappers." The Imperial spy put away his weapon and corrected, "It is Chief Inspector Meteorite." "Yes, it is Chief Inspector Meteorite." Chapter 199 Rescue Operation. In the name of the Chief Inspector of the Secret Service Bureau of the Golden Shield Empire's Fury City, I order you to surrender immediately. Otherwise, I will kill you on the spot. In the lobby of the Rio consulate, after the leader of the lookouts and Pan left, Luke issued a surrender ultimatum to the lookouts gathered here. In the fog outside the consulate, the Imperial spies carrying mysterious props arrived at the location without encountering any attacks or obstacles during the whole process. They stood in their respective positions facing the direction of the consulate, and all the spies took out their pocket watches and stared at the time on them. Outside the fog, the sheriffs and Imperial spies, divided into different echelons, formed teams, checked their equipment under the leadership of their respective captains, took enhancement potions, and made magic preparations. The captains explained the assigned tasks to them in detail. When the attack started, they had to capture the mission point as quickly as possible and not give the kidnappers any chance to harm the hostages. When Counselor Ibel got the news, he immediately arrived with a group of newspaper reporters. He also brought many magic painters to record the most exciting moment. These 2 days, his newspaper rushed to the forefront of the public opinion war in the city of Raging Waves. As the official media of the Innovation Society, he would let all the newspapers in the city forward his articles and magic images tomorrow. Everything is ready, just waiting for the fog to clear. In the lobby of the consulate, the lookouts, who received Luke's ultimatum, were very puzzled. Isn't His Highness Pan talking to the leader about surrender? Why is Inspector Meteorite so eager to ask us to surrender? A prestigious lookout replied to Luke, "Inspector, please wait patiently for the chief's reply regarding our surrender. Stand at your position and don't move. Your dangerous actions will affect the outcome of this negotiation." Luke walked forward and backward. The Tao tattoo on his right hand burst into flames, and the Tan Chi dragon spear was summoned in his hand. The right eye showed abnormal changes. Thunder and fire intertwined in his pupils, and sparks flashed in the space around him. The sandpaper floated up, and her hair flew, turning from pink to metallic. One by one, tools floated out of the attack bag and surrounded her. Although Ian didn't know what was happening, She could see that this was the rhythm of a fight. She formed seals with her hands, chanted the ancient golden language, and drew a golden sword from the golden light in her palm. The ancient golden language continued to be chanted from Yin's mouth, and pieces of golden light appeared around her. These golden lights condensed into pieces of armor components, and then embedded in her body. In a flash, Yin turned into a golden Saint Seiya, with golden light all over her body and heroic appearance. The lookouts saw the scene in front of them, and no matter how stupid they were, they knew that the meteorite inspector had no sincerity in negotiating. The fight was about to start. The lookouts immediately used secret techniques to try to control the fog outside to spread in, but there was no response. Instead, strong light shone in through the windows of the hall. The burden-bearing deter has been lifted. The lookouts couldn't believe that this improved secret language, which was blessed by His Majesty Pan using the ancient golden language, could be broken so easily. But the facts were in front of them. The sheriffs of the City of Fury, and the Imperial spies, who surrounded them outside, had already launched an attack. This is a trap. Quick! Kill all the hostages, the lookout shouted. But a dragon roar sounded in the hall, drowning out all the sounds. Tao Tai flew out from the back of Luke's hand, and instantly turned into a giant beast in the burst of fire. It flapped its wings, and set off a hurricane in the enclosed space. Its body smashed the gorgeous chandelier hanging high up. After shaking off the glass fragments on its body, it rushed to the top of the lookouts' heads, and spit out hot dragon breath at them. The sweeping dragon breath caused huge casualties to the lookouts. They each resisted the pressure and attack released by the Tao Tai without organization. The fire engulfed the people directly covered, and the high temperature produced explosive airflow, which violently impacted the people around. The lookouts were overwhelmed by this powerful attack, without the weight-bearing Qilu to create a favorable combat environment for them. They were just a group of combatants with a maximum of no more than 4 stars. The Tao Tai spit out a mouthful of dragon breath, roared and crashed into the middle of the lookouts from the air. It swallowed one person in one bite, and then slapped another person into a pile of mincemeat with one claw, killing people. Luke also joined the attack on the lookouts with a spear in his hand. The tip of the gun was emitting a fire blade that looked like a dragon head, and the overflowing fire formed a fiery dragon whirl around him. The thunder crackled and fell on all the lookouts who wanted to attack him. At the moment when their bodies were stiffened by the thunder, the dragon spear would cut their necks. In the spray of blood, 7 or 8 lookouts died around Luke in an instant. Some lookouts wanted to leave the hall and leave along the corridor on the right. Luke knew that they were going to kill the hostages, so he used the thunder fire eye to push away all the lookouts who attacked him, and took out a pistol and fired continuously at the lookouts who wanted to leave. All 6 bullets were fired, and after a short period of restraining these lookouts, Sandpaper arrived just in time. She blocked the corridor, and the tools floating beside her strangled the lookout in front of her. At the same time, energy balls gathered from the ends of her hair and shot out, bombarding all those who wanted to get close like a machine gun. The battle started in an instant, and many bodies fell in the hall in a short time. In the turbulent airflow, the smell of burnt flesh and hair was filled in the air. Yin stood there blankly. She was elegant and luxurious in the golden light, which was somewhat out of tune with the atmosphere of fighting here. Yin did not attack anyone, and no lookout attacked her. She looked at everything happening in front of her, and still didn't understand why the meteorite inspector attacked these lookouts. Behind Yin, the door of the consulate was violently smashed open. Amid the flying debris, a war machine holding a sharp blade rushed in. Its steps were heavy and swift, and it flashed past Yin and ran towards Sandpaper. The cannon behind it flipped over and rested on its shoulder, while the long sword slashed at the lookout. Energy beams were continuously emitted from the muzzle, fiercely bombarding the lookout in front of Sandpaper. The war machine Boiling began to show its power, and Shelley followed closely behind Boiling. Shelley had pulled up the eye mask covering her right eye, and the Medusa's pupils emitted a bewitching light. She flashed past Yin's side like a swimming snake and rushed to Luke's side in an instant. Shelley's shooting skills are much better than Luke's, and every shot hits the target. Chief Inspector, are all the kidnappers here? Luke stabbed a lookout and retreated, except for the leader. The other kidnappers are here. I leave this to you. After the first round of raids, the weak lookouts were all dead, and the remaining strong lookouts were still fighting desperately. At this time, a large number of sheriffs and Imperial spies rushed in from outside, and it was only a matter of time to wipe out these lookouts. Luke did not continue to take risks, and everyone would be happy if they shared a little credit. Leave this to us. Please retreat to a safe area first. Chief Inspector Shelley, who had used up all his bullets, pulled out a dagger from his boots and rushed towards a lookout who looked quite powerful. Don't kill them alive. Yes, Chief Inspector. Luke reached out to take back the Tao-Tai, and when the Tao-Tai sank into his hand, he just retreated to the side of Ian. Ian, who was wearing a golden armor, made Luke exclaim, "So beautiful." Ian was not happy about Luke's praise. She asked with a bad face, "Since they are ready to surrender, why do you still want to kill them?" Luke put away the Tan-Chi long gun, but still activated the Thunder Fire Eye. Facing Ian's questioning, he glanced at the battle that was coming to an end. "I am an Imperial spy, and my duty is to protect national security. These kidnappers kidnapped foreign envoys and wanted to use the international status of Raging Waves to announce the start of their holy war. If I allow them to surrender and let them leave alive, what face does the Empire have in the world? Do other people who want to do something internationally have to come to Raging Waves to commit a kidnapping case?" Ian couldn't accept Luke's explanation. "But you said to me, please ask you and Pan Ilio's royal family to help me surrender the lookout?" Luke replied calmly, "This is just to let the lookout relax his vigilance against me, so that I can smoothly implement the encirclement plan. Ian, my identity determines that I will do anything to get what I want. I reminded you not to put too much heart on me. Don't you realize that you have crossed the line? This is very dangerous for you. Be a Gold Star man honestly, and stand in the position of the Gold Star man to see what happened here, and you will feel more comfortable. Let's go. Let's go find Pan. He is a qualified Gold Star man." Ian's heart is indeed very uncomfortable. Not because Meteorite suddenly killed these lookouts, but because he feels deceived. Both he and Pan were used, and Meteorite always regarded him as a tool. The golden armor on his body turned into pieces of golden light and dissipated. Ian looked at Luke again, and his eyes were no longer as warm as before. The spiritual connection with Pan was smooth. "He is safe. Okay. Inspector Meteorite, standing in the position of the Gold Star man to see this matter, it really made me feel much more comfortable. But your deception has greatly reduced my impression of you. Even if you have your responsibilities, I only see that you have failed our kindness to you. Let's go and find Pan. I want to leave here as soon as possible." Ian was very angry. She strode forward, just wanting to find Pan as soon as possible and leave together. Luke could only follow helplessly. As a man, he could certainly feel that Ian's feelings for him were increasing day by day. Maybe it didn't reach the level of love, but this was a very dangerous trend for Ian. If Ian really got stuck in it and couldn't extricate herself, the Shining Gold Man would never let her go. Luke didn't want the tragedy that would happen in the future to happen again. It was the right thing for Ian to do to cut off her vague and unconscious emotions in time. Luke followed Ian and heard the sound of her boots stomping heavily on the floor, and he knew that she was really angry. Ian was shocked by the headless body and the large pool of blood on the floor when she came to the room where Pan and the leader of the lookout met. She walked to Pan and asked with concern, "Pan, you are not injured, right?" When Pan saw Luke, he held the golden sword in his hand tighter and said calmly, "I'm fine. This lookout attacked me after he came in, but I killed him." "The lookout attacked you?" Ian couldn't believe that the lookout would attack members of the real royal family for no reason. Luke waved his hand to let all the Imperial spies in the room leave. He stared at the sword in Pan's hand with his activated Thunder Fire eyes, and said with a harmless smile, "I have issued a killing order for all kidnappers. The lookouts in the real consulate incident will not be left alive. The majesty of the Empire does not allow any blasphemy." Pan still remained highly vigilant in secret. He didn't know what Meteorite's purpose was, but if the lookouts were not alive, there would be no witnesses to point out that he was the mastermind of this incident. Does this mean that Meteorite does not intend to reveal his identity? Pat answered carefully, "Although the result is not what I want to see. Since this is your plan, Chief Inspector, I am willing to accept it. I just couldn't help, so I apologize to you." Ian said dissatisfiedly, "Pan, why did you apologize to him? He was the one who deceived us and used our kindness to deceive the lookout." Pan warned Ian in his heart, "Don't talk too much." Luke knew that Pan's apology meant that the lookout was sent to carry out the attack. "I accept your apology," Ian said angrily. "You still dare to accept Pan." Pan pulled Ian, "Leave it to me. You go out first. I have something to talk to Chief Detective of Meteorite alone." "Pan." Ian had to walk out of the room under Pan's stern gaze. Chief Inspector, how did you know my identity? There are still many members of the Leo royal family alive. I am a shining gold man who has long severed ties with Leo. Seeing Pan disperse the golden sword, Luke also lifted the state of thunder and fire pupil. This is my secret. But please rest assured, Your Highness, I have no intention of revealing your identity, and I am not interested in your holy war to restore the country. You should not use the influence of the City of Raging Waves to spread your declaration of war. This is the city of the Golden Shield Empire, and it is also the city I am protecting. At this time, Pan did not dare to show how much he hated Luke in his heart. Apologize to you again, and congratulate the Chief Inspector for once again performing a miracle in front of the people of the City of Raging Waves. In this way, these lookouts died worthily. If this incident can bring me a potential ally, I think my road to restoration will be smoother. Luke smiled meaningfully and said, You are not qualified to be my ally now. You are ambitious and ruthless, but your vision is too small. Take some time to see the world clearly. You still have a long way to go. Don't bury yourself before you reach the end. I will only forgive you this time. Pan saluted Luke. Thank you for the teachings of the Chief Inspector. I will follow your instructions and see the world clearly first. I will leave the aftermath here to you. I will go back to the hotel with Ian. I can feel that she is in a bad mood. Be good to Ian. Don't wait until you lose her to find out that she is your closest person. Pan didn't know why Luke said that. Ian has always been my closest person. I won't let anyone hurt her. Goodbye, Chief Inspector. Chapter 200 Pan's Investment. Pan left with Ian, and Luke came to the window that was smashed by the Imperial spy and lit a cigarette for himself. There was a lot of noise outside, and carriages, cars, and countless people gathered around. The first batch of hostages who were rescued walked out of the consulate under the protection of the Imperial spy, and were carried on stretchers to the hospital. The rescue process was carried out in an orderly manner. There was no sound of fighting in the direction of the hall. Everything was as planned. Shelley walked in from outside before he finished his cigarette. Chief Inspector, we have completely controlled the Rio consulate. According to your order, all kidnappers were killed, and no one was left alive. Luke exhaled a puff of smoke and said to Shelley, Very good. How are the hostages? Are there any casualties? All the hostages are safe, but their mental and physical conditions are not good. They are now in the hospital for treatment and are under close supervision by our people. The consul and the main envoy were sent to the Sissy's palace as you ordered and handed over to Viscount Iskalin for care. Luke nodded. Protect the hostages. No irrelevant people can see them without my instructions. I'm a little tired. I'll leave this to you. Please rest assured, Chief Inspector. I will take care of the aftermath here. Go back and have a good sleep. You haven't rested since the incident at the Rio consulate. It's time to get some sleep. Let's go. Luke put out his cigarette, climbed over the window, and walked towards his car, rescuing the hostages of the Rio consulate and eliminating the kidnappers. For most people, this incident is over. But for some people in the City of Raging Waves, this incident has just begun. Luke needs to get enough rest and greet a new day. Ian accompanied Pan in the carriage and drove away slowly. Through the window, you can see that the consulate, which has been cleared of fog, has been surrounded by all kinds of people. You can imagine what kind of storm will happen tomorrow. Pan? Ian asked Pan, who was sitting opposite. You look so bad. Did Meteorite say something to make you angry? He is so hateful. The noble ladies of the City of Raging Waves are right. He is a liar, a villain, and a shameless person. We should carefully consider cooperating with him, and not be fooled by him again. Looking at the indignant Ian, Pan said, What did he deceive us about? We offered to help. And according to the plan of Meteorite, he never thought of accepting the surrender of the lookout. Our role is just to speed up his plan, and it has no effect on the result. But he didn't tell us that he didn't want to accept the surrender of the lookout. I went there with the intention of helping him persuade the lookout to surrender. Pan smiled and said, Why should he tell us the real purpose? Who are we to him? Meteorite's plan cannot have any omissions. Once the lookout notices something unusual, tonight may be a different scene. Many innocent people will die. Yunqing must be responsible for his subordinates and hostages, as well as the Empire and the Princess. Ian, don't misunderstand Yunqing. He did nothing wrong. You have to understand him. Pan's explanation seemed to have untied the knot in Yin's heart that had been bothering her since she left the consulate. She looked much more relaxed and turned her head to look in the direction of the consulate. But her response was still stubborn. Why should I understand him? He and I have nothing to do with each other. This liar. Pan felt that his spiritual connection with Ian had fluctuated again. And he showed a barely detectable smile. Yes, he is a liar. But not an ordinary liar. We have to stay in Nuteo City for a while. Not only to find the dragon soul, but also to learn from this liar. Dragon soul? Ian found that she had forgotten about finding the dragon soul again. She asked, but it's been so long. There has been no clue about the dragon soul. I have a clue. Pen patted the carriage to ask the driver to stop. And then said to Ian, you go back to the hotel by yourself. I'll go to Ulu College. Ian asked curiously, is the dragon soul in Ulu College? It's just a clue that I don't know if it is related to the dragon soul. I'll go to confirm it. Don't wait for me to go back. Go to bed early. Pen opened the door and jumped off the carriage. After watching the carriage disappear at the end of the street, he opened the space door and entered the subspace. The subspace is full of beautiful scenery. Birds singing and flowers blooming. It is another sunny day. The Ulu Academy is running according to the normal schedule. And a strong academic atmosphere is everywhere. The last battle against the Abyss Mage who invaded the Academy. The Department of Mysticism was brilliant. Not only did it resolve the crisis, but it also eliminated the Academy's problem with the mysticism. At this time, the Department of Mysticism is a semi-public existence in Ulu Academy. Teachers and students all know where this department is, but its management is closed. Dean Wilred has brought the Department of Mysticism under his direct management, and always pays attention to the teaching progress of the Department of Mysticism and the mystic research projects that have been launched. Qingkong reports the situation of the Department of Mystic Arts to Dean Wilred every day. The Department of Mystic Arts receives dozens of applications for admission every day. Compared to magic and alchemy, which require a step-by-step approach, mystic arts are obviously more attractive to students. Qingkong reported the situation of the Department of Mystic Arts to Dean Wilred while drinking tea. The sunlight coming in from the window made Dean Wilred stretch his waist comfortably. Then he said to Qingkong, you should restrain your students and don't show off your mystic arts outside. You should know how dangerous it is if the mystic arts get out of control. They are still young, reckless, bold, curious, and have a strong desire for destruction. The pranks they used to do with magic and alchemy gave all the faculty members of the college a headache. And now they have added the secret arts. I heard that Hidesiko summoned a volatile pig in the bathroom and pushed a child out. That poor child rode the pig naked in the corridor for 3 laps. Dean Wilred couldn't help laughing. When it comes to students playing pranks with secret arts, Qingkong is also very helpless. The Department of Secret Arts will punish Hidesiko. And I will also warn students not to release secret arts indiscriminately. Perhaps we can organize more off-campus secret arts classes to let the children vent their vigorous energy. You are responsible for the course arrangement of the Department of Secret Arts. Wilred took out an invitation from the drawer and said to Qingkong, tomorrow I will go to the imperial capital to attend a meeting held by the National Education Office. And I will not be in Ulu College for a while. Qingkong asked, how long will it take? It is not certain yet. After the meeting, there may be a national tour of academic exchanges. This is a good opportunity to see the academic achievements of other colleges in the empire. And it will be a good reference for the future development of Ulu College. It's just that the situation of Ulu College is very different from before. I always feel that the shadow of the Abyss Temple has never left here. And the City of Wrath is becoming more and more unstable. The Rio Consulate was attacked. I wonder if this vortex will roll here. Qingkong replied, take this opportunity to go out and relax. It will be very good for your health. If the Abyss Temple dares to cause trouble again, I will teach them a lesson again. As for the City of Raging Waves, no matter how much they fight, they know that it will not benefit anyone to involve the Ulu Academy. Don't worry. Whoever dares to put his hand into the Academy, I will chop off his claws. With Qingkong's promise, Dean Wilred laughed. With you in the Academy, I feel at ease wherever I go. After I leave, the affairs of the Academy will be handed over to Vice Dean Elvie. You have to get along well with him. I am only responsible for the Department of Mysticism and do not participate in the management of the Academy. In fact, you can learn to manage the Academy. According to the lifespan of the elves, the position of the Dean of Ulu College will be handed over to you one day. Maybe this day will come earlier than I expected. Qingkong looked at Dean Wilred, who didn't seem to be joking with him. I never thought of being the Dean of Ulu College. If it weren't for learning the secret arts, I wouldn't even want to be the director of the secret arts department. Dean Willred wanted to say something else, but an assistant knocked on the door and walked in. Hello, Dean. I hope I didn't disturb you. There is a shining gold man outside who calls himself Pan and wants to see Professor Qingkong. Shine gold man? Dean Willred remembered that Qingkong had asked him about a spell written in ancient shining gold characters. He asked Qingkong worriedly, "Are you in trouble?" Qingkong took the magic hat from the table and put it on his head. Then answered Willred, "It's a small trouble. I can handle it. Goodbye, teacher. I will see you off tomorrow." Qingkong and Willard's farewell. After Qingkong left the dean's office, the assistant closed the door with a complicated expression, and then walked towards the office of Vice Dean Ld. Qingkong saw Pan waiting downstairs in the teaching building, and after greeting a group of passing students, she said to Pan, "If you have anything to say, please tell me quickly. I have another class soon." Pan said slowly, "Miss Qingkong should know about the attack on the Rio consulate. Know some of the situation. But what does it have to do with me? Before I came to Ulu College, Chief Inspector Meteorite had already attacked the consulate, wiped out all the kidnappers, and rescued all the hostages safely. Miss Qingkong and Chief Inspector Meteorite are from the same system, and I came here specifically to tell you this good news." Qingkong was a little confused about why Pan came to find her at this time, so she said, "Thank you. If there is nothing else, I will go to class. Goodbye. In fact, I have other things to do. I want to sponsor the Department of Mysticism of Ulu College." Hearing sponsorship, Qingkong immediately retracted his steps to leave. "Is the World Bank going to sponsor us?" "Yes." Seeing the change in Qingkong's attitude, Pan knew that he had found the right strategy this time. "I know that the cost of esoteric research is very high, but the benefits of esoteric research make many people unwilling to invest too much in esoteric. I am afraid that even if Ulu College accepts the existence of the esoteric department, it is unlikely to invest too many resources in the esoteric department." Qingkong admitted that Pan was right. With the expansion of the esoteric department and the increase in research projects, the demand for funds and resources began to grow exponentially. In particular, some very good research projects have not been carried out because of funding constraints. But Pan's proposal to invest in the Department of Mystic Arts of Ulu College must have bad intentions, since the return on investment in mystic arts research is low. Why would the World Bank be willing to invest in our Department of Mystic Arts? Because we are different from the Shuojin people. The ancient Shuojin civilization is actually built on mystic arts. Pan said the secret that only the Shuojin people knew. Ancient characters are symbols that replace mysterious props and are used to release the language of mystic arts. Therefore, if the Shuojin people want to reproduce the glory of the ancient Shuojin civilization, they must invest in mystic arts research. Most of the wealth earned by the World Bank for us is also invested in the research of mystic arts. Qingkong didn't expect Pan to tell him such a secret information. "Why are you telling me this? We don't seem to know each other well." "Because you have the Book of Disaster." Qingkong smiled and said, "So you are planning to take the Book of Disaster?" "Sorry. I am not interested in this kind of cooperation. Please listen to me." Pan tried to stop Qingkong from leaving. "The ancient shining gold language can help you perfectly control the Book of Disaster. Think about how huge the power of the abyss opened by the Book of Disaster is. If you can control the abyss instead of being controlled by the abyss, you are invincible in this world." Qingkong became interested again when Pan talked about the ancient shining gold language. The Book of Disaster appeared much later than the ancient language. "You have never seen the Book of Disaster. How can you say that the ancient shining gold language can perfectly control the Book of Disaster?" "Because the ancient language is the perfect language of mysticism. It can interpret the essence of the existence of all the mysterious props in the world, and then replace them with ancient characters. The Book of Disaster is a mysterious prop. No matter how powerful it is, it can be interpreted by the ancient language. As long as you know its essence, you can use the ancient language to edit the perfect language of mysticism, so as to control the abyss contained in the Book of Disaster." Qingkong knew that Pan was making big promises to himself. If the ancient language of the Golden People is so powerful now, why would they open a World Bank? They can turn stones into gold directly. Pan must want to realize his dream of restoring his country by investing in the Department of Mysticism of Ulu College. The investment-return ratio of the secret arts is a little small, but it can quickly train warriors and form a strong army in the shortest time. But Pan would never have thought that he used the ancient golden language to fool Qingkong, while Luke was learning the most authentic ancient golden language from the ancient egg. But Professor Bonot must have some reservations. At least, he only teaches literacy now, and has never taught Luke the grammar of the ancient golden language. Only knowing the words, but not the grammar, is equivalent to learning half. If you can learn the grammar of the ancient golden language from Pan, wouldn't it be equivalent to learning the whole thing? Hee. It seems that Pan was greatly stimulated by Luke. I am very interested in your investment advice now. There are too many people coming and going here. Let's go to the Department of Secret Arts and find a quiet room to talk about cooperative investment.